Chang Ye returned home to protect the forest and live stream his slow, simple life farming, fixing fences, and sharing quiet moments with his viewers. One morning, his phone screamed. Ding! South China tiger detected class I endangered. He thought it was a prank. Then he saw her, a majestic adult tiger, and beside her, two tiny cubs blinking, tumbling, and absolutely adorable. They hopped on his lap, demanded breakfast like little monarchs, and promptly stole the entire stream. Fans flooded the chat. Give me one. Can I adopt? Stream more. Stream more. News spread fast and not all attention was good. Poachers and illegal loggers lurked in the shadows, hoping to profit from chaos. But Chang Ye wasn't about to let that happen. With the system guiding him, he set traps of a different kind: protection nets, habitat restoration, and a public outcry powered by his viewers. The internet became a shield. Viewers donated, volunteers arrived, and local rangers moved in. The cubs became symbols not of spectacle, but of survival. Every stream turned into a lesson: how to protect, how to coexist, how to love a wild creature without making it tame. Kids learned about conservation. Scientists offered help. The local community found new purpose. Narrator, warm, slightly emotional. And the cubs? They grew bolder, playfighting under sunbeams, chasing butterflies, curling into Chang Ye's sleeves as if nothing in the world could be more natural. What started as a quiet farm live stream became a movement. The internet didn't just want to own a piece of cuteness, it chose to protect a species. Chang Ye didn't break the internet for clicks, he broke it for change. This is I found two South China tiger cubs, my stream broke the internet. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where small lives can start big stories. Like, subscribe, and share, because sometimes the world needs a live stream to remember what really matters. Parallel world. You know, you could have left the mountains. It's really a waste for someone with your background to be doing this kind of work. The voice came from behind, calm, steady, and carrying the quiet authority of someone used to being in charge. Chang Ye turned slightly. A middle-aged man stood a few paces back, hands behind his back, watching the boundless stretch of forest ahead. It's all right, Uncle Gong, Chang Ye replied with a small smile. If Grandpa could do it, so can I. It's nothing, really. Uncle Gong studied the young man's face, his expression a mix of admiration and exasperation. You really don't want to reconsider? You graduated from a top-tier university, your father's company just went public, they're desperate for you to help out. You're choosing this over that. He gestured toward the endless sea of trees. This place, it's not like the city. No lights, no people, just mountains, animals, and silence. To Uncle Gong, Chang Ye wasn't just another youth. Years ago, Chang Ye's grandfather had been his old squad leader, the man who'd once saved his life. Ever since, he'd looked out for the Chang family as if they were his own. So when he heard that Chang Ye, a 985 university graduate, of all things had volunteered to take over the old man's forest ranger post, it had stunned him. It felt like such a waste of talent. But Chang Ye just shook his head, that same easy smile still on his lips. Uncle Gong, you know me. I grew up here, this mountain's practically part of me. Grandpa told me once that our Chang family's duty is to protect this forest. Dad's into business, and that's fine for him, but I'm not interested in money. This is the job I want. Uncle Gong blinked, genuinely surprised. In this fast-paced world, how many young people would choose to live in isolation, cut off from convenience and comfort, all to protect a patch of forest? Most didn't even know jobs like this existed. He nodded slowly. All right then. At least bring some daily necessities and vitamins. The mountains can be rough. And if it gets too much, call me. Don't try to tough it out. During the 6 months since your grandfather passed, quite a few people came to take his place, he added, lowering his voice. Not one lasted more than a week. Chang Ye nodded. He'd already heard that story on their way up. Uncle Gong sighed. Your Chang family really has been protecting these mountains for half your lives. When your grandfather first arrived, this was just young forest. Now look, tens of thousands of acres, thick and alive. He chuckled suddenly. I remember my first time visiting him. No road, just gullies and vines everywhere. I slipped, rolled halfway down the slope, thought I'd die of embarrassment. Chang Ye laughed quietly. Grandpa had never mentioned that story before. After chatting a while, Uncle Gong wiped his mouth and said, all right, enough talking. Let's get you to your place, it's just ahead. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a small wooden cabin. The wood was dark with age, and the place had the stillness of something long abandoned. It was clear no one had lived there since Chang Ye's grandfather passed. A short wooden fence, about chest height, surrounded the cabin like a loyal old guard. Chang Ye recognized the style immediately: simple, sturdy, practical. It was exactly how Grandpa built things. Even the small gate at the front carried a faint sense of home. Grandpa always said, a house isn't a home until it has a door. Behind the cabin grew several towering huashan pines, the same trees his grandfather had planted decades ago. Time had turned them into giants. But the man who'd planted them was gone. Uncle Gong gestured toward a trail beyond the cabin. There's a spring not far from here. Small, but cleaner than any city water. Your grandfather found it himself. He grinned. Of course, if you'd rather have bottled mineral water, I can bring some next time. Chang Ye laughed as he unpacked his bag. No need, Uncle Gong. I'm not that spoiled. Mountain water's the real thing. Haha, I knew you'd say that. Uncle Gong patted him on the shoulder. You've always been sharp, you'll be fine. Honestly, if my son had half your sense, I'd sleep better. The boy refused to even visit this place. I might just smack him when I get home. Chang Ye chuckled politely. Uncle Gong's face grew more serious. One more thing, with no ranger here lately, a few poachers have gotten bold. Be careful. They usually don't act alone. His voice lowered. If anything feels off, you call me right away. Understand? Chang Ye nodded firmly. I've heard about them too. That's part of why I'm here. Grandpa protected these mountains his whole life. I won't let his work go to waste. That wasn't just duty talking. As someone who grew up in these woods, Chang Ye hated seeing them destroyed by greed. Dangerous? Maybe. But it didn't matter. He would carry on his grandfather's legacy. Make the mountains our home, he murmured, and the forest our companion. Uncle Gong's eyes softened with pride. Then I'll leave you to it. I've got business back at the bureau. Call me if you need anything. And when you get a chance, clear that small landslide we passed earlier. Got it. Be careful on the way down, Uncle Gong. The older man gave a final nod and disappeared down the mountain path. Chang Ye stretched, groaning softly. Ah, finally. He was tired. Even with good stamina, the 2-hour climb had taken its toll. Inside the cabin, the air was still but not unpleasant. The wooden bed, though simple, looked sturdy, familiar, even. 7 years on hard beds, he thought. 3 in high school, 4 in college. I really thought I'd be sleeping soft after graduation, guess not. Still, he smiled. There were worse places to be. Old cowhide ropes hung neatly on the wall, cracked and aged, likely left behind by Grandpa. He climbed to the attic. A small window let in morning light, casting a warm glow over a pile of dry hay. The golden rays and faint mountain scent were oddly comforting. For a moment, he almost wanted to lie down. Instead, he went back downstairs, opened every window to let in fresh air, then took out the padded coat Uncle Gong had left him. Dust floated through the sunlight as he patted it down. He packed a few essentials into his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, grabbed his entrenching tool, and stepped outside. He'd go deal with the landslide first, better to clear it before it caused any trouble. After all, even if he was alone here, others still needed to deliver supplies. The path had to stay open. But just as he took his first step beyond the fence, a voice rang in his mind. System activated. Host's unwavering resolve detected. Chang Ye froze. Host information. Name, Chang Ye. Physical fitness, 29, average adult, 26. Newbie reward unlocked, enhanced physique, 3x strength boost. No network detected. Generating local signal source. Successful. Live streaming module created. Stored in host's backpack. Mission, promote the spirit of forest protection. Inspire more people to care for nature. Gain popularity to earn system points. Exchange points in the system shop. Chang Ye blinked, dumbfounded. A system? For a moment, he just stood there, stunned. He'd read countless web novels about systems and cheat codes, the kind that turned ordinary people into legends. But now, wait, he muttered, half laughing, half shocked. Don't tell me this actually happened to me? When Chang Ye was in college, he dabbled in outdoor live streaming, mostly for fun, sometimes to flirt a little. So when the system suddenly provided him with a set of live streaming equipment, he was quick to figure it out. It wasn't an ordinary setup. The drone was fully intelligent, able to follow him automatically, stabilize on its own, and even predict which angle Chang Ye wanted to stream from. It was like a silent, loyal cameraman that never complained. After testing it out, Chang Ye decided to start a broadcast just like the system suggested, to show the beauty of nature, to call on people to protect it. His old streaming account wasn't huge, but it had a few hundred loyal followers, people who liked his calm voice, his mountain charm, or simply his good looks. Online, they affectionately called him Master of Flirting. So the moment his notification popped up, Chinjai_official is live. Fans flooded in. Lao Chang, what are you up to? You disappeared for ages. Bro, why the down jacket? Did you move to the Arctic? Wait, is that a drone? Weren't you broke last month? Where are you? It looks like a jungle out there. Did he get sent to the mountains for some kind of re-education program? LOL. The comments came flying in. Chang Ye laughed helplessly, shaking his head. Then, with that familiar calm tone of his, he said, "Morning, everyone. I probably won't be streaming those city adventures anymore. I've come back home to take over my grandfather's job as a forest ranger. The chat froze for a second. He turned the drone slowly, giving everyone a panoramic view of the endless mountains around him. Before me, he said softly, lies the place I'll be staying from now on. The heart of our country's dragon vein, the Kinling Mountains. The fog rolled gently between the trees like drifting clouds over jade. The morning light painted the forest in gold and mist. The chat exploded again, this time, in awe. Wow, this looks unreal. It's like a fairyland. My stress just melted away. So this is our dragon vein? It's beautiful. Chang Ye smiled. In this fast-paced modern world, everyone was used to skyscrapers and traffic jams. But sometimes, all it took was a scene like this, mountains wrapped in fog, to make people breathe again. He guided the drone back to hover above him and pointed to the red armband on his sleeve. See this, he said. Forest Fire Prevention Team. If you ever see one of these, it means we're the ones guarding the mountains. He adjusted his backpack. Alright, I have to patch up a landslide now. I'll show you around later. And with that, Chang Ye started heading downhill. The mountain road was muddy from the morning dew. Going down was trickier than going up, but thanks to his newly boosted strength and the fact that he'd grown up in these mountains, it wasn't too hard. Meanwhile, the chat kept scrolling like a waterfall. Forest Ranger? That's kinda rare for someone his age. Most rangers I've seen are all middle-aged. Is this guy for real? If it's true, respect. That's not an easy job. The streamer might not wear armor, but he's still a hero. Chang Ye chuckled softly when he saw that one. He pointed the camera at a dry branch on the path. Here's a little fire safety reminder, he said. Never light firecrackers in the forest. If you smoke, stamp out the cigarette completely, and cover it with soil. If there's a fire, don't panic, deal with it fast. And never hit flames with branches in dry weather, it just spreads the sparks. He grinned. And yes, if you're a guy, you can, use what nature gave you to make sure it's fully out afterward. But wait a few minutes before leaving. The chat burst out laughing, but everyone understood the message. He pocketed his phone, planted his left foot carefully, grabbed a handful of weeds for balance, and slid down a 3-meter slope. When he looked up, something caught his eye, sunlight glittering through the leaves, reflecting off clear water. A spring. He crouched down beside it, the sound of running water soothing his ears. This, he said, is what we call mountain spring water. Fresh from the veins of the earth. Without hesitation, he scooped up a handful and took a sip. The chat exploded again. Damn, that looks so good. That water's clearer than my life choices. Bottled water in the city doesn't even compare. Bro's living in a Studio Ghibli film right now. Chang Ye smiled faintly and continued toward the landslide site. With his new strength, it didn't take long to clear the debris and restore the path. He was just about to end the stream and head back when system notification. South China tiger class I endangered species detected nearby. Host reward, advanced veterinary skill. First encounter with a protected wild animal, bonus skill, affinity with all things. Animals will naturally feel calm around the host and will not actively attack. Chang Ye froze. A tiger? Here. His heart raced. His grandfather had once told him there were tigers deep in the Kinling Range, but that was decades ago. The last recorded sighting was in 1964. Everyone thought they'd gone extinct. Yet, the system didn't lie. Ignoring the scrolling chat. Hey, why's he not moving? Lag? Stream froze? I can still hear birds. Yo, Chang, you good? Say something. Chang Ye took a deep breath and ran toward the coordinates the system displayed. Bushes whipped against his jacket as he pushed through, but strangely, the plants seemed to bend aside for him almost respectfully. A few minutes later, he reached the back of his wooden cabin, where the huge pine tree stood, and there, lying in the tall grass beneath it, was a sight that took his breath away. A tiger. Its body was massive yet frail, its orange-gold fur marked with black stripes, its chest and belly pale and soft like cream. It looked weak, exhausted, and in its arms 2 tiny, trembling cubs. The chat went berserk. What is that? Holy, it's a tiger. That's a tiger. No way. Are we seeing this live? Look, it's hurt, and it's holding 2 babies. Chang Ye's pulse hammered in his ears. A living South China tiger. Right here. Right behind his house. And now it was looking straight at him. Chang Ye kept an eye on the live stream comments as they scrolled by in a flood of disbelief. Logically speaking, even though South China tigers are among the smaller tiger species, tiger cubs shouldn't be that small. What's more, during the mating season, male South China tigers usually stay with the female until the cubs are born. Yet on his way here, Chang Ye hadn't seen a single trace of another tiger. Something didn't add up. He quickly opened the system's illustrated guide to confirm his suspicion. Name, South China tiger. Phylum Chaudata, rightward arrow. Class Mammalia, rightward arrow. Subclass Eutheria, rightward arrow. Order Carnivora, rightward arrow. Family Felidae, rightward arrow. Subgenus Panthera tigris. Rarity, Level 1. One of China's 10 most endangered animals. A first-class protected species. Critically endangered on the IUCN Red List and believed to be functionally extinct in the wild. Experts had gone decades without finding a single trace of them. In fact, the IUCN had officially listed the South China tiger as extinct in the wild back in 2012. Cheng Ye stared at the screen, then at the three striped creatures in front of him. There was no mistake, they really were South China tigers. Because of that, he didn't dare get too close. He kept a safe distance where the mother tiger couldn't sense him, careful not to provoke any aggressive behavior. Looking at the blood-stained grass and trampled weeds nearby, Cheng Ye frowned. Did she give birth here, and something went wrong? Injured animals are always on edge, and tigers even more so. Still, Cheng Ye had loved animals since he was a child. To see a real tiger up close was something he had dreamed of, and he couldn't just walk away now. But first, he had to gain her trust. Chat comments. No way, that's a tiger? What could possibly threaten 3 tigers? Impossible. South China tigers are extinct. Yeah, right. If those were real tigers, would he still be standing there? LMAO, who just stands there instead of running? Cheng Ye smiled faintly at the chaotic comment section. Everyone, calm down. I'm pretty sure this is a South China tiger, he said softly. But I think she needs help. I'm going to take a closer look. Thanks to his system's all things affinity talent, animals generally didn't attack him unless he provoked them. But this was an injured mother protecting her cubs. He couldn't be careless. He moved slowly, trying not to make a sound, keeping his expression calm and gentle. Chat exploded. Is he crazy? That's a tiger, not a house cat. He's gonna end up as tiger food on livestream. Bro's really doing a suicide stream? Someone call animal control or a priest. As Cheng Ye crept forward, his heart pounded so hard he could hear it echoing in his ears. He was face to face with an apex predator, a creature that could kill him with a single swipe. Then, crunch! A dry branch snapped under his foot. The tiger mother's head jerked up instantly, eyes locking onto him. She let out a thunderous roar, a sound that shook the entire forest. Birds exploded out of the trees in panic, filling the sky. Cheng Ye clutched his ears, his heart skipping a beat. So this is what they mean by a tiger's roar echoing through the mountains. Chat comments. He's done for. GG, everyone. Hope someone finds what's left of him. Not gonna lie, this is the most intense thing I've ever watched. Host, if you survive, I'm sending you a super gift pack. The tiger's roar finally faded. Cheng Ye didn't move. Up close, he finally understood something. The story of Wusong fighting a tiger was definitely a myth. Even injured, the sheer presence of this animal made his skin crawl. King of Beasts wasn't just a title, it was a fact. The tiger mother struggled to her feet, trembling, but still put herself between Cheng Ye and her cubs. Her golden eyes were sharp, filled with both pain and defiance. The 2 cubs peeked out from behind her fur, one curious, one terrified. The braver cub stared straight at Cheng Ye, then tried to copy its mother's roar. The sound that came out was, well, more like a kitten squeak. The chat burst out laughing. Aw, baby tiger trying to sound fierce. That cub's roar could melt my heart. Cheng Ye relaxed a little, smiling softly. He slowly crouched down, making himself smaller. Easy there, big girl, he murmured, keeping his tone calm and low. Then he pointed to himself, then at his jacket, then at her, miming putting it over her body, trying to show he meant no harm and wanted to help her stay warm. Chat comments. Is he seriously trying to talk to the tiger? Bro's doing charades with a predator. Next he's gonna ask her for a high five. Wait, why does it kinda look like she understands him? To everyone's shock, the tiger mother's gaze softened ever so slightly. She saw that the human had dropped his weapon and wasn't approaching aggressively. Slowly, she sank back down, exhausted, curling protectively around her cubs. Seeing that, Cheng Ye's heart eased. She wasn't attacking, she was just scared and hurt. Step by careful step, he moved closer, every sound magnified by the quiet forest. The chat fell silent. No more jokes. Everyone watching was holding their breath. Somewhere between awe and fear, thousands of people whispered the same thought. Please, don't die, Cheng Ye. But when they opened their eyes and saw Cheng Ye already close to the tiger mother, they were instantly stunned. What does this mean? Tigers don't attack people? Aren't tigers usually said to be highly aggressive? Holy crap, this is outrageous. They're just letting the streamer go like that? And they're not even putting up a fight. Is this tiger the streamer's pet? It's so powerful. Is there anyone knowledgeable about this? Why doesn't the tiger attack the standing wave? I'm stunned. Are these 3 tigers fake? Are they real tigers? After getting close to the tiger mother, Cheng Ye carefully observed the condition of the tiger mother and her family of 3. At this moment, the 2 tiger cubs were in their mother's arms, kicking their feet incessantly, one of them seemingly trying to break free from its mother's embrace. The other one wants to turn the tables and become the master, wanting to climb on top of the other little guy. Chang Ye laughed when he saw this. So this is what the animal world is like. He then said, everyone sees this, right? These two tiger cubs are probably only about a month old. One of them looked quite energetic, but the other looked rather haggard. Without a doubt, it must be that when they were fighting for a job, they lost to the other one. This is a very normal thing in tiger families. It's survival of the fittest, and some tiger families will even abandon the weaker tigers. From the way the mother tiger is holding them tightly in her arms, it's clear that she cares a lot about her two cubs. Because of its injury, it is now extremely weak and even unable to continue hunting. Chang Ye pointed to one of the cubs in the tiger mother's arms and said, we can see that the one above should be a male South China tiger, with its body just beginning to show the unique stripes of the South China tiger. The outer sides of the limbs are light yellow, and the inner sides are slightly white, which is very compatible with the color of the forest and blends in with the surrounding grass and trees. Especially when it is in its mother's arms, it is not easy to be discovered, hence the term camouflage. The other one was trapped underneath, so Chang Ye couldn't observe it for the time being. Although the male South China tiger cub is young, it has shown its lively nature, constantly waving its limbs in its mother's arms. However, the other one was in a worse situation, and could only let his big brother suppress him. Oh my god, this tiger mother is so loving. She must have been injured protecting her cubs. Turns out, tiger mothers are just like people, they're so gentle. I am deeply moved by this incredible maternal love. Motherly love is the greatest not only in humans, but also in the animal kingdom. Host, please think of something quickly. This might be the last wild South China tiger in our country. Stop arguing. Didn't you see where the anchor said he was? Even if the relevant departments arrive, those two South China tigers are probably dead by then. Host, please help them. Chang Ye then looked closely and nodded, saying, the tiger mother's body doesn't seem to have the appearance of giving birth, rather, it looks as if she has just been through a major battle. Not only was he bleeding from his body, but he was also bleeding from his mouth and had wounds on his ears with lots of blood stains. Despite her severe injuries, the mother tiger still held her cubs tightly in her arms. Just like a person protecting a child, they would rather give up their own life than abandon the child. But they are more pure than what humans do. Perhaps because her wound was uncomfortable, the mother tiger carefully put one of her cubs in her mouth and changed its position. The weather was cold in the morning, and fearing that the children would catch a cold, the tiger mother used her upper limbs to hold the two babies in her arms and press them against the softest part of her belly. Seemingly sensing the comfort of her cubs, the mother tiger remained motionless in this position. Even though the weeds nearby touched its injured spot, causing it some discomfort, it endured it and continued to lick its two cubs. Seeing this, Chang Ye's eyes softened a little. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, this old saying is indeed true. Although the mother tiger is now very weak, she still has not given up on her cubs and is doing her best to keep them in the most comfortable condition. Chang Ye slowly took off the backpack from his back and carefully took off his coat. It's almost April now, but the temperature in the mountains is still a bit cold, especially in the morning. Despite the system having improved Chang Ye's physical fitness, he still shivered when he took off his clothes. As Chang Ye slowly walked over, his nerves remained taut. This was understandable, given that he was facing the king of beasts, the tiger. Most people would have fled in terror, let alone dared to approach it. Looking at the South China tiger, the closest direct ancestor of tigers, the ancient Chinese cat. To be honest, Chang Ye really wanted to rub its head. However, right now is clearly not the time to do this. The most important thing now is to settle the mother tiger and her two cubs in. As Chang Ye walked over, he noticed that the tiger mother's muscles seemed to be constantly tense. He then moved even more gently, and after slowly covering the tiger mother with the down jacket, he said with a smile, "Big guy, relax a bit. You are the king of beasts. If anyone should be afraid, it should be me who is afraid of you. The clothes are a little too small, please don't mind." Although Chang Ye is a burly man standing at 183 centimeters tall, his clothes are still too small for a South China tiger. Therefore, the down jacket could only cover the tiger mother's belly and the wound on her jaw. The reason for doing this was partly to keep the tiger mother's wet and cold body warm, since she was already very weak. On the other hand, it allows the jacket to get used to its own scent, because after the jacket has been worn by the user, there will definitely be some of the user's scent remaining. Animals generally identify things, while humans primarily rely on scent. This is the safest method, and also the way to make the tiger mother trust him more. Feeling a touch of warmth, the tiger cubs in their mother's arms quietly peeked out and let out a few more howls. Is this little guy the legendary king of beasts? Ha 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 ha. This is so cute. Is this a South China tiger cub? I really want to hug him and give him a rub. How can he be so cute? Why does the other little guy look so wronged? Is it because it wasn't covered? Ha ha ha. Host, could you please take a look at that little guy below? It looks like he's being bullied. In fact, not only the audience wanted to pet this cute little guy, but Changya did too. Who told this little guy to be the cub of the king of beasts? But now is not the time. Let me share a survival rule for the wild. If you find baby animals in the wild, never pick them up immediately. Because the baby's mother is very likely to have gone out to find food, and it is almost impossible for a mother to abandon her child unless something unexpected happens while she is foraging for food. If a human holds a baby and gets their scent on it, many animal mothers may actually abandon their babies, so please don't hold them indiscriminately. After hearing Changya's words, the viewers in the live chat all suddenly realized that there were so many things to know about the wilderness. After the big tiger cubs howled a few times, the one that had been bullied slowly approached its mother's belly and began to explore. But after finding the bowl, the little tiger cub hadn't even suckled for a few seconds before it let go and started barking at its mother. What's wrong, host? Are your clothes splintered? This little thing is quite cute, it even knows how to find food. Isn't this normal? If you're hungry, don't you look for food? Why are you complaining? Is it because you can't get any food? Or you don't like the taste? So cute. That meow sounds just like a kitten, ha ha ha. To the person upstairs, South China tigers are felines, so isn't it normal for them to have similar calls when they're young? The observant Changya noticed right from the beginning, when the little tiger baby first put his mouth on her lips. The tiger mother's brows seemed to furrow slightly, and her expression showed some pain. Changya quickly realized the tiger mother has run out of food for her cubs. Its previous food must have been drunk up by another big tiger cub, but it has not been able to get enough nutrition, so now it can't even feed its own babies. The little tiger cubs couldn't compete with their older brothers before, and now they can't get any food, so they're barking at their mother tiger. Changya looked at the little tiger cub who kept calling out to its mother and said with a laugh, "All right, little guy, stop calling you. Your mother can't do anything about it. Besides, the most important thing right now is to make sure your mother gets enough nutrition." As he spoke, Changya rummaged through his backpack. He didn't have any animal milk, but he remembered that he had brought 2 bottles of pure milk this morning because he hadn't eaten breakfast. On the way back, he drank a bottle, so there was still one left in his backpack. Before long, Changya found the bottle of milk. After receiving the pure milk, Changya took out a military knife from his backpack and sliced off the paper wrapping on top of the milk. Without a bowl, this was the only way for the baby tiger to drink milk. After finishing, Changya did not immediately hand the milk to Hubeo Beo. Instead, under the watchful eyes of its mother tiger, it gently took a sip of milk, made a swallowing motion, and then opened its mouth wide for its mother tiger to see. The tiger mother quickly understood what Changya meant, but she didn't know how to express it, so she could only hum softly. But with his innate affinity for all things, Changya understood the tiger mother's meaning from those 2 soft hums. So he gently handed the milk in his hand to the tiger mother. The mother tiger didn't do anything else, but instead stuck out her tongue and gently tasted the milk. After tasting the milk and finding that there was nothing wrong with it, the tiger mother didn't continue biting, but instead gently rubbed her head against Changya's hand. Changya laughed, realizing that this was tiger mother's way of expressing her gratitude. "You are very weak right now, and you are also injured. You are in a state where you urgently need to replenish your nutrition. Drink it quickly." But the mother tiger's next action was not to continue drinking the milk, but to gently push the milk towards her cubs, her eyes filled with love. The little tiger cub was already starving, and when it first saw Changya hand over the milk, it was filled with curiosity about what Changya was holding. The moment it saw its mother pushing it towards it, it imitated its mother, opening its tiny mouth and sticking out its little tongue to lick it. I don't know if it was because I was starving or what. Although the little guy is small, it shows its prowess as a king of rice, constantly licking the milk. But the other one was clearly unhappy and quickly joined in, eating heartily. "I can't stand it. Why did I have to see this? It's so sweet." Ive already shed those pathetic tears. Indeed, there's no one like a mother in this world. The tiger mother has demonstrated great maternal love, proving that maternal love is the greatest at all times. This guy is so sweet, not everyone can do that. This tiger cub looks like it'll grow up to be a monster, it might wreak havoc on the animals in this forest from now on. The way she's squinting while drinking milk is so cute. Look at those little legs, stretching out like that. Hilarious. The little guy seems to have drunk too fast, his cheeks are all puffed out. Big tiger baby, save some for little tiger baby. While watching her baby keep eating, the tiger mother was not idle either. Now that its baby's feeding problem has been solved, it's time to think about itself. It knew it had to survive, and carefully licked its wounds. Changya squatted motionless in front of the tiger cub, holding a milk bottle and feeding the little guy. Because the little guy is so small, even though it's already very diligent in eating. But after about 10 minutes, the little guy had only finished half of a 600 ml bottle of milk. Feeling a bit sore in his arm, Changya wanted to switch the milk to his other hand. But as soon as there was the slightest movement, the two little ones immediately became unhappy and started whining, especially the big tiger cub, whose eyes were also staring straight at Changya, as if it was telling Changya about its dissatisfaction at being interrupted while eating. Changya smiled when he saw this and said gently, okay, don't move, eat quickly. After saying that, she continued to hold her hand, which had been filled with milk, in front of the two little ones. When the two little guys saw the milk back in front of them, they immediately went back to eating, as if they hadn't been angry at all. Seeing that the little tiger cub's mustache was covered in milk stains, Changya gently stretched out his other hand. Then I gently wiped it clean, removing the milk stains from the little guy's beard. After wiping away the milk stains, Changya saw that the little guy wasn't upset. He glanced at the tiger mother who was licking her wounds. Changya boldly reached out and touched the little guy's head. The instant he touched the little guy's head, he felt a surge of happiness. I must be the first person to touch the head of a South China tiger. Seemingly sensing something was amiss, the little guy shook his head. Seeing this, Changya wisely let go of her hand. It's alright, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, this one won't make a difference. Looking at the little guy, Changya smiled, looking forward to the days to come. The little guy's head-shaking antics are quite cute. These tiger cubs are so diligent with their little tongues, as if they're afraid someone will steal theirs. Host, could we discuss raising the South China tiger cub? You read dreaming. It's not your turn, give it to me, host. Do all of you want to get in here with room and board? Don't you know it's illegal to keep someone as a host? You guys are really something. When you get in, give me your address so I can come visit you. While the two babies were drinking milk, the viewers in Chang Yes livestream started arguing. The person who loves cats never fantasized about owning a brain tiger, especially not the endangered South China tiger. Of course, this is just something they can think about. If they were to actually raise one, they would be provided with room and board. 10 minutes later, the two little ones finally licked the milk out of the milk bottle. Chang Yes smiled as he looked at the empty milk bottle, but the next second, the tingling and numbness in his right hand made him instantly stop smiling. Even though Chang Yes' physical abilities had been enhanced threefold, he still found it difficult to remain motionless for more than 20 minutes. Fortunately, he quickly recovered. After licking the last mouthful of milk, the little tiger licked its lips again, cleaning up any remaining milk stains around its lips. After eating and drinking its fill, the little South China tiger rubbed against Chang Yes' hand, seemingly developing a bit of affection for the human who had fed it. Unlike her older brother, who would steal her food, Chang Yes smiled as he watched the little guy rubbing against him. He raised his hand and placed it on its head, rubbing it repeatedly. The little guy kept opening his mouth and whimpering, then rolled over onto the soft ground, revealing his pink belly covered in fur. Changya gently scratched the little belly again, but not hard, for fear that it would spit up milk. When its older brother saw its situation, he actually came over and got close to the big hand. Seeing this, Changya reached out and pulled the older brother who was bullying his sister over so that he could turn over. Ha ha ha. Seeing the little tiger flipped over and waving its tiny paws in a bit of annoyance, Changya laughed happily. I started using both hands to gently play with the two little ones who were full. One is soft and docile, the other is mischievous and domineering. So much fun. Ha ha. I'm probably the first human to bully a tiger cub in front of a tigress. Right. Tigress. Changya suddenly remembered it, and couldn't help but stiffen his neck and look to the side. Then you can see that its pair of brown eyes are staring intently at this place. Changya quickly reached out and grabbed the back of the little tiger's neck with one hand, making the two little ones freeze in his hands, curling up obediently as they were being held. Inhibitory induction. Quickly grab them both and put them in the mother tiger's arms. It's yours. Here, take it. Why are you looking at me so fiercely? He didn't do anything. Changya said that this look was frightening, but immediately, seeing the two little ones back in his arms, his emotions changed drastically. It lowered its head and sniffed gently, lightly offering its tiger head to the two brothers, then sticking out its tongue to touch them. That's motherly love. Changya also sighed softly in front of this picture. And then they focused their attention on the mother tiger's injuries. He must help this mother. He absolutely must. After glancing at the comments, Changya looked at the weakened tiger mother and said, Alright, now that we've fed the two little golden shaded dogs, we're going to settle their mother in. Upon hearing Chang Yes' words, the audience immediately became restless. A classic example, the South China tiger turns into a golden shaded dog, ha ha ha. Golden shaded, Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? You call this a golden shaded? Host, do you have some misunderstanding about golden shaded dogs? Is your golden shaded dog this big? Are they taking us for fools? Even though they're both felines, this size is at least 20 golden shaded cats. What the hell is this golden shaded cat? This is clearly a South China tiger, which is already extinct. What are you thinking, bro? My older brother just said it's a golden shaded, so it is a golden shaded, doesn't he understand? Chang Ye ignored the comments. Golden shaded dog and South China tiger were unimportant. He could call them whatever he wanted. He looked down at the tiger mother. The mother tiger's 2 cubs have now filled their stomachs, so they should be fine. The mother tiger, on the other hand, is a tricky situation, given her enormous size and the fact that she hasn't eaten for days and must be starving. Regular milk certainly wouldn't fill its stomach, although it could help look after the cubs temporarily. But given its physical condition, Chang Ye didn't think it could continue hunting. Chang Ye crouched down and looked at the battered and disheveled tigress. She was still staring at him. He wanted to carefully examine the tigress's wounds, but judging from her appearance, although he said he didn't want to feed himself to the tigers, he just couldn't control himself. It reached up shakily, landing on a spot with thick hair, but where black blood was seeping out. Snoring, snoring. Chang Ye clearly felt the impact when his hand landed on its head. Its body shuddered violently. Then, looking at its brown tiger eyes, Chang Ye was somewhat bewildered. Clearly, the tiger was bewildered by its own actions. That was a moment of foolishness. Immediately, a dangerous growl and glaring tiger eyes warned Chang Ye. It's unhappy. That was the tiger's unhappiness. In response, Chang Ye hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly thought of, the fact that my crazy actions didn't provoke it to bite me directly speaks volumes. Although it was indeed sending a danger signal, my hand was still on its head. So, he then went too far and reached out with one hand. The dangerous growl emanating from the tigress's throat abruptly ceased. Judging from its wide-open eyes, the South China tiger was clearly dumbfounded because it hadn't been frightened. Girl, be good. Let me take a look at your injury and see if there's anything I can do. Don't make a sound. There are so many wounds. What did she go through? What does it mean to tell a tiger to be quiet? What could possibly injure a South China tiger like that? Could there be another tiger involved? Shouldn't you call the police, streamer? It looks so dangerous. Even a South China tiger can be injured like this. What would happen to you, with your small frame? You'd be dead in no time. What's there to be afraid of? If it really comes, Lao Cheng will just slide tackle. Afterwards, we'll just burn some paper money for him. Because of his systematic veterinary skills, Cheng Ye described what he observed in the wound. The mother tiger has a 2 cm abrasion on her head connected to the apex of the wound. The edges of the wound are serrated, the wound is 4 cm long, and the base of the wound is smaller than the opening, forming a trumpet shape. The edges of the wound are uneven, with a V-shaped laceration on the upper left abdomen and the middle, and a strip of outer skin peeling off from the lower right to the upper left. The laceration is about 5 centimeters long. If there is an animal in the forest that could cause this kind of wound, it is most likely a wild boar. After examining several wounds, Cheng Ye was almost certain that the tiger mother's wounds were caused by a wild boar. Even without protecting their cubs, in a healthy ecosystem, giant wild boars and tigers wouldn't dare to mess with them. For example, a wild boar weighing 400 kilograms is rare, but it's possible that one could exist in the Qinling Mountains. Wild boar? No way, a wild boar could do this to a South China tiger? I don't believe it. So what? Where do you think the saying first the wild boar, second the bear, third the tiger came from? Wild boars can be terrifying when they go berserk. No way, does anyone really think a wild boar can beat a tiger? I laughed. I agree with the host's statement. The main reason is that the tiger mother was probably pregnant or had just given birth, and was very weak. Indeed, the mother tiger was most likely injured while protecting her cubs. Normally, when animals are injured, they usually lick their wounds with their tongues because the enzymes in their saliva have a bactericidal effect. But it's clear that such a large wound on the tiger mother's body won't heal on its own. Okay, stop licking. Let me go get my stuff and I'll take care of it for you. Cheng Ye gently stroked the tiger mother's head, indicating that he was going to treat her wounds. At this moment, Cheng Ye looked at the tigress in front of him, who was at a loss for what to do after he had been fierce and forcefully reopened her wounds. Calm down. You absolutely must calm down. He was talking to himself, as if to comfort the animal, and also to comfort his own anxiety. But the mother tiger could no longer remain calm at this moment. It was somewhat disorganized, unaware of the situation or what it should do. They could only be manipulated by Cheng Ye. Tiger mom now completely trusts Cheng Ye. She doesn't reject his head-patting gesture, but instead stops licking her wounds and looks at him. After seeing that the tiger mother understood what he meant, Cheng Ye ran back to the cabin, where emergency supplies for treating wounds were always kept. I'll also send Uncle Gong a message about the discovery of the South China tiger. Cheng, what are you doing? Are you trying to treat tiger mom's wounds? This is a tiger, not some golden shaded dog you were talking about, bro. Are you going to treat the tiger's wounds? Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Calm down, it's a South China tiger, a South China tiger. A few minutes later, Cheng Ye quickly returned with the items. After examining the wound, he said seriously, "It's alright. Animals have a much better recovery ability than humans. Although this golden tabby looks like it's seriously injured, it's actually not too bad. I'll clean and disinfect the wound first, and then bandage it." With his veterinary skills, Changya was confident in his ability to treat these simple wounds. Seriously, can you handle this wound, streamer? Why don't we just leave it to the professionals? This is a tiger. Old Chang, are you sure you're not a veterinarian? You can treat a tiger's wounds. So what if it's a tiger? It's still a mammal, isn't it? I believe you, streamer. Changya picked up a sterile gauze and covered the wound on the tiger mother's head, then used small scissors to trim the surrounding fur. Continue to clean the wound with 0.1% benzalkonium chloride solution, and then disinfect the wound with 5% iodine solution. When it was the body's turn, because there were some weeds and other foreign objects, Changya slowly removed them with tweezers, and then continued to wash the wound with saline solution. Then, gently absorb the remaining medication and dirt in the wound with sterile gauze, and then apply iodine tincture to the wound. For the injuries to the lower limbs, Changya only performed a simple bandage, because the tiger mother had already licked them. Watching Changya's skillful technique and tiger mom's expression shift from pain to relief, the discussion in the live stream stopped instantly. I never knew the streamer had such skills. Why be a forest ranger? Being a veterinarian pays much better. Making money? Do you think everyone is as materialistic as you? The fact that a streamer can become a forest ranger means he's no longer interested in money. This technique is impressive. My family is also a veterinarian, but I feel the streamer's technique is even better than my grandfather's. After treating the wound, Changya put the emergency supplies back into his backpack and said, "Okay, that should be about right, but you still need to get some rest." After watching the two-legged creature get up after all the manipulation on her body, the tiger mother finally lifted her head, which had been held down the whole time. Although it had never seen or eaten it, it did not want to eat it. All I could do was stare at him blankly. Looking at the tiger mother's appearance, Changya smiled. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Changya, who had been busy all morning, was also a little hungry after encountering tiger mom's situation. "I was in such a hurry that I didn't check what food was in the storage room. I'm hungry now, let's see what we have to eat and get some more for tiger mom." After quickly packing his things, Changya picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder, ready to treat himself when he got back. At this moment, seeing the man get up to leave, the confusion in the tiger mother's brown eyes finally disappeared. It looked down at the cub in its arms. He immediately stood up and rushed towards Changya's back. When the audience saw this scene, everyone's heart jumped into their throat. Danger. Host, look behind you. Oh no, I told you tigers aren't reliable. How could a tiger possibly understand human nature? The streamer is such a good person, helping people to the end, and while he's at it, he'll also help the tiger mom fill her stomach. Help! A tiger has eaten someone. Why aren't you calling the police right now? What are you doing here making sarcastic remarks? Oh no, the streamer's channel I just followed is going to disappear like this. Tiger mom, I'll appreciate your kindness, and since I've gone all the way, give me a couple of bites. Changya also sensed the tiger mother's movements at this moment. But how could a human's reaction and speed possibly match that of a tiger? Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the live stream, all they saw was tiger mom leaping and tackling Changya. His strong body pinned Changya down, rendering him unable to move. As the tiger mother opened her gaping maw and lunged at Changya's head, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They all said with hatred, "A beast is a beast, it has no sense of gratitude whatsoever." Some of the bolder ones had already picked up their phones and started recording, intending to save this gruesome scene as evidence that a tiger had eaten a person. Some people were also constantly typing on their keyboards and phones, angrily criticizing the tiger mother's actions. Some timid girls had already closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to unfold. It's well known that there have been instances of tigers eating people, including a horrifying incident where a tiger ate 32 people in a single day. Moreover, this was a tiger that was already starving. Not to mention a tiger, even a person, when starving, can do heinous things. But amidst everyone's horrified gazes, all they saw was the mother tiger opening her blood-red maw and lunging at Changya's neck. Although Changya was confused, he was not afraid. He always believed that the tiger had no intention of harming him, whether it's thanks to the system or the help he just gave us. This tiger girl has no reason to go, so what can she do for herself? But what are they trying to do right now? Changya froze, waiting for the tigress's next move. He didn't know what it was going to do, but he certainly wouldn't give himself a bite. This confidence came from who knows where. And immediately, Changya saw that Huniu, who had been pressing down on him, snorted twice through her nostrils and then moved away from him. With graceful cat steps, it lay down to the side, hugged the furry tiger paws, and rested its big head on them. With brown eyes, he would occasionally glance at his two children behind him, and then turn his head to look at himself. Cheng Ye was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Pounce on me? Then what? It's lying there motionless, what's it doing? Cheng Ye was stunned for a long time, then something occurred to him. He stared straight at Tiger Girl beside him, tried to stand up, and walked back to his hut step by step. Roar! Cheng Ye stopped in his tracks. It was still that low humming sound coming from his throat, but Cheng Ye didn't sense any danger. But that's definitely the sound a tiger makes when it's unhappy. I took 2 more steps forward. Roar! Cheng Ye stopped again, but not on his own. The back of his clothes was tugged. He tilted his head helplessly, a faint smile playing on his lips, a knowing look on his face. Looking back at the big cat, its tiger mouth tightly shut, biting its own clothes. You said you wouldn't let me leave, so why didn't you just do this? You tackled me, then yelled at me to scare me, you really are. Cheng Ye took 2 steps back to the original spot and sat down on the ground. Once the goal was achieved, the cat sat cross-legged and looked at the opposite side, then stopped looking at its own big cat. Ha! Getting all smug now. This is a proud and arrogant tiger girl. Cheng Ye watched as it lay beside him, turning its head away from him, yet just moments before it had tried to stop him from leaving. Ha ha ha. She looks like a little girl, a little tiger girl. Come to think of it, when he was treating the tiger mother's wounds, he roughly felt her bones and she was probably not even 3 years old. Among tigers, the mother tiger was at most a young woman before she gave birth to these 2 cubs. Having just felt safe from Cheng Ye, its soft side was revealed. Though it didn't want to admit it through its actions, it was quite a character. Seeing this, Cheng Ye chuckled and reached out to rub the tiger girl's fur on her head, while rubbing the soft fur on her neck with his other hand. Fine. You can be all haughty and ignore me. Fine, can I get closer to you then? And so, Cheng Ye continued to rub the mother tiger. The tigress, on the other hand, kept growling and shaking her head, as if she disliked his groping hands. But the movements weren't big, it was more like, don't touch me, don't touch me. Ugh, you're so annoying. But in reality, there wasn't any particularly strong reaction, it was just a display of disdain. Cheng Ye rubbed his hands together. This made him smile helplessly. Turtle, what am I seeing? Humans and animals. Is this real? That someone can actually do this to a wild tiger? I remember wild tigers being very aggressive. There was even a case last year of someone being eaten by a wild tiger. What's going on? Is there any animal expert who can explain this to me? How did the scene of cannibalism turn into this? What a proud tiger. It's clearly begging the streamer not to leave. A PhD student majoring in animal science from a 211 university here, saying they can understand a little bit. Actually, compared to humans, animal emotions are far purer, without so much deceit and treachery. In the tiger mother's family's mind, the current streamer is their savior, and they would never do anything to harm the streamer. In fact, they might even fight to the death for him. Agreed. A stray dog I rescued before was like that. It fought with another dog that was much bigger than it because of me. Behind them, 2 little tiger cubs hopped over, their soft little paws trembling. Looking at their tiger mom being rubbed and then at the human giving their grandma a drink, the 2 little heads of the tiger mom could only imagine what was going on. Poop. Thinking of this, the 2 little ones, without prior arrangement, trotted over to their mother and Cheng Ye. They need to be rubbed too. Chirp, chirp. Those little paws, that little bottom, they trip over every 2 steps. Each of the 4 claws had its own ideas, and none of them would give in to the others. Especially Tiger's sister, whose 4 little legs were stumbling and falling, made the viewers feel extremely sorry for her, and they wished they could crawl into the live broadcast room to pick her up. Wow, tiger cubs are so cute. I really want to hug them. Damn, I'm going to the zoo tomorrow, it's so cute. What I saw today completely changed my view of tigers. I always thought tigers were fierce, but I never imagined they could be so cute. After the 2 little ones climbed up to Cheng Ye's side, they rubbed their heads against Cheng Ye's clothes. Cheng Ye had indeed been itching to act for a long time, but he didn't make a move directly. Instead, he glanced at the mother tiger, symbolically seeking her opinion. At this moment, the tiger mother stared intently at Cheng Ye. He glanced at the 2 tiger cubs again. They didn't show any particular reaction, the kind of reaction that Cheng Ye could understand. So Cheng Ye simply ignored it. Looking at the 2 little cubs' soft fur and chubby little bellies, I immediately reached out and touched them. The little tiger cub rubbed against Cheng Ye as he stroked it, making purring sounds. Seeing his younger sister's overflowing happiness and contentment, Big Tiger Baby couldn't stay calm any longer. It used its 4 limbs to paw at Cheng Ye, and with all the strength it had just used to stomp on Cheng Ye's leg. Then he tilted his head back and looked up, as if he were talking to Cheng Ye. Touch me, touch me. As a qualified cat servant, Cheng Ye naturally wouldn't show favoritism, and used his other free hand to massage the top of the tiger cub's head. Before long, both cubs were making gurgling sounds under Cheng Ye's hands. Looking at the 2 little ones, Cheng Ye smiled faintly like an ant. Touching the tiger's head in the ear of the tiger means you won't have to worry about anything. Touching the tiger's face in the ear of the tiger means a happy and fulfilling year. I'll touch it a few more times on behalf of everyone. A dish made for the year of the tiger, crispy and delicious. You think they're cute now, but a year from now they'll think you're cute. How much does the streamer want for this golden shaded dog? Upstairs, hurry up and place your order. This is an opportunity you can't afford to miss. If I dye my silver shaded dog, I'll have a golden shaded dog too. Silver shaded, don't come any closer. Coo coo, coo coo. But just then, my stomach suddenly growled at an inopportune moment, shattering this beautiful scene. Of course, Changya can't be blamed for this. From morning until now, after finishing physical labor and performing surgery on Tiger Mom, Changya has only drunk 1 bottle of milk. The 2 little ones seem to have gotten tired of playing. They lay on their sides next to Changya, their little hands folded in front of their chests. At this moment, just like before, Tiger Mom glanced at Changya, intentionally or unintentionally. Changya looked into Tiger Mother's brown eyes and smiled helplessly. All right, here you go, here you go. As he spoke, Changya carefully picked up the 2 tiger cubs and placed them next to their mother. Okay, here you go. I'm really leaving now. You heard it too, my stomach is growling with hunger. You must be hungry. I'll see if I have anything for you to eat and bring it to you. After saying that, Changya ignored Tiger Mom, stood up again, dusted himself off, and prepared to return to the cabin. Don't go, host. I haven't had enough yet, stay a little longer. So, they're leaving already. What are you yelling about? Haven't you seen enough? Then go find the tiger's mother and stand in front of her to see. If I go to find the tiger mother and get eaten, upstairs, wouldn't you be committing the crime of instigation? Hanger, just bear with it, being hungry is nothing. I'll give you a rocket as a reward later so you can have a good meal. You tipped the streamer? Don't you know who they are? Do you think they'd even look at your paltry sum? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, didn't you guys notice that gift donations weren't enabled in this live stream? They don't care at all. Please, streamer, just one more look at those 2 little tiger cubs. The tiger mother looked at Changya, who was about to leave, and then at her baby lying beside her. His eyes darted around, and it was unclear what he was thinking. As Changya walked further and further away, Tiger Mother's eyes suddenly hardened. Suddenly, the tiger mother stood up and let out a soft growl at Changya's back. The tiger lowered its head slightly and carefully took the 2 tiger cubs into its mouth. However, its leg wounds have not yet healed, and it is also a bit weak. She could only walk shakily, step by step, carrying the 2 cubs in her mouth, toward Changya, because the drone's perspective allows it to see the mother tiger perfectly. Viewers who saw this scene had already guessed what the tiger mother was going to do and were anxiously typing in the comments. Host, turn around. Host, look behind you. Stop talking about what you're going to eat. What are you eating? Look behind you. Chang, what are you doing? Can't you hear your mother tiger calling you? I'm so anxious, streamer. Please take a look back later. All you do is eat. Are you a pig? Please turn around and look at yourself. Please. Oh my god, seeing the tiger mother limping like that, I'm about to break down. Don't eat it. If it's really necessary, let it eat it. Suddenly, the already injured tiger mother bent her forelegs, and her tall body collapsed. This caused the 2 cubs it was holding to fall to the ground. After the 2 tiger cubs fell, the mother tiger seemed to try to stand up, but her already exhausted body prevented her from doing so. Because he was hungry, Changya kept thinking about what to eat later. They didn't pay attention to the comments in the live stream, nor did they notice the footage captured by the drone. But 2 adorable voices suddenly entered his ears. Awoo awoo awoo. Changya was startled upon hearing the voice. He quickly turned around to look in the direction of the mother tiger, and as soon as he turned around, he saw the mother tiger supporting herself on her claws, which, although she looked strong, appeared weak at the moment, as she stood up shakily. 2 large brown eyes stared straight at Changya, his nasal cavity twitching as he made humming sounds. As it got up, the 2 little tiger cubs that were sleeping on it fell to the ground, opened their eyes groggily and whimpered, and then quickly snuggled together and fell asleep again. Seeing this, Changya was somewhat stunned. Is this an attempt to keep him here? But he needs to go back for dinner. You can go back now, no need to see me off. As he spoke, Changya waved to the tigress. But no matter how Changya waved his hand, the tigress just stood there staring straight at him. It exhales through its nasal cavity and growls softly with its mouth slightly open. Seeing it like this, Changya smiled helplessly. Alright, I'm coming right now, it's your turn. As he spoke, Changya walked towards the tiger mother again. Although he was very hungry, Changya felt that Tiger Mom must have something to tell him. Haha, this Tiger Mom is so clingy. Streamer, hurry over there. Regardless of breed, cats will eventually become affectionate. It looks so helpless, let's try to help it, host. This time, upon seeing Changya approach, the tigress actually took the initiative to go up to him, a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor. Perhaps it was because she realized Chang Ye was really leaving that she couldn't maintain her haughtiness any longer. It rubbed its big, fluffy head against Chang Ye's trouser leg. Then he raised his head slightly and looked at him with his brown tiger eyes. Her gaze was much softer than when she looked at Chang Ye before. When Chang Ye saw it like this, he immediately squatted down and started rubbing the soft fur on its head and neck. What's wrong with you? You're suddenly being all soft all of a sudden, I can't take it. Big kitty. She's acting all cute and coquettish. What am I supposed to do? A tiger, acting all cute and cuddly in front of you, who could resist that? I can't take it anymore, I don't understand, why is this happening? And she's even being coquettish. I thought only giant pandas were cute among first-class protected animals, but I never imagined the South China tiger could be so adorable. The tiger mom is so cute. I really want to have one. Hey upstairs, how much meat do you have? Is it enough for it to eat? The two baby cubs that had fallen to the ground were lying at their mother's big tiger feet and seemed to have fallen asleep again. Their breathing was rhythmic and they had entered a deep sleep. Its two front paws were crossed and bent in front of its head, as if it were hugging something. The baby tiger's belly was quite large, as if displaying the spoils it had just snatched from its sister's mouth. The little tiger cub, curled up, looked just like a ball. Her little mouth was moving from time to time, making a sucking motion. It looks like she dreamed she was drinking milk. Seeing this, Chang Ye's heart softened. Looking at the tiger mother beside him, Chang Ye tentatively asked, "Tiger girl, why are you not letting me leave? Do you want to stay with me?" Tiger mom looked at Chang Ye, as if she understood what he meant. She moved slightly away from him, shook herself, and shook off his coat. Then he walked up to the two cubs, picked them up and placed them on top of his coat, and gently pushed them towards Chang Ye with his front paws. Then it roared at Chang Ye a few times, and then roared at Chang Ye's wooden house a few more times. Seeing this, Chang Ye said incredulously, "Big girl, do you want me to take your child and come home with me?" Seeing that the mother tiger had no other reaction, Chang Ye tentatively wrapped the coat containing the two cubs on the ground and gently picked them up. Believe it or not, the two little ones are quite heavy. The older tiger cub weighs about 11 kilograms, while the younger one is lighter, weighing about 9 kilograms. Holding the two cubs, Chang Ye tried to take 2 steps forward, then looked back at the tiger mother and shook his head. A few seconds later, the tiger mother caught up with Chang Ye and came up behind him. Chang Ye stared blankly at the tiger mother, who had followed him for a moment, then took a few more steps forward and stopped in place. Tiger mom followed Chang Ye, but did not overtake him. The live stream chat exploded the moment they saw this. What the hell are you doing? Did the tiger mom understand what the streamer said? And then she just followed the streamer home. Wow, they actually brought a South China tiger home. That's amazing. Haha, this is hilarious. Is this some kind of sci-fi movie for me? The latest season of Man and the Beast? What's this? They just brought 3 tigers home? Holy crap. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there be such a sentient tiger? You actually brought it back? That's incredible. I only dared to think about it, and you actually did it. Upon seeing this scene, the live stream chat exploded with comments, and many people began sharing Chang Ye's live stream with their friends. Show your friends this scene they never even dared to imagine. The number of viewers in the live stream room, which originally had only a little over 1,000 people, began to surge and seemed to have no end in sight. Without exception, when they saw this scene, they all rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Before long, Chang Ye arrived at the door of his cabin, carrying 2 cubs and accompanied by the tiger mother, to everyone's astonishment. But when the tiger mother arrived at the door of the cabin, she did not follow Chang Ye into the cabin, but stood at the door. After entering the wooden house, Chang Ye glanced back. "Don't be afraid, this is my home. Come in, tiger girl." No matter how Chang Ye tried to persuade her, the tiger mother did not step into the wooden house. Instead, she roared in the direction she had come from and then licked her wounds. Direction? Wound. Seeing this, Chang Ye instantly understood. When the tiger family was first discovered, the tiger mother's wounds were almost fresh, which meant that she had not been fighting with anything for long. Given the tiger mother's previous injuries and the fact that she had her family with her, she certainly hadn't gone far from the battlefield. If it weren't for the fear of other things and companions, the mother tiger wouldn't even move. As expected, the mother tiger probably wanted to take him to the prey she had just killed. After thinking it through, Chang Ye didn't hesitate. Instead, he pointed towards the tiger mother, then pointed to the 2 cubs in the swaddling clothes, and then to the second floor of the wooden house. As if understanding Chang Ye's meaning, the tiger mother roared towards the sky. Seeing the tiger mother's appearance, Chang Ye kept his hand still, but quickly walked into the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Chang Ye went straight up to the second floor. From the moment he was holding the 2 little ones, Chang Ye had already thought of a place to settle them. After going up to the second floor, Chang Ye gently placed the 2 little creatures on the hay. After placing it on the hay, Chang Ye didn't rush downstairs. Instead, he squatted down and quietly observed for 2 minutes. Seeing that the little tiger cub's pink nose seemed to be breathing heavily, Changya couldn't help but scratch it with his index finger. But in that instant, the little tiger cub slightly opened its eyes. After glancing at Changya with his slightly open eyes, the little tiger cub slowly closed them again. This time, however, its front paws were not tucked in front of it. Instead, all four limbs were outstretched. The little guy is quite sleepy. After squatting for a few more minutes, Changya glanced at the two cubs and smiled, then tiptoed down to the second floor. Upon arriving on the first floor, Changya did not immediately leave but instead went to the warehouse where things were stored. After searching around, Changya looked at the straight-backed, straight-blade machete in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. As long as it's not a black bear or a pack of wolves, with my enhanced body and this large machete, I should be fine. Because Changya didn't bring a drone with him when he came in, the audience who couldn't see the cubs or what was happening inside became anxious. I am so anxious, why hasn't it come out yet? What's wrong with the streamer? Why didn't they bring a drone in? Are they trying to hide the tiger cubs? It's been so long. Even Tiger Mom is getting impatient, let alone me. What is the streamer doing? Will the streamer just quit? What do you mean? Are you just leaving the tiger mother outside like that? Mommy, why don't you go inside? I won't report you for trespassing. This is hilarious. If someone really wanted to cause trouble, would they care whether you sue them or not? Just as the comments section was buzzing with discussion, Changya appeared slowly in the drone's viewfinder, holding a machete in his left hand. Everyone in the live chat. Don't do anything foolish, streamer. This is a class I protected animal in China. Why is the streamer holding a knife? Stop it, really stop it. This isn't necessary. If you take action, it means you're providing food and lodging. Old Chang, don't do anything foolish. You're still young, there's no need for that. Lay down your weapons and become a Buddha on the spot. Why did he take out a knife for no reason? Shouldn't he have been coaxing the tiger mother into the house? If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Don't lie, it was clearly the tiger mother who followed them. Looking at the tigress standing resolutely outside the wooden house, Changya became even more certain of his earlier thoughts. After all, the tiger mother is the queen of beasts, and she must be unwilling to accept being injured like this by other animals. It probably thought that it lost because it had two tiger cubs. So now that it has settled its baby, it wants to take Changya, whom it has just met but inexplicably trusts, to seek revenge. Changya also understood that something capable of injuring a South China tiger like that must be extraordinary. Even with his enhanced physique, he didn't think he could face an animal capable of injuring a South China tiger like that on his own if he went alone. But one thing he was certain of was that, although the mother tiger was with her babies, moreover, the tiger mother is already so badly injured, so the other side certainly won't be in much better shape either, because it will not underestimate the fighting power of a mother who fights for her cubs. Moreover, he is the king of beasts. Even though I'm a little weak, I still have concerns in my heart. But it still is. Therefore, only after understanding what the tiger mother meant did he dare to go to the warehouse and pick up the machete. Even a tigress like this can withstand any wild animal, no matter what it is. She must be too weak to look at. This shows his trust in the king. At this moment, he took the knife and came to the tiger mother. Changya touched the tiger mother with his hand and said with a smile, "Come on, tiger girl, lead the way. Let me see which blind fool hurt you like this. With me backing you up today, even a dragon would have to bow down to you." It was imposing, but that was only because the tigress was injured and knew that the opponent was definitely not capable of fighting. There's a saying that goes, a man relies on the power of a tiger. After rubbing her head against Changya's hand, the tiger mother started walking in one direction. This time, it moved with steady steps, as if it truly felt confident. These two, one human and one tiger, gave each other confidence. This time, the tiger mother went first, taking a few steps, then stopping and looking back to see if Changya was following. Changya followed the tiger mother and waited for her to leave first. However, this time it was the opposite of when we went back to the cabin. Instead of going back to Chinjai's cabin, we went into the mountains. Upon seeing this, the audience immediately realized what was happening, and some of them immediately cheered Changya on. Holy crap, is this guy going to avenge Tiger Mom? So the streamer was planning to find food for the tiger mother and get revenge. I knew that guy was holding a knife to support Tiger Mom. I didn't misjudge him. Let's get him. Anything that dares to hurt Tiger Mom must die. This scene looks so heartwarming. It reminds me of when I was a kid and got beaten up, and my dad took me to find the person who bullied me. But most people are puzzled. Seriously, sir? Didn't you see how badly the South China tiger was injured? What are you, a human, doing getting involved? Goodness, this is getting a bit out of hand. This machete is a bit big, but it's way too small for an animal capable of harming a South China tiger. The streamer's about to feed kills. That's not a good idea, considering I just followed him. Ha ha ha, so brave. Just because you have a knife, you think you're invincible. Maybe we should call the police. Aren't you just giving away freebies, streamer? Hey bro, don't go. A moment of patience brings peace, and taking a step back opens up a whole new world. If you really want revenge, at least wait until Tiger Mom's injuries have healed. Exactly, why are you in such a hurry to feed kills? You could have done it later. But now they were even more curious, what could possibly have injured the South China tiger, the king of beasts and the closest direct ancestor to the tiger, the ancient Chinese cat, so badly? After a while, after hacking through countless thorns with his machete, Cheng Ye finally arrived at a crossroads. Even with a machete clearing the way, Cheng Ye's clothes were still torn in many places, and he even accidentally scratched his face on a thorn. Although he had experience in the mountain paths were difficult to traverse, and even experienced masters couldn't manage them except for the wild animals that inhabited the area. Why haven't we arrived yet? So the mother tiger dragged her heavily injured body all this way for her cub's safety? Hurry up, streamer. Hit that thing that hurt Tiger Mom. Hopefully, those two little ones will remember their mother's heroic appearance when they grow up. Upon reaching the intersection, the mother tiger paused, glanced around, and then roared towards a bush. It seems we've arrived. If nothing unexpected happens, Tiger Mother's enemy should be just ahead. Cheng Ye squinted at the bushes in front of him, glanced at the bloodstains around him, and then took a few deep breaths. Hey girl, just stand behind me and watch how I get revenge for you. After saying that, Cheng Ye tightened his grip on the machete in his hand and carefully walked towards the bushes that Tiger Mother had just pointed out. Seeing the bushes he was about to reach, Cheng Ye did not stop or continue walking forward. Many wild animals like to ambush others from unseen places. For safety reasons, Cheng Ye held up his machete in front of him, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He then slowly squatted down, picked up a stone from the ground, and threw it towards the bushes, ready to retaliate at any moment. But after the stone was thrown, it sank without a trace. There was still no reaction from the bushes. Cheng Ye took another deep breath and tiptoed towards the bushes. At this moment, every viewer in the live stream held their breath and watched. Holy crap, what a huge pig. Compared to this streamer, I feel like he's just a mouthful of food. I recognize pigs, but I've never seen one this big before. It must be a different breed. So the streamer was just outsmarting thin air. That's hilarious. Don't yell. If you saw something like this, forget about outsmarting it. I'd probably wet my pants by now. Indeed, better safe than sorry, and this guy isn't kidding. Many people have never seen a large wild boar, and their perception of pigs is still limited to those domesticated ones. When people learned that Cheng Ye had gone into the mountains to avenge the tiger mother, the number of viewers in his live stream kept increasing. So far, 50 to 60,000 viewers have seen this shocking scene. They all began to scrutinize the second senior brother in front of them. This is way too big. Is there really such a big pigsy? No wonder the South China tiger was so badly injured. It turns out this thing was huge. Holy crap, that must weigh at least 300 pounds. It's even bigger than a tiger mom. This is fucking fake, right? Did this thing secretly evolve behind our backs? Cheng Ye looked at his second senior brother, then at the machete in his hand, and smiled helplessly. Now I finally understand why Tiger Girl was so badly injured. If this guy is still alive, even if he's injured, I'm afraid my small frame wouldn't be a match for him. Yes, the wild boar in front of us is dead. It's obvious that it was killed by the tiger mother after fighting with her. After parting the bushes and seeing the wild boar in front of him, Cheng Ye fought with the already dead boar for a few minutes. Only at the very end did he realize that the wild boar in front of him had been dead long before he arrived. Even though this guy is dead, Cheng Ye can still see how terrifying his combat power was. The pig's leg was as thick as a car tire, and its tusks, with its enormous body, terrifying fangs, ferocious strength, and thick fur, it would be difficult for any normal weapon to harm it in the slightest. Only the teeth of a South China tiger, the king of beasts, could inflict such wounds on it. Upon spotting her prey, the tigress, already starving, showed no mercy. They arrived at the giant wild boar and began to eat. The tiger opened its blood-red mouth. Despite its weakness, the force with which it tore and gnawed was ferocious and terrifying. The sounds of flesh being torn apart could be heard clearly. This also made Cheng Ye realize that he was in close contact with some kind of mountain and forest king. Because the scene was too bloody, Cheng Ye turned the camera to the traces left by the fight between the tiger mother and the wild boar nearby. As you can see, the fallen pine tree in front still has marks on its bark from the tusks. It's obvious that this big tree was knocked down by that wild boar. This guy can knock down such a big pine tree. If we were hit by this guy, I don't need to say what would happen. Thinking about it now, Cheng Ye still felt a chill. If this guy were still alive, would his machete have been able to cut him down? If we get hit, it'll just be a Suwana horn blasting. Time to start the feast. What are you standing there for? Pick up some food. Don't worry, he didn't have a chance to bump into me, because I ran away as soon as I saw him. No way, the person upstairs doesn't think they can outrun this thing, does they? Chang, yeah. Let me give you some information on what to do if you encounter a wild boar in the wild. You should either take a detour or turn back the way you came. Because wild boars attack not only their prey, but also have a tendency to attack people. I'm sure you've all seen a lot of news about wild boars attacking people. With its enormous size, explosive power, and impact force, coupled with its 2 long fangs, even a dozen or so people would probably have a hard time killing it. Once you are hit by a wild boar, it will continue to charge until the prey dies or is exhausted. Generally speaking, being hit by a wild boar may result in being pushed into a tree and then being charged until the prey dies. Escape is unlikely. Of course, one thing is that wild boars of this size are indeed not easy to see, they are quite rare. However, wild boars are no longer protected animals in our country. Even if they were alive just now, it wouldn't be illegal for me to kill them. Since the wild boar is dead now, it's not illegal for me to brag a little, right? Besides, there's no difference between what Tiger Girl killed and what she killed herself. But the audience was instantly thrown into a frenzy upon hearing this. That's too much. Can't you at least write a draft before bragging? Ha ha ha. I've seen people create their own protected species status before, but this time I've seen someone who ruined their own protected species status. If you do that, our precious panda won't be happy, and you'll demote yourself. There is no need to protect wild boars, the food chain is no longer complete, and they have no natural predators. At that very moment, Changya was chatting with the audience. However, they didn't notice that after Tiger Girl ate 2 bites of meat behind them, suddenly, he raised his tiger-like eyes and glanced at Changya for no apparent reason. Immediately, Tiger Girl stuck her tiger mouth into the torn piece of wild boar skin, revealing the dark red meat, and took a big bite of the meat, holding it tightly. It began to shake its head vigorously and dramatically, making a humming sound from its nose as it exerted force. Immediately, a large piece of meat was torn off entirely by it. It picked up the piece of meat with its mouth, stood up, and with a static cat-like gait, swung the large piece of meat in its mouth, and came to Changya's side. First, it nudged Changya's buttocks, which was standing on its back, with the tiger's head. Then he looked up at him with his brown tiger eyes. Ha! What's wrong? Changya sensed it, turned around, looked down at the creature holding the meat in its mouth, and was puzzled. Tiger Girl then snorted softly through her nose twice, and then placed the large piece of meat in her mouth at his feet. Changya, roar! It's hard to imagine that kind of powerful, high-pitched tiger voice. The audience was confused by what they saw, but Changya already understood. He looked at the large piece of meat at his feet with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. My God! What's wrong? What do you mean? What's going on here? This tiger mom isn't. The audience was confused, but Changya's murmured words made them understand immediately. No, sweetie. I can't eat all of this. This is clearly someone sharing the food with themselves. This girl is amazing. But, Changya said, how can I eat this? Meanwhile, Tiger Girl noticed that Changya didn't eat the meat it had brought. Oh woo-woo. It seemed angry that Changya wouldn't eat, and it let out a loud roar. Then, he came over and nudged him again with the tiger's head, and after that, the tiger lowered its head and extended its claws, the 2 weapons working together. The large piece of meat was divided into strips and small pieces. Then he raised his tiger head and looked at Changya. Seeing this, Changya knew that although Tiger Girl couldn't speak or clearly express her meaning, she was still able to understand. But right now, he really understood. Tiger Girl is expressing, little guy, your mouth isn't as big as mine, so I've torn it open for you. Now you can eat it. Seeing the way everyone was like this, Changya could only helplessly pick up a piece of meat and put it in his hand. It brought the meat to its mouth and made an eating gesture. Tiger Girl shook her head contentedly, grunted, and returned to the wild boar to continue eating. Changya watched the large creature eating but did not disturb it. As we all know, wild animals are very protective of their food. Some wild animals will even attack their own siblings or parents if they dare to take their food. Cats, I'm sure most of the viewers in this live stream have owned one, just look at how they guard their food and you'll know. Moreover, wild animals don't like to be disturbed when they are eating. I don't know if you have seen the video where a black bear disturbed a tiger's meal and ended up becoming the tiger's lunch. Upon hearing Changya's words, the viewers in the live stream instantly became agitated. Holy crap, what's going on with that tiger mom? Not only is she not angry, she even ate a few bites and then shared some with the streamer. I know that. My cats always fight over food, it's so annoying. Let alone animals, even humans fight over food. Indeed, I don't like being disturbed while eating. At this moment, Changya picked up the meat in his hand and pointed it at the camera. Look, do you see how thick the skin is? How thick the flesh is? But even with such thick skin and such thick flesh, this huge wild boar died such a tragic death, simply because it encountered our king of beasts, the South China tiger. Although the South China tiger is relatively small, being one of the smallest subspecies of tiger, its wildness and skill are no less than that of the Siberian tiger. They all have terrifying sharp teeth and teeth. Their common feature is that they have powerful jaws and carnassial teeth, which have tremendous force when they bite. This tremendous force can be used to kill large animals, which is why it was able to kill this giant wild boar. But that's not their most impressive feature. Their most impressive feature is their striking power. A normal man's full force punch can reach over 150 kilograms, but British scientists have estimated it to be 5,000 pounds. That is nearly 2.2 tons. As Cheng Ye continued to explain, many viewers finally realized just how terrifying the South China tiger in front of them truly was. Because of the injured appearance of the South China tigers and Cheng Ye's affectionate manner, they almost thought that this tiger mother was kind and amiable. And then they realized that tigers are essentially just cats after all. Now we see the horrific state of the wild boars and a fleeting glimpse of them eating blood. They then understood why the tiger's name has the character, King, at the top. 15 minutes later. After eating and drinking her fill, Tiger Girl, her face flushed, slowly walked towards Cheng Ye, constantly licking her mouth with her long tongue, a sign of her feline love of cleanliness. It likes the smell of blood, but doesn't want to be stained with blood or colors that don't belong to it. This is a cleanup. You could also say it's washing your face. Cheng Ye looked at Tiger Mom and said with a smile, "You're done eating? If you're done, you can rest here for a bit while I go and dissect the meat." After saying that, Cheng Ye walked toward the dead wild boar without caring whether Hu Niu understood or not. Although the mother tiger was very hungry, she couldn't even eat a third of such a large wild boar. After glancing at the wild boar, Cheng Ye slowly began to dismantle it. With Tiger Girl's broken skin, it was easy for him to get his hands on her. Cut the back at a right angle between the first cervical vertebra at the front and the fifth thoracic vertebra at the back. Upon seeing the piece of meat that resembled the bottom of a ham, Cheng Ye laughed, thinking, "I'm in for a treat today." Thinking it over, he cut off the elbow joint and slowly used a knife to remove the vertebrae, scapula, arm bone, sternum and ribs. Then, to the astonishment of the audience, Cheng Ye began his dissection technique. What's your major, streamer? This pig slaughtering technique must be at least 10 years old. Even the old butcher at the entrance of my village isn't this skilled at slaughtering pigs, and you're using a machete. Holy crap, this has shocked my mom beyond belief. It even has a touch of art to it. Ha ha ha, at first I thought I was following streamers who were good looking, then it became streamers who were forest rangers, then it became streamers about humans and wild animals, and now it's about pig slaughtering? The streamer is selling wild boar meat. If so, please provide contact information. So, what's the difference between wild boar meat and regular pork? I'm quite curious, I've never eaten wild boar meat before. Who has eaten this? Wild boar was only removed from the protected animal list last year. Anyone who ate it before is already in jail with food and lodging provided. It looks so delicious. Why does it look so rough, yet its flesh feels so tender and smooth? Before long, Cheng Ye had dissected most of the good meat from the wild boar, except for some particularly coarse pieces. After dissecting the last piece of good meat, Cheng Ye picked it up and threw it to the tiger mother beside him. Tiger Girl, catch. Although Tiger Girl seemed confused by his voice, she reacted quickly and accurately with her tiger mouth as she watched the meat coming from the air. After hesitating for a few seconds, it, which was already full, began to gulp down its food again. Seeing this, Cheng Ye felt a great sense of accomplishment. Ha ha, feeding a tiger. A wild one. Who can do this? Turning his head, looking at the carcass of wild boar meat on the ground, Cheng Ye looked around, walked to a tree with vines wrapped around it, and cut off a vine. Soon, except for the largest piece of meat, all the other pieces of meat were quickly tied together by Cheng Ye, just like tying firewood. Looking at the largest and best piece of meat, if it were forcibly tied together, the vine might not be able to withstand the strain and would break. But if I don't bring it, I'll have to make another trip later. Making the trip is fine, but it would be most upsetting if it got stolen by another animal. Thinking of this, Cheng Ye frowned. This is a bit of a headache. I should have brought an extra rope. Do I really have to make 2 trips? Indeed, it would be a shame if such a fine piece of wild boar meat were stolen by other animals. If all else fails, let the tiger mom continue eating, it'll provide her with some nutrition anyway. Goodness, didn't you see how much the tiger mother just ate? Did you really think a tiger could eat a whole wild boar? Actually, it's possible, but this wild boar is an exception. Normally, there shouldn't be any problems. Cheng, why don't we just forget about it? This much wild boar meat is enough for you to eat for 3 or 4 days. How about we hide it? What's the point of hiding? Wild animals have an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Just as Cheng Ye was struggling with his decision, he suddenly saw Hu Niu lying leisurely to the side. Suddenly, Cheng Ye's eyes lit up, as if he had just thought of something. He waved to Tiger Girl. "Hey everyone, come here, come here." Seeing Cheng Ye's wave, Tiger Girl maintained her cold, tiger-like face, partly because tigers don't usually have very expressive faces. Its most obvious expressions are wide-eyed stares and rhythmic wagging of its thick tail. That's the most dangerous signal. It understood the meaning of Chang Ye's beckoning and, with the calm and domineering gait of a tiger, walked towards Chang Ye. The audience who witnessed this scene were completely bewildered. What? Do you really want the tiger mother to keep eating? Chang Ye looked at Hunyu walking over, and said as he lifted the largest piece of meat on the ground. Well, I'm a very democratic person. I carry my own food back myself. This best piece is for you, so you can carry it back. It was incredibly shameless of him to claim a share of the rest of the wild boar's meat. As he spoke, Chang Ye prepared to slowly place the wild boar meat he had lifted onto Hunyu's back. The audience was stunned. This requires a tiger to help with the work? Regardless of how confused they are. After watching Chang Ye's actions, Hunyu hesitated for a moment, unsure whether she was trying to understand his meaning or considering whether to help. But immediately, it slowly lowered its body. The audience was completely dumbfounded when they saw this. Is the king of beasts just meant to be your cargo hauling machine? This is hilarious. I thought the streamer had come up with some brilliant idea, but it turns out it's just about having the tiger mom pull it back. Wow, that's righteous and righteous. They've even brought you the best piece of meat. Don't worry, mommy tiger, I'll keep an eye on things. If Lao Cheng eats this meat, I'll report him for deceiving the animals. Small animals? You call these small animals? Chang Ye placed the meat on Hunyu's back and laughed as he looked at the comments on the screen. What, if you're so capable, why don't you hire a tiger to haul your goods? After placing the machete at his waist, Chang Ye lifted the bound wild boar meat and shouted loudly at Hunyu. Let's go, girl, let's go home. Its cubs are still at his house. His home can now also be its den. So this statement is correct. Oh my, this is finally home. Back in the cabin, Chang Ye gently placed the wild boar meat from his back onto the table, then sprawled out to rest. Ha ha, I'm exhausted. Chang Ye was panting heavily. You should know that he had just carried more than 100 kilograms of wild boar meat for more than 3 kilometers, nearly 4 kilometers of mountain road. Moreover, they hadn't rested along the way. If this were an ordinary person, they would probably have collapsed from exhaustion on the road long ago. At this moment, he turned his head and looked around, searching for Tiger Girl's location. But then we discovered. Where's Tiger Girl? Where is Tiger Girl? Has she gotten lost? Not seeing Tiger Girl inside the house, Chang Ye quickly got up to search for her and went out of the wooden house. Now, at a glance, Tiger Girl was seen standing outside the wooden house fence. At this moment, it was on its 4 strong limbs, its head held high, gazing at the entrance of the wooden house. Looking left and right, it seems they're too afraid to come in. No, there's nothing a tiger wouldn't dare to do. To a tiger, everything within its sight is goose droppings. Goose droppings. Goose droppings. Judging from its current state, Chang Ye could tell that it probably didn't know whether it should come in or not. After Chang Ye figured it out, he shook his head and chuckled. What are you looking at? Are you waiting for me to invite you in? Despite saying that, Chang Ye still came to the tiger mother's side and reached out to take the wild boar meat from the tiger girl's back. Tiger Girl sensed Chang Ye's movement. She shook her body and took a few steps forward with an imposing cat gait, seemingly preparing to enter the wooden house, a strange building that didn't exist in her brain or her past memories. During the process, he would occasionally glance back at Chang Ye, take a few more steps forward, walk forward again, and then glance back again. Chang Ye, who was carrying the wild boar meat on his back, noticed Hunyu's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Because he suddenly thought of a poem. The tiger is the king of beasts, and none dare to provoke its wrath. Only the bond between parents and children remains, a bond that is cherished and revisited with every step. No, people say tigers turn back or wolves turn back, but that's basically when they're looking at their own cubs. What do you mean by looking at me like that? This damn girl acts like she's taking advantage of me. Chang Ye laughed as he thought about it. However, he also knew that this was just Tiger Girl's apprehension about unfamiliar places, and that if he, whom she had just become familiar with, were by her side, she would feel more comfortable. So, the current situation is actually Tiger Girl waiting for him to come to her side. So, after all this, it seems like you're the one who brought me in? That's absolutely right. It waited ahead until I got close, and then it started walking forward. He had the air of someone in charge. Tisk tisk. The audience laughed when they saw this. Ha ha ha, so funny. Tiger Mom, what, aren't you coming in yet? Do I have to invite you in? Tiger Mom, what are you standing there for? Come inside. Tiger, look at you, panting so hard, and you still want to help me get wild boar meat? Forget it. Tiger Mom, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're thinking of taking some of my flesh when we get home and then claiming you brought it back. Indeed, we are witnesses. Streamer, don't even think about doing anything underhanded. Are you trying to steal someone else's pork? Chang Ye took out his phone to check the time and glanced at the comments. Just kidding, I'm a gentleman, okay? How could I be that kind of person? Besides, I went with Tiger Girl, and these are our spoils, so I get a share too. To be honest, the best piece of wild boar meat was indeed the one from Tiger Girl. Otherwise, Chang Ye wouldn't be so conflicted. Tiger Girl has already eaten her fill, but he's still hungry. Such a big piece of meat, and he doesn't get any. He was definitely upset. Besides, there's enough meat for Tiger Girl to eat for many days. If we can't finish it in a few days, won't it go bad? So I could only adhere to the principle of not wasting food and reluctantly eat some for Tiger Girl. With these little schemes in mind, Chang Ye put his phone in his pocket and walked back to the cabin with a smile. After entering the wooden house, Chang Ye placed the meat from the tiger mothers back onto the table. Wow, wow! As soon as Chang Ye entered the house, he clearly heard the cries of the two cubs. The hoarse, weak, but frequent voice clearly reached Chang Ye and Hu Niu's ears. This made Chang Ye and Hu Niu very anxious. The baby's awake. Hurry up, look at Tiger Girl pacing back and forth, not knowing where to go, but she seems very anxious. He walked ahead and led the way. Come on, get on. Reaching the top of the stairs, he called out to Tiger Girl behind him. Actually, there was no need to call out, as Tiger Girl was following him closely. The little one doesn't have high requirements for the environment. However, smell is something they care about a lot, especially after waking up. They get anxious and panicked when there are no familiar scents around them or familiar figures in their sight. If they don't see their familiar family the moment they wake up, they'll definitely get anxious. Knowing this, Chang Ye moved quickly, scrambling and crawling. Because I was in a hurry, I missed my step twice while going upstairs. I happened to sit on the tiger's head and it pushed me down. Chang Ye quickly got up and turned to look at Hu Niu, who had no expression but whose tiger eyes were already glaring. Sorry, I was a little anxious. After all, your baby seems to be crying. Its expression seemed to say, are you trying to get yourself killed? Chang Ye understood the implication. I quickly turned my head away, refusing to look at it, and rushed upstairs to the second floor. His gaze shifted and he saw the two babies he had placed on the bed. Here it is! Here it is! Stop yelling! As Chang Ye greeted them, he quickly walked towards the bedside. And what about the two cubs? They can't see any familiar figures, they can't smell any familiar scents, and they're calling out. When they saw it, the familiar, wah-ah-ah, whoa, that guy yelled even louder. And they felt wronged and anxious. Chang Ye watched as the two puppies stretched out their little heads, lay on their simple little nest, and howled with teary eyes. It seems to be expressing, where did you go? I'm so scared. This is what my younger sister looks like. The older brother seemed a little angry. Where have you been? I'm starving. Alright, little ones, stop yelling. I'm just taking your mom to get some food. If you want to eat, go find your mother. Calling me won't do any good. During their cub stage, the best thing for them is actually their mother's milk. Although Chang Ye still had a box of milk, milk is not animal milk after all. It's fine to give the cubs a little milk if they're not eating, but if they keep doing it, it will definitely affect their development. Now the tiger mother's injuries are mostly healed, and her food needs are met. With nutritional replenishment, the mother tiger will definitely take care of feeding the cubs. All he needs to do is solve the problem of feeding the tiger mother. Hearing the cries of the two cubs, Tiger Girl stood by and watched, stretching her head out to let the two cubs get close and feel safe. It then lay down on its side, revealing its soft, downy belly. Immediately, Dabao, with his soft little paws, wriggled and snuggled up to his mother's belly, then started pursing his lips and making sucking sounds. The number one rice-eating tiger starts working hard to grow up. But Chang Ye was a little surprised by his younger sister, Xiao Bao. Logically speaking, seeing its older brother's appearance, it should also be eager to rush over and seize the rice-eating territory. But who would have thought? The little guy tried his best to sit down obediently next to Chang Ye, tilting his little head back, still staring with teary little tiger eyes, and opening his pink mouth to howl. Wah-ah-ah, why haven't you given my grandma some yet? Where's my grandma from before? Chang Ye laughed as he looked at the little tiger cubs that were howling. Why are you coming to me again? What do you need me for this? As he spoke, Chang Ye slowly squatted down, grabbed the tiger cub by the back of its neck, and pulled it to the side of the tiger mother's belly. As soon as it was put down, her instinctive nature led her younger sister, Xiao Bao, to quickly find her rice bowl and start eating. Because there was enough food, this time tiger brother didn't chase away tiger sister who was eating nearby, but instead focused on eating. This scene is so heartwarming. It's the first time I've ever seen a tiger so gentle and affectionate. As expected, whoever provides the milk is the mother. The little guy is even trying to get more milk from the streamer, ha ha ha. This is hilarious. That little guy is staring at the streamer with such longing eyes. Does he really think of the streamer as his dad? I thought the older tiger cub would chase the younger one away, but it seems I was overthinking it. The current situation is because the tiger mother has plenty of milk. If the tiger mother didn't have enough, what would happen? There's no way around it, it's survival of the fittest. It's not uncommon for tiger cubs to starve to death. Changya looked at the two little ones with a fatherly smile while rubbing his own belly. Nothing is more important than eating. Alright, that should settle their issues. Now I need to take care of my own. As Changya looked at this family, his own stomach began to rumble. Solve it? How? By hand? Hey upstairs, something's not right with you, I'm getting off. After going down to the first floor, Changya went to the kitchen, and after lifting the water tank, he smelled a musty odor. Looks like I'll have something else to do later. Fortunately, there was still plenty of firewood piled up to Changya's waist. It must have been brought back by Grandpa Du earlier. That's just how my grandfather is, he's always busy with whatever he likes, as if he never has enough work to do. After sighing, Changya went to the warehouse, picked up a bottle of mineral water he had brought from the city, and carried a bucket outside. But for now, I need to deal with my own food problem first. What is the streamer trying to do? Cooking with such a small bottle of mineral water? It's really difficult to get a meal in the mountains. The host probably needs to go fetch water from the spring they just discovered. This little log cabin seems to be in complete disrepair, everything needs to be fixed. Changya ignored the comments and followed his childhood memories to a hand pump well. Changya frowned as he looked at the rusty pry bar. There should still be water, right? Wasn't the streamer supposed to be fetching water? What's he doing here? There's a small pond, but it's a pity it's empty. What is this? A well? That can't be right, no well looks like that. Seeing the puzzled looks in the comments, Changya smiled mysteriously. I'll be performing a magic trick for everyone in a bit. As you can see, there's no water in here. As Changya spoke, he swung the crowbar up and down. All that could be heard was a piercing hissing sound from the well, but no water appeared. Knowing there's no water, what are you doing wandering around here? Old Chang must be starving, ha ha ha. You guys just don't understand, watch closely. Changya twisted open the mineral water bottle and slowly poured it upwards towards the well opening. Then, while slowly pouring water, he used his hands to move the pry bar up and down, and after a few whooshes, Soon, to the astonishment of everyone in the live stream, it seemed as if the mineral water that had been poured in had caused the hidden water to surge up. Holy crap. What's going on? Could we borrow another 5 pounds of water from the ground? Is this some kind of treasure bowl? A tiny bit of water poured in, and so much water surged up? I have a little money. Can I throw some in and see if money comes out? What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? You might as well go to a construction site and carry a few more bricks. Looking at the gushing water, Changya said with a smile as he washed the bucket. Let me explain to you guys, this is the hand pump well that people in our rural mountain village often use. With the improvement of living conditions, even rural areas have access to tap water. These hand pumps have been gradually phased out due to the decline of natural water levels and people's increasing demands for water quality. But in the mountains, these wells are still very useful. Because the hand pump hadn't been used for some time, the water that gushed out was initially dirty and yellowish. So Changya only used this water to moisten the bucket as well water continued to gush out. The dirty water gradually turned clear. I remember now, when I was a child in the village, we drank this kind of groundwater and used this very tool. Ive also drunk this water, it tastes amazing, much better than the tap water we have now. My maternal grandfather's house has one, but because I didn't know how to use it, I never managed to pump water. Now I finally know why. Where does atmospheric pressure come from? Is there air underground? I don't understand. Changya said after glancing at the comments section while cleaning the pool. Use water to expel the air, creating a negative pressure between the valve and the water. Under atmospheric pressure, the water is then lifted up. Because water has a certain sealing effect, adding water improves the sealing effect, and water can be pumped up quickly. The purpose of water diversion is to seal. It mainly relies on the water-conducting skin in the center of the well. It is the interaction between this water-conducting skin and the center of the well that allows the well water to flow out of the wellhead. After hearing Changya's explanation, the viewers in the live stream all looked like they suddenly understood. Got it. Wow, this streamer knows so much. I feel like I've followed a treasure trove of knowledge. Who exactly is this streamer? He seems to know everything. Host, you seem to know everything, so let me ask you a question, what's your bank card PIN? I've seen people treat others like fools, but I've never seen anyone so straightforward. After cleaning the small pool, Changya began to crank the lever to fill the bucket with water. After filling the pool with water, Changya did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to crank the lever, allowing the well water to continuously fill the small pool. That way, when he needs water later, he won't need to draw more water, he can just scoop water from the pool. After using the ladle that was just washed next to the pool, leave a ladle full of water. Oh, and let me share a crucial little tip with you. After you're done using it, be sure to leave a ladleful of water in the ladle so you can shake it again next time. After saying that, Changya picked up the bucket filled with water and went back into the house. He was really hungry after working all morning. Thinking about the dishes I'm going to cook later, my mouth waters involuntarily. When it comes to eating, Changya actually enjoys the process of cooking the food the most. When he was a child, his dream was to open his own restaurant so he could cook whatever he wanted. I often invite a few close friends to my restaurant for a get-together, have some drinks, cook my favorite dishes, and chat together. But the fast-paced life in big cities seems to have turned many people's dreams into buying a house, making them forget their original dreams. This is why Changya wanted to return to the mountains. He didn't want to drift along with the tide, and he wanted to do what he loved. For example, the next step, cooking. What Changya didn't know was that, fortunately, he didn't say these words aloud, but kept them to himself. Otherwise, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would immediately become the target of criticism from everyone in the live stream, especially those who know his background, people who have known him since Changya started his outdoor live streams. They all remember the legendary figure who drove a Ferrari 488 with one hand and wore a Patek Philippe watch, appearing at various places. And yet, if someone like him were to talk about dreams or pursuits, the audience will absolutely go wild. Who doesn't want to pursue their dreams? But not everyone's father is the CEO of a listed company. If you don't go to work for 3 days, your dad will transfer money to your account. But if we don't go to work for 3 days, we'll lose our jobs. After rinsing the rice and putting in the firewood for cooking, alright, everything is ready. Wild boar meat is usually tough, dry, and has a strong odor. If it's not cooked properly, it can be quite unpalatable. Of course, in the wild, having meat to eat is considered good. But in my hands, I can turn it into something delicious. The first thing to do now is to remove the fishy smell. Changya slowly cut a piece of wild boar meat into chunks, then soaked it in clean water for a while. After waiting for the blood to slowly seep out, the wild boar meat was taken out and drained. After draining, bring the water in the pot to a boil, then add ginger, chopped green onions, cooking wine, and salt. After boiling the water, skim off the foam that rises to the surface. As you can see, this is the general procedure for removing fishy smells. If you still feel the smell is too strong while you are doing it, you can use some bay leaves to cover it up. The host is overthinking it. We definitely won't have the chance to eat any wild boar meat. Indeed, this is something most people wouldn't encounter, and we wouldn't have dared to kill them before. Actually, wild boar meat is still available for sale in the market, but you need to know someone who can help you. Could you leave your contact information upstairs? Changya laughed when he saw it. He realized that if it weren't for Huniu, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat it either. After all, this creature was a protected animal before. That's true, most wild animals are actually quite expensive on the market. After removing the fishy smell, Changya washed the pot twice with clean water. Otherwise, there will be a lingering fishy smell in the pot. Changya is meticulous in everything he does, especially when it comes to food. Heat oil in a wok. Heat oil in a wok until it reaches 70 to 80% of its maximum temperature, then add 2-star anise and fry them briefly. Then add the chopped wild boar meat and stir-fry over low heat. Stir-fry the wild boar meat until both sides turn white. Then add cooking wine and soy sauce and stir-fry, then add the 2 small pieces of ginger that you just prepared. Add well water until it submerges the meat, then cover the pot. After Changya finished doing all this, he squatted down in front of the pot and started burning firewood. He couldn't help but lick his lips as he smelled the aroma wafting from the pot. Can you smell it? It smells amazing. I can smell it. I can smell it right here. The streamer showed us another trick up their sleeve. I'm curious to see what else they're capable of. Is wild boar meat tastier, or is our domestic pork better? After seeing this comment, Changya pondered for a moment. Wild boar meat has the nutritional advantages of being high in protein, high in amino acids, high in linoleic acid, and low in fat. The meat is tender and flavorful, with a high lean meat ratio and low fat content, only half that of domestic pigs. It's almost entirely lean meat. Domestic pork tastes better. The so-called wild game actually has a fishy smell. Because we are used to the taste of castrated domestic pigs, we are not used to wild boar meat with a wild flavor. Even now, there are still some unscrupulous vendors in the market who sell pork as wild boar meat. Many people have been deceived into believing that there is no difference between wild boar meat and domestic pork, only in price. After chatting with the viewers in the live chat for a while, Changya estimated the time and opened the pot. The enticing aroma made him take 2 deep breaths, but he knew it wasn't the right time yet. Add 2 more pieces of rock sugar, a bowl of prepared hot water, and 2 drops of balsamic vinegar. Keep going. Finally, once the meat is tender, add the prepared chopped green onions and turn up the heat to reduce the sauce. Plate and serve. Changya licked his tongue with a satisfied look. However, we still need to make a vegetable dish. For Cheng Ye, a meal must include both meat and vegetables. After making a simple vegetable dish, the rice was also cooked. Cheng Ye, who was already starving, scooped up a large bowl of rice and started eating. The scene made them wonder if they were seeing things. At first, I thought he was a rather refined young man, but why was he eating so eagerly? This doesn't need to be eaten so fast, it's like you're starving to death. Does it really smell that good? The way it's cooked, this rice is incredible. I feel like if I were eating with a streamer, the food would be gone as soon as I finished serving myself rice. At this rate, she can eat at the adults' table during a banquet. Are you kidding me? Don't you guys even consider how long the streamer hasn't eaten, from this morning until now? You're really just talking without any understanding of the situation, aren't you? Indeed, with all that running around, what's wrong with eating quickly? Oh no, I've been caught. I was caught stealing food. Haha, the tiger mom is down. I can vouch for her. The meat the streamer is eating right now was brought back and cut off by the tiger mom. After Cheng Ye finished eating a large bowl of rice, he was about to get a second bowl when he spotted the tiger mother coming down from the second floor, carrying her 2 cubs after feeding them. All I could see was the tiger mother staring intently at the wild boar meat on the dining table. Cheng Ye looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head, but he had already prepared for this. He picked up an empty bowl and went into the kitchen. After filling a bowl with rice, he picked up a large piece of wild boar meat that he had just cut and returned to the living room. I know you must be hungry after feeding the baby. Hey, I only ate a tiny bit of you, consider it payment for cutting the meat for you. That way it won't count as me stealing your food, right? Cheng Ye smiled and placed the wild boar meat in front of Tiger Mother, then returned to the dining table to continue eating. But just as I was about to turn around, I found that a little guy was biting my trouser leg with his teeth. That was Dabao, the cub that had just been carried down by the scruff of its neck by its mother. The little guy, using his still unclean limbs and furry paws, trotted over to Cheng Ye's back. She opened her little pink mouth and was about to bite his trouser leg. She tugged at his trouser leg, raised her little head, and stared intently at Cheng Ye. At the same time, her little eyes darted around to look at the wild boar meat in front of the tiger mother. She turned back again, grumbling and whining as she looked at Cheng Ye. Wah! Where's mine? Where's mine? I want one too. I want one too. Cheng Ye chuckled as he watched the baby tiger constantly tugging at his trouser leg. What are you eating? Your teeth haven't even grown in yet. Learn from your sister, look how sensible she is. I'll make you some more minced meat after I finish eating. After saying that, Cheng Ye bent down and grabbed the tiger cub by the back of its neck. That's funny, it's true for all felines, as long as they get grabbed by the scruff of their neck. The little creature's body will curl up, its 2 little hind legs sticking out, showing off its tiny pink claws. Its 2 little front paws dangled on its soft white belly, as if to say, I'm being good. Even the mischievous tiger cub in my hand. It was placed next to the tiger mother in this restrained state. Of course, there is one point. It must be a baby, over 6 months or 3 months old. Think twice before you reach out and grab the guy by the back of the neck. The tiger cub had just landed next to its mother when it didn't turn its head or fiercely grab Cheng Ye, who was holding it. Instead, it just looked at its mother eating meat and wanted to go closer. But before it could even reach for its flesh, the tiger mother slapped it away. Cheng Ye burst out laughing when he saw this. Really? Humans and animals are actually quite similar in how they treat their offspring. When there is no real danger, parents are the greatest danger. However, to Cheng Ye's surprise, Tiger Sister's personality is somewhat like that of a little girl. She's rather quiet and doesn't have the liveliness of the older tiger cubs. Ever since being carried off by the tiger girl, it has stayed by the tiger mother's side, even licking the tiger mother's still unhealed wounds. My little sister is so well behaved. She even licked mom's wound, unlike her brother who only knows how to eat. Haha, this little tiger cub seems to want everything. When eating milk, he tries to grab the best spot, and now that he sees meat, he wants some too. The streamer must take good care of the little sister in the future, and not let the older brother bully her. He even tried to snatch food from his mother's mouth. I'm a little worried, you big tiger cub. As expected, only the younger sister truly cares about mom. I feel that if Tiger Sister were a person, she would definitely be a very gentle girl. Looking at the comments, Cheng Ye suddenly thought of something, and with a smile in his eyes, he spoke to the viewers in the live stream. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll probably be spending a lot of time together from now on. Since the tiger mom and the 2 cubs don't seem to mind me, I can say we're practically family now. So, let's give the tiger mom's family a name. The moment this was mentioned, the live chat exploded with comments, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wow. Good heavens, you finally thought of that. I was just thinking of giving them names. Let me do it, I'm a master at naming. The older one will be called Iron Ox, and the younger one will be called Green Flower. Are you raising pigs? And you call yourself Iron Ox, Quiwa? Are you named Lefu? Holy crap, how do you know me? My name really is Lai Fu. I'm dying of laughter, those two upstairs are hilarious. Looking at the comments, Chang Ye shook his head. He had even thought of asking for their opinions, but it seemed he still had to rely on himself. How about calling her Tiger Mom or Tiger Girl? Let's call the baby tiger Dabao. As for my younger sister, she's so gentle and quiet, how about we call her Chang Ween Wen? Okay, that's settled then. The moment Chang Ye finished saying his name, the live chat exploded with excitement. Dash. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Who names their child like that? Dash Weenwen's name is quite good and suits my little sister, but what's with the names Tiger Girl and Dabao? They're discriminating, it seems Dabao dragged Huniu down with him. Dash now the Tiger Mom family has names. How great. The tigers didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation and were still fighting with their mother for food. After naming them, Chang Ye ignored the big guy and the two little guys and continued cooking. After finishing his meal, Chang Ye cleaned up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Even though the two cubs are still young, we should still give them some meat to eat. After entering the kitchen, Chang Ye took two larger bowls and began to prepare the minced meat. Since wild boar meat is mostly lean, Chang Ye quickly prepared two large bowls. As soon as Chang Ye stepped outside, he saw a scene that made him both laugh and cry. I don't know if Tiger Girl gave it to Dabao, or if Dabao snatched it from Tiger Girl's mouth. At this moment, Dabao was constantly tearing at the wild boar meat with its short tiger teeth. While squeezing the small piece of wild boar meat with its two little front paws, it kept tearing at it with its short teeth. Its little head was shaking wildly, and it kept making cute but fierce humming sounds. That energy was practically a miniature version of how Tiger Girl ate. However, there is still a difference. After Tiger Girl bites the meat, she can tear off large chunks of wild boar meat by slightly shaking her head. The little guy, it was flustered for a long time, turning red and white, but only managed to drool a little on the pork. If it were regular pork or beef, this little guy might actually have chewed it up. But the meat stripped from such a large wild boar is far too much for an underdeveloped tiger cub to chew up. Seeing Dabao's efforts, Chang Ye didn't interrupt him, but instead handed one of the bowls to his younger sister. Come on, Ween Wen, it's time to eat. Eat this. We'll ignore Dabao, that idiot. Seeing the minced meat in front of her, Ween Wen did not eat it directly. Instead, she raised her little tiger head to look at Chang Ye and opened her mouth. Wow ah, wow ah. Chang Ye smiled, squatted down, and stroked the little guy's head. Alright, hurry up and eat, or your brother will take your food again. After saying that, Chang Ye watched as Ween Wen lowered her little tiger head, put her nose in the meat-filling bowl, and sniffed it first. She immediately opened her little mouth, picked up the mincemeat, and started smacking her lips. And it makes that sticky, smacking sound. They ate with great relish. Chang Ye smiled with relief and then patted the warm, fragrant rice-eating baby. He then stood up, placed another bowl of minced meat on the dining table, and went into the kitchen. I was in such a hurry to eat that I didn't clean up the kitchen. The pots and pans haven't been washed yet. If I don't wash them quickly, the oil will solidify and become difficult to clean. After working for about 10 minutes, Chang Ye scooped a ladle of water from the vat and took a sip. I stepped out of the kitchen to check on the little one's meal. As soon as Chang Ye stepped out of the house, he was so angry that he laughed. Because Ween Wen, who should have been standing in front of Ruxin Wan, has now become Dabao. And at this moment, Dabao was showing off the meat filling while wiggling his bottom, looking quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, the younger sister obediently squatted to the side, watching her brother eat without arguing or fighting, like a silly little tiger. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye stepped forward immediately. You little rascal, was this food for you? You just try to snatch it. What kind of skill is it to steal your sister's food? Normally, older brothers would save good things for their younger sisters. That little rascal, not only did he not have any, but after stealing his mother's food, he went to steal his sister's too. How domineering. This gave Chang Ye some hope for its future. But that's for external audiences. At this moment, staying at home is not an option. Chang Ye stepped forward and gave the little guy a push, causing it to flip over while eating, its belly up. Even so, she still had bits of meat on the corners of her little mouth. Little foodie. Chang Ye couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Dabao, who was lying on his back with his belly turned up and licking the bits of meat off his lips. Wow. After licking the bits of meat off his mouth, Dabao struggled to turn over, using his not-so-clever limbs to stick his butt out and come over to continue eating. Quickly, Chang Ye grabbed him by the neck. Grab it. Pick it up, and it will shrink its body, with its two little front paws dangling in front of its chest. It's as if it's saying that Dabao was wrong. But Chang Ye knew. This is due to induced inhibition, which forces it to behave. Once released, it turns into a domineering little brat again, no matter how cute and silly it looks. Chang Ye took 2 steps to the side and placed Dabao in front of Huniu, who was lying calmly with her eyes closed, resting. Keep an eye on your older child, or your younger one will starve to death. How can you be a mother like that? Keep an eye on it, I'll go get some more for Xiao Bao and Wenwen. As she spoke, she shoved Dabao under Huniu's paws. As for Chang Ye's words, Tiger Girl stared with her brown tiger eyes, first looking at Chang Ye, then at the big cub, and then at the little cub that was close to the iron basin and licking the remaining meat scraps. After pausing for a moment, I noticed the big cub getting up again and shuffling towards the small iron basin. It propped itself up with its front paws and then stretched out its tiger claws forward. He swept it up in his arms, lowered his head again, and bent down to bend over its body. It got Dabao stuck between its neck and front paws. Dabao, who was being restrained, struggled and cried out anxiously, "But I just can't squeeze it out." At this moment, Tiger Girl looked up again and glanced at Chang Ye. His eyes and expression seemed to be saying, "Is that what you mean? This is more like it. You're a new mom, you really need someone to teach you." As he spoke, Chang Ye took 2 steps and came to Wenwen, who was licking a little bit of meat crumbs. Wenwen, it really is gentle and kind. When its brother steals its food, it just stands there watching with a silly grin. After its brother passed away, it returned home, still hungry. Chang Ye reached out and took the small bowl of mincemeat, which was almost empty, in his hand, preparing to give the other small bowl to the little guy. The small basin was on the table. That was originally for Dabao. As a result, Dabao ate the warm one first. This is really. Chang Ye watched Wenwen's reaction after he took away the iron basin with a little bit of meat scraps left. She quietly and obediently squatted down on the ground again, raising her little head and looking at me without making a sound. This made Chang Ye chuckle. "You silly girl, you're not even worried if someone steals your food. Haha, this is hilarious." Did the streamer give the tiger mom a lecture? And the thing is, it seems like the tiger mom actually understood. Wow, the #1 tiger trainer. Dabao is so disobedient. He keeps stealing his sister's food. It's infuriating. Streamer, please help me beat him up. That's right. The moment the streamer went in, the little tiger cub dropped the meat in his mouth and went to snatch his sister's meat filling. I can vouch for the sister. I suddenly feel so sorry for my little sister, and I really want to get her some food. If all else fails, just offer yourself to him to eat, ha ha ha. Chang Ye picked up another bowl of minced meat from the table and placed it in front of Tiger's sister. Eat up, eat up. Eat more of this, and you'll gain weight. Wenwen, who had been so well behaved just moments before, looked at the small iron basin that had been brought back, which contained another small ball of mincemeat. Oh wow! They finally spoke out. Her voice was hoarse, but she was in high spirits. It's like looking at a mountain of food, feeling that kind of happiness and excitement. After shouting, he looked up at Chang Ye and grumbled, eat up, eat up. Chang Ye looked at the adorable creature with a smile. After nodding, Xiao Wenwen put her head back into the iron basin. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk. Now, I can finally enjoy my meal. And unlike before, the little guy didn't eat as enthusiastically with the first bowl and the first bite. Thinking back now, it seems like little Wenwen knew her brother would come and snatch it away. Therefore, I wasn't very interested in eating. Now, they probably know that their brother won't try to take it from them anymore. They ate with such gusto. With its little mouth smacking away, the meat filling disappeared incredibly quickly. Chang Ye was slightly surprised by the difference. How so? Why does it seem like little Wenwen is quite smart? The older brother seems to only have brute force, he's mischievous and domineering. And what about Wenwen? It actually looks like it has a brain. Although she was being bullied, she could only watch her brother eat from the sidelines. But after seeing the difference between Wenwen showing off her food with and without her brother by her side, Chang Ye felt that this girl was smart. It just won't work. Silly girl. Chang Ye gently tapped Wenwen's little head with his finger. Watching it raise its little head in confusion, with meat filling hanging from its mouth, waiting for Chang Ye's reaction. But immediately, seeing that Chang Ye didn't give any signal, it stuck its little head back into the basin. If you can't use your intelligence, then you're not smart, you're just a dumb girl. Chang Ye waited with a smile for it to eat. She would occasionally turn back to look at Dabao, who had given up struggling and was resting with Huniu. He would occasionally turn back to look at the sunlight outside. During this time, he glanced at the weeds in the yard that were about half his height. He sighed softly, then said, "Looks like I'm going to be busy again." Chang Ye interacted with the audience while watching Xiao Wenwen finish eating the meat filling in the bowl. After finishing the meat filling, the little guy seemed a bit unsatisfied. He shoved his entire head into the basin. Chang Ye walked over and glanced at it briefly. All you could see was a tiny pink tongue licking the remaining minced meat from the bowl. Extremely serious. A short while later, the little guy poked his head out of the pot. The meat scraps in the bowl had been licked clean. It's like washing a small iron basin. Only a little bit of saliva remained from the little guy. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, the little guy didn't forget to stick out his pink little tongue and lick the bits of meat off his mouth. Then it made a few whimpering noises towards Chang Ye. That was so satisfying. Chang Ye smiled. Little Wenwen is so smart. Even after he's full, he knows it was the streamer who fed him. Look at that little look in her eyes, it's like she's thanking the host, like she's saying to the host, "Daddy, I'm done eating." Oh my, stop looking, stop looking. Those little eyes are so cute. That's right, Wenwen is the cutest, unlike Dabeo, who only knows how to bully others. They still know how to howl, ha ha ha. Sure enough, whether it's humans or animals, they all lick their lips after they've eaten and drunk their fill. Seeing that Xiao Wenwen had finished eating, Chang Ye put the bowl away and took it to the kitchen to wash it. Now that the family of 4 has eaten and drunk their fill, it's time to get to work. Since my grandfather passed away, several forest rangers have come and gone, but it seems that none of them have actually taken up their posts. They either complained that the road up the mountain was too difficult to walk, or that the house they lived in was too dilapidated. Of course, we can't blame them for this. This job is not one that just anyone can do. The road up the mountain was very difficult, but it was no problem for Chang Ye, who had grown up in the mountains. As for the fact that their houses were too shabby, Chang Ye thought that these people were being a bit pretentious. You know, when I was a child, my grandfather told me that when he first came here, there wasn't even a piece of open land. He built the whole cabin and yard himself. Besides, if the house isn't good, you can just renovate it yourself. Thinking about it, Chang Ye prepared to go to the warehouse to get tools to renovate the small courtyard. The first thing, of course, was the weeds in the backyard. He planned to clear the weeds from the backyard, then turn over the soil and plant some vegetable seeds. Knowing that they were going into the mountains, Chang Ye especially bought a lot of vegetable seeds suitable for planting in high-altitude mountainous areas from the market, like eggplant, peppers, cucumbers, and the like. As for meat, with Tiger Girl around, he wasn't too worried, he could just freeload. Chang Ye had just left the wooden house and was heading to the warehouse when he heard a humming sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Wenwen calling out to him repeatedly. Seeing Chang Ye turn around, the little guy slowly walked towards Chang Ye's feet with cat-like steps. Then he stood at Chang Ye's feet, tilted his head, and kept howling, "Aw aw." Chang Ye smiled as he looked at the little guy. It seems like I'm asking myself, what am I going to do? Looking at Wenwen's big, sparkling eyes as she stared at him, Chang Ye's heart melted instantly. Haha, sure enough, whoever feeds you is your mother. Now little Wenwen knows how to stick to the streamer. They're so cute. I really want to have one. Wah-ah-ah. What, you want room and board included? Do you think you're a streamer? Is it okay for the streamer to keep this? I remember keeping protected animals is illegal. The streamer is a forest ranger, so he can adopt and rescue protected animals, which is in accordance with the law. That's all. Ha ha, you know so much? I've never heard of any forest ranger or conservation organization adopting tigers. Ha ha, that's because nobody dares. Not everyone can interact with tigers like the streamer is doing right now, okay? Chang Ye glanced back at the tiger mom, who was massaging Dabao and resting with her eyes closed, and sighed. Then you should come with me. Relying on your mother is probably useless. As he spoke, he slowly walked out of the wooden house, paused to look back at the little guy inside, and then continued walking towards the warehouse. The little guy saw Chang Ye standing there, looking back at him, and let out a soft woof. The two little legs pushed off and crossed the small threshold of the wooden house. Seeing that her dad had walked a little further away, the little girl quickly shook her 4 short legs, trying to catch up with Chang Ye. Those little legs were flailing around, because they were in a hurry, or something else. It doesn't know which one to take first. At this age, it says it still can't control its legs. Even so, it still tried its best to keep up. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chang Ye stood still, looked around, and pondered what tools he needed. We need a sickle to cut the grass. Then, it's time to use a hoe to turn over the soil. For now, these should be the 2 things. But then, Chang Ye suddenly felt something hit his heel. I turned my head and looked. They discovered it was Xiao Wenwen, who had just caught up with them. Judging from this, if nothing unexpected happens, he was running too fast and didn't notice that Chang Ye had already stopped. This caused Wenwen, who was trying to control her legs, to accidentally bump her little tiger head directly into Chang Ye's calf. He tumbled over and did a somersault. Chang Ye looked at the little guy who had been knocked up and lay on his back, smiled, and then squatted down to help him up. The little guy seemed to be frowning, and he shook his head, then looked a little aggrieved. Chang Ye said jokingly, "This isn't the city, you can't fake an accident like this. Besides, I was live streaming, and I saw that it was you who hit me." Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to jeer. Haha, that's hilarious. I never thought of lecturing a tiger. Little Wenwen, we're suing your father. He's the one who hit you. I'll be your witness. Yes, I can vouch for you too. If we don't have at least 2 plates of minced meat today, this matter won't be over. Oh dear, look how wrong this little one looks, his brows are furrowed, and his face is all droopy. If this happened in the city, would the streamer dare to help? Just kidding. Who would dare? I certainly wouldn't. It's hard to be a good person. Seeing the little guy's aggrieved look, Changya patted its little tiger head. Alright, we, the king of beasts, should show our king of beast spirit. So what if you tripped and fell? It's no big deal. Go on, go work with your dad. After you're done, I'll reward you with a big bowl of minced meat. After saying that, Changya stood up and took a sickle and a hoe from the storeroom. As soon as Changya stepped out of the storage room, he saw Hunniu and Dabao standing at the door. It was as if she had been waiting for him all along. However, looking at Dabao struggling under Tiger Girl's big hand, he seemed somewhat unwilling to be pressed down like this. Changya smiled as he watched Dabao struggle, but ignored him. He then led Xiao Wenwen behind him toward the backyard. It's already around 2 p.m. If we don't hurry, it won't work properly after the sun goes down. Seeing that Changya ignored her and left, Hunniu followed after him, carrying Dabao who was trying to run away. Dabao, who seemed to have ADHD just moments ago, could only obediently curl up and swing around in his mother's mouth. Changya went to the backyard and looked at the weeds covering the ground. Some of them were almost as tall as him. He sighed and said, if we don't clean it up soon, this place will probably turn into a garden of herbs. If the grass grew a little more, and the area was a little bigger, it could very well become a habitat for wild animals, such as snakes, which love such places. Actually, raising some poultry would be fine. My little yard doesn't have many weeds, so rabbits, geese, and chicks would all be good. Are you kidding me? The streamer just arrived, where would they get poultry from? Let me give you a suggestion, that's how it is in my family. Be careful, streamer. These weeds are so tall, you never know what might be hiding inside. For example, a snake? After glancing at the comments, Changya nodded. There's no rush now. I plan to grow vegetables. If I raise poultry later, I'll need to build fences to separate them. But for now, let's get rid of these weeds first, one step at a time. After speaking, Changya looked at the little creature at his feet, which was shaking its head and looking around, observing it in the courtyard. Little Wenwen, do you want to help your dad with the chores? No problem, I guess I'm a stay-at-home dad, right? Upon hearing Changya's voice, Xiao Wenwen raised her head, opened her mouth wide, and whimpered at Changya a few times. Her little pink mouth opened, revealing her tiny tiger teeth. How impressive! Changya smiled slightly, picked up his sickle, and walked into the weeds to begin weeding. The tiger mother also brought her eldest child to the backyard. She didn't choose to help. I just lay down outside the yard, my eyes following Changya's movements as he swung his sickle. At this moment, Dabao had already broken free from his mother's embrace, and his 4 little legs immediately began to run towards Changya and his sister. Upon arriving in the backyard, Xiao Bao immediately became filled with curiosity about the place. Little Tiger Head looked around, then ran off happily. One moment it's scratching the ground with its small claws, the next it's chasing after a little butterfly. How delightful! Changya didn't bother with it, the place wasn't big anyway, and it couldn't possibly go anywhere. Although the weather in the Kinling Mountains in April is neither cold nor hot, the sun is strongest around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Changya, who had been busy for a while, was sweating a lot and was a little tired. The main problem was that the sickle hadn't been used for a long time and was rusty, which made it very difficult for Changya to cut larger weeds. At this moment, Changya noticed a small patch of flowering wild grass in front of him, growing quite well. Let me show you, do you viewers know what kind of grass this is? As he spoke, he adjusted the drone, pointing it at the wild grass behind him. What is this? How can it bloom? The petals have 2 colors, they're so pretty. Host, stop teasing us, what's this called? This is called motherwort. It's in bloom now, isn't it beautiful? Generally, this kind of grass will produce 2 kinds of flowers, one is white and the other is purple. The one behind us is a hybrid, with all kinds of flowers. Motherwort is a very good Chinese medicinal herb. Just like its name suggests, it is specially used for women. It can be used for menstrual disorders, dysmenorrhea, amenorrhea, etc. It costs tens of yuan outside, and better quality ones can even cost hundreds of yuan per kilogram. I don't know if you guys have ever grazed cattle or sheep, but pregnant cattle and sheep will specifically choose to eat this kind of grass. They know a lot about it. Of course, this is also useful to me. It can clear heat, detoxify, and reduce swelling, so I'm going to harvest it and turn it into herbs. After saying that, Changya squatted down and used a sickle to cut off all the parts on the ground. Changya had done his research on this traditional Chinese medicine before he came, so that when we encounter Chinese medicinal herbs in the Kinling Mountains, we won't mistake them for roadside weeds. And on the bullet screen, streamer, I think my period hasn't come yet this month, could you sell me some? This streamer seems to know everything. She treated Tiger Mom's injury, and now she even knows about traditional Chinese medicine. Is she a doctor? I didn't know you could use this for irregular periods. I always thought it was just brown sugar water. Those with girlfriends should learn this quickly, so that when your girlfriend is in heat, all you know is to tell her to drink hot water. Dash exactly. Look how much this streamer knows. If he were his girlfriend, he would definitely do something else instead of just telling her to drink more hot water. Changya had already cut all the motherwort and neatly arranged them together, preparing to move them back to the yard to dry in the sun. I happened to see this comment as well, and said with a smile, although I don't have a girlfriend yet, even if my girlfriend were on her period, my advice would be to drink more hot water. The viewers in the live stream went wild upon hearing this, especially some of the boys, who all recorded the conversation. See? Even this knowledgeable streamer said that when your period comes, you should drink more hot water. Indeed, drinking more hot water is fine. When I went to the hospital before, the doctor also advised me to drink more hot water. I am going to confront my girlfriend right now. Last time I told her to drink more hot water, she yelled at me. Upstairs, waiting for your good news. Changya looked at the comments and smiled. I'm just saying, don't blame me later. After saying that, he ignored the people and continued clearing the weeds, but he still felt a little emotional. No one would be so foolish as to tell their girlfriend to drink more hot water when she's on her period. Just as Changya was about to pick up the motherwort he had placed, he noticed that Xiao Wenwen was staring at him with her eyes wide open. The little eyes sparkled with a watery light. It seems to be saying, "Dad, is there anything I can do to help you?" Looking into Wenwen's eyes, Changya smiled and placed a small motherwort in front of her. You want to help your dad, right? Here, carry this back to the yard with your dad. Regardless of whether Xiao Wenwen understood or not, the little guy looked at the motherwort in front of him, bent his little mouth and bit down, but it seemed that he did not bite down firmly, and then slurped it down. The motherwort then fell out of its mouth. Seeing that it hadn't managed to bite the motherwort, the little guy was a bit unconvinced and started whimpering. A woo huff huff. After calling out a few times, Xiao Wenwen continued her battle with the motherwort. While holding it down with its little front paws, it tried to bite it with its still growing little teeth. Changya burst out laughing upon seeing this. Go, Wenwen. Dad believes in you. It's just a tiny blade of grass, conquer it. After saying that, Changya picked up the motherwort and walked into the yard. After placing the motherwort in the open space, Changya, who was about to return to the backyard, saw Xiao Wenwen pick up the grass. All he could see was little Wenwen biting the motherwort with her not yet fully grown little sharp teeth, and then walking toward him. Oh my, you silly girl has become smart. Good girl, see that spot? Just put it there. As he spoke, Changya pointed to the spot where the motherwort was placed. Because the motherwort was too long, the little guy walked awkwardly and could only wobble along the direction Changya pointed. The little tiger cub strained its muscles, making whimpering noises that suggested it had a temper. Watch how capable I am. That seems to be the meaning. After seeing that the little guy had already put the motherwort away, Changya smiled and walked back to the backyard. But as soon as Changya returned to the backyard, he heard Dabao let out a low growl. It was as if it was confronting something. This sound is extraordinary. Tigers only make this sound when facing prey and their fur stands on end. Although Dabao is currently in its cub stage, it can still make the king of beasts make this ruffled sound. It was obvious that Dabao's instincts made it realize that the thing in front of it was dangerous. Thinking of this, Changya gripped the sickle tightly and quickly went over. Tiger Girl did the same. Upon hearing the movement of her baby, she immediately got up and ran over. They had only been gone a short while, so logically speaking, it shouldn't have been a large animal. The backyard is surrounded by fences, making it difficult for most wild animals to get in. Then there's only one possibility: the thing Dabao is fighting right now was originally in the backyard. It just so happened that Dabao, who was running around, bumped into it. Following Dabao's voice, Changya walked over while cutting the weeds blocking his way. Soon, they arrived at Dabao's side. Is this a snake? It looks a bit strange. I hope it's not poisonous. It looks like rapeseed flowers, but it's quite long. Dabao is quite brave, he didn't run away. Are you kidding me? What is Dabao? The king of beasts. It wouldn't run away from this little thing. Indeed, but it's not fully grown yet. Dabao probably can't beat this snake right now. After carefully observing the snake's patterns, Changya quickly felt relieved. He had seen this snake before. It belonged to the rat snake family and, although not small, was non-venomous. As long as it's non-venomous, he'd like to see if Dabao can kill this rat snake. Clearly, Tiger Girl shared the same thought at this time. Tiger Girl arrived even before Changya. But after she arrived, she stood aside and watched Dabao and the cauliflower snake confront each other. Hey, why aren't the streamer and Tiger Mom helping? Yeah, I thought the streamer would come over and help Dabao kill the snake. What's wrong with the Tiger Mom? Something's not right. Shouldn't she be protecting her older child behind her? That's strange, something's not right here. Why are they all just standing around watching? Host, help Dabao. Dabao is so small, how can he possibly beat such a big snake? Exactly. What if it's poisonous? Even though Dabao is a tiger, he's still afraid of poison. Chang Ye glanced at the comments and then patiently explained. Viewers, don't worry, this snake is not poisonous. It is the representative of the rat snake, the king snake, which is also the dominant one among non-venomous snakes. The king snake is easy to identify. As you can see, this snake is larger than a normal snake and has mottled colors, with bright yellow and black variegated patterns. Adult king snakes like this have bright yellow and black king characters on their heads, but this one must be immature. It must have come to this yard after my grandfather passed away. However, king snakes are generally exceptionally fierce. Given that it has the word king in its name, it's not as timid as other non-venomous snakes. On the contrary, it's quite flamboyant and even unafraid of other venomous snakes. Therefore, there is a saying that if there is a king snake for 1 mile, there will be no venomous snakes for 10 miles. This king cobra is only about 1 meter, less than 2 meters long. I think Dabao should be able to handle it, so I didn't go to help. After hearing Chang Ye's explanation, the audience felt relieved and began cheering for Dabao instead. Go Dabao! Let's unleash the might of the king of beasts. What's wrong with the king rat snake? Does it have the same majesty as our great treasure, the king of beasts? A duel between the real king and the fake king? Ha 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 ha. I'm already looking forward to it. Dabao, go for it. Bite it. At this moment, as Dabao and Wang Jinshi were about to clash. At this moment, Chang Ye suddenly noticed that Xiao Wenwen was lying on the ground with her 2 hind legs kicking as if she was about to pounce. Chang Ye was stunned by what he saw. He never expected that Wenwen, who was usually so quiet, would do such a thing. This is a standard hunting posture for tigers. However, Chang Ye quickly glanced at Hunniu and noticed her unhealed wounds, and then he realized something. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Wenwen probably learned it from watching Hunniu hunt that big wild boar. Chang Ye understood, but he was still somewhat shocked. Suddenly, Dabao launched the first attack, lunging directly at the king snake, trying to pounce on its back. Felines are not afraid of snakes. He even knew that 4 types of cats ate snakes as a common dish. But even though Dabao was less than 2 months old, the king cobra clearly saw through its movements. Whoosh! The king cobra dodged Dabao's attack and even swept its tail across Dabao's body. Oh woo! Roar! Dabao, who was caught in the attack, was clearly enraged and kept hissing at the king snake. Then, it continued its leaping motion, rushing towards the king cobra like an arrow. But unsurprisingly, it was swept away by the king cobra, and even more heavily than last time. Dabao's 2 probing attacks both ended in failure. When she saw Dabao being swept away, Hunniu didn't make any move, but her tail kept swishing. Chang Ye knew that Tiger Mom was still a little worried about Dabao. However, he knew that he couldn't interfere at this time, because now is the best opportunity for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to practice hunting. Besides, there's another little guy lurking nearby who hasn't made a move yet. If all else fails, he won't rush to intervene. We can't push these 2 little ones too hard. After all, they're only 2 months old and still very young. But, whoosh! While Wang Jinshi was still confronting Dabao, suddenly, the previously dormant Wenwen sprang to life, like an arrow shot from a fully drawn bow. In an instant, it pounced on the back of the king cobra and, with incredible speed, used its small, sharp teeth to bite down on the king cobra's head with maximum force. Hiss hiss! The king cobra, in pain, kept flicking its tongue. Clearly, it hadn't noticed the little Wenwen that had pounced on it. At this moment, it noticed and wanted to resist, wanting to shake off the little warmth on its body. After several unsuccessful attempts, it began to try to wrap its large, meter-long body around Xiao Wenwen. Strike while the iron is hot is a move that snakes are very good at. In just a short while, its body began to wrap around little Wenwen. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye felt a pang of anxiety and prepared to go over and help. It's important to know that the force a snake generates when it coils around other objects is enormous. But just as Chang Ye was about to make a move, then, Dabao, who was standing to the side, also moved and pounced towards the king snake. At this critical moment, Dabao pounced on the back of the king cobra and bit the snake's body as it prepared to coil around his sister. Before the king cobra could even muster any strength, it was bitten by Dabao's sharp teeth from behind, causing its body to sway from side to side. Seeing this, Chang Ye felt a sense of relief. Even Tiger Girl, who was standing to the side with slightly wide eyes and seemed a little nervous, softened the fur that had stood up on her neck at this moment. I didn't expect these 2 little guys to actually cooperate. You know, tigers usually hunt alone and rarely hunt with other tigers. This is exactly what we mean by 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Now that the 2 little guys are biting the snake's head and body respectively, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this king snake will have no chance to fight back. I think the most crucial one is Xiao Wenwen. To be honest, I hadn't paid much attention to it before. Me too. I thought Dabao was going to lose and the streamer was going to step in, but I didn't expect that. Dabao was also very important, okay? Dabao distracted the king cobra, which is why Xiao Wenwen bit the snake's head. Both are important, but what's most astonishing is the cooperation between the two tigers. It seems the kindling mountains are going to get restless once the two little ones grow up. After a short while, the king serpent, which had been attacked by the two kings of beasts, stopped moving after struggling for a while. At this moment, Xiao Wenwen and Dabao still hadn't let go, and were still biting the king cobra tightly. Seeing this, Changya didn't disturb them, but stayed aside and watched quietly. This requires them to develop their own judgment, to determine whether a prey is dead. Does it still have the ability to fight back? In the animal kingdom, there are instances where someone may appear to be dead even when they are clearly not breathing. However, given the chance to escape, they will immediately seize it and run away. After a few more minutes, the two little ones glanced at each other simultaneously. Dabao, who was biting the snake's body, was the first to release his grip, but he didn't relax. Instead, it used its front paws to paw at the snake's body a few times to see if the king snake was still active. After Dabao rubbed it a few times, Xiao Wenwen also let go of her mouth and put the king snake on the ground. Just like Dabao, it slapped the head of the king cobra a few times with its front paws. Finally, the two little ones made up their minds about one thing. The thing in front of them had already been killed by their combined efforts. After confirming the matter, both little ones put away their previous aggressive demeanor. Ah! Whoosh! At this moment, Dabao began to circle around the king cobra continuously. The little tiger's head was slightly raised, its eyes showing an air of arrogance. After circling around several times, it still seemed not enough. It picked up a king cobra that was even longer than itself and gently placed it at Changya's feet. Awoo awoo! Awoo awoo! Upon seeing this, Changya laughed and pretended to be surprised. Oh dear, what is this? Dabao, did you kill it? Wow, this is amazing. Looks like we're in for a treat tonight. After saying that, Changya squatted down and stroked Dabao's tiger head as a reward for killing the king snake. After being petted by Changya, the little guy seemed even more energetic, and his little tiger head tilted up even higher. Sensing the changes in the little guy, Changya chuckled inwardly. So it turns out that the tiger, the king of beasts, is just naturally arrogant. At this moment, Xiao Wenwen, who had been quietly waiting to kill her prey, saw the scene and quickly came over, whimpering and whining at Changya. Awoo awoo! Aw aw! The calls were somewhat urgent, as if they were saying something. What about me? What about me? Upon hearing the sound, Changya turned to look at Wenwen, whose eyes revealed both anticipation and a touch of grievance, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Oh dear, I almost forgot about our little Wenwen. Don't feel wronged, don't feel wronged. Our Wenwen is the best. She showed her true nature so quickly, that's amazing. As he spoke, Changya began to stroke Xiao Wenwen's head with his other hand. Immediately after receiving Changya's response, Xiao Wenwen sat down with her little bottom full of satisfaction, tilting her head back and rubbing against Changya's hand. Upon seeing this, the audience was instantly thrown into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. These two little guys are nothing like the king of beasts I remember. Indeed, and each one is different, one exudes arrogance, while the other seems to be pleading for praise with a slightly aggrieved expression. I am so envious of the streamer. I want to play with little tiger like that too, sob sob. Can I play some games with the streamer? I want to play some games too. Something's not right with you. Want the streamer to give you a massage? How exactly? Seriously, AISR? You can drive like this. But to be fair, the streamer is really lucky to have met the tiger mom and her family. I don't think that's the right way to put it. I think the tiger mom and her family were lucky to have met the streamer. At this moment, Changya did not notice the comments on the screen, but was engrossed in petting the cat. After a while, the two little ones seemed to be satisfied. Dabao was the first to leave Changya's side and continue exploring his territory in the backyard. Hopefully, he can continue to find new prey and display his kingly demeanor. With his head held high and chest out, he seemed to have gotten too cocky. Changya didn't stop them. Since there was already a king cobra in the backyard, no other venomous snakes would appear. However, to put his mind at ease, Changya continued playing with Xiao Wenwen for a while longer. He then picked up the sickle and called on the lazy tiger girl to patrol the backyard. Although it's not big, for the sake of the two little ones and my own safety, I'll feel much more at ease after checking it out. Tiger girl, who had already relaxed and gone to slack off to the side, slowly stood up after hearing Changya's call. With her domineering cat-like steps, she began to walk into the bushes with her strong body. Changya followed behind Hu. It doesn't mean he went to order around Tiger girl who hadn't fully recovered. In this kind of jungle, Tiger girl is more suited to lead the way. Because of her keen sense of smell, Tiger girl would be able to sense anything immediately. And so, the man and the tiger began to explore in this small backyard. After searching for a while, nothing else was found. But this is quite normal, considering the presence of the king cobra in this area. It should have eliminated most rats and insects. After confirming that they were safe, Changya stopped paying attention to Huniu and her family. After all this fuss, if we don't finish quickly, the sun will be setting soon. Little Wenwen, de Bao, come and use your paws to help daddy dig the ground. Audience. Ah. Wow. Upon hearing the call, the two little ones immediately jumped excitedly and squealed as they ran to Cheng Ye's side, then nodded their little heads and watched intently what he was doing. I watched as he stuck the shovel into the ground, kicked it twice, and then forcefully broke it up. A large clump of hard soil was turned over. Now, the two little tiger heads huddled together, their pink mouths slightly open in curiosity, watching Cheng Ye continue with the next shovel. As she watched, little Wenwen seemed to understand something and started to work her brain, looking here and there, before running off to the side with her clumsy little steps. De Bao noticed its movements and couldn't help but look over curiously. Click! Cheng Ye was working diligently, but his shovel was suddenly very soft. This indicates that there were no stones under the shovel. Snap! Snap! After inserting it, a forceful prying motion revealed the snapping sound of plant roots breaking, and another large clump of cotton soil was turned over. Bang! Bang! He slapped the soil twice with a shovel to break up the clod and let it reintegrate into the pit. After finishing digging with this shovel, Cheng Ye couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and exhale a couple of breaths. At that moment, he glanced casually behind him before turning back around. However, he quickly turned back and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, wipe, 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 wipe." The sound of claws scraping the soil followed, and behind them, two little tiger cubs with their bottoms sticking out were seen digging at the soil under the tiger's head. They all used both little paws together, digging holes one after another. Small clumps of loose soil were flung out from under the bellies by the two little creatures' tiny paws as they moved. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter gradually became louder. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, I just called out to them to keep them from wandering off, and who knew these two little guys would actually understand, ha ha ha. This was truly unexpected. His original intention was simply to bring the little guy closer to him so he could keep an eye on him. Tiger Girl was sunbathing nearby, so she didn't leave her two lively cubs with her. It was good for her to rest, given her injuries. But to Cheng Ye's surprise, he simply called them over without expecting them to understand him, let alone dig. But the actions of these two little ones right now not only amused him, but also surprised him a little. Wow, two little tiger cubs. I don't know who started it, it must have been Wenwen. He watched and smiled, leaning on his shovel and hands on his hips, sharing with the audience what the little ones looked like at that moment. As viewers looked at the two little but sticking out in the shot, their eyes couldn't help but sparkle with hearts. They're actually helping with the work. Ha ha. I just said hello casually, and the little guy understood immediately. So cute. A large tiger was lazily sunbathing in its yard, belly up, while two tiger cubs helped dig in the dirt. This streamer is amazing. He shocked me for a whole year. Geographically located in the Qinling Mountains in the central part of China, the afternoon dusk in April is arguably the most comfortable time of day, especially now that we're up in the mountains. A cool breeze blew through the mountains and fields, lingering for a long time. In particular, Cheng Ye had just finished his farm work and was sweating a lot. Feeling the gentle breeze blowing through the mountains and fields is a feeling that perhaps only those who have experienced it can understand. The body, weary from work, felt instantly refreshed after being cleansed by the gentle breeze. The twilight in the mountains is fleeting, the sun has just shone on the ridges when dark shadows fall into the valleys. This made Cheng Ye sigh with admiration. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's nearing dusk. Under normal circumstances, in the Qinling Mountains in April, it gets dark around 7 p.m., but in the mountains, it gets dark before 6:30. In addition, it's dark on the mountain, unlike in the city where there are streetlights and various lights. Even when it gets dark, it's almost like daytime, you can see everything. However, thanks to Cheng Ye's efforts and the help of the two little ones, before sunset, Cheng Ye still managed to clear away all the weeds in the backyard. The land has been renovated. Looking at the setting sun, Cheng Ye called out to the two little ones still playing in the yard and Tiger Girl lying leisurely to the side. Tiger Girl, de Bao, Xiao Wenwen, let's go back and prepare dinner. As he spoke, Cheng Ye picked up the vegetables he had just chosen from the yard and walked back to the wooden house. After hearing Cheng Ye shout, Tiger Girl leisurely stood up and yawned with her mouth wide open. With both hands clenched into loose fists and pointing diagonally upwards, the body leans forward, the buttocks push back forcefully, the waist and abdomen stick out, stretching out in a long yawn. After stretching, Tiger Girl glanced at her two cubs and then at Cheng Ye. She then followed Cheng Ye's footsteps with an imposing cat-like gait. The two little ones were still playing around when they heard Cheng Ye's call. When Xiao Wenwen saw that her mother and Cheng Ye had left, she quickly set off on her four little legs to chase after them. She preferred to stay with her mother and father rather than with her older brother who often bullied her. De Bao, who was very playful, looked towards the open space in the backyard after watching Cheng Ye, his mother, and his sister leave one after another. He immediately lost interest and followed the group. Back in the kitchen, Cheng Ye scooped a ladle of water from the water tank and drank it. If I had a bottle of Happy Fat Man's water at this moment, the feeling would be. Of course, this sweet mountain spring water is also acceptable. After gulping down a ladle of spring water, Chengya looked at the two little ones sitting around his feet, their eyes wide open as they stared at him, especially Dabao, who kept sticking out his tender tongue. He was the most enthusiastic player today, killing snakes, digging in the ground, chasing butterflies, and playing with Wenwen. It didn't stop for the entire afternoon. Now that it's finished playing and is feeling tired, it's undoubtedly the thirstiest of them all. Little Wenwen stared blankly at herself, but unlike Dabao, she didn't display the ugly appearance of a puppy hissing. As for Tiger Girl, she spent the whole afternoon lying there leisurely basking in the sun. After returning to the cabin, she continued to lie in the living room, thoroughly enjoying herself. Alright, I know you're thirsty, go ahead and drink. He picked up a large basin and two small basins, placed them on the ground, filled them with water, and shouted towards the outside of the kitchen. Hey girl, there's water here. After greeting her, Chengya didn't care whether Hunio heard him or understood him. Tiger Girl had been given water here before, so she must remember it. These essential resources for survival are always firmly memorized by the beasts of the mountains whenever they discover them. Of course, they will come when there is demand. If they don't come over now, it just means they don't need to be hydrated. Upon seeing the basin filled with water, the two little creatures immediately stuck out their tongues and began licking it. Just moments ago, Wenwen remained calm, but suddenly she shoved the tiger's head into the basin. Asterisk smack. Smack, asterisk. The sound of water being swallowed, and the little head bobbing rhythmically. This time, Dabao didn't try to take it from his sister. Instead, he went to the big basin, lowered his head, and started pursing his lips. After Chengya found it, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He reached out and grabbed Dabao by the back of the neck, lifted Dabao to his small water basin, and scolded him with a laugh. You little brat, you dared to snatch my water basin? Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Dabao, who was taken away, was clearly a little resentful. After struggling and howling a couple of times, he ran back to the big water basin. But unsurprisingly, Chengya grabbed him by the back of the neck and dragged him away. And so, Chengya looked at Dabao, then at the large basin of water, and then at the small basin of water in front of him. Seemingly resigned to its fate, it stopped arguing and stuck out its tongue to lick the small basin of water. This scene is unusual, since no one has ever lived with a wild tiger like this before. But the onlookers didn't seem to care at all. On the contrary, there is one type. While Chengya was doing farm work in a dull and boring way, their restless hearts, which belonged to the city, gradually calmed down and they became oblivious to everything else. As Chengya interacted warmly and peacefully with nature, they felt healed. Ha ha ha, Dabao is truly amazing. He snatched the meat and then the water, so impressive. That little tongue of his, like he's afraid someone will steal his water, it's so funny. How could I not be afraid? My baby is exhausted after doing so much work today. Indeed, especially digging, the two little ones dug one hole each in one afternoon, almost exhausting them. This can't be blamed on Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. After all, this streamer's backyard hasn't been disturbed in a long time, the ground is too hard. Little Wenwen, Ming Ming dug up too, okay? I was watching. While Dabao was playing, little Wenwen dug up another one for her dad. Chengya laughed after seeing these comments. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the two little ones' performance today. It's not that they helped him much by digging two small holes. Rather, it's the intelligence and what these two little guys displayed that made Chengya very hopeful for their future. Tisk tisk. After glancing at the little guy again, Chengya got up once more. Alright, I'm going to bring the motherwort inside now, so it won't get damp from the nighttime humidity. And bring back the little guy's prey from today while you're at it, and cook them a nice meal. I'll have to trouble the viewers in the live stream to keep an eye on Dabao for me. Don't worry, host, we will definitely stay at our posts. Why is he looking at Dabao instead of Xiao Wenwen? Ha ha ha, what did Dabao do wrong? Of course it's Dabao. Xiao Wenwen is such a good girl. Hurry back. I'm in a hurry to cook. Besides, I'm worried I won't be able to keep an eye on it. The temperature difference between day and night is quite large in the mountains. Furthermore, if the temperature is low, the liquefaction of water vapor is more severe, and the humidity is also higher. Therefore, if you dry things or clothes in the mountains, you usually have to bring them back in. Otherwise, if things are left out to dry all day and not brought in by night, they will probably return to their original state the next day. Although the Chinese herbal medicine motherwort is not very effective for Chengya, a grown man, but after all, it is a traditional Chinese medicine, and it not only affects humans, but also animals. If stored properly in a cool, well-ventilated, and dry place, away from heat and moisture, it can be preserved for a long time. It can also be kept in the storeroom for emergencies. After tidying up, Chengya took the king cobra and went back into the house. Meanwhile, the two little ones were running back and forth between the first and second floors. Tiger Girl remained as leisurely as ever, lying motionless in the living room, watching her two cubs play. Seeing this, Chang Ye joked with the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, tell me, did Dabao bully Xiao Wenwen just now? No, haha, he just ran too fast and tripped, but the little guy got up quickly. It seems that whether it's animals or humans, cubs are always restless and like to run around. It's normal to be curious about new things. What are you planning to do with the snake you're holding? I heard it's really difficult to make. Difficult to make? Most people wouldn't even dare to handle this thing, so how could it be made? Looking at the comments, Chang Ye laughed. Actually, it's not as scary as you say. In regions like Guangdong and Guangxi, there are people who specifically raise snakes to eat them. This stuff is actually quite nutritious, and it's not as difficult to make as you might think. Just watch how I do it. After Chang Ye finished speaking, he took the king cobra and went into the kitchen. Pick up a small bowl and place it on the counter. The first step is to bleed the chicken. I don't know if any viewers have ever slaughtered a chicken during a festival, but it's pretty much like this. After saying that, Chang Ye picked up a knife, pinched the head of the king cobra, and cut it open from the throat with a single snip. Then hang the king cobra upside down with its head down and tail up, so that its blood can slowly flow into the bowl. In traditional customs, some people believe that drinking snake blood can strengthen the body, improve the body's immunity, and has the effects of replenishing blood and relieving itching. But my advice is not to eat it raw, because you don't know what it ate before it was alive, and it may contain parasites such as Spirometra mansoni and Glossoptera. Chang Ye felt it was necessary to explain these things to the viewers in the live stream. Otherwise, if some viewers see me doing this and then try to eat a raw snake and get sick, I'll indirectly become the villain. Got it, don't worry, streamer. We basically run away when we see a snake. The host is overthinking it. I'd avoid this thing like the plague, let alone eat it. How come this streamer knows everything? He even knows how to kill snakes, and he knows so much about everything. After bleeding the snake, Chang Ye took the scissors and used the blade to cut the snake's neck from top to bottom. After making the incision, I slowly pulled the snake skin off from the head with my hands. What kind of technique is this? It's that simple? I've seen videos of snake killing, but something seems off. How could they be so skilled? What exactly do streamers do? I'm getting more and more curious. After removing the snake skin, Chang Ye placed the king snake on the cutting board. Chop it into 1.5-inch sections with a kitchen knife. Just then, he saw the two little guys come into the kitchen, so he picked up 2 pieces of snake meat and threw them at the 2 little guys. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, time to eat meat, so you won't say I'm hogging your spoils. The 2 little ones haven't grown their teeth yet, so they definitely can't eat those 2 pieces of snake meat. So Chang Ye just let them practice their teeth, and when they couldn't bite anymore, he would chop it up for them. The 2 little ones' eyes lit up when they saw the snake meat Chang Ye had thrown on the ground, and they ran over instantly. With 1 tiger and 1 snake, they began their conquest of the snake meat. Wow! Oh woo-oo! After holding it down with its little paws, it sniffed with its nose and then began to bite and tear at it in a frantic, red-faced manner. And it kept making low, hoarse humming sounds from its throat. This is the anger of being able to taste the blood but not being able to eat it. But this very fact aroused the tiger's innate desire for conquest. Both of them, one after the other, began to shake their heads and tear at each other even more violently. After leaving some for the little ones, Chang Ye picked up the other half and proceeded to his next step, stir-frying. Wash the pot thoroughly and let it dry. Add the peanut oil you brought, and once the oil is hot, add the snake meat and fry for 2 minutes. Remove and set aside. Then wash the casserole, add water, ginger, and garlic, then add the fried snake meat, and finally add a few washed green vegetables, and cover with the lid. Finally, add dry firewood to start a fire. Then, you only need to wait for about half an hour and you'll be all done. It's a bit of a shame that we would have had carrots, but given the current situation, we'll just have to make do with what we have. Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, the audience instantly became agitated. You call this just making do? Wild boar meat for lunch, snake soup for dinner, is that what you call making do? Haha, I originally thought the streamer would have a tough time in the mountains, but I never expected the clown to be me. How about we switch to something else? I'm willing to make do with what I have. I haven't even considered these things. It's true, comparing yourself to others is infuriating. After finishing the snake soup, Chang Ye began rinsing the rice. While waiting for the rice to cook, the snake soup should be almost ready as well. After finishing the preparations for dinner, Chang Ye looked outside. The sun was almost setting, with a few streaks of sunset still hanging on the horizon. Chang Ye quickly went to the storeroom and found a few candles for later use. Once he is familiar with the surrounding area, he will ask Uncle Gong to bring over a diesel generator. Although he brought a power bank, he wanted to save it to charge his phone and drone. Furthermore, he hadn't yet figured out what was nearby or what the situation was, so if he turned on the lights now, this is undoubtedly saying to the wild beasts outside, "Come and eat me." Never mind. Let's get familiar with the surrounding mountains and forests before we talk about it. After making the preparations, Cheng Ye returned to the kitchen and saw that Xiao Wenwen was already mindlessly gnawing on snake meat. Meanwhile, Dabao was still clinging tightly to the snake meat, tearing at it with his still developing sharp teeth. But no matter how much he tore at it, only small teeth marks remained on the snake meat. Seeing this, Cheng Ye did not disturb him, but picked up the snake meat that Xiao Wenwen had stopped eating and washed it clean. Then he chopped up the remaining half of the snake meat and divided it into 2 bowls. Set aside the portion of wild boar meat that was already trimmed and prepared for the tiger mother. After estimating the time, Cheng Ye picked up a rag and lifted the lid of the clay pot. A delightful aroma wafted over instantly. Holy crap, this smells amazing. To be honest, by this point I had swallowed countless times. It's confirmed, this is a food streamer, not some forest ranger's live stream. Haha, I feel the same way. I think we'll see the streamer make even more delicious food in the future. Thanks for the invitation. I'm reading this, but my stomach is growling. Hey handsome streamer, why don't you come to my house and cook for me? I'll pay you a salary. My house is in Thompson Riviera. Rich woman, look at me. After glancing at the comments in the live stream, Cheng Ye said with a smile, however, it's not completely healed yet. You need to add salt, soy sauce, and chicken bouillon and continue for a few more minutes. While waiting for this opportunity, Cheng Ye also stir-fried a vegetable dish. After all, a meal should include both meat and vegetables. After stir-frying the vegetables, Cheng Ye said with a smile, dinner's ready. After a simple dinner. By this time, it was completely dark. Looking out the door, one can still faintly see the lights of thousands of homes below the mountain. The lights of thousands of homes twinkled like stars in the darkness. At this moment, Cheng Ye lit 2 candles. The candle flame flickered, emitting a faint light. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Cheng Ye used the drone to take a picture of the tiger mother and her family who hadn't finished eating yet. He then pointed the camera at himself and said, "Alright, as you can see, it's already dark. Although I have lit the candle, it is actually very dangerous to light it without fully understanding the surroundings. So I need to finish packing as soon as possible, and then I'll get ready for bed. In the days to come, I will live stream to record my life as a forest ranger and the heartwarming moments with the tiger mother and her family, but right now, there is really no way to do so. I'll be going live tomorrow morning, so that's all for today. Good night everyone, see you tomorrow." After speaking, Cheng Ye turned the camera back to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were eating. Xiao Wenwen, Dabao, Hu Niu, come on, say goodbye to the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing this, Tiger Girl looked up and calmly glanced at Cheng Ye, then lowered her head again without hesitation. After hearing Cheng Ye's voice, Dabao simply turned his head and glanced at him. It tilted its little head, meat crumbs still clinging to its mouth, smacking its lips as it savored the bloody taste it liked, then turned to look at Cheng Ye with a bewildered expression, as if asking, "What are you doing?" After receiving no response from Cheng Ye, Dabao quickly resumed eating its dinner. Oh woo. Little Wenwen, on the other hand, obliged and let out a few loud cries at the camera. Seeing Xiao Wenwen selling noodles, Cheng Ye smiled and then picked up his phone to turn off the live stream. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream wailed in despair. Is it ending already? What a pity, I was thinking of watching it while eating. That's right, I just got home from get off work, opened my live stream, and then realized I had to end it. What kind of live stream is this? I just saw footage of a tiger, am I seeing things? What's going on? The stream is ending already? Just like that? The prime time slot from 7 to 10 p.m., the streamer's not broadcasting anymore. They don't care about this little bit of traffic at all, okay? Come on, it's prime time. Do you all want the streamer to get into trouble? Don't you have any basic wilderness survival knowledge? It's this late in the mountains, you're unfamiliar with the environment, and you're still streaming with lights and candles on, waiting for wild animals to come looking for you. I am going to bed early tonight so I can get up early tomorrow to watch the live stream. Look at my little Wenwen. After turning off the live stream, Cheng Ye looked at the 3 tigers who were still eating and then ignored them. Step outside and close the main door. Then he took the wooden bucket into the kitchen and scooped up the freshly boiled water. After a busy day, I was sweaty and dirty. It would be too uncomfortable to go to sleep without taking a shower. It was already dark, and the sounds of wild animals could be heard from time to time. Cheng Ye simply washed and dried himself off. After taking a shower, Tiger Girl and Dabao finished eating. Looking at Tiger Girl, who was still licking her teeth after finishing her meal, Cheng Ye said with a smile, "Let's go, Tiger Girl, take your cubs and go to your sleeping place." Cheng Ye tentatively called out to Hu Niu and pointed towards the second floor. The sleeping place is, of course, the attic on the second floor, which is neither too big nor too small. It's just the right size for Tiger Girl and her family to sleep on. There's also some hay on top, so you could call it a decent blanket. Moreover, the second floor is much warmer than the first floor, making it more suitable for Tiger Girl's family to sleep on. And also, it's just so spiritual. Hearing Cheng Ye's call, Hu Niu stood up while licking her lips. He walked up to Dabao, took Dabao by the scruff of his neck, and picked him up. She sobbed a few times towards Changya, then looked at Xiao Wenwen. Seeing Hu Niu's actions, Changya understood what she meant and gave a forced smile. Approaching Xiao Wenwen, I gently picked up the somewhat bewildered child. Alright, little one, it's time to go to sleep with your mom. I'll carry you upstairs. As he spoke, Changya squatted down and picked up Xiao Wenwen. After seeing that it was Changya, the little guy didn't make any move, but just kept rubbing his head against Changya's arm. After picking up Xiao Wenwen, Changya headed upstairs. Tiger Girl, carrying Dabao in her mouth, followed after them. Upon reaching the second floor, Changya placed the little one he was carrying under the hay. Little one, this is where you'll sleep. Be a good boy/girl tonight. After arriving on the second floor, Tiger Girl took a look at the attic environment and put Dabao down. Tigers typically rest in jungles or caves. The attic on the second floor is obviously much better. So Tiger Girl found a spot and lay down. After eating, Dabao was already a little sleepy. He trotted over to Tiger Girl's side and lay down next to her belly. For him now, his mother's arms are the warmest harbor. Changya smiled when he saw this, looked at little Wenwen at his feet, and said affectionately, alright, little one, go on over there, your dad is going to sleep too. After saying that, Changya pointed to Hu Niu's arms, indicating that the little one should go to sleep, and then went downstairs. But at this moment, Wenwen looked at her mother and then at Changya's retreating figure. The little head kept bobbing back and forth between Changya and his mother. Looking here and there, it swayed like a rattle drum. Seeing that Changya was about to reach the first floor, the little guy quickly took his 4 short legs down the stairs. But the height between the steps is longer than the little guy's legs, so the little guy could only carefully descend while trying to catch his way down. But before they were even halfway down, Changya was nowhere to be seen. When the little guy couldn't see Changya, he started howling. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Changya, who was about to go back to his room, heard the little guy's cry. After walking back to the stairs, I saw little Wenwen struggling to walk down the stairs. That little face, that anxious cry, and those short limbs that were forced to be nimble. All of this is saying, does this mean she wants to sleep with me? Thinking about it, Changya looked up and saw that Hu Niu had not come out. I understand that Tiger Girl probably doesn't care who the little guy sleeps with. Watching the little guy go down the stairs, Changya wasn't in a hurry and just stood there waiting. The little guy is quite clingy. After trying to go down a few steps, it accidentally landed headfirst and rolled down 2 steps. I got up and shook my head, as if I was dizzy. He didn't care anymore and quickly continued downhill. Changya just watched it and smiled. When the little guy came down the stairs, he picked it up and his face was full of the smile of an old father. But the little guy seemed a bit angry, and kept barking at him. Oh woo-woo, roar. That little face seemed to be saying something. Dad, why didn't you wait for me? Why don't you sleep with Wenwen in your arms? Looking at the little guy, Changya said affectionately. Okay, I was wrong. I'll take you to sleep, alright? After saying that, Changya pinched the little guy with his mouth. Only then did the little guy calm down. Then he took the little one into the room to prepare for bed. I don't know if it was because the night breeze on the mountain was a bit chilly or what. As soon as the little guy got into bed, he curled up on Changya's chest, on his collarbone below his neck. Therefore, Changya could only sleep on his side. What else can we do? Just spoil them. The mornings in the mountains offer a tranquility, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city. In big cities, some people are woken up either by an alarm clock or by their boss's phone call. Or perhaps it's the sound of road construction. These 3 voices are the voices that all contemporary young people fear. After arriving in the mountains, Changya could no longer hear these 3 sounds. There was no hen crowing from the neighbor's house in the village either. But at this moment, he was still woken up by a little guy. Just as dawn was breaking, the little one, who had just woken up, stuck out her pink little tongue and licked Changya's face. Changya, who was awakened by being licked, opened her sleepy eyes, smiled, grabbed the little one in front of her, pinched her chubby face, and put her aside, saying, I was busy all day yesterday, and I didn't even let your dad sleep in. You don't care about your father at all. The little girl listened to Changya's words and saw Changya pinching her face, so she thought Changya was playing with her. Ah, a woo-woo. After calling out a few times, the 4 short legs seemed to be poised to leap into Changya's arms as if they were about to sprint 100 meters. Seeing the little guy's expression, Changya smiled and dodged to the side, causing the little guy to miss. The little guy got even more excited when he saw that. She turned around and rushed into Changya's arms again. This time, however, Changya did not dodge, but let the little guy rush into his arms. Bang! The little guy bumped right into Changya's arms. Changya's playful nature was piqued, and he pretended to take a few steps back, bumping into the side of the wooden bed. He clutched the spot where the little guy had bumped into something, crying out in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Little Wenwen, how could you be so cruel as to bump into your daddy? Ouch, that hurts. After saying that, Changya put on a show of an old man faking an accident. Seeing this, the little guy stopped, staring at his daddy with wide eyes, first looking bewildered, then becoming anxious. Although the little guy doesn't understand the human body, he can still see Changya's screams. The little guy seemed to panic as well, and quickly came to Changya's side, tilting his small tiger head up and looking at Changya with pitiful eyes. After seeing Changya's energetic performance, the naive little guy believed it to be true. Its fluffy little tail wagged back and forth, its ears drooped, and it lay there listlessly. After looking around, the little guy put his two little front paws on Changya's legs and came closer. She brought her round little tiger head close to Changya's face and licked his face with her pink little tongue. Changya opened his eyes at this moment and saw the little guy's ears drooping in his uneasy appearance. You can tell the little guy is genuinely worried about himself, and he's also a bit scared, sad, and nervous. This is clearly the smartest response to his own performance. Wow! He could never quite grasp how clever Xiao Wenwen was. She quickly stopped her performance, grabbed the little one and held him tightly in her arms. Seeing the little guy's pitiful look, Changya's heart melted. Okay, Wenwen, daddy's fine, I was just kidding. Little Wenwen is the best girl, how could she bear to hurt daddy? After saying that, Changya buried his head in Xiao Wenwen's head and began to pet her. Little Wenwen didn't resist. She just nestled in Changya's arms, staring at him innocently with her big, bright eyes, and let out a soft, babyish whimper. Judging from her expression, it's as if she's saying something. Daddy, it doesn't hurt. Changya grinned, cuddling the tiger while quickly reaching out to soothe the little guy. Rub his head, stroke his fur. Under Changya's actions, the little guy's short tail, which had been swaying restlessly from side to side, quickly turned into a question mark shape. Seeing Wenwen like this, Changya understood. This current state means that it is happy or in a playful mood. After playing with the little one on the bed for a while longer, gurgle, gurgle. At first glance, it sounds like it's coming from inside the little guy's belly. Upon hearing this, Changya put Xiao Wenwen on the ground, tidied the bed, and said something. Little Wenwen is hungry. Wait for me a moment, okay? I'll go ask your mom for some milk later. After quickly tidying up the bed and folding the blankets, Changya stretched out a big yawn. Before engaging in strenuous exercise, people usually do stretching exercises. The purpose of stretching is similar to that of yawning, which is to wake up the muscles. Stretching can increase blood flow and raise blood pressure, allowing more blood to flow to the muscles and brain, thus waking up a sluggish body. Generally, when you're feeling groggy after a long day, stretching can quickly help you wake up. And the same is true when you wake up. Seeing Changya stretch, Xiao Wenwen was not to be outdone. Its forelegs were stretched out straight, and it stretched deeply, looking extremely cute. Good morning, Wenwen, time for breakfast. In the mountains, it gets dark early and it gets light early too. It wasn't just Changya and Xiao Wenwen who got up early, the birds in the mountains had already started chirping at this time as well. It was a little after 6, not yet 6:30. The sky was already beginning to lighten, but due to the thick fog, it was still difficult to see clearly outside. Upon arriving in the living room, Changya, not seeing Huniu and Dabao, picked up Xiao Wenwen and carried her upstairs to the second floor. As soon as I got to the second floor, I saw Dabao already eating his breakfast with great enthusiasm. His little mouth pursed up, as if he was afraid someone would take it away from him. Tiger Girl, who was licking her fur, looked up and glanced at Changya and Xiao Wenwen when they came up. Changya found it amusing to see Huniu's calm demeanor and chuckled, scolding, "You still have the nerve to look? You got up and didn't even bother to come down and check on the little one. All you do is lie there. What, are you so great just because you're wounded? You just lie there all the time." As Changya spoke, he placed Xiao Wenwen on the ground. Once on the ground, Xiao Wenwen looked bewildered as she watched Changya talking to her mother. The little guy thought Daddy was complaining to Mommy that he was hurt. Thinking about it, he quickly walked up to Tiger Girl and barked at Changya a few times. It looks as if it's saying, "I ate my food obediently, so can Daddy not tell Mommy?" Changya chuckled amusedly at the little one's appearance, then looked down at Huniu, who was staring at the two cubs on her belly, and continued, "After you feed the children, bring them downstairs. I'll make you breakfast in a bit. You have to finish the piece of wild boar meat you brought back yesterday, or it will go bad. Don't even think about my piece, I'm going to use it to preserve smoked meat." After listening to Changya's nagging, Tiger Girl howled at him a few times. The voice was soft and carried a hint of drowsiness. Changya listened to this weak and listless answer. "You've been sleeping ever since you got back, and you're still sleepy now. You're really something. Never mind you, I'm going to make breakfast." But this was just nagging. He knew that the tigress's body was still recovering, and in this state, it was right for her not to move if she could. After saying that, Changya went downstairs. Unfortunately, Changya didn't go live, otherwise the viewers in the live stream would have seen the scene. They'll definitely criticize it. This person is even more nagging than my own mother. Or perhaps, this is exactly the same as when my mother wakes me up. As the saying goes, eat a good breakfast, a full lunch, and a light dinner. If you have elders in your family, then every morning you'll inevitably hear them urging you to eat breakfast. Just now, Changya became the one urging him on. Changya went downstairs and started his live stream in the courtyard before washing up. The warm water, in the slightly cool temperature of the deep mountain forest, rises into a misty haze. Changya used the cool breeze to wake himself up and warmed his face with warm water. A moment later, after washing up, Changya picked up a towel and wiped himself while walking around, stopping occasionally to look at the mist that draped the lush green forest in a light veil. And in that hazy atmosphere, a cool fragrance wafts through. He took a deep breath. Hiss! Feeling refreshed and invigorated, how wonderful! As soon as the broadcast started, some people who had followed the account and were either already awake or still awake immediately came to the live stream room. Wow! What a beautiful morning! The guy looks so relaxed and happy. I'm so envious lying in bed. Good morning, Brother Chang. You're up so early too. I never imagined that streamers, besides us office workers, would get up so early. Wow, you're up so early. I was just about to have breakfast and then went to sleep. I didn't sleep all night. I'm so tired. Where is the little one? I haven't seen him either. I haven't seen Tiger Girl either. Where are they? Host, please let the little tiger out. My child is saying he won't go to kindergarten unless he sees the little tiger. I just woke up and saw the streamer was broadcasting. How great! A wonderful day starts with watching a streamer. Changya laughed as he watched the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. He clearly hadn't expected so many people to be there at this hour. I don't know if it was the attraction of Tiger Girl's family or because of myself. Regardless of who it is, as long as more and more people pay attention to their live stream, let them see the beauty of nature, and we can call on more people to protect nature. Looking at the comments, Changya answered them one by one. Good morning, everyone. To be honest, I was actually woken up by Xiao Wenwen. As soon as I got up, she started licking my face, so I had no choice but to get up. As for the little ones, they're upstairs pestering Tiger Girl for breakfast. They're still young and their stomachs don't hold up well, so they definitely need to eat breakfast. I'm just about to make some breakfast for them, and I'll also get some meat for Tiger Girl. Has everyone eaten yet? When the audience heard Changya's words, especially when he said he was woken up by the little guy, their expressions instantly changed. Oh ho, Versailles, isn't it? Why yeah, I also want to be woken up by Xiao Wenwen, or if that's not possible, Dabao will do too. Anything will do, even Dabao, ha ha ha. Eating meat buns with soy milk. Looking at the comments, Changya shook his head and chuckled. I have to say, I'm a little smug, hee hee. With the scenery, environment, and mood all in good spirits, Changya turned and went back into the house. Because I cooked 2 meals yesterday, I've already used up all the firewood left in the kitchen. Changya then went to the storage room and to the corner where the dead branches were placed. These dead branches were left by my grandfather, and they're piled up really high. Changya estimated that he might not be able to use it all up in 6 months. After carefully taking down a bundle of dry branches from the top, Changya took it back to the kitchen. Then he went back to the warehouse and took out a pumpkin of medium size and 2 free-range eggs. These supplies were prepared when new rangers arrived. However, it's clear that they never used it, so it's just been stored in the warehouse. After you get the pumpkin, cut it in half. I'll save half for lunch and use the other half for breakfast now. After placing the other half, Changya began to demonstrate his skillful knife work. Peel the pumpkin clean. He then used his skillful knife work to cut the pumpkin into shreds. Cut the pumpkin into shreds and put them in a bowl. Then I cracked the freshly brought eggs onto the shredded pumpkin. Sprinkle some flour on top, then pick up your chopsticks and start stirring. Changya said to the camera while stirring. Let's keep it simple this morning and make some pumpkin pancakes. If you like them or want to learn how to make them, you can follow along with me. Look, you must stir vigorously. You go ahead and do it, but I'll admit defeat once you learn how. I really liked what the host said. We'll just have to make do with what we have up in the mountains. He can do everything, huh? Here's another new dish, pumpkin pancakes. I'd like to see just how much the streamer can do. After mixing the flour evenly, sprinkle in a little salt. Unlike in the city, there is no gas in the mountains, there are only stoves that use firewood. Moreover, because he was alone, Changya had to light the fire by himself first. Light some dry grass with a match and put it into the stove opening. Burn it for a few seconds first, and once the flames are bigger, put the dry branches in. Then add some dry grass into the stove and continue burning. Once the dry branches are burning, it's ready. Just add some firewood every now and then, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. After removing the pan from the heat, add oil. Once the oil is about 50% hot, you can add the prepared pumpkin. Then Changya began to demonstrate to the audience how to make pumpkin pancakes. This whole process took Chang Ye about 10 minutes. After making the final tossing motion in the wok, Chang Ye chuckled and said, "It's ready. It's yellow and smells really good, I'll go buy one later. If you bought this outside, wouldn't it cost 3 yuan? Hey, the little guy seems to have come by smelling something delicious. Tiger Girl is here too, ha ha ha, why are they all just standing at the door and not coming in?" Chang Ye turned his head and looked outside the kitchen, where he saw Hu Niu and her 2 cubs standing outside. Tiger Girl stared wide-eyed at that moment, standing motionless outside the kitchen, her thick tail also still. "I can't figure out what this girl is up to." The 2 little brats paced anxiously back and forth, looking at Chang Ye's whimpering and complaining, feeling wronged but not coming in. "I'm so anxious." Chang Ye was slightly taken aback when he saw this. Then, seeing the flames rising from the stove, he understood. They're not coming in, probably because they're afraid of fire. Wild animals are generally afraid of fire. But that's not quite right either. They might be afraid of fire because forest fires have caused them great harm. Now that the meal is finished, I'll put out the fire first. Moreover, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few more words and call on everyone to protect the environment and strengthen forest fire prevention. After saying that, Chang Ye stopped looking at the camera, went to the stove, and extinguished the fire. And then they saw the stove fire go out. De Bao and Wen, the 2 little guys, immediately stopped jumping around like their mother. Instead, they stopped in their tracks and cautiously peered inside. Seeing this, Chang Ye smiled and waved. "Hey, come on over here." As soon as he finished speaking, whether it was the action in his hands or his own voice, the 2 little ones immediately understood what he meant. Immediately, the 2 little ones ran in excitedly and happily, clinging to Chang Ye's legs and howling. Chang Ye saw that there were still milk stains around the mouths of the 2 little ones, so he squatted down and wiped them off for them, and said with a smile, "What, you're full and still thinking about stealing your dad's food? Okay, go out and play by yourself. I still need to make breakfast for your mother, and I'll also chop up some mincemeat for you to eat when you're hungry." After saying that, he ignored the 2 little ones, took the leftover wild boar meat from yesterday, washed it clean, cut off the thick wild boar skin, and brought it to Tiger Girl, letting her take it away and eat it herself. And what about Tiger Girl? The way it received the pork was very natural, without any sign of being fed. This made Chang Ye realize that this girl really knew that all the meat belonged to her. As for the 2 little ones, they clearly didn't listen to Chang Ye and didn't go out to play. I had been staring longingly at the meat in Chang Ye's hand. After seeing their mother take them away, the 2 little ones cried even louder. It was so anxious it was jumping up and down, rubbing its 4 little paws back and forth. It seems to be saying, "Daddy, where's mine, where's mine? We want some too." Seeing this, Chang Ye could only shake his head helplessly. "Wow, what an appetite. Little thing." So I simply chopped some minced meat for the 2 little guys. He understood that the little ones weren't hungry. Instead, from their perspective, Tiger Girl and they were eating, and they wanted to eat too. What's this called again? A family should always be together. Chang Ye finished the 3 pumpkin pancakes in just a few minutes. Hiccup. Because he ate too fast, Chang Ye let out a burp. The 2 little ones, who were already full, ate the mincemeat. Upon hearing the sound, they all raised their heads to look at Chang Ye. Seeing Chang Ye burp, the 2 of them first tilted their heads, then found it amusing and quickly imitated him. "Wow! Roar!" A childish, babyish voice, pretending to burp. Chang Ye smiled as he watched the 2 little ones being mischievous. I got up and tidied up the dishes. He then turned around. "Come on, little ones, let's go out and play. If I work hard all day today, I can tidy up the backyard and fix the fence, and that should be enough. Yesterday I cleared the grass in the backyard and renovated the ground, which only solved the problem of food. What we need to do today is to ensure our personal safety. We need to check all the railings surrounding the entire cabin. Check if it's loose or if there's a gap somewhere. Otherwise, you might end up with some kind of wild beast without even knowing it. In this remote mountain forest, this thing cannot be taken lightly." Chang Ye wouldn't risk his life. Of course, things will be different when the little ones grow up. With 3 guys around, he can rely on his own strength. And there's one more thing. Hey girl, don't be shy. When you need to poop, just find a spot in the yard. You don't need to go far. Chang Ye turned to the languid Tiger Girl with amusement and said. Tiger Girl glanced at him, then turned her head away and ignored him. Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, the viewers in the live stream reacted with a mix of bewilderment and laughter, flooding the chat with comments like, "What the heck?" Chang Ye saw it, which made him roll his eyes and say something. "What do you know? Do you know how powerful tiger poop is? When a tiger defecates, no wild animal within a kilometer radius dares to approach. This is because wild animals know to avoid danger and seek good fortune. They can detect the presence of a tiger by its scent. The mere smell of a tiger will make their legs go weak. In other countries, ranchers will even go out of their way to buy tiger dung. It's very expensive. But there's one thing, tigers are too clean. They'll run far from their den to poop, even finding a place with water to do it. At this point, Chang Ye turned to look at Hunniu and expressed his opinion with his expression. Hey girl, we're family, don't be so polite. After finishing her wild boar meat, Tiger Girl lazily lay down on the ground to rest. Its round head rested on its front legs, its eyes half closed, and it occasionally licked its beautiful fur. It was already very clean, but it was so boring, it kept doing this cleaning work. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled and walked over, squatted down, and ruffled the big guy's head. Don't lie there, go out for a walk. This isn't how you rest. Walk around in the yard and stretch your muscles, that will help you recover faster. Tiger Girl listened to Chang Ye's nagging, her face showing no reaction. Instead, she stuck out her big tongue, retracted the barbs, and began to lick Chang Ye's face. Chang Ye didn't flinch when he saw Hunniu sticking out her tongue. The barbs on a tiger's tongue are extremely sharp, almost like razor blades. However, this only becomes apparent when encountering danger or eating. It can also be controlled through muscles to control the direction of the barbs, so as not to hurt the pups or its favorites. Seeing that Hunniu was showing him affection, Chang Ye had no intention of letting her go. She's already been lying down all day yesterday, so we definitely can't let her lie down like that again today. Thinking about it, he pretended to use a little force to drag Tiger Girl and then gently patted its bottom. Bang! Bang! Because of the presence of hair, the sound when slapped is muffled. It wasn't a slap sound. Alright, pleading won't work. Let's go for a walk. Haha, even pleading didn't work, I'm dying of laughter. Is this still the king of beasts? Isn't it said that you shouldn't touch a tiger's backside? How come the streamer can film it without any problems? How can a streamer be compared to us? You're obviously a new viewer. Tiger Girl, don't I have any dignity? You just pat someone's butt like that, ha ha ha. But Tiger Girl really needs to go out for a walk. The streamer is doing it for her own good, she's been lying around for so long. I really want to pat Tiger Girl, but I'm afraid she'll bite me. Roar! Sensing Chang Ye's actions, Tiger Girl turned her head and growled at him in a low voice, like the sound of a 12-cylinder engine idling. She used this to express that she was a little upset. Not only his voice, but his eyes also seemed to show some reluctance. But after glancing at Chang Ye, she slowly stood up. It stretched out its two paws, stuck out its big rear end, and leaned forward, making a graceful arc. Unlike the little guy's cute yawning, Tiger Girl's pose is both lazy and domineering. After stretching, Tiger Girl opened her mouth wide and tugged at the stiff muscles around her mouth, muscles that possessed a biting force of nearly a ton and needed to be stretched from time to time. Having done all that, it strolled leisurely outside. The markings on its belly and back rippled, exuding an intimidating aura. As soon as it stepped out the door, the lantern-like creature scanned the yard back and forth before leisurely strolling around. Seeing Hunniu like this, Chang Ye felt much relieved. Judging from the situation, Tiger Girl's injuries should be almost fully healed. Thinking of this, Chang Ye happily greeted the two little ones. Let's go out and see where it needs repair or patching. After hearing Chang Ye's words, the little ones all called out to him with great enthusiasm. Aw, woo. Especially little Wenwen, after seeing Chang Ye hug his mother. The little guy stayed to the side the whole time, looking at Chang Ye with a bright look in his eyes. Upon hearing Chang Ye's voice, Xiaobao happily ran out. It seems like its 4 short legs aren't enough, so it runs incredibly fast. They probably couldn't wait to get out. Little Wenwen trotted over to Chang Ye's feet and nibbled on his trouser leg with her little mouth. It whimpered a few more times, then looked up at you with its big, watery eyes. Seeing Wenwen like this, Chang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. The little guy is so clingy. Little Wenwen wants a hug too. The little guy's short tail, which was black, white, and yellow, kept wagging gently, and it would occasionally make a whoosh sound. Seeing the little guy like this, Chang Ye smiled, knowing that the little guy wanted to be affectionate with him. Thinking about it, Chang Ye squatted down, picked up the little guy, and stroked his head affectionately as he held him in his arms. Okay, I'll take you out now. Once we're outside, little Wenwen will have to play by herself. I'm busy later, so have fun by yourself. If it weren't for all the things he had to do today, Chang Ye really wanted to just keep playing with the little guy. But he couldn't, because besides taking care of Tiger Girl's family, he also needs to do a good job of protecting the forest. It's been 2 days since he arrived, and he still hasn't gone out to patrol the forest he's supposed to protect. So he has to finish the work in the yard today and then start heading into the mountains tomorrow. After carrying Xiao Wenwen outside, Chang Ye carefully placed the little one on the ground. Let's go have some fun. The little guy looked at Chang Ye and barked a few times, not understanding why. Chang Ye ignored her and started walking towards the railing. The little guy, seeing this, didn't care and just followed behind Chang Ye on his own. Chang Ye didn't walk very fast, and although the little guy's 4 short legs made him stumble along, he was still able to keep up. Haha, how can little Wenwen be so clingy? The way she walks is so cute. Are all tiger cubs this clingy? That's so strange. I don't know if they're clingy or not, but I do know they can eat people. Oh my, little Wenwen's walk is so funny, swaying left and right. They must have already decided in their heads, but their four little legs haven't decided which one to go first, ha ha ha. If you look at it alone, the cabin isn't actually very big, but if you include the backyard and places to store things, the whole area becomes. The courtyard is actually quite large, probably over 100 square meters. The yard is large, so naturally, the fence surrounding it is also large. I remember Uncle Gong saying that when this fence was built, Grandpa even asked him to come and help, and he worked from morning till night. It took a whole day to fence off the entire courtyard. Then it took another half a day to get to the door. Looking back now, Changya benefited from his grandfather's influence, otherwise, it would have been a huge undertaking if he had done it himself. So now all he needs to do is check if the fences are loose, or if there are any gaps, and then patch them up. Changya went to the storeroom, picked up a hammer, a bundle of wire, and an entrenching tool, and came out. All three of these things are usable. After stepping out of the storeroom, Changya thought for a moment and then began to inspect the area from the doorway. Viewers in the live stream, please remember to check if there are any problems. I'm afraid I might miss something. After all, this concerns my personal safety. After hearing Changya's words, the viewers in the live stream all agreed. Don't worry, host, I have a very sharp eye. I can only take a quick look, since I don't really understand it. Finally, I can help. I'm a carpenter, I'll give the streamer some pointers in a bit. To be honest, the streamer's little courtyard looks quite spacious. This fence is so neatly made. I want to get one for my backyard too. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Changya smiled and then got busy. After checking for more than 10 minutes, Changya did not find any major problems. However, because some sections were secured with wire instead of nails, over time, the areas where the railings and bases intersected became loose. Changya then used the wire he had brought to retie it, wrapping it several more times for safety. Some soil loosens due to rain and needs to be hammered down. Although the problem wasn't serious, Changya spent almost an hour and a half inspecting and repairing it. It's easy to imagine how long it took his grandfather and Uncle Gong to build this fence. After walking around and returning to the entrance, Changya couldn't help but laugh. Alright, with this fence and Tiger Girl's poop, I now have a stable and safe place to live in the mountains. If you ask me, actually it's Tiger Girl's papa who deserves the most credit, ha ha ha. I think so too. This wall is fine for keeping out most wild animals, but it's not enough against bears and wolves. Indeed, if a wolf wanted to get in, it would seem like it could jump in easily, but something is better than nothing. With Tiger Girl around, what's there to be afraid of? Her injuries are probably healed by now, she'll just be easy prey if she comes. That's true. Once the two little ones grow up, won't the streamer be able to do whatever he wants in this kindling mountains? If I had a family like Tiger Girl's, I'd slap every stray dog that passed by in the mountains. You're wrong to think that way. Although this yard is a bit fragile, wild animals aren't blind. They know it's an obstacle, and their not-so-bright minds don't allow them to understand whether they can break it open. Basically, if something is wandering around outside but can't find the entrance, it will just go around and leave. After Changya finished speaking, he ignored the comments and turned to look at the fence, saying, "Now that the fence is finished, all that's left is this wooden gate." Looking at the wooden door in front of him, Changya turned it around. Squeak squeak squeak. Hearing the sound, Changya couldn't help but sigh. I guess there are very few wooden doors like this nowadays. Viewers in the live stream followed the camera to the old-fashioned wooden door from the 1960s and 70s. It seems that this type of wooden door is basically gone now, except in rural areas. Sitting on the doorstep first thing in the morning will get you scolded by the adults, haha. When I was little, I would sneak out to play and come back too late. Opening the door was always a nerve-wracking experience, haha. I was even hanging from the doorknob above and swinging back and forth, ha. Next time, the streamer can tie ropes to the entire doorframe so it can be used as a swing or for cracking walnuts. I'm afraid that won't work. It might be okay for kids, but for live streamers, this whole thing will collapse. Changya looked at it and found that the wooden door was drooping and dragged on the ground when it was turned, and it was very heavy. These are all minor issues. Changya measured it and then ran back to the storeroom. A short while later, he came out of the storeroom again. He just had an extra piece of wood in his hand. When Changya returned to the door, he found a little guy standing there. It was Wenwen, who had just followed him for a while, then went to play with Dabao, and was now tired of playing. Yesterday, Changya noticed that Xiao Wenwen's physical strength was slightly worse than Dabao's. The little guy barked a few times when he saw Changya come out, and kept panting with his little tongue. That little face seemed to be saying something. Baby is dying of thirst. Seeing the little guy's expression, Changya smiled and said, "Little guy, wait a minute, I'll be done soon. I'll get you some water to drink in a bit." After saying that, Changya took the wood chip he had just ground, squatted down, and prepared to lift the wooden door up. For a normal adult, it might be a bit difficult to lift a wooden door with one hand, but Chang Ye, whose body had been enhanced by the system, naturally felt no pressure. But what Chang Ye found somewhat amusing was, as I was lifting the wooden door, the little guy came over again, pretending to want to help. I walked to the raised wooden door, crouched down and crawled inside, right under the door, trying to support it with my own body. Oh my! This little brat wants to carry the old gate? Upon seeing this, Chang Ye quickly put down the wooden piece and picked up the little guy. The little guy got a bit anxious as he was being carried away and howled at Chang Ye a few times. It looks like it's saying something. I'm helping. Let me go. After Chang Ye picked up the little guy, he quickly lifted the wooden door and placed the wooden piece at the bottom of the groove. Then slowly lower the wooden door. After shaking the wooden door again, the creaking sound was gone. The swing door moved easily, no longer feeling as heavy as before. After repairing the gate, Chang Ye relaxed a bit. Meanwhile, the little guy was still crying loudly. She seemed quite dissatisfied that she hadn't been able to help Chang Ye. Chang Ye was about to squat down and say a few words of comfort to the little guy. But suddenly, I noticed a drop of rain dripping onto my forehead. Looking up, I saw the sky darkening at a visible speed, and a stuffy wind had already started to blow. I hadn't noticed it before, and it was during that brief moment of his daze that large raindrops began to fall. Quickly, Chang Ye picked up the little one beneath him and ran into the house. You should know that felines hate water the most. He certainly couldn't let the little guy get wet in the rain. Running back to the cabin, I found Dabao and Huniu also running back. But because the rain was falling so hard, both the small and large children got soaked. Little Wenwen was protected in Chang Ye's arms and didn't get wet. The two, one big and one small, were soaked to the bone. As soon as they stepped into the wooden house and stopped, they began to shake themselves. I wanted to shake the water off my body. Before Chang Ye could react, he was splashed with a lot of water by Huniu. The same goes for Xiao Wenwen. The little guy, on the contrary, found it fun, waving his little paws in Chang Ye's arms and crying out. Chang Ye patted the water off his clothes and chuckled as he scolded the two children. You're so old, and you still don't know to run home when it rains, and you even get soaked. You guys are something else. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, the streamer must be really worried sick. Why is it raining so hard all of a sudden? It was fine just a moment ago. That's normal. April weather is like a child's face, changing in an instant. Spring rain is as precious as oil. It's really good that it rains, everything gets nourished and comes back to life. Looking at the heavy rain outside, I also saw the wooden gate of the fence outside the house. For some reason, Chang Ye suddenly remembered the time he visited his grandfather's grave during the Qingming festival. It rained that day too. Because his father was too busy with his business to go back to his hometown, he had to carry the basket for the ancestral worship. Looking at the little child running in front of him, I remember when we used to sweep the tombs, I was always the one running at the very front. Grandpa walked very slowly back then, but I never imagined I would visit him in this way. Thinking of this, Chang Ye murmured to himself, yes, spring makes everything young and vibrant. But it seems like someone was left out. Chang Ye looked at the sky outside and remained silent for a few seconds. Then she felt the little guy moving around in her arms, and looked at Tiger Girl who was licking Dabao. He smiled wryly. Go find a towel and wipe them down. In early April, spring rain fell in the city. I don't know if summer didn't want to come, or if spring couldn't be kept. After taking the towel out, Chang Ye returned to the hall. At this moment, he noticed that not only Huniu and Dabao were wet, even Xiao Wenwen, whom he had just been protecting in his arms, was half wet. The little guy was still snuggling against his mother. Chang Ye already understood why. I almost forgot. Not all felines are afraid of water. Among felines, tigers, jaguars, and fishing cats are all excellent swimmers. Tigers, for example, will even swim in the river to cool themselves down in the summer. However, it's raining now, and the temperature in the mountains is a bit low. Chang Ye decided to help the three of them clean up. Otherwise, it will be difficult to handle if you catch a cold. It's true that I have veterinary skills, but even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Especially for Xiao Wenwen, whose physical condition was relatively poor compared to Dabao. I remember when I first met her yesterday, she was still very slim. He's only getting a little better, and he's already running wild and not taking care of his health anymore. Chang Ye came to Xiao Wenwen's side, grabbed her by the back of the neck to stop her from rubbing against Huniu's body, and then said to Huniu, Girl, didn't you see that you got Xiaowen wet? Aren't you going to do anything about it? Tiger Girl listened to Chang Ye's words, glanced at him indifferently, and then lowered her head to lick her fur. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye realized that tigers are generally quite clean inside. Never mind, you keep licking it. I'll take care of the little one first, then I'll take care of you. After saying that, he turned to Wenwen, whom he had picked up. And you were perfectly fine, but you had to go over there and freeload off someone. You're such a worry. The little guy ignored Chang Ye's words and kept waving his 4 short legs in the air. She seemed to find it quite amusing that Chang Ye had grabbed her, her little mouth opening and closing. She showed her tiny, undeveloped teeth and kept howling, "Daddy picked me up." Chang Ye felt a pang of tenderness in his heart when he saw the little guy like this. After putting the little guy on the ground, I squatted down beside him. I touched the little guy, his wet tiger fur felt a bit thick. Some of the fluff was even stuck together. You kept rubbing against it, now it doesn't feel good to touch at all. As Chang Ye spoke, he took a dry towel and began wiping the wet areas off the little guy's body. The little guy stopped moving around and stood steadily in place, not touching the ground. Chang Ye let himself rub the towel all over his body. Even when Chang Ye was rubbing his head, the little guy squinted his eyes slightly. It felt like she was receiving a head massage spa from Chang Ye. Especially when we wiped the tiger whiskers, the little guy even tilted his head upwards. This made Chang Ye laugh. This little guy. After Chang Ye finished wiping the little guy's head, Xiao Wenwen immediately started shaking his head frantically. It swings back and forth. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye continued wiping while saying something. "What, now you know it needs to be clean? Don't move around, it's not finished cleaning yet." As he spoke, Chang Ye gently pressed the little guy down and continued wiping him. After sensing Chang Ye's movements, Xiao Wenwen stopped shaking her little tiger head and instead sat still, supporting herself with her little paws. But less than 2 seconds later, her short tail bent slightly downwards, while the tip of her tail curved upwards. When Chang Ye saw this, he smiled. He knew that this meant the little guy was feeling very comfortable and content. But thinking about it, it makes sense. I used to feel the same way when adults dried my hair after I got caught in the rain. Haha, little Wenwen seems quite satisfied, judging by her little gestures. I'd give the streamer a 5-star review. I'll definitely order this massage therapist again next time. The little guy actually glanced at the streamer, secretly observing. Dash, so cute. I'm so envious. Can I do it? I'll clean it really well. Dash, you coming? If you come, then Tiger Girl next to you might get a little excited. Forget it then, my life is more important. I'll just silently enjoy the envy. Just as Chang Ye was about to finish wiping Xiao Wenwen clean, he suddenly noticed another little one at his feet. It was Dabao who kept licking his own fur after getting wet. Dabao had been observing Chang Ye and his sister the whole time, and his licking movements slowed down a bit. She seemed curious about what Chang Ye and her sister were doing, but what he didn't know was that Chang Ye, who had a keen eye, had already noticed Dabao's little tricks. When Dabao saw that Chang Ye was almost finished wiping his younger sister, he finally couldn't help but come over and bark at Chang Ye. It seems like she's repeating what Chang Ye said. Me too, quick, wipe it on me too. It's my turn now. At this moment, after Chang Ye finished wiping Xiao Wenwen, little Wenwen raised her round little tiger head and rubbed it against Chang Ye's hand that had just wiped her body. Chang Ye laughed when he saw this, patted the little guy's head twice, and pointed to the kitchen. Go drink some water, little one. Do you remember where you drank water yesterday? Xiao Wenwen looked in the direction Chang Ye was pointing, and then looked at Chang Ye again. After calling a few times, Xiao Wenwen and her 4 short legs negotiated and walked towards the water source. Seeing that the little guy already knew, Chang Ye smiled and turned to look at Dabao next to him. Hey, isn't this my Dabao? Weren't you grooming yourself? What do you want from me? Dabao didn't care about that. He barked at the towel in Chang Ye's hand a few times, and then barked at Chang Ye a few times as well. Judging from the way it looks, it seems like it's talking. What are you standing there for? Wipe it for me. Use this thing, just like my sister, wipe me down too. Chang Ye looked at Dabao's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. However, she still picked up the towel in her hand and started wiping Dabao's body. Otherwise, if you really catch a cold, you'll have nowhere to cry. Just like Xiao Wenwen, Dabao squinted his eyes as Chang Ye rubbed his tiger head, feeling the sensation of his technique. Seeing the little guy's expression, Chang Ye couldn't help but laugh. You two little rascals, you've really become my masseuses, haven't you? As he spoke, Chang Ye pinched Dabao's tiger-like face with his left hand, and then continued wiping it. But what Chang Ye didn't notice was the audience in the live stream at that moment. I'm so lucky, I don't even realize it. I want to wipe Dabao down too, let me do it. Seeing the streamer's disgusted look, I felt a pang of sadness. Where is the streamer? Anyone want to come with me to steal these 2 little guys? Give me Wenwen, and you can have Dabao. Dash, you're dreaming. Little Wenwen is definitely mine. Dash, you've gone too far with these handcuffs. You're worse than a prisoner. Apply the shackles, your new life is about to end before death. The day of reckoning is approaching. Since Dabao had been licking himself for a while, Chang Ye quickly helped Dabao clean it up. After being cleaned up, Dabao didn't act affectionately towards Chang Ye like Xiao Wenwen did. Instead, he shook himself up, as if checking if Chang Ye had wiped it clean. After the inspection, the little guy happily trotted off to the kitchen. He looked thirsty, after all, he had been playing for a long time. Changya watched Dabao leave and couldn't help but laugh and curse. "Sigh, my little Wenwen is so sensible." Upon hearing Changya's voice, Dabao turned around, whether he understood or not. "Oh woo-woo." Then he turned around and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Changya was stunned for a moment after seeing this, then laughed and turned to look at Huniu, who was still licking her fur. "Girl, are you going to do it yourself, or do you need my help?" Tigers do lick their own fur, but its enormous size already implies its tongue can't reach many places. When you get wet in the wild, the only options besides shaking yourself off are to sunbathe. After hearing Changya's words, Huniu turned her head to look over. He gave Changya a few soft shouts, then slowly stood up. She walked up to Changya with an imposing cat-like gait and licked his cheek with her tongue. Then he squatted down, motionless, waiting for Changya to wipe him. Is this really a South China tiger? It's so docile. It looks similar to my cat. It looks the same when I clean it. Are you sure that's about right? Your cat probably wouldn't even dare to lift its head in front of this guy, ha ha ha. This streamer is quite clever, they even know how to use a tiger to grab attention. Would a real tiger act like that towards a human? I don't believe it. Indeed, it's obviously something some teen did for money. Changya frowned when he saw it, but didn't think much of it and began to carefully wipe Huniu's face. Tiger Girl is different from the other two little ones. Changya wiped those two little guys off in just a few minutes. But Tiger Girl was different, she had a lot of fur and a large body, and she was also injured. You need to be even more patient when wiping it. However, during the wiping process, Changya was somewhat surprised. Tiger Girl's injuries have almost completely healed, and in many places, the wounds are barely visible. Even the most severely injured area, the abdomen, has begun to scab over. Is this the self-healing ability of the king of beasts? This is a bit too terrifying. After carefully wiping it clean, Changya took a deep breath. Finally done, everyone, you almost exhausted me. As he spoke, Changya gently rubbed Tiger Girl's round head. Although the fur wasn't completely dry, it still felt wonderful to the touch. When Changya started petting the cat again, the viewers in the live stream immediately started to cheer. They all wished they could jump into the screen and touch it. I want to touch it too, can I touch it? I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to touch a South China tiger's head in my lifetime, sigh. The tiger mom is so cute, but why didn't she purr? Aren't cats supposed to make that sound when they're being petted? Yes, I thought tigers would do that too. I also. Changya glanced at the comments and, seeing that many viewers had raised the same question, thought for a moment and then said, "It seems that everyone has some misunderstandings about tigers. Cats and tigers are both felines. But the reason cats purr is because the hyoid bone in their throats can vibrate. However, the hyoid bones of many large felines have degenerated and cannot vibrate like those of cats. So don't expect that when you pet a tiger, it will make a gurgling sound. But don't be discouraged. There are still two large felines that can purr, cheetahs and cougars. If you have the chance, you can try it." When the viewers in the live stream first heard that there were two other large felines that could purr, they were immediately struck by the sound. Everyone was still very curious and wanted to know what Changya was talking about. But after hearing Changya's words, they all immediately became agitated. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. Try it and you'll miss out. Haha, is this something I could even think of? The streamer is overestimating us. We saw them, let alone touch them, we'd be lucky if we could even run away. Wow, you know quite a bit. Looks like you've done your homework. Not bad at all. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Changya frowned slightly. The comments in the live chat today are a bit strange, like they're targeting me. What's going on? Ring, ring, ring. Changya was somewhat displeased. Just then, a phone call came in. Upon hearing the sound, Changya answered the phone while wiping Huniu's face. Hello? Who is this? Because it was a private phone call, Changya did not use his identity as a forest ranger to answer the call. But because it was an unfamiliar number, he was very polite. Unexpectedly, the other party was quite unfriendly. Hello, I am the head of the Wildlife Conservation Project in M City. The purpose of this call is to ask us to find a time to hand over the wild South China tiger that you are illegally raising. You know, the South China tiger is already listed as extinct in the Red Data Book. This recent reappearance of a South China tiger in the wild has made this a very serious concern for all the leaders and researchers at the M City Wildlife Conservation Project. We need to bring it over as soon as possible to prevent. Changya frowned and interrupted the other person sharply. Moreover, he immediately understood the purpose of the call. Avoid what? Are you trying to avoid killing it, eating it, or simply not surviving in the nature we've protected over the years, a nature that's slowly recovering? After saying these words with emotion, Changya said angrily again, "Are you crazy? Are you ignorant of the law? Who are you, official? Please give me your supervisor's phone number, or have your supervisor contact my supervisor, okay? Chang Ye suppressed his anger and gave the other party a long speech. This abruptly silenced the other person's words, which were filled with a sense of superiority and condescension. What the hell is this? Is it trying to mess with people's mentality? At this point, the person on the other end of the phone was also somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected Chang Ye to be so assertive. Normally, people would be polite when receiving calls from officials. Unlike Chang Ye, they wouldn't directly retort. He was stunned for a moment and didn't reply. After waiting for a few seconds, Chang Ye's temper flared up again. Are you crazy? Beep beep beep. He hung up the phone immediately. He then looked at the screen, frowned, and thought for a few seconds, his posture pausing for a few seconds as well. With only one hand, he unconsciously wiped the fur off Tiger Girl's body. Damn it! Zoo? What zoo? Official? What official? He had already spoken with Uncle Gong ever since Tiger Girl and her family came to his house. Chang Ye truly had no idea that these so-called officials regarding wild animals could speak to him, someone with legitimate adoption rights, in such an attitude. And, are they ignorant of the law? Is it illegal from the start? Flattery. Chang Ye frowned, ignoring the comments and whether it was a live stream or not. I went straight to Uncle Gong's phone number and called him. Hello, Uncle Gong. It took Chang Ye 2 minutes to explain the contents of the phone call to Uncle Gong. Then, he waited for instructions from Uncle Gong, who was also his direct superior. Despite his serious yet approachable demeanor, he is also Chang Ye's elder, and Chang Ye finds a sense of security in his presence. Just like when he was with his grandfather. Uncle Gong's voice came from the other end of the phone. I understand, oh no. You don't need to worry about this. Don't worry, just focus on your work. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye hummed in response, but still asked again, seemingly uneasy. Uncle Gong, will this cause you any trouble? Upon hearing this, the usually serious Uncle Gong chuckled softly. Trouble? What trouble? Such a good thing, hee hee. Good news. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye tilted his head to the side. What a good thing. It's obvious someone's eyeing the South China tiger. That's hardly a good thing. Uncle Gong knew that Chang Ye was confused by what he meant by good thing, so he began to explain. Yes, don't worry, it's a good thing. South China tiger. What an ancient name. How did this creature disappear from public view? Upon hearing this, Chang Ye frowned and thought for a while before speaking. Environment. The damage is due to environmental destruction, as well as the grazing by some mountain rats. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Gong confirmed. Yes, the environment. So why do you think they've reappeared now? Chang Ye's brows relaxed. He had an idea, and after listening to this, he understood something. He continued directly. It's still the environment. Uncle Gong chuckled, clearly pleased with his youngest and quickest thinking subordinate. That's right. It's still about the environment. This is the pride of our director Lin, and also the pride of your predecessors, your grandfather. Our environment is getting better and better. Ha ha, this South China tiger is our Medal of Honor. Trouble. What trouble is this? What's with the Medal of Honor? Oh no, your awareness needs improvement. After hearing about Chang Ye's ordeal on the phone, Uncle Gong not only spoke with ease. He could be proud at the same time, and still make fun of Chang Ye. After listening to the call, Chang Ye remained silent for a few seconds and thought about it. He then burst out laughing. For some reason, he felt a little proud. He looked at Tiger Girl, who seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with him. He reached out and rubbed its head, and Tiger Girl, in a show of affection, nudged its head back. Wait a minute, I'll clean it for you properly in a bit. Chang Ye lowered his voice, but Uncle Gong still heard him. Hee hee, you're busy. Don't worry about the phone call just now, leave it to your Uncle Gong. After Chang Ye responded with relief, he heard Uncle Gong hang up the phone. He turned around with a smile and picked up the towel again. Come on, meritorious girl, let me give you a good wipe. At this time, the person in charge of the M-City Protection Project was hung up on by Chang Ye. He was stunned for 2 minutes at first, and when he came to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly to the staff next to him. Immediately, call my project's public relations person here, and also the publicity department. He's really something else. I'm going to ruin his reputation. In today's era of advanced internet information, the transmission of information is extremely fast. Soon, some unfavorable news about Chang Ye spread instantly. One headline even climbed to third place on the trending topics list within just a few minutes, and its popularity continues to rise. The South China tiger, also known as the Xia dynasty tiger and the closest direct ancestor of tigers, the ancient Chinese cat, has reappeared in Kinlan. Forest ranger in Kinlan illegally kept a South China tiger in captivity for the sake of publicity. How despicable. For the future of the South China tiger, our M-City Zoo is issuing a formal denunciation of Ranger Qin Ling, hoping to receive support from all sectors of society. Hand over the South China tiger family so they can receive better care. These headlines immediately attracted a lot of attention after appearing on major social media platforms. Compared to some celebrity scandals, the word tiger is arguably more attention-grabbing. It's safe to say that almost everyone is curious about this king of beasts. Not to mention it's an extinct South China tiger. Suddenly, more and more people began to pay attention to this matter. However, these people are not focused on the goal of so-called disgrace. Instead, many people began inquiring about Cheng Ye's livestream, preparing to watch the South China tiger, which was originally thought to be extinct. Log cabin. Tiger Girl sensed that Cheng Ye seemed to be in a pretty good mood. She let out a few low growls, then continued to let Cheng Ye wipe her body. Before long, Tiger Girl's fur, which had been a little damp, had dried out. Cheng Ye looked at Hu Niu, whose body was trembling, and laughed. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a hairdryer, otherwise I would have dried Tiger Girl's hair. The hair will feel absolutely amazing after it's been blown dry. I just don't know if Tiger Girl will be like a normal cat and be afraid of the sound of a hairdryer. Tiger Girl shouldn't be afraid, but those two little ones might not be. Thinking of CAO appears. Oh woo. Suddenly, the voices of two little ones came from the kitchen. A moment later, Xiao Wenwen and Dabao appeared at the kitchen doorway. Both little ones barked at Cheng Ye a few times. The voice sounded somewhat hurried. Cheng Ye smiled as he looked at the two small families and walked over. What's wrong? Upon seeing Cheng Ye approach, the two little ones let out a couple of loud cries and then simultaneously went into the kitchen. During this time, they did not forget to look back at Cheng Ye, and then each of them walked to their empty water basins. Cheng Ye knew what was going on at a glance. In response, little Wenwen obediently squatted in front of its empty little water bowl, humming and chirping as it waited. Dabao picked up the small iron basin with its little tiger mouth, ran to the water vat, put the small iron basin in front of the vat, and looked back at Cheng Ye, calling out. That seemed to be saying something. Water. Daddy's out of water, please give us some. Cheng Ye smiled after seeing it. I almost forgot about that. When I added water to the little guy yesterday, I didn't add much. In addition, the water basin wasn't very big to begin with, and the little ones drank from it last night. There wasn't much left to begin with, plus some that evaporated naturally. The little bit of water left wasn't enough for the two little ones who were already tired from playing. Xiao Wenwen and Dabao saw that Cheng Ye was just standing there, watching their water basins not move, and they let out another howl. Ah. Seeing the two little ones urging him on, Cheng Ye laughed. Alright, I'll add water for you right away. You're actually urging me. As Cheng Ye spoke, he picked up a spoon and walked towards the water vat. I lifted the lid and took a look. There's not much water left, but it's enough to add water for the little one and to cook later. However, after cooking, you should go to the well to add water. As Cheng Ye pondered this, he scooped up a ladleful of water with a water ladle. Upon seeing this, the two little ones stared longingly at Cheng Ye's water ladle with their 4 big eyes. Dabao even lifted his 2 short legs off the ground and stood up slightly. Cheng Ye laughed when he saw it. It seemed that it really was thirsty. Thinking about it, Cheng Ye slowly picked up the water ladle and began to add water to Dabao's water bowl. As soon as I started licking, Dabao came over and immediately stuck out his tongue to start licking. Cheng Ye could only carefully add water to the edge of the basin. After filling Dabao's water dish with water, Cheng Ye turned to look at Xiao Wenwen beside him. All that could be seen was Xiao Wenwen standing obediently beside her water basin, waiting for Cheng Ye to refill it. When she saw Cheng Ye looking over, Xiao Wenwen also raised her head. Seeing this, Cheng Ye spoke with tenderness and affection. Little Wenwen, time for some water. As he spoke, Cheng Ye began to add water to Xiao Wenwen's basin. After the water was filled and Cheng Ye took out a ladle of hot water, Xiao Wenwen finally came over. As he started drinking water, he didn't forget to look up and yell at Cheng Ye. She looks so cute. A gentle and sweet young lady. The audience members couldn't help but smile when they saw this. This is the live stream of people raising tigers. Wow, it's real, a live tiger. So cute. Oh my god. I want to touch it. What a gentle young man, what an adorable little tiger cub. Wait, this doesn't seem to match what's trending online. How can there be such an adorable little tiger? I'm dying of joy. Why is Ah Wei dead again? Someone please save Ah Wei. Little Wenwen is truly my good daughter, she's so polite. Upstairs, are you dreaming? Your daughter is clearly mine. I cried. My cat, whom I've had for 4 years, only responds when it's hungry. Otherwise, it ignores me no matter how much I call it. How did the streamer manage that? Indeed, but I guess Xiao Wenwen, or rather the Tiger Mom family, only acts like this in front of the streamer. Cheng Ye noticed the sudden increase in the number of comments and glanced at the surge in viewership in the live stream. He immediately realized something and frowned. I quickly took out my phone to check. Suddenly, another surge of anger welled up inside him. Chang Ye was panting heavily and remained silent for a moment. I picked up my phone to search for this. M City Animal Protection Project, M City Zoo. After searching on Baidu, Chang Ye's brows furrowed. He quickly made several more phone calls. The answer that followed make him angry. Is this some kind of protected project? Are you sure this isn't a project that uses wildlife to make money? Damn it. While searching on Baidu, I also came across this so-called zoo statement. The kind that's aimed at him. Good. What a shameless person. Chang Ye sat on the stool and looked at the situation of the M City Zoo. After looking at the content posted by this conservation project, Chang Ye felt inexplicably irritated. It's like a fly, it can't do anything to you, but it can make you feel incredibly disgusted. Especially after seeing comments suggesting that she might abuse the tiger mother, affecting the growth of the two cubs. Chang Ye was furious. Tiger Girl, who was squatting by the door, turned her head and looked at Chang Ye, seemingly sensing his emotions. After shaking herself off, she walked over to Chang Ye with an imposing cat-like gait. It kept rubbing its head against Chang Ye's hand, which was resting on his lap. Two little ones who had just finished drinking water and walked out of the kitchen also noticed that Chang Ye's mood was off. Normally, Da Bao is very active and restless, but after drinking water, he didn't run around the house. Instead, she came to Chang Ye's side, just like her mother and sister. The two little ones weren't very tall, so they couldn't reach Chang Ye's hand like their mother. All he could do was rub his head against Chang Ye's trouser leg, trying to comfort him. The mischievous Da Bao had even started using his little paws to hook onto his trouser leg and climb up. Seeing Da Bao's behavior, Xiao Wenwen quickly followed suit and crawled into Chang Ye's arms, lying down next to Da Bao. He remained still, keeping Chang Ye company as he was unhappy. Some people acted on the news, seeing it on trending topics or various social media platforms. The viewers who came to Chang Ye's live stream were stunned when they saw this scene. Wow, the streamer is so handsome. Why would such a good-looking guy be a forest ranger? Holy crap, what's going on? Wasn't the streamer supposed to be the one abusing the tiger mom? What does this scene mean? You call this a tiger mom family unable to grow up healthily? Something's not right. Why are all of Tiger Mom's family suddenly clinging to the streamer? Are they being affectionate? Or comforting her? Host, you've seen the news online. What's your attitude towards it? Yes, it seems to me that the facts aren't quite what they're saying. Don't you want to say something? Although Chang Ye was in a very irritable mood at this moment, he was nudged by the two children. My mood improved immediately. It seems my efforts weren't in vain. As long as Tiger Girl and the little ones can grow up healthy, that's all that matters. Thinking about it, Chang Ye felt much better and picked up Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were rubbing against his trouser leg. I placed Da Bao on the table so that his head and short legs could reach my body. As for little Wenwen, of course she should be held in one's arms. And so, Chang Ye stroked Tiger Girl while letting the two little ones move around on his body. However, upon seeing the questions and the comments, Chang Ye still sneered. What opinion can I have? What right does this irregular organization, which is only concerned with making money, have to judge me, a legitimate forest ranger? As the saying goes, a tree without bark will surely die, and a person without shame is invincible. This organization has clearly abandoned all sense of shame for money. Isn't this just like those online experts who say this is bad or fake, and then take possession of it and sell it? These zoos and organizations are like vampires to the animals and the environment. A simple online search will tell you. As he spoke, Chang Ye pointed the search results at the camera in the room. According to reports from the public, the M City Zoo allegedly subjected gibbons to beatings during training sessions to make them perform for visitors. Gibbons that disobeyed were starved for 2 or 3 days. Besides, an elderly man in Shikan village discovered a black bear cub deep in the mountains. The M City Zoo took it in under the guise of conservation, but within 3 days, it was placed in the exhibit area for visitors to view, where visitors were even allowed to litter. In particular, there was an incident that was criticized in an official announcement. M City Zoo lets elephants carry visitors around the zoo, perform in costumes, or paint with their trunks. After seeing this, Chang Ye addressed the viewers in the live stream. It's important to know that if you want elephants to engage in these recreational activities, they must undergo rigorous training. Moreover, taming such a large animal is not an easy task, so trainers usually need to use extremely cruel and traumatic training techniques, which undoubtedly inflicts both physical and mental torment on the animal. Speaking of this, Chang Ye looked at Tiger Girl and her family, who were playing carefree. If he were actually picked up by this so-called zoo, he could even guess what the first thing the zoo would do. Without a doubt, the first step is to separate Tiger Girl's family, and then have little Wenwen and Big Bao listed as separate attractions for tourists to visit. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw this information. At first, they expressed confusion and then disbelief. But immediately, as they began to operate, is this something a human being should do? Zoos don't protect animals, they just mistreat them. No wonder these people are saying things that are completely contrary to reality. Turns out they're just trying to make money off Tiger Mom and her family again. I'm so angry. I'm going to confront them right now. The Tiger Mom and her family are so adorable, and the streamer is so gentle, how dare they distort the truth? Count me in. Seeing how close Tiger Mom's family is to the streamer now, how can these people have the nerve to say that? The Tiger Mom's adorable way of acting cute is just too much. I'm going to rush over to see more of this. Soon, under the righteous fists of these netizens, it was over. The trending topics about the M-City conservation project and the zoo quickly took a turn for the worse. Netizens posted various negative stories about the zoo, which quickly became the top-rated comment. No matter how much the conservationists and zookeepers try to delete, they can't keep up. Basically, these same people delete one comment, and immediately a new one will rush to the top of the hot comments. Many comments also included pictures and videos of the Tiger Mom and her family acting cute towards Cheng Ya. This allowed more people to see that Cheng Ya was the one who genuinely cared for Tiger Mom's family. That's the person Tiger Mom can truly entrust her with. At first, some viewers who hadn't come to Cheng Ya's live stream were a little confused. But when netizens saw the Tiger Mom and her family acting cute, they pretty much understood. If Cheng Ya treated the Tiger Mother and her family badly, how could they still be so affectionate towards him? Before long, these people also joined the attack on the zoo and conservation projects. Public opinion quickly reversed, catching both the conservation project and the zoo and M-City off guard. After seeing these comments, the senior management of the M-City Protection Project immediately called the person in charge of the incident. He started cursing at the person in charge, even going so far as to curse their ancestors for 18 generations before hanging up the phone. They had finally managed to calm down after all these scandals, but now this person has been dug up again. The person in charge this time was listening to the phone call that had just ended. He knew he was finished. I was dumbfounded. How long has it been? He's still angry about what happened when he hung up. Now, there's no need to be angry. His desire to take advantage of Tiger Girl's family to get promoted and receive a raise led to his midlife unemployment. Sure enough, he immediately received a dismissal notice. The Animal Protection Organization in M-City also issued a notice immediately. They stated that the incident had nothing to do with them, was entirely the personal behavior of the project manager, and that the person had been dismissed. In response, the Animal Protection Organization also acknowledged that they would provide unconditional assistance to Cheng Ya should he need it in any way. Only then did the netizens' anger gradually subside. At this moment, Cheng Ya was already pinned down by Hu Niu. That's right, it landed on top of me. Just now, Xiao Wenwen and Dabao had been moving around on Cheng Ya's body, occasionally licking Cheng Ya's face with their pink little tongues. I don't know if Tiger Girl is jealous or what. She also wanted to lick Cheng Ya's face, but Cheng Ya's attention was still on Xiao Wenwen. Without paying attention, he lost his balance and was tackled by Tiger Girl's massive body. Tiger Girl got her wish and started licking Cheng Ya's face as he lay on the ground. A strange scene soon appeared in the live stream. Cheng Ya was like a piece of candy, being licked and pampered by the two children. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, and they all burst into laughter upon seeing this. Haha, these three aren't tigers, they're bees, and the streamer is a flower? Collecting nectar? Let me bear this pain, I also want to be licked like this, sob sob sob. I was moved to tears by the thought that humans and animals could live together so harmoniously. These conservationists should really learn from them, otherwise, they care about nothing but making money. This is what a zookeeper should be like. By the way, is this young man a Tiger Mom-like zookeeper? I don't know, but I've heard that forest rangers are qualified to adopt wild animals, but I'm not sure about anything else. Ugh, even if you retract your barbs, they're still hard as nails. How dare you lick me? Cheng Ya chuckled and shoved Hu Niu, but he was no match for her. Just as Cheng Ya was fooling around with the three guys, his phone rang. Okay, girl, I'll play with you later. I need to take this call. Hearing the phone ring, Cheng Ya could only slowly push Hu Niu's head away. Tiger Girl listened to the sound coming from Cheng Ya's pocket, glanced at it, and reluctantly stood up. After glancing at the number, Cheng Ya answered the call. Hey, Uncle Gong, what's wrong? Oh no, you saw the news online, right? I told you this was a good thing, ha ha ha. Cheng Ya had been playing with Hu Niu and hadn't paid attention, but after hearing Uncle Gong's words, he quickly looked over. I saw it, Uncle Gong, but these people are too shameless. They're just throwing out a scapegoat and letting them off the hook like that. Oh no, you don't understand. These people can't cause any trouble, and they can only increase public attention to this matter. That's why I let them do it. What else do you think? Let's not talk about that. The most important thing now is to find some time to get your wild animal husbandry permit sorted out. I'll just approve that for you, since I know all about the Cheng family's background. Once the certificates are issued, the matter concerning this family of South China tigers will be resolved. Also, you did a good job. We need to take a tough stance on this matter. Not just anyone can interfere with wild animals. Okay, that's about it. I have some things to do now, so I have to go. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye nodded in agreement. Understood, Uncle Gong. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Chang Ye put away his phone and smiled. He looked at Niu, who was staring blankly at him, and patted her head. Hey girl, now we're really family. I was angry all day, and in the end, I was still angry. So happy. At this time, online, the popularity of M-City conservation organizations and M-City Zoo has been gradually suppressed by the onslaught of money. Many netizens also filmed Chang Ye interacting with Tiger Mom's family and posted the videos online. In no time, these videos spread like wildfire. Soon, the topic of these videos was trending again. Besides trending on social media, several videos have also appeared and been pinned to the top of various social networks. Any video featuring Chang Ye and the South China tiger would see its popularity skyrocket almost immediately after being uploaded. Hashtag forest rangers risked their lives to save a severely injured tiger mother and her family. Hashtag saving the South China tiger, rumored to be extinct, is a truly moving and inspiring story. Hashtag the gentle young man's tireless care for the tiger mom and her family is so touching. Hashtag shocking, tigers not only don't eat people, they even help with farm work. Hashtag what kind of guy could make a tiger treat him like that? Hashtag as long as the topic contains the words tiger or Chang Ye, his topics or videos will appear on the homepage. And as soon as people open their phones, these kinds of videos will be recommended. Driven by curiosity, those who saw the video were not only not disgusted, but also began to invite their friends to watch it. In a certain village, little one, you have to eat your food well today, okay? If you don't, the big cats on the mountain will come and bite you. A woman was patiently coaxing her child to eat, as there was still more than half a bowl of rice left in the bowl. Upon hearing this, the child on the rocking horse seemed a little scared. He quickly ate the spoonful of rice his mother handed him, and said in a frightened voice, "Mommy, I'll be good, I'll eat, please don't let the big cats in the mountains bite me, I'll be a good boy." Hearing the child's words, the woman was somewhat pleased, she hadn't expected it. The lies my grandma told me when I was little still work now, so I patiently explained. "Don't worry, as long as you eat your food properly, the big cat won't bite you." The woman spoke with a smile as she fed the child. The rice in the bowl was almost gone. At that moment, a middle-aged man who seemed to have just finished his farm work suddenly walked in with his mobile phone and spoke to the woman who was feeding her. "Honey, look. This tiger isn't biting anyone, it's playing with this guy, even helping him dig in the ground. They're so cute. I wish we could raise a tigress and her cubs sometime." The middle-aged man watched with a maternal smile, completely oblivious to the fact that, actually, at this time, a tiger mom appeared in his family as well. The child noticed his father's words and, after seeing the video on his father's phone, turned to his mother with a wronged expression. "Mommy's lying. Big cats are so cute, they would never bite." Seeing the child's aggrieved expression and the food he had vomited, the woman slapped the man next to her. "Li Go Dan, you want to raise a tiger, huh? I'll show you what a tiger really is today." Chang Ye watched as the number of viewers in the live stream continued to increase, and the barrage of comments kept flooding the screen. "Welcome, new friends. Please find yourselves a seat, I have to get back to work. As for the drone, I'll leave it outside so you can watch over Tiger Girl and the others." After saying that, Chang Ye went into the kitchen to prepare meat for Tiger Girl's family. Since the piece of meat that Niu brought back had already been eaten, Chang Ye could only take out the meat that he had carried back. "I cut off a large portion for Tiger Girl to have for lunch today. We also need to cut off the best lean meat to make minced meat for the two little ones." And at this time, on the screen, bullet comments. "Damn, find a seat. Haha, this guy is so funny. Where is it? Where is the seat? I just arrived. Are there any seats available? Selling sunflower seeds, drinks, and popcorn in the front row. Hurry, bulk orders get priority. Where's little tiger? Where's little tiger?" The child is yelling to see it, threatening not to eat unless they get to see it. So cute. Even when they're grinning, they're just adorable, ha ha ha. Whether they are longtime viewers or new viewers in the live stream, seeing Tiger Girl playing with the two little ones on camera brought a smile to my face. The two little ones were seen vying for the tiger mother's attention and getting onto her belly. Because they were hungry, the two little ones were impatiently eating. That guy. Two little mouths, like machine guns, kept sucking on the rice bowl in front of them. Finally, Dabao, the king of rice, finished eating first. After finishing his meal, Dabao, as usual, went up to the tiger mother and let out a howl. The tiger mother, who had been looking outside, turned her head and looked tenderly at her baby after hearing this, then stuck out her tongue to lick the milk stains off the baby's mouth. After Dabao licked it clean, Xiao Wenwen, who had been quietly squatting nearby not long after finishing her meal, came over. Tiger Girl, of course, didn't show favoritism. After licking Dabao, she then licked Xiao Wenwen. I also helped groom Xiao Wenwen's fur. At times like these, the two tiger cubs are always incredibly well behaved. It's clear that the tiger's love of cleanliness was cultivated from a young age. At this moment, Chengya had already come out of the kitchen. Both hands were occupied, one hand held the wild boar meat that Tiger Girl wanted to eat. One hand holds the dish he just cooked. Seeing this restaurant, I smiled and placed the dishes on the table. He placed the wild boar meat in front of Tiger Girl. Hey girl, come on, let's eat together. Upon seeing this, Tiger Girl let out two whimpers and began tearing at the wild boar meat. The two little ones started playing around on the side. Two tiny creatures, their fur hasn't even fully grown yet. They began practicing the tiger's second special skill amidst their playful fighting, cat punch, the kind that delivers a punch followed by a stomp. But in this playful fight, Xiao Wenwen was clearly no match for Dabao and was bullied by Dabao until she was lying on her back. Its two front paws kept punching at Dabao's face, but because the paws were too short, it could only hit the air. Chengya smiled faintly when he saw this, ignoring the two little ones' squabble, and went back to the kitchen to serve the rice and prepare for dinner. But at this point, the viewers in the live stream were definitely not calm. Dash, the little guy is so cute, hahaha. Turns out the tiger's playful antics were pretty much like a cat's. The one being bullied is probably the younger sister. The older brother is so inconsiderate, he doesn't even know how to give way to his sister. Dash, is this something I can watch? Is it something I can watch for free? Can we really live together so harmoniously? Host, I can't upload your previous live stream clips with Tiger Mom and her family. You're not angry, are you? Where is it? Where is it? I want to see it. Where did it post? Here's the link. Chengya noticed the comment at this moment and said with a smile, go ahead and post it, but of course, don't exaggerate. We need to be realistic to avoid people saying it's just hype. Anyone can post it as long as it's true. Actually, I hope you can help me post more so that more people can see it and understand the importance of protecting nature. After saying that, Chengya stopped watching the comments and started eating. And at that moment, just as the old man had said, April weather is like a child's face, changing in an instant. The heavy rain that had been pouring down outside suddenly began to stop. Soon a ray of sunlight shone in, landing right on the faces of the two little ones as they played. The two little ones seemed very curious, looking in the direction where the sunlight was coming in. They all started walking outside on their four short legs without prior arrangement. Upon seeing this, Chengya quickly said something. Slow down, slow down. This ground is muddy. If you two get all dirty, your mothers will hate you. Before long, Chengya finished his lunch. Tiger Girl had finished eating the wild boar meat by this time. Seeing Tiger Girl licking her lips, Chengya for some reason also licked his lips. Smack your lips. It's usually said that the virus is transmitted from person to person, but in Chengya's case, it's transmitted from tiger to person. After finishing his meal, Chengya began to clear the table. He needed to refill the water tank now that the rain had stopped. Since he was eating alone, Chengya didn't take long. However, this oil makes it a little difficult to wash off. After washing the dishes, Chengya picked up 2 buckets and went outside. Stepping out of the hall, they found that Tiger Girl wasn't there. Instead, she was playing outside with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. The two little ones saw Chengya come out with a bucket of water. They all ran towards Chengya on their short legs, curious about what Chengya was going to do. But suddenly, I don't know if it was because I was too impatient or what, it seemed like little Wenwen's front 2 paws hadn't coordinated with their hind paws. You could always tell they had a conflict, and suddenly, none of them would give way, all 4 paws leaping into the air together. Of course, it could also be due to the slippery muddy ground. Smack! He fell face first into the poop. Upon seeing this, Chengya quickly put down the bucket and went over. After falling, Wenwen didn't whimper. She just rolled over and got up, looking a little confused at first. Then it occurred to me, oh no, I just fell. Her little face suddenly seemed to be filled with grievance, and she lowered her head to look at her little paws. So dirty. Before long, Chengya noticed that the little guy's entire tiger face was scrunched up. It seems she feels wronged and disgusted. Chengya found the sight amusing, but he still quickly picked up the little guy with both hands. The little guy's chin and belly fur were covered in mud and grime. Chengya comforted her, saying, ouch. You little silly girl fell and hurt yourself. I'll clean it up for you right away, okay? As he spoke, Chengya led Xiao Wenwen toward the hand pump well. Behind them followed Dabao, who was always eager to join in the fun. Viewers in the live stream commented on this scene. Wow, this is what a South China tiger looks like when it's wronged. It breaks my heart. Dash, this old man's girlish heart is really naive. I really want to raise one. Dash, want it? Then take action. Anyway, meals and accommodation will be provided, isn't that great? Is that the older brother next to her? Why isn't he helping his younger sister? The host is so gentle. Throughout the journey, little Wenwen did not move her 4 short legs, but remained motionless, hanging in the air. It seemed to know that if it moved around, it would dirty the poop in front of it. Changya carried Xiao Wenwen to the hand pump well in his arms, put Xiao Wenwen on the ground, and said softly, "I just told you to be careful, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened, you're covered in mud." Then, turning his head, he saw Tiger Girl watching over the forest and pretended to be angry. "Tiger Girl, and you didn't even check on your cub after you came out. Come quickly and help." Changya, like a little complaining woman, complained along with Huniu. Upon seeing this, Tiger Girl growled a few times, as if responding to Changya's complaints. Changya smiled helplessly after seeing this. Knowing that Tiger Girl's upbringing wasn't so delicate, his complaints were just grumbling for fun. Pick up the water bowl left next to the hand pump and pour the water into it. Soon, the well water began to gush up. Seeing the well water flowing up, they blocked the opening at the bottom of the pool to prevent the water from flowing out. That way, it will be easier for him to wash Xiao Wenwen. Otherwise, if you wash Xiao Wenwen directly with the water outlet, her body will definitely get wet. Although the sun is out now, the wind is still a bit chilly after the rain. Changya was still worried that Xiao Wenwen would catch a cold. Once the water level in the pool was within his reach, Changya stopped trying to pry open the hand pump. Instead, he gently picked up little Wenwen from the ground and placed her on the side wall of the pool. Cup some water in your palm and gently wipe it onto the muddy spots on the little guy's chin. Fortunately, it wasn't very dirty, probably because the little guy tilted his head back when he fell. Only the area at the very bottom of his chin was covered in mud. After wiping the little guy's chin several times, Changya cleaned the mud off his chin. "I don't know if it's because my chin was wiped clean, or something else." While Changya was washing the mud off the side wall of the pool, the little guy barked at Changya a few times. Okay, and your stomach area too, right? I'll wash it for you right away. Wait for me, I'll be right back." With that, Changya jogged back into the house. At this point, the viewers in the live stream started discussing it. "Why did the streamer stop washing? I showed it to my cat, and it said it was a sci-fi movie. Haha, speaking of my dog, it's the same. Every time I give it a bath, it feels like I'm taking its life. It either hides or keeps barking and moving around. Dash, the little tiger's sister is so well behaved. How can a tiger be so docile, while the house cat is such a mischievous devil? You don't understand. It depends on the person. Look at these 3 South China tigers, aren't they so docile in front of you? Dash, never mind then, I've never even had a girlfriend, I want to live a few more years." At this moment, while discussions were taking place in the live chat, on camera, Changya was already jogging over with a blanket that wasn't too big or too small. After arriving at the pool, Changya folded the blanket to fit the size of the poolside wall and placed it on it. "Come on, this way you can lie there and wash, and your body won't get wet." It's not that Changya is being pretentious. Although it's a bit of a hassle, Xiao Wenwen's body is already very weak, and even a slight chill in this weather could cause it to catch a cold. Changya would rather go through the trouble now than regret it later when Xiao Wenwen catches a cold. After Changya explained it this way, the viewers who were initially a little confused instantly understood. It was only then that they noticed that the walls of the pool were covered in water stains because of the recent rain. If Xiao Wenwen lies down directly on the bed, and then turns over to wash, her body will definitely get wet. Wow! What a detail-oriented young man! What a gentle young man! No wonder his family, including Tiger Mom's, is so harmonious. I'm not envious at all that the Tiger Mom family can be like that with the streamer, because I could never be like that. A gentle young man meets a gentle Tiger Mom and her family. Soon, thanks to Changya's careful washing, the little guy was dry except for the muddy areas. The wet areas were immediately wiped dry by Changya with another rag. During this time, Changya also gave the little guy a belly spa treatment. The little guy also squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying Changya's caresses. She couldn't help but reach out her paw, which had been forgiven by it, and hug Changya's big hand. Ha ha ha, little guy. After cleaning the little guy, Changya tidied up a bit. Then they filled buckets with water from the pool and poured it onto the ground in the backyard. He then pried open the hand pump and filled 2 buckets with water, preparing to walk back into the house. He shouted at Tiger Girl, who was still watching the forest. "Hey girl, come inside. What are you looking at?" Tiger Girl glanced back and responded with a low growl. His body didn't move, he stood still in place. Changya didn't mind and went inside with the 2 buckets of water. Because the water tank was quite large, the 2 buckets of water only filled it to about halfway. So Changya has to make another trip. After pouring all the water in, Changya went back out of the house to fetch more water from the well. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he found Tiger Girl standing in the doorway. Upon seeing Changya emerge, she stared at him with wide, bright eyes. He opened his mouth and growled a few times at Changya. Changya held the buckets of water in both hands, looking at Huniu, who was growling at him, somewhat puzzled. Hey girl, what's wrong? The audience felt the same way after seeing it. Hey, Tiger Mom's acting a bit strange today. What's wrong with her? Yeah, I was listless yesterday and this morning, what's wrong with me now? Is this something she wants to say to the streamer? Ha ha ha. Does the streamer know animal language? What is the tiger mother roaring about? Is she hungry or thirsty? It's probably not hunger, I just ate recently. I'm more likely thirsty. Seemingly seeing through Cheng Ye's confusion, Tiger Girl let out a low growl towards the direction of the mountains she had just been looking. Cheng Ye saw this, glanced back at the kitchen, and then pondered for a moment. Thinking back to how Tiger Girl had been watching the mountains and forests, and how she had been eating just now. After Tiger Girl finished eating, she seemed to peek into the kitchen. They probably noticed that there was very little wild boar meat left. Seeing Tiger Girl's current state, Cheng Ye understood what she meant. The tiger's own medical skills in bandaging, combined with the nutritional supplements from the wild boar meat and its own healing abilities, provided the solution. Tiger Girl's injuries are probably fully healed by now. It looks like it's about to go out hunting and is trying to let me know. Tiger Girl's behavior immediately confirmed his suspicions. After letting out a few more low growls at Cheng Ye, Tiger Girl came to the two little guys following behind Cheng Ye. He kept rubbing his head against the two little ones. Then it opened its mouth and started licking the fur of the two little guys. The two little ones felt their mother's love and happily rubbed against Tiger Girl's body. After playing for a few minutes, Tiger Girl lay down on her side, letting the two little ones have another hearty meal. This time, its hunting expedition will not be completed in a single day. What does this mean? Please explain, streamer. Yeah, what's that tiger mom doing? It's acting so strangely. If you don't understand, just ask. Why is Tiger Mom so energetic today? Cheng Ye watched as Hunia was fed, glanced at the comments, and then explained with a smile. Tiger Girl might be going out for a treat later. When I was wiping her body just now, I noticed that her injuries have almost healed. Then it kept looking at the forest, it must want to go out and hunt. After all, it has rested for 2 days, it should go out hunting. Otherwise, given Tiger Girl's appetite, I wouldn't be able to find a way to feed her. The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized what was going on. Before long, the two little ones had eaten and drunk their fill and left Tiger Girl's arms. Tiger Girl also stood up and licked the two little ones once. He came to Cheng Ye's side again, growled at Cheng Ye, and then lowered his head. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye smiled slightly and, understanding the unspoken message, stroked Huniu's head. Go on, everyone, but remember to be careful. Oh woo-oo. After calling out, Tiger Girl slowly left the yard with her domineering cat-like steps. Then, under the lens of a drone, they did several big jumps as soon as they stepped out. After compressing its two thick hind legs, it burst into motion, lifting its body off the ground. It then extended its front paws and leaped several meters in midair before catching itself. It landed with a bang and then came again. And just like that, they disappeared into the woods outside the courtyard in the blink of an eye. That posture, that speed. Tisk tisk. Cheng Ye wasn't worried at all that Huniu in this state could suffer any more injuries. I'm completely at ease. Seeing that Tiger Girl had left, Cheng Ye looked at the two little ones at his feet. Alright, go fetch 2 more buckets of water, and then let's get ready. It's been 2 days since we arrived here, it's time to go out and patrol the mountain. Actually, Cheng Ye had planned to go on a mountain patrol on the first day. However, because of Huniu, Cheng Ye had to stay at home for another day. After all, if they go out to patrol the mountains, there will be no one to take care of Tiger Girl's family. Fill the water tank with 2 buckets of water from the hand pump. Cheng Ye looked at the two little ones following behind him, squatted down, and gently stroked their heads with his hands. You guys play by yourselves for a bit, I need to go pack my things. The two little ones squinted their eyes, enjoying Cheng Ye's caresses. Only after Cheng Ye's hand left his head did he reluctantly open his eyes. Then they started playing around in the house. But unsurprisingly, Xiao Wenwen is still no match for Dabao. However, Cheng Ye didn't pay any attention. He glanced at the two little ones and then went to the warehouse to start preparing things for the trip up the mountain. The two little ones' paws are still very soft, so even if they hit each other, it won't hurt or itch. At most, it's just a tiny bit of thrust. As for teeth, needless to say, they can only eat meat if it's made into mincemeat. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Cheng Ye began packing his luggage. Now, for going deep into the mountains, we need windproof, waterproof, and breathable waterproof jackets and pants, as well as combat boots. The tent included a 4-season tent, and although there were dedicated mountain tents available in the warehouse, they were also highly windproof and warm. However, its waterproof performance is too poor, making it unsuitable for weather like April. Then there's the milk for the two little ones. Unfortunately, only cow's milk was available. Animal milk would have been even better. Milk is not off limits, but too much can be bad for the little one. And this system too, it hasn't done anything since it was activated. The host needs help. Initiating a current popularity check. Current popularity value 532,988. The host can purchase the necessary items themselves through the popular in-game store. Host's popularity has exceeded 500,000. Achievement achieved. Reward: a complete encyclopedia of plant illustrations. Note: the host can exchange popularity points for physical fitness points at a current ratio of 10,000:1. Hearing the system's voice, Changya was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but complain in his heart. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have almost forgotten that I even had a system. The host has never actively called upon the system. Hearing the voice in his mind, Changya was both amused and exasperated. However, he began to carefully examine the items in the system store, considering which ones to buy to take up the mountain. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the store, Changya felt like a country bumpkin visiting a village. Before, when I was out in the world, I could buy whatever I wanted without even looking at the price. But now, looking at the things inside, he actually felt a little reserved. Because there are so many good things, of course, it will take a lot of popularity points to acquire. After looking at it for a while, Changya looked at the column for the things he needed most right now. Regular genetic beast milk 1000 popularity points *1. Super gene beast milk 10,000 popularity points *1. Note: slightly enhances physical attributes, only applicable to cubs. Super compressed biscuits 1000 popularity points *1. One biscuit can keep you full for a day. Miniature solar power bank 100,000 mAh 10,000 popularity points *1. Looking at the two types of beast milk in this column, Changya exchanged 10 bottles of super gene beast milk without much thought. These popularity points were basically earned by Tiger Girl's family, so of course he wouldn't feel bad about it. And right now, the little one is in the developmental stage, so we definitely need to use the best. Changya then redeemed 10 compressed biscuits and a solar-powered portable power bank. Although he also has power banks, they are all the 2200 mAh type. After exchanging these items, Changya put them into his large backpack. Then he went to the corner, picked up a military knife, a folding military shovel, tactical rope, and other items, and put them in his saddlebag. After packing his things, Changya put the saddlebag on his waist. Because it was custom-made, it fit him perfectly. As Changya prepared to put the tent and portable items like a water bottle into his backpack, the two little ones also barged in at that moment. The older brother, Dabao, came in first, followed closely by his younger sister, Xiao Wenwen. It looks like the two little ones have already decided who won. The drone also flew in with the two little guys. The viewers in the live stream happened to see Changya holding a tactical bag that was more than a meter long and stuffing things into it. How long are you going to be gone, streamer? You're bringing so much stuff. Where's the water? Where's the food? All I get are everyday items and tools. Wow, this looks huge. Can you carry all that stuff? Streamer: yes, carrying so much stuff through the mountains would be exhausting, especially with all the climbing. After filling this bag, it must weigh around 50 or 60 pounds. Are we really going to carry this thing up the mountain? Changya glanced at the little ones, then looked at the comments section. He then answered the questions while packing his things. I should be going for a while, since I just arrived and need to get to know everything. As for water and food, there is definitely no shortage of food, and we also brought some compressed biscuits. For water, just bring a big water bottle. Longtime viewers will know that the mountain spring water is very sweet. As for the weight, it's alright, there shouldn't be any major problems. As he spoke, Changya put the tactical backpack, which was filled with his belongings, on his back and slung it over his shoulder. She tugged at the bra strap with her hand and said with a smile, "It's alright, it's relatively easy." Seeing that Changya had a big thing on his back, the two little guys both barked at Changya twice. I don't know if I wanted to help or if I was wondering what Changya was carrying on his back. Oh woo woo, oh woo oh oh woo woo. Hearing the little guy's voice, Changya looked down and joked, "If Tiger Girl were here, I would be much more relaxed." Haha, I knew the streamer would say that. Thinking about how the tiger mother was eaten by wild boar meat makes me a little like her. Luckily, she went out to hunt, otherwise she would have been doing hard labor again. Little one, don't grow up too fast, or you'll end up doing hard labor and getting no money. Looking at the comments, Changya smiled but didn't say anything more. What do you mean you have no money? I just spent over 100,000 yuan to buy milk for my two little ones. Suddenly remembering something, Changya opened his attribute panel in his mind. Host, Changya. Strength, 19, normal person 6. Speed, 17, normal person 5. Endurance, 17, normal person 5. Sensitivity, 17, normal level 5. Flexibility, 17, normal person 5. Skill. New player gift pack, Constitution boost, boosts physical attributes threefold, already used. It is compatible with all living things, it can sense animal emotions, making animals feel affectionate towards the host, and under normal circumstances, it will not actively attack the host. A complete encyclopedia of plant illustrations. Advanced veterinary skills. Special items already exist. Super Gene Beast Milk *10. Miniature solar-powered portable power bank, 100,000 mAh. Super compressed biscuits. Remaining popularity points, 412,988. After thinking for a moment, Chengye spent 300,000 popularity points to exchange for 30 physical fitness points. We're about to head into the mountains, and we could face unknown dangers at any moment, so improving my physical fitness is the top priority. Chengye has played many online games. He is the kind of person who likes to develop a balanced approach. Therefore, the 30 points exchanged added 6 points to each of the 5 attributes: strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility. After adding the attributes, Chengye closed the properties window with satisfaction. After packing everything up, Chengye carried his tactical pack, weighing 50 or 60 pounds, and went outside. After comparing them, it was indeed much easier than before. In fact, it felt like I was carrying a ball of cotton. This system is pretty good. It seems this trip up the mountain should be easy, and there shouldn't be any unexpected problems. Thinking about it, Chengye walked out of the warehouse. After the two little ones came out, they locked the warehouse. Although few people come to the mountains, there are still wild animals. There are still many things inside the warehouse, so locking it is the safest option. After locking the warehouse, Chengye went to the cabin and prepared to lock it as well. When the two little ones arrived at the door, they saw Chengye carrying a backpack and seemed to understand something. It trotted into the house on its 4 short legs, and then ran into the kitchen. Chengye looked at the two little ones with a puzzled expression and said as he walked, "Dabao, Xiaowenwen, what are you doing? Don't you want to go out?" The same applies to the comments section. "Oh, what happened now? Are we going to keep the little tiger cub? You don't just want to stay here and wait for your mother, do you? You don't want to go up the mountain? What should we do? Should the streamer force them to go with them, or leave them here? Of course we have to bring them along. Their mother isn't home. How will the two little ones take care of themselves? This is going to be tricky." But before Chengye could even enter the kitchen, he saw the two little ones each carrying a bowl that was usually used for mincemeat as they came out. After the meat bowl was placed in front of Chengye, the two little guys looked up at Chengye and barked a few times. It looks like they're saying, "Your tools, bring them." Looking at the two little ones making such a racket, Chengye smiled like an old father, then bent down and picked up the bowls of mincemeat from the two little ones' mouths, placing them in the saddlebags at his waist. The saddlebag doesn't hold much stuff. It's not a big problem to put in a couple more of the little guy's feeding utensils. After seeing his food being taken away by his father, the little one's eyes lit up, and their calls were more excited. "Alright, that's all the food. Let's head up the mountain now. Come out, I'm going to lock the door." As he spoke, Chengye waved to the two little guys, signaling them to come out. After locking the door, Chengye glanced at the mountains and forests in front of him, feeling the gentle breeze blowing through the woods. "Let's go." Because of a heavy rain in the morning, the mountain roads were very muddy. When Chengye first entered the mountains, he picked up a stick by the roadside and used it as a hiking pole. This way, he can save a lot of effort. When leaving, Chengye walked very slowly because he was carrying two little ones. We need to look back from time to time to see if the little ones have fallen behind. Especially Dabao. From the moment he started climbing the mountain, his little head was constantly observing the things on the mountain as he walked. Whenever I hear birdsong, I stop for a few seconds and curiously shout a few times in the direction of the sound. The mountain road is teeming with butterflies. They like to fly forward a bit and then stop in one place for a while. This also caused Dabao to leave from time to time, running around for a while after each butterfly. This made Chengye both annoyed and amused. Fortunately, the mountain paths near the cabin are not difficult to walk, so the little guy can always run back by himself. Awoo awoo. They hadn't been gone long when they discovered something. All I could see was Dabao running off in a small direction. Upon seeing this, Chengye could only shake his head and follow with Xiao Wenwen, calling out to her all the while. Looking down again, she saw her little Wenwen following closely behind. This silly girl is still the best. Where are you going now? Slow down. After a while, Dabao stopped and kept barking at a small patch of grass. His eyes were fixed on a small pit in front of him, as if he wanted to jump over it but was afraid of falling in. He paused for a few seconds, waiting for Chengye to walk over, and then faced Chengye. "Ah, wow." He was humming and hawing, as if he had discovered something good. Chengye saw it, smiled, and then looked in the direction Dabao was looking. I turned my head and looked to see what had attracted Dabao's curiosity this time. His gaze then settled, and Chengye smiled knowingly and said, "Dear viewers, does anyone recognize this thing in front of them, or has ever seen it before?" Under the lens, all that can be seen is a slender bee-like creature with a pair of long, thin antennae in front of its head and 3 long, ribbon-like filaments trailing behind its tail. Its wings are transparent, and it flies around in the grass, swaying gently, as seen through the drone's lens. It has a sense of ethereal bliss, and is quite beautiful. You could say it's a bee, but this bee's body is blue. Its antennae are also much longer than those of a regular bee. This must be a bee, it looks so real. I think it's probably a bee, they look so similar, but I don't know what kind of bee it is. The bees in these mountains, how dare the streamer get so close, and even let Dabao chase them? Aren't you afraid of getting stung? Yeah, if I went into the mountains and saw something I didn't recognize, I'd just walk away, let alone go near it. This looks like a bee. I don't know if it's poisonous or not, but why don't you try it, streamer? She looks quite pretty, I've never seen anything like her before. Changya watched the bees flying around, as if he had noticed them. Then it began to fly to other places. When Dabao saw it fly away, it became anxious and started howling at Changya. It looks like they're saying, "Daddy, it flew away. Help me catch it." Changya smiled, ignoring the little guy's request, and instead controlled the drone to follow. This bee-like thing is called an ichneumon wasp, and it has its own family, Ichneumonidae. These ichneumon wasps come in many colors, most of them are yellowish-brown, but the one we encountered is a rare blue. Look at that needle on its butt, that's actually its ovipositor. It looks scary, but it's not very effective at stinging people. That's why I feel so comfortable letting Dabao get close. Moreover, this thing is non-toxic and belongs to the category of beneficial insects. It can eliminate many different kinds of pests and is also a large family of insects with important economic significance. The viewers in the live stream looked at the blue ichneumon wasp with curiosity in their eyes. As the pheasant flew further and further away, Changya controlled the drone to fly back. Then, looking at Dabao who was reluctant to leave, he said in an annoyed tone, "Alright, let's go. We've been walking for almost half an hour and we've only covered this little bit of ground." With that, he continued walking up the mountain. Xiao Wenwen was the first to catch up, and Dabao glanced back at the direction Ji Feng had left before quickly following along again, full of energy. Before long, Changya arrived at a 3-way intersection. There was a shallow path, probably left by my grandfather before. One path was overgrown with weeds, making it difficult to walk, and was lined with oak trees. After thinking for a moment, Changya decided to wait and make a decision later. After all, we had been walking for almost an hour, and the 2 little guys behind us had already grown from tiger cubs to puppies. It kept sticking out its little pink tongue and breathing out air. Changya found the sight amusing. "Alright, little ones, time for some water." Thinking about it, Changya took out the meat-filling bowl that the little guy had asked him to bring from the saddlebag. It seems the little guy had foresight. After taking out 2 small basins, Changya poured the water from a small kettle filled with well water into them. The 2 little ones immediately pounced on them upon seeing this. He almost completely submerged his face in the basin of water. Pat, pat. The commotion was as if they had drunk something incredible. Changya shook his head and laughed helplessly, then took out another large water bottle and started drinking. Feeling the gentle breeze blowing through the mountains and forests, looking at the surrounding mountains and forests, and hearing the constant chirping of birds. The wind after the rain carries the fresh scent of earth, which is intoxicating. The pattering of leaves against each other, along with the chirping of insects and birds, was also pleasant to hear. Add to that the deep greenery that seems to have a hazy filter, and the environment is truly refreshing. Changya was in high spirits. We're about to enter the deep mountains. The area we came from has been visited by other people. If you keep going, you'll see the most authentic side of the Kinling Mountains and the last primeval forests of the Kinling Mountains. The viewers in the live stream became even more curious after hearing what Changya said. Along the way, many viewers were already captivated by the scenery. After all, even some children who grew up in the mountains. The vegetation and trees in the Kinling Mountains are unmatched by any other place. Hurry up and get started, I can't wait to start recording. What was the name of the tree we just passed? It looked huge. It would take at least 4 adults to hug it. I don't know why, but looking at these mountains and forests, my soul feels cleansed. As we walked along, I felt the lighting had become quite dim. The place where the streamer stayed was fine before, but it got much darker later on. Changya had just finished drinking water when he saw this comment. He smiled and pointed to the sky above, which was blocked by trees. See? The trees in this forest block out the light. It's alright here, but once you get to the denser woods, it gets really dark. Even during the day, it's almost like night. In forests like this, there are very few weeds along the path, which is why I was able to walk so easily. As he spoke, Changya pulled a notebook out of his saddlebag. I found another pen and started recording what I had seen along the way, the surrounding conditions, and the route. Just like now, he is about to choose to follow the path that his grandfather had taken. Grandpa hadn't kept any records, so now he's going to record this route. Oh woo woo. A woo, a woo. After hearing the little guy's voice at my feet, looking down, I saw that the little guy had already drunk all the water in the small basin. They drank it pretty quickly. Changya originally estimated that it would take the little guy a few more minutes to finish drinking. We know. Pick up your tools of the trade and put them away properly, right? Little one, you're quite concerned about your food bowl, haha. The two little ones, who had been barking incessantly, finally got satisfied and started bouncing around with their little cat-like steps after seeing Changya put the small iron basin on them again. After packing his things and putting away his notebook, Changya continued preparing to set off. You can see traces of weeds being cleared along the path, but in some places they have already grown back. Some tall grass blades have already grown into the middle of the path. In order not to block the little guy's path, and also to be able to see the two little rascals darting around, Changya held the wooden stick like a divine general. He knocked down the weeds blocking the way, one by one, with a stick. That doesn't look impressive at all. This reminded Changya of when he was a child on his way to school, when he would instinctively pick up a straight stick by the roadside and start cutting grass. With a determined effort, the wooden stick sliced through the grass in front of him like a blade. Basically, all the grass along the way was rootless and headless, as Changya had cut it all down. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen followed behind Changya like supervisors. Seeing Changya's behavior, the two of them also tried to imitate it. If there's a weed that hasn't been cut down and is lying down, the two little guys will volunteer to bite it off with their underdeveloped little sharp teeth. Unfortunately, they were willing but unable to bite off a single tree along the way. This made the two little ones so angry that they kept whimpering. Even the usually docile Wenwen looked a bit chubby with anger, walked past Changya, and called out to him a few times. It looks like they're saying, "Find me a stick too. Just follow me obediently, I'll lead the way. You're still a little one, what's the rush?" With their tiny teeth, they can only eat minced meat. Compared to the roots of wild grass that have been growing for several months, she's still breastfeeding. Changya smiled helplessly. At this moment, Changya also looked at the comments. The comments were mostly about Xiao Wenwen and De Bao's appearance just now. However, Changya accurately caught one comment. He then quickened his pace and walked forward a bit, until he came to a small slope. All I could see was a small tree with a lump on one of its leaves. Changya smiled and said, This is a sumac." As he spoke, Changya held up a sumac leaf. This has a very obvious feature. The central rachis has wings, like a leaf blade, but it is not a leaf blade structure. This sumac tree was bitten by an aphid called gall aphid, which caused galls to form on its young branches and leaves, like tumors. This is gall nut. After it is baked and dried, it will be used as a traditional Chinese medicine. Can this thing really be called traditional Chinese medicine? It's a traditional Chinese medicine. I think I've seen it before, but I never imagined it was used from this kind of tree. Changya nodded and said, "Most people know that the root of the sumac is a kind of Chinese medicine, but many people may not know that the sumac tree is a host for the parasitic aphid. Moreover, it has many uses in traditional Chinese medicine, such as for tuberculosis and night sweats, which are soon to be treated with it. This kind of traditional Chinese medicine is quite common in the Qinling Mountains, a treasure trove." After saying that, Changya also marked the spot in his mind, so he could pick it when he went down the mountain. Both of these are very useful traditional Chinese medicines. He spends most of his life in the mountains, and you never know when he might need it. Stepping out of the path, Changya arrived at a fir forest. The tallest fir tree is over 50 meters high. The rows of fir trees are beautiful in shape, with crowns like giant umbrellas. Despite the vicissitudes of time, they have survived countless calamities and still have lush foliage, standing tall and straight. It's a pity it's not autumn yet. If it were autumn, with its straight trunk and conical or pyramidal crown, the fir tree, after its leaves turn yellow, creates a stunning expanse of golden yellow. Even though it wasn't autumn, the viewers in the live stream were still deeply moved when they saw this patch of fir trees. It felt as if I was already in this forest. Every breath is a purification of the lungs, and every glance around is a baptism of the soul. Changya then smiled and said softly, "This is what they mean by the young forest is bright and beautiful, the mother forest is serene and secluded. Oh my God, how can it be so beautiful? Are there really trees this tall? This looks absolutely stunning. It must be at least 20 stories high. I finally understand why we need to protect the natural environment. Trees this tall definitely wouldn't grow that tall in normal conditions. I'm suddenly a little envious of the streamer's job. They get to see such amazing visuals firsthand. What kind of tree is this? How can it grow so tall? Is it some kind of protected plant?" At this moment, Changya also felt the air here. Take a deep breath. Whoosh! Ha! A breath of stale air slowly escaped from Changya's mouth. Then I saw the viewers' comments on the screen. This audience member is right, this area is a fir forest. The Qinling fir is a Class 2 protected wild plant in my country, and it is also a rare and endangered plant unique to my country. It is rarely seen outside of the Qinling Mountains. Large areas of fir forests can only be found in areas with good sunlight, but they produce fruit every other year, and the seeds are easily eaten by rodents, resulting in poor natural regeneration. In addition, due to excessive logging and illegal logging in the past, they are now slowly decreasing. Therefore, it is also known as a living fossil. If you want to experience it for yourself, you can come and visit in September or October. It will be even more beautiful then. There is a scenic spot called Chicken Nest here that you can experience. But when you go into the mountains, please be mindful of environmental protection and don't damage the surrounding ecosystem. The viewers in the live stream immediately cheered upon hearing Chang Ye's words. Is it really possible? Is it really possible? I'm signing up. I'm signing up. Anyone want to join? When I get summer vacation, I'm going to invite my parents for a road trip. Go, go, go. The path became much easier once you entered the fir forest. Apart from the area clinging to the fir trees, there weren't many weeds elsewhere. In addition, firwood itself has a mix of dense and sparse areas. The sunlight that shone in turned into dappled patterns, which were reflected on the woodland. After walking inside for a while, Chang Ye saw this tree. In the dense forest, branches intertwine, thick shade blocks out the sun, creating a silent and mysterious atmosphere. Seeing a fir tree in front of him, Chang Ye couldn't help but walk over. How many years must it have taken for someone to grow up like this? Looking at the fir tree in front of him, Chang Ye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It would take about 4 or 5 people to hug the entire torso. There was nothing else within 10 meters of it except for some withered branches and fallen leaves. That was caused by this enormous tree plundering too many resources. Holy crap, it's so big. It feels even bigger than that centuries-old tree in my village. This outer layer looks so weathered, as if it has weathered a long period of time. I have a feeling it's bigger than my ancestors, ha ha ha. I've only ever seen fir trees this big on TV, but none of them are this large. Is this the magic of nature? I've really learned something new. Host, can you guess the approximate age rings of this fir tree? Today was truly an eye-opening experience, like a knife pulling a tantrum. Chang Ye took 2 steps back and looked up at the towering and massive trunk of the fir tree. If I were to guess, I would estimate it has been over 1,000 years, probably even more than 3,000 years. Look, about 5 or 6 meters above the ground, there is a large, horizontally spreading branch with more than a dozen vertically outward growing side branches growing side by side on it. It seems to be competing with the main trunk in height and length. And the main trunk also begins to branch out at this point, forming a multi-headed canopy. It's like another tree has grown on this fir tree. This reminds me of a line from the poem by Du Fu, the sage of poetry. The bark is 40 spans wide, glistening with rain, the dark green reaches thousands of feet into the sky. Let alone the comments section, even Chang Ye, a native of the area, was deeply impressed by the wonders of nature. The 2 little ones next to them also seemed to be full of curiosity about the fir tree. It kept bouncing around the fir tree, its little head tilted up to look at the tree, examining it very carefully. After wandering around for a while, Dabao suddenly stopped, not knowing what he saw. Little Wenwen, who was running with all her might behind him, had no time to react to her older brother's sudden stop. Smack! With a thud, little Tiger's face collided with Dabao's, who had stopped. Due to inertia, Dabao, who was standing still, was also knocked to the ground by Xiao Wenwen. That was a spectacular backflip with short legs. Chang Ye, who was observing the fir trees, noticed the movements of the 2 little ones. Seeing the 2 of them crash into each other and end up sprawled out, Chang Ye couldn't help but burst out laughing. Puffed, ha ha, oh my, you're laughing so loudly. Little Wenwen, who was laughing but looked a little aggrieved, looked up at them. Chang Ye quickly held it in. You can't blame Chang Ye for this, because the sight of the 2 little ones lying on their backs at the same time was both adorable and hilarious. But the audience was different. At this point, the live stream was flooded with ha ha ha, ha ha, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing so much. I don't know why, but I always feel like little Wenwen is a bit silly, haha, so cute. Why is it always little Wenwen who gets hurt? This is the 2nd time she's fallen. Hasn't she discussed it with her little short legs yet? When Dabao was knocked down, he even looked back. His expression was priceless. Dabao even did 2 more flips before stopping. Xiao Wenwen's energy is impressive, haha. After being knocked down, Dabao shakily got up. After standing up, Kaixin felt a little lost, and then immediately became alert. Its eyes darted around, as if it had encountered some kind of enemy. Who bumped into me? Were you trying to ambush me? It bared its teeth and growled a few times in all directions. But although it's called a roar, it's actually quite similar to a cat's meow. After observing for a few seconds and seeing Chang Ye standing nearby, Dabao, feeling safe again, finally stopped barking. Meanwhile, little Wenwen, who had fallen, shakily got up. If you look closely, you can see that there are already a few tears in Xiao Wenwen's eyes. Whether it was the hurt from the collision or the fact that she had noticed Chang Ye's smile earlier, she didn't know. Seeing this, Cheng Ye quickly came over to coax them, patting each of their little heads. He kept feeling the little head in his palm, and it started to push against his hand and interact with him, so he finally took his hand away. Sensing this, Cheng Ye gently coaxed her. Alright, Dabao, stop baring your teeth. There are no enemies, and with me here, nothing can hurt you. Wenwen is fine, let's go. With that, Cheng Ye waved to the two little ones and continued walking forward. Seeing the two little ones following closely behind him again, he finally turned his attention back to the forest. These fir forests are usually very large, and it would definitely take a lot of time to cross one. If he were to walk by himself, given his current physical condition, it wouldn't take him much time. But since I had two little ones with me, I had to walk faster. Otherwise, when it gets dark, we'll have to spend the night in the fir forest. Walking through the fir forest was much easier than outside, and Cheng Ye quickened his pace. This time he deliberately walked a little faster, which made the two little guys try their best to run with their four short legs. When Dabao is running, he looks around and sometimes he trips because he can't see the road ahead. Cheng Ye didn't go over to help him, he just stood there and waited for Dabao to get up on his own. After learning 2 lessons, Dabao began to focus on walking, which made Cheng Ye's pace quicken considerably. Little Wenwen followed along very attentively, probably because it knew that if it lost focus, it wouldn't be able to control its paws. Dabao finally feels pain, haha, he tries to grab everything he sees. If you ask me, it's because the streamer didn't help him up, the little guy was probably too embarrassed. So what? Didn't you see that when Xiao Wenwen fell, the anchor didn't even help her up? She just got up where she fell. Xiao Wenwen has been following closely behind the streamer all along, keeping up no matter how fast or slow the streamer goes. That's amazing. For some reason, I suddenly remembered, two tigers, running fast, ha ha ha, huff, huff. After walking for a while, Cheng Ye noticed something, suddenly stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. He planned to rest here with his two little ones. In addition to that, there is another point. Under the curious gaze of the audience and on camera, Cheng Ye turned around with a smile and said softly, "This little thing has been following me all the way." As they spoke, their gaze fell upon the scene. The little creature was behind a fir tree, tilting its head to observe Cheng Ye. I had been hearing the little guy running and rustling through the fallen leaves behind me. It occasionally makes a crisp squeaking sound. Cheng Ye had already discovered it. I just followed them quietly. Not only him, but even Dabao, whose nerves aren't as sensitive yet, has some sense of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become aggressive when its sister knocked it down. It had actually been sensing it all along. After Cheng Ye turned his head, he did not disturb the little guy immediately. I simply maneuvered the drone to a high place where the little guy couldn't see it, and then pointed the camera at it. The little guy in front of the camera was incredibly sensitive, it seemed to have sensed something. That agile figure leaped and bounded from one fir tree to another. Like a dancer in the forest, a spirit of nature, it hops and skips about. Hey, little one, is this a squirrel? It looks so tiny. They are really small, a normal squirrel shouldn't be this small. No need to think about it anymore. These days, anything found in this primeval forest is almost certainly not a normal species. This little guy is definitely a special case within the squirrel family. Its fur looks like a small cape. Could it be the squirrel rider guarding this primeval forest, here to spy on the streamer? Ha ha ha. If you encounter something you don't recognize, just ask the host. Host, could you tell me what this is? Cheng Ye smiled as he looked at the comments in the live stream, then continued to control the drone, making sure it captured the little guy more clearly. Then I started to look at the encyclopedia that popped up in my mind. Type, spotted flower squirrel. Order, Rodentia. Other names, leopard rat, spotted rat, golden chipmunk, three-browed rat, and dialingzi. Family, Squirrelidae. Genus, squirrel. Class, Mammalia. Cheng Ye said with a smile, this is a spotted squirrel, which usually only appears in Yunnan and Lijiang in the south, or in the southwest of Sichuan and coastal areas. It's also called the leopard rat. Why is it called the leopard rat? I'm sure you can figure it out. When it comes to writing and naming in our family, we first depict the form, and then the spirit. Leopard rat. Don't let its small size fool you, this little guy has beautiful patterns on its body. The fur color is mainly black, brown, gray and white, with gradual changes. White, or you could say black, is a color that is very prominent on small creatures. Like many animals, it has white downy fur covering its underside, specifically its belly. The grayish fur is depicted as lines drawn on the back of the blackish-brown fur. Because the color contrast is so striking, this little guy's patterned fur looks like a tattoo. You could also call it leopard print. The little guy is small, but he's very pretty. Cheng Ye also liked it and couldn't help but whisper. They are actually quite rare in the Qinling Mountains. Some species are often hunted by villagers for stealing crops, but most are poached and sold as pets because of their good looks and agility. This delicate little creature is very fragile and needs our protection. This type of spotted squirrel has also been included in our 3 protected list. No matter when or where, we should never let our guard down in protecting these little creatures. They are not only our friends, but also a beautiful part of nature. This little guy is with me, probably because he hasn't seen humans in a long time and is just curious. It's both clever and silly. It may have sensed that this human was in danger. Or rather, the 2 smaller ones next to them are in danger. Therefore, they are very sensitive. At the slightest sound, it leaps up incredibly fast. If Changya hadn't possessed extraordinary physical abilities, even his eyesight wouldn't have been able to keep up. That's its dexterity. But why say it's dull? It really is amazing how fast it leaps and runs. They just wouldn't leave this area. Every time they moved to a different spot, they would stop on a tree trunk near Changya, squat on a branch, hug their 2 little paws, and stare at Changya with their big eyes. You look so curious. However, Changya knew that this was the nature of the creatures in the mountains. They rarely saw humans and were unaware of the dangers they posed, hence their curiosity. How pure and innocent. Changya shook his head, no longer looking at the little guy, but instead controlling the drone to fly back. After observing the surroundings, he said, "This little guy must have just finished winter and is coming out to find food to take back, or maybe it's going to its little storehouse to get some food. That is, the food they hoard in the fall. Usually, they are found inside the trunk of a tree." This type of spotted squirrel is very intelligent. They understand the principle of not putting all their eggs in one basket. Therefore, they hide different kinds of seeds in different nests. They may even hide many seeds scattered in various places underground. Ha ha, by the way, did you know? This little guy works really hard in the fall. It seems like no amount of food is enough for him. He hides as much as he can. But there is one problem: these little guys are not very bright and often forget where they hid their food. So, no matter how much they store up in the fall, they can only eat less than half of it in the winter and spring. Ha ha ha, how adorably silly. Viewers in the live stream found the animal's behavior interesting and said they learned something new. That's fun. But actually, why do we say they have 3 things? It's because of this little guy's adorable clumsiness. Many seeds that they forgot, in the changing seasons of winter and spring and autumn, they will sprout and grow from the ground, adding a touch of future vitality to this forest. So you could say this little guy is pretty amazing. As Changya spoke, he kept turning back to look at the little guy. Seeing that it still wouldn't leave, Changya pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Curiosity, too, has its limits. After all, these intelligent little creatures know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, and their judgments about the unknown always end up as dangerous. So, it's actually a bit abnormal that this little guy has been lingering around him for so long. This is a small warehouse with little guys right around here? Thinking of this, Changya couldn't help but start looking around. Sure enough, a short while later, they found a small hole next to a tree. At first glance, it's not a new confessional, but rather an old one. The bark around the tree hole had been worn smooth by the small animals that went in and out. Upon seeing the cave, Changya looked inside again and then controlled the drone to illuminate it while filming for the audience. Shine the light on. Wow, this little guy is really hardworking. It's all seeds, mostly fir seeds, and some pine seeds too. Wow, it's packed full. Sure enough, I had accidentally wandered into this little guy's little warehouse. At this moment, the little guy finally noticed that Changya had discovered his little warehouse. This guy immediately became anxious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That sound was so urgent. Just like humans, who are tetragonal primates, sometimes the more they worry about something, the more likely it is to happen that kind of exasperation. Immediately, the anxious chirping changed from the initial squeaking to cooing. They're all angry. This cry attracted Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. The 2 looked around in the direction of the sound, and the sharp-eyed Dabao immediately noticed Xiao Songxiu, who was hiding in the tree and had a small body sticking out. At this, Dabao immediately started baring his teeth and roaring at the spotted squirrel behind him. Wow! Wow! That's quite impressive. It seems that Dabao has already attributed his fall to the sneak attack by the little guy behind him. The situation was almost as tense as when they encountered the king cobra. Seeing Dabao like this, Xiao Wenwen was a little confused and looked in the direction her brother was looking. Now it also noticed the half-hidden little pine. But unlike Dabao, she didn't immediately show hostility. Instead, he tilted his head and pondered it curiously for a while. Then, it was distracted by Dabao's wary voice and stared at him with a tense expression. After staring for a while, Xiao Wenwen probably wasn't used to maintaining such a fierce posture. After holding on for a while, it relaxed, obediently and quietly raised its head, looked at Changya, and let out a howl. Wow! Changya could tell that this was as if she were asking him a question. Daddy! What is this thing? Changya chuckled and patted Xiao Wenwen's head, then looked at Dabao. He knew that Dabao had misunderstood him. Well, you could say there was no misunderstanding. Dabao is right. Tigers, when they see anything in the mountains except humans, who are on their diet, or when they are starving, will act like this. Because this was Dabao's instinct, he didn't stop him, because he also hoped that Dabao could judge the degree of danger of something on his own. But the viewers in the live stream are indeed a bit different, or rather, that's just the nature of the people of Xia. They enjoy watching a spectacle and sometimes even join in the commotion. Dabao, go! You just fell because of this. Haha, Dabao is still amazing. He gets into a fighting stance the moment he sees something he can't lose in terms of momentum. Quickly help Wenwen shift the blame. How could someone as cute as Wenwen be the bad guy who hit Dabao? To be honest, Komatsu was probably completely baffled by this sudden hostility. I think the streamer is really mean. The thing they're holding probably belongs to that little guy in the back. Haha, I feel like you guys are both bad. One of you is taking other people's things, and the other is trying to sabotage others. It's hilarious. If I get any closer, I feel like Dabao is really about to go for it. Look, its little short legs are already getting ready to kick. Killing it wouldn't be a good idea, even though it's the law of nature. At this moment, Changya also noticed Dabao's movements and began to slowly bend over, his two hind legs, which were somewhat smaller than Hunyu's, starting to compress. That's the way they gather their strength before hunting. Seeing Dabao like this, Changya squatted down to comfort the little guy. Although Dabao had entered battle mode, he didn't have much to say. However, there is one thing: Dabao, which is still a cub, probably can't catch up with it. It takes time for a tiger to grow up. That's why they say there aren't many tigers. The cub stage is too long, so they don't have much fighting power. Running after it would be a waste of effort, since the agility of the spotted squirrel is no joke. Forget it, I don't want to hurt the child's feelings. For prey of this speed level, they still need to grow. Of course, once they're fully grown, they won't even want that little bit of meat. That's exactly right, squirrels aren't on a tiger's menu. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Thinking this, Changya bent his index, middle, and ring fingers and rubbed Dabao's head to calm the little guy down. Feeling Changya's touch, Dabao turned his head to look at Changya, and his wariness of the patterned squirrel gradually relaxed. Then he began to enjoy Changya's caresses, the comfortable touch making him squint his eyes, shake his head, and completely forget that he had been ambushed by Xiao Songxiu. Changya stopped when he saw that the little guy had put aside his hostility. Dabao was very satisfied, and then barked at Changya, wagging his tail repeatedly to show his happiness. He then looked at his younger sister, as if to say something. I get a massage, you don't. Feeling her brother's gaze, Xiao Wenwen immediately felt wronged. His face had initially shown some wariness and curiosity, but at this moment his ears immediately drooped down, almost touching his head. The sight of her pitiful appearance tugged at the hearts of the viewers in the live stream, especially those viewers who watched Changya's live stream from the very beginning. They knew about Xiao Wenwen's temperament from the very beginning. Many people began to speak out in support of Xiao Wenwen. Immediately. Right now. Touch little Wenwen. This little one must be a jealous reincarnation, haha, just because I didn't touch her, her ears are drooping like this. Dabao is a little mischievous, haha, he even showed off a bit. Oh no, why is my heart still clenching? Streamer, go touch it. If the streamer touches her, I'll send you gifts, even super hot gifts. My heart is melting. Ugh, why can't I send gifts? Why is the tipping function disabled? You don't understand, do you? Otherwise, why do you think no one is sending gifts during this live stream? Do you think we don't have money? Actually, it's because the streamer isn't letting Sean send gifts. This streamer is amazing. There are actually people who stream without asking for gifts? Changya smiled as he looked at the comments in the live stream. I started this live stream not for the money. I turned off the tipping function from the beginning to prevent people from saying that I was doing it for the money or something. Don't worry, I'm not really interested in money, and I don't need it. After saying that, Changya smiled at Xiao Wenwen. He was sure he wouldn't show favoritism, so he quickly. Its head, back, chin, and chest are covered in pure white short downy fur. A series of rubbing and scratching. It made Xiao Wenwen feel so comfortable that she felt like she was flying, and her tail even curled up. As soon as I let go, little Wenwen immediately became lively. It started whining and whining at Changya, and its previously droopy head straightened up. Its drooping tail began to wag, as if it were subtly showing off to Dabao. Ha ha! Changya shook his head and laughed. After calming the two little ones down, Changya had them come to his back. They didn't let Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stand in front. The imposing aura emanating from them is so strong that most small animals wouldn't dare approach them. Even when it comes to the hierarchical relationship in terms of genes, Changya doesn't really understand it. Once the two little guys were behind him, Changya picked up a few seeds and waved them at the spotted squirrel. Little one, come here. Because of the ability to be friendly with all things, and because Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were no longer blocking their way, the spotted squirrel wasn't really afraid of Changya, it never had been. You can tell from the fact that it was running around and wouldn't leave, and even dared to bark when it saw that its little warehouse had been discovered. It was not only unafraid, but also showed a sliver of trust. Chang Ya was confident in this. After all, when I first met Tiger Girl, she was injured and had 2 children with her. He was able to gain Tiger Girl's trust. This little guy has no reason to think of himself as part of the unknown danger category. You know, he has a real mountain flavor about him. Come here, little one, Chang Ya called out again. Upon hearing Chang Ya's call, the little guy first peeked out from behind a fir tree, looking somewhat hesitant. Looking at the seeds in Chang Ya's hand, it felt a little tempted. But thinking of the tiger that had just roared at it, it became somewhat afraid. After thinking for a while, the little guy finally decided to slowly dart towards Chang Ya. That's right, it's a dash. Because the little guy first ran to the fir tree in front of him, and then moved to another fir tree. Moving back and forth like this, they slowly approached Chang Ya. Finally, when they reached the tree closest to Chang Ya, the little guy stopped moving forward and peeked out from behind the tree. Chang Ya smiled when he saw this, understanding that the little guy was afraid of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. However, he remained standing there, continuing to serve the little guy his food. Finally, torn between fear and the temptation of food, the little guy chose the food. She walked cautiously toward Chang Ya. Chang Ya didn't make things difficult for the little guy at this moment, and placed all the seeds he had just received in front of him. There are so many seeds, how is the little guy going to carry them all? Will he have to make several trips to move them back and forth? They should eat a little, then move a little, otherwise, how can they carry so much? They should probably eat it where they are, since they must have come out to find food because they were hungry. That way, they can take the leftovers with them. Chang Ya looked at the little guy in front of him, then at the seeds on the ground, and said with a smile, "Don't let its small size fool you, this little guy has a unique pouch-like structure on each side of its mouth that can temporarily store things, called a cheek pouch." As soon as Chang Ya finished speaking, the little guy started to get to work. It bounced forward twice and then stopped. It raised its little head again and stared intently at the strange 2-legged creature. Immediately, the little guy picked up the seeds from the ground with its slender little hands and kept stuffing them into its mouth, filling its cheek pouches to the brim. It can be fast. But at this point, there were still about half of the seeds on the ground, and the little guy hesitated for a moment. Coo 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 coo. It raised its little head and began to bark. It was fun for Chang Ya to see, and he followed its calls, looking around. Immediately, after waiting for a little over half a minute, 2 more spotted chipmunks appeared on the path the little guy had taken. One of them was about the same size as the little guy in front of me, but another one that can be mentioned is Minnie. Upon seeing this, Chang Ya suddenly remembered something and said, "I almost forgot, these kinds of patterned chipmunks like to travel in groups, and it's very rare to see one alone. The 2 behind must be its wife and cub." When the other 2 kids arrived near Chang Ya, they saw that the entrance to the small warehouse was so lively, and they immediately dared not go any further. But with the pine tree in front of Chang Ya constantly beckoning them, the 2 hesitated for a moment before continuing forward. The larger, patterned chipmunk came up to Chang Ya and quickly stuffed the seeds from the ground into its cheek pouches. Its mouth was bulging, and it kept stuffing food into its mouth. After you've stuffed almost all of it into your mouth, 3 mice, you look at me, I look at you. After staring at each other for a few seconds, she turned her head to look at Chang Ya, then leaped a few times and quickly darted away in the direction she had come from. The entire process, from the disappearance of the 3 hidden patterned chipmunks to their final moments, took only about a minute, leaving the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. They're gone already? Ha ha ha, that speed is comparable to Usain Bolt. I thought the smaller one would run very slowly, but it turned out to be about the same speed as the 2 larger ones. Grab and run, so exciting. With this food, it should be enough to feed this family for several days. Finding it amusing, Chang Ya clapped his hands, a smile still lingering on his face. Ha! After letting out a soft chuckle, he slung his backpack back over his shoulder, called out to the 2 little ones, and continued on his way. The 2 little ones seemed to have regained their energy after a short rest. This time, both little ones ran ahead, as if they wanted to lead the way. They were chasing each other, neither willing to give in. W.A. Wow wow wow! The little guy, bouncing his little bottom, cried out and ran around happily. Upon seeing this, Chang Ya could only shake his head helplessly and quickly followed. Despite carrying a tactical pack weighing 50 or 60 pounds, Chang Ya still moved with incredible speed. This left the viewers in the live stream completely bewildered. This bag, if I'm not mistaken, is over a meter long. Carrying such a huge bag and still walking so fast? That's unbelievable. Did the streamers secretly throw something out of there? Otherwise, how could they have walked so fast? I'm guessing it weighs at least 50 pounds. You're asking me to carry 50 pounds? I can walk slowly, but walking this fast, I'm afraid I'll fall. Is this how kids who grow up in the mountains are? Or do forest rangers all possess special skills? Anyway, as a kid who grew up in the mountains, I can't carry such heavy things and walk so fast. After walking for about 20 more minutes, Cheng Ye looked at the sky and estimated the time it would take to enter the mountains. We've been gone for quite a while, and there's not much water left. We'll save the little bit for the little one. Now it's time to start looking for water sources. Is anyone in the live stream knowledgeable about this? The audience fell silent for a moment after hearing Cheng Ye's words, and the number of comments on the screen decreased significantly. I don't understand. Just ask me where I can buy water, and I'll know. Should it be a dark place? Or a damp place? The deepest mountain I've ever been is the one behind my house, but I didn't see any water source there. Maybe I just didn't find it. Host, stop keeping us in suspense and teach us. Cheng Ye smiled slightly as he looked at the comments in the live stream. Clearly, these viewers knew that he had asked the question not because he couldn't find water, but to tease them. Alright, do you know why I took this path and went into this fir forest? It is because it often forms pure forests on shady slopes, semi-shady slopes, and valleys in subalpine to alpine areas from high latitudes to low latitudes. There is a high chance that there is a water source here. On my way here, I could smell the dampness and the smell of aquatic plants coming from this direction. Don't think I didn't say it, but I've been smelling water the whole time, and I've been heading in that direction. In the wild, a sensitive nose is also very important. Finally, let me teach you a trick for finding water in the wild. The best place to find water is Kuajadai, where two mountains enclose a gully with water flowing through the rocks. When the two gullies meet, the spring water flows abundantly. Mountain mouth to mountain mouth, good water below the mouth, two mountains sandwich an isolated mountain, the water never dries up, two gullies sandwich a mouth, below there is spring water. When the mountain bends low, wells and springs yield abundant water. When the mountain turns, water flows. When a convex mountain faces a concave mountain, the best water is in the concave area. A mountain suddenly appears, where wells are always full of water, bay to bay, the water never dries up. Where two mountains meet, springs flow below. I'm currently moving in the direction of. Cheng Ye was about to continue saying something to the audience when he suddenly heard a sound and smiled. Some viewers had just picked up their phones or notebooks to jot down the mnemonic Cheng Ye had just mentioned. Hearing Cheng Ye's words suddenly made him somewhat puzzled. You found it already? We didn't see it, it wasn't in the live stream either. Besides, isn't there a small hill in front? Where is the water coming from? For a moment, the viewers in the live stream were all a little confused. But the two little guys running in the lead were different. They seemed to have already spotted the water source. After reaching the highest point of the hillside, they all turned back and called out to Cheng Ye. Oh whoa, wow, Daddy, come quick. There's water. There's water. Two little guys standing on the top of the steep slope. Cheng Ye's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Seeing the questions on the screen, Cheng Ye controlled the drone to rise and come up above the two little guys. Align it with the direction the two little ones were just looking. Soon, a crystal clear stream came into view. Leaves that had fallen from the trees beside the stream floated on the surface of the water. It glides across the stream like a small, swaying boat. Even though the drone was still some distance from the stream, viewers in the live stream could already hear the babbling, tinkling, and murmuring sounds of the stream, sometimes loud and sometimes soft. This immediately amazed the audience. I haven't seen such clear water in ages. Wow, there really is water. Amazing. The water is so clear, I can even see the pebbles on the bottom. I love it. Look at this water, and then look at the river in our city, there's simply no comparison. I think I just saw a fish. Holy crap, streamer, go catch it. We've got our food sorted. I love it. Host, could you please bring me a bucket of water? I need some noodles. Please get me a bucket too. I'm different, I can pay you first. My contact number is 15 ******. The reactions of the viewers in the live stream were actually within Cheng Ye's expectations. He wanted to show the viewers in his live stream the beauty of nature so that they would understand the importance of protecting it. If you imagine this stream were in the city, it would probably be full of dirt in less than a day. See? I told you there was a water source ahead. I saw it. I saw it. A standing wave is a standing wave. Who just questioned the streamer? Step forward. Host, I've seen you climb the mountain for several hours. Aren't your knees tired? Yes, I came back from hiking the last time with sore knees and aching calf muscles, so I'm never going again. Seeing the change in the audience's reaction in the live stream, Cheng Ye smiled but didn't say anything more. Seeing the last two comments, and looking at the steep, high hillside in front of me, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought you all knew a little bit about this. Since someone asked, I'll tell you. As he spoke, Cheng Ye quickly walked down the steep slope where the little guy was. Looking at the steep slope in front of him, Cheng Ye said, there's always been a misconception that going uphill doesn't hurt your knees, only going downhill does. But if you climb the mountain with the wrong posture, you can still injure your knees. Going up the mountain not only gets me tired, but it also hurts my knees? Cheng Ye took a step up the steep slope and then patted his calves. Most people habitually use incorrect postures, such as bending over, looking down at their feet, taking large strides, and pushing their knees forward while descending a mountain with straight knees. All of these can lead to injuries while climbing mountains, and they are all undesirable. The viewers in the live stream were immediately stunned by Cheng Ye's actions. Is there something wrong with this? Isn't this how it always is? This is how most people walk, isn't it much easier this way? The correct way to go uphill is to turn our toes outwards, except when it's raining and to prevent slipping. Under normal circumstances, we should keep our toes and knees on the same axis and walk straight up and down. Also, using a zigzag walking method will save more energy. As he spoke, Cheng Ye prepared to demonstrate it to the live stream audience. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been at the top of the slope, tilted their heads and curiously looked at Cheng Ye, who was still not coming up from the bottom of the slope. The two little ones seemed to think that Cheng Ye couldn't come up, so they hopped and skipped down. They all came to Cheng Ye's side and barked at him twice. Oh woo woo, oh woo woo. After yelling, the little guys bounced back in a couple of leaps, kicking up with their hind legs and bringing down their front paws. In Cheng Ye's view, there were two happy little bottoms flying up the mountain. Then, looking back at Cheng Ye down the slope, it let out two more howls. It looks like they're saying, "Daddy, just come up like this, understand?" This scene made Cheng Ye chuckle, as he was teaching others how to climb the hill. Then the two little guys will teach you? But it must be said that the jumping ability of felines is truly remarkable. Although they were still young, they jumped up the steep slope in no time. Xiao Wenwen saw that Cheng Ye was still standing there, motionless, and seemed to think that Cheng Ye hadn't seen her. He jumped down again, circled around Cheng Ye twice, as if he wanted to patiently demonstrate it to Cheng Ye again. Then, with its mouth wide open, it roared at Cheng Ye twice more. Meanwhile, Dabao, who was standing to the side, seemed to be getting impatient. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Haha, is this little guy teaching the streamer how to climb a mountain? According to this hierarchy, should I call these two little guys master? Why are felines so good at jumping? Mine is too. She even taught it twice. Little Wenwen is so thoughtful. Did the host understand? Hurry up and go up, or I feel like Xiao Wenwen is going to come down again. I can't hold it in anymore, everyone. I really want to get one. They're just so cute. Cheng Ye looked at the two little ones above his head and smiled. In the end, I decided to end the lesson hastily, otherwise, just like the comment said, Xiao Wenwen will probably come down and teach him again. Thinking about it, Cheng Ye tugged at the 50 to 60 pound tactical pack on his back, glanced at the steep slope in front of him, lifted his leg, and strode straight up the mountain, running up with ease. The speed was completely different from when we went up the mountain before. It wasn't until Cheng Ye called the two little ones and walked towards the stream that the viewers in the live stream realized what was happening. Holy crap, you could actually run up there? So you were just pretending the whole time? You went up there already? Didn't they say you should walk slowly on steep slopes? Host, are you an animal too? Did you just jump up there like that? Going up there is one thing, but why do you seem so nonchalant about it? Not even blushing or out of breath. Anchor, I'm not pretending anymore, I'll come clean. Carrying such heavy stuff for so long, I'm not tired at all, I can even run. We'll find out soon enough whether there's something wrong with the streamer's backpack. Is it really full of things? Cheng Ye was no longer paying attention to the comments at this point. It's not a big deal if they noticed, his physical attributes are top-notch. Instead, they followed the two little ones to the side of the stream. Looking at the crystal clear stream, Cheng Ye put down his tactical pack and went to the bank. I squatted down, cupped the cool stream water in my hands, and gently splashed it onto my closed eyes, feeling the coolness of the water. The two little ones behind him also walked up curiously, watching Cheng Ye's actions. He walked to the shore, stuck his head out, and looked at the water. Looking at their reflection in the water, the two little ones tilted their heads and curiously examined themselves. Everyone seemed curious about who this cute little guy in the water was and why he looked so much like their brother. Thinking it over, Dabao stretched out his little front paws to test the water, gently stirring the surface of the water. Instantly, ripples spread across the water's surface. Seeing the reflection on the water slowly begin to distort, both little ones took a step back in unison. So ugly. Hiding behind Cheng Ye, she first looked at the water with disdain. Then it slowly poked its head out again and looked at the water with curiosity once more. Upon opening his eyes and seeing this scene, Cheng Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two little ones were a bit confused when they heard Cheng Ye's laughter, but I quickly came to terms with it. Dabao started walking back and forth towards the shore, his eyes curiously observing the water. Xiao Wenwen glanced at Dabao, then at Cheng Ye, who had already stood up. Small eyes, big confusion, not quite sure what to do. It laid down on the spot. When Cheng Ye saw this, he smiled. Dabao seemed to be in good spirits, but Xiao Wenwen was probably a little tired. After checking that the stream was fine, Cheng Ye stood up and said, "Alright, let's have dinner here tonight. But now, we need to gather some firewood first, for cooking later." As they spoke, they began searching near the shore, where the shore was covered with trees and weeds. Cheng Ye quickly gathered all the things needed to start a fire. When they returned to their original spot, the two little ones were still the same as before. Little Wenwen was still lying next to the tactical backpack, while Dabao was still playing on the shore. It runs around here and there, and then pats the water with its little paws. Place the firewood in an open space. Cheng Ye arrived at the place where the tactical pack was placed, intending to quietly take something out of it. We shouldn't disturb Wenwen, who is resting. But as soon as Cheng Ye approached, Xiao Wenwen, who was resting with her eyes closed on her backpack, immediately opened her eyes. Upon seeing that it was Cheng Ye, it barked at Cheng Ye a few times. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ye smiled and patted the little guy's head. "Did I disturb your rest? It's nothing, I just wanted to get something." Who wouldn't want such a cute charm on their bag? As he spoke, he took a black bag out of his backpack. Inside is a detachable and foldable tripod and hanger specifically designed for wilderness survival. Then he took out a small iron pot. Then he took out an entrenching tool from the saddlebag. Why did the streamer disturb Xiao Wenwen's rest? I'm so angry. What is the streamer doing? Why make it so complicated? Why not just start a fire? Cheng Ye observed for a while and found a relatively flat spot. Today I'll teach you how to make a Dakota stove, which is a smokeless stove. We all know that living in the wild is a very dangerous thing, and the smoke from a simple fire can easily attract wild animals. When I was gathering firewood just now, I found many animal footprints on the ground, both big and small. For safety reasons, I've decided to get a smokeless stove. After all, I have 2 cubs with me now. Although they are tiger cubs, they are still young, so safety has to be my top priority. At this point, Cheng Ye seemed to remember something and reached into his bag again. He took out a small green certificate, placed it on the fire stand, and showed it to the viewers in the live stream. They didn't say anything, but it was as if they had said everything. Forest Fire Prevention Zone Fire Permit. Simply put it aside, the meaning is self-evident. Forest Fire Prevention Zone Fire Permit? Holy crap, there's such a thing. You think they're professionals, working deep in the mountains, where there's not a soul for miles around, and fire is an indispensable energy source for them? Friendly reminder, starting a fire in the wild without a permit is illegal and carries criminal charges. The host is so thoughtful. No wonder the host went through all this trouble. Oh dear, I almost forgot these 2 little guys are still cubs, I was just thinking they were tigers. I feel that with the streamer's skills and stamina, escaping a wild beast alone wouldn't be a problem, but it's a different story with 2 cubs. How could I not have thought of that? Indeed, it wouldn't be good if we attracted wild animals and they hurt the little guy. If only Tiger Mom were here, I could cook whatever I wanted. She'd just be delivering takeout, ha ha ha. I didn't say much about this little green book. It's fine to show it to everyone. After taking out the little green book, he unfolded the entrenching tool on his own. This smokeless stove has a very high thermal efficiency, which is why I wanted to get it. Everyone, look carefully. First, we need to dig 2 holes, with a 10 centimeter gap between them, about the length of an index and middle finger spread out. After saying that, Cheng Ye started digging with his entrenching tool. Because it was a one-time event, Cheng Ye didn't dig very deep. After we dug the 2 pits, we connected them together. After a series of operations, a perfect Dakota stove appeared in front of the viewers in the live broadcast room. Live and learn. It seems pretty simple, but is it really smokeless? I just checked on Baidu, and it really is smokeless. This was commonly used during wartime to prevent food from being detected while cooking. Does the streamer really know everything? An all-rounder? I answered for the host. There's nothing the host can't answer, only things you haven't thought of. Cheng Ye glanced at the comments and was about to answer, but someone else answered first. He smiled faintly. This generation of netizens is really adorable. Take the tripod out of the black bag and assemble it. Wash the iron pot in the stream, then fill it with clean water and place it next to the stove. Alright, everything is ready, all that's left is the right opportunity. Let me see what delicious food is inside. As he spoke, Cheng Ye laughed. He had seen a big fish while washing the pot, he was in for a treat. Thinking it over, Cheng Ye took off his combat boots and socks and put them on the shore. He rolled up his trouser legs and said to Xiao Wenwen and Dabao beside him, "Hey little guys, keep an eye on things for me, I'm going to find some treats." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenwen looked at the backpack beneath her and the small metal frame beside her, then let out a howl in response to Cheng Ye. I understand now. Dabao, however, was not one to obey orders. Its little tiger eyes were fixed on Cheng Ye, curious about what he was going to do. The stream wasn't very deep, it only reached up to Cheng Ye's knees. The 2 banks are about 3 meters wide, and the source should be some distance away. Hey host, look under that rock. I see a crab right in front of your left. What's that underwater? It's huge. Did the streamer see it? I want to catch them too. They look so easy to catch, they're so clear you don't even need to look for them, you can just see them directly. I remember going swimming in the river when I was little, and my grandpa would catch me and beat me from the riverbank all the way home. Haha, me too, but I didn't get hit because I ran away. Hey, why is the streamer just standing there motionless? What's wrong? Is it lagging? Or is the signal bad? No, what happened? As soon as he entered the water, Changya saw the big fish that the comments on the screen had mentioned. But just as he was about to go and catch it, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A nationally protected wild animal, a Class 2 protected aquatic animal, the lenok has been discovered. Scientific name, kindling fine-scaled salmon. Kingdom, animal kingdom. Class, Pisces. Order, Salmoniformes. Family, Salmonidae. Genus, salmon. Upon hearing the voice, Changya paused for a moment, then opened the system's encyclopedia. Then he looked at the fish underwater, swimming calmly in front of him, and its appearance matched perfectly. Well, he's an ancestor. If you can't afford to offend them, you can at least avoid them. Thinking about it, Changya moved aside, trying to get away from this little tyrant. But as soon as Changya moved, the slender-scaled salmon immediately noticed the movement. Soon, the slender-scaled salmon swam towards Changya's direction. It seemed as if something about Changya had attracted it. Logically speaking, when fish encounter other creatures underwater, they should immediately scatter and flee. But the fine-scaled salmon not only didn't escape, it swam even more aggressively towards Changya. Changya was stunned when he saw the slender-scaled salmon swimming over. What are you doing? Trying to scam me? As the slender-scaled salmon swam closer, viewers in the live stream were able to clearly see what the fish looked like. Why are you running away, streamer? Is that a piranha? Why aren't you catching it? You're running away instead. She looks a bit strange, she has so many large spots on her body. The streamer is so lucky. The fish is practically delivered to his doorstep. I'm so envious. Does anyone recognize this fish? Is it meaty? How does it taste? I haven't tried it before. I'll ask the host later and see what they say. I trust their cooking skills. Hey streamer, why aren't you catching him? He's already swum right up to your feet. What are you doing? I glanced at the fine-scaled salmon underwater, then looked at the comments on the screen. You're making me eat this fish? Are you trying to get me inside? Haven't you heard the saying, in the wild, if you don't know something, stay far away? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were initially stunned. They quickly realized what was going on, recalling what they knew and what Changya had said. There are countless protected animals in the Kinling Mountains, and judging from Changya's appearance, this fish should be one of them. Could this be? That's right, he'll probably spend the rest of his life in jail. Good grief, where are the people who were just saying they wanted to eat this? Step forward, let's see who dares to eat it. Changya pointed the live stream camera at the fine-scaled salmon underwater. See? If you run into this guy again, don't even think about eating him. Strictly speaking, this creature belongs to the marine fish category. It is a remnant species that migrated south from the north during the Ice Age and is a typical rare coldwater fish. However, time flies by, and millions of years pass in the blink of an eye compared to the vast geological time. The sea may have forgotten its offspring. Therefore, this fish has very high requirements for water quality. If the water is even slightly polluted, the lenok cannot survive. The presence of fine-scaled salmon in this stream indicates that the water quality in this area is very good. Looking at the slender-scaled salmon that wouldn't leave his side, Changya couldn't help but chuckle. They swam around his legs, treating him like he wasn't human. You and I cannot eat here. There's bound to be something I can eat. You can swim however you want, I don't care. Thinking about it, Changya also began to return to the shore to search. In streams with such good water quality, shrimp and crabs usually grow under the pebbles. Changya just returned to the shore. The two little ones who had been watching Changya from the shore immediately started howling. It seems like they're asking Changya what prey he caught. The next second, Dabao noticed the slender-scaled salmon that had followed Changya underwater. Immediately, the tip of its tail curled up slightly, revealing its tender little tiger teeth, and it let out a low, warning growl. Tiger eyes stared intently at the fine-scaled salmon beneath the water's surface, as if it had encountered an enemy. Little Wenwen, standing to the side, was the same. Even just now, when the slender-scaled salmon was near Changya's feet, as long as the lenok makes any other movement, little Wenwen was ready to pounce at any moment. That would definitely be a perfect fall into the water. Meanwhile, Changya bent down and, in the water nearby, turned over a pebble. I immediately spotted a few small crabs, the kind that are only slightly larger than my thumb. Oh, I thought there was something good in it. I probably don't even have enough flesh on my body to fill my teeth. I had just shown it to the audience when I saw the screen flooded with comments. Hey streamer, look behind you. These two little guys should have no problem hunting slender-scaled salmon, right? What level is the South China tiger again? A Class A protected animal, you can eat it freely, as long as the little guys killed it themselves. Wow, this is so exciting right from the start. A Class 2 protected animal was killed. Why isn't this slender-scaled salmon leaving? Doesn't it know fear? I was just about to say that we can't eat it, but the little one should be able to, and then it just came to us like this. After seeing the comments, Changya was a little confused, but you could see that the two little ones were still on guard. Then I saw the slender-scaled salmon circling around me underwater. I realized that these two little guys felt they were about to be attacked and were trying to protect themselves. Thinking it over, Changya quickly reassured the two little guys, telling them not to be nervous. I approached them and stroked their fur, as if to say, "Calm down, you little rascals." Under normal circumstances, he would not interfere with the little guys hunting, even if the little guys prey on protected animals. It's the law of the jungle. That's how it is, survival of the fittest. But the slender-scaled salmon underwater was something he had provoked, and it's in the water. He should take responsibility. I don't want my two little cubs to get soaked in the cold, damp forest. If it weren't for its own actions, the fine-scaled salmon would never have come here. Moreover, it is a Class 2 protected animal. Both out of consideration for reason and emotion, Changya felt it was necessary to protect him. I waved my hand underwater to scare away the slender-scaled salmon. This might be due to the disturbance of the water flow, or perhaps Changya's movements were too large. The slender salmon quickly twisted its body and darted away. After chasing away the slender-scaled salmon, Changya comforted the two little guys. The two little guys saw the slender-scaled salmon swimming by. She also lowered her guard and felt Changya's comfort. The little ones looked so relaxed. Looking at the small crab in his hand again, Changya suddenly thought of something and smiled. He tossed the little crab onto the shore, gesturing for the two little ones to take it and play with it. Then, he turned his head and continued looking for food. He just saw another big fish, and the system hasn't made a sound yet. That means that the big fish is edible. After Changya threw the little crab onto the shore, it tried to slowly crawl back into the water. The two little ones looked at it curiously. Dabao slowly walked onto the path the little crab was on. The little tiger lowered its head and frowned, indicating, "What is this? How can it have so many legs and still walk so slowly? How stupid. Unlike my sister and me, who can run really fast. My younger sister always falls down, but I never do. I'm definitely the smartest one." I saw a small crab closest to the stream. They were about to climb back into the water. Dabao also said, "I still don't understand what you are. How could I let you get away?" Extending its little claws, it clenched its fist and gently slapped the little crab back. All of a sudden, they took pictures of the little crabs far from the shore. The viewers in the live stream laughed when they saw this. Dabao, this punch takes 20 years of skill, can you withstand it? Get lost. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, that fist-clenching gesture is kind of cute. Crab, I just want to go back to the water. What did I do wrong? Your dad doesn't like me because I'm too young. Dabao's behavior is so similar to how my cat throws my things on the floor. I'm inexplicably angry. Want to go back into the water? You'd better ask my fist first. At this moment, when Xiao Wenwen saw her brother doing this, she also started to imitate him. The two little creatures, one on each side of the tiger, stood guard on the shore. Whenever a small crab gets close to the shore, they swat it back. Every time the little crabs were swatted away, they would get up and crawl back to the shore. And so, the two little ones had a wonderful time playing together. Oh woo-woo, so much fun. P.S. I'm late. I updated before even having dinner. Please help me click the poop yellow button. Following the location of the big fish, Changya walked forward a bit. We noticed that the water ahead was starting to get deeper. But what can be seen is that there are many fish swimming around in front of him. Changya took a closer look and determined that it was likely a scale-faced eels. In some places it's called noodle fish, willow root fish, white carp fish, etc. Did you see the school of small fish up ahead? They'll be my dinner soon. This should be a scaled eel. This thing has very small scales, as slippery as a loach. I was planning to grab it with my hands, but it looks like that won't work. I'll go ashore and get a stick, then I'll show you guys how to spear fish. With that, Changya walked towards the shore. I saw the two little ones were still playing. Changya disembarked from another spot to avoid disturbing the two little ones. Stabbing fish? Is this stabbing even proper? No way. This is open too. There must be some skill involved in this, right? Does the streamer know how to do this too? Seriously? They're doing it again? We're not getting enough nutrition. We don't have that kind of nutritious food to eat every day like the streamers. Something's not right in this live stream. Don't corrupt innocent people like me. Back on shore. Changya picked up a piece of hardwood stick of moderate thickness while holding his military knife. Cut it in half lengthwise to form a cross. Each of the 4 heads is sharpened and separated by 2 small twigs. Then I found a longer branch to use as a handle. Take out a thin rope from the saddlebag and tie all the parts tightly. After preparing the harpoon, Chengya arrived at the place where he had just discovered the scale-forward fish. He addressed the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, remember this, because of the refraction of light, what you see as a fish is actually not a fish. It's the shadow of a fish. It needs to be positioned a little lower, less than an inch, or about 3 centimeters. Chengya spoke very seriously as he worked. This is knowledge he's acquired through reading, and he believes he can absolutely do it. So, let's give you a serious science lesson. Class is in session. Class is in session. Everyone, please take your seats in an orderly manner. Don't push me, can't you see I was here first? Okay, teacher, I understand. Please demonstrate once. My brain understands, but I don't know if my hands understand. After Chengya finished speaking, he picked up the harpoon he had just prepared, quietly waiting for the scale-faced fish to come to the protagonist's side. I waited a few seconds. It aimed at the scale-faced fish that had come to its side, plunged down. But just when Chengya thought he had hit the mark, but they discovered that the scale-faced fish had already slipped away from the harpoon. In an instant, Chengya's expression shifted from fierce exertion to blankness. Then, he touched his chin, puzzled. This isn't right. With my technique, there's definitely no problem. Moreover, the knowledge points in the book go without saying. How could it be wrong? It seems like there's a problem when we start practicing now. Chengya shook his head. Something's not right. I don't believe in superstitions. Oh no, this is a disaster. The streamer was supposed to be able to do everything. What's going on? I can only see the harpoon, but not the fish. We must have seen wrong. The streamer actually already clicked it. Ha ha ha, what happened, teacher? How did the fish get away? Your theory doesn't work. Chengya glanced at the comments section. Feeling a little embarrassed, I quickly looked up at the sky. The theory is correct. This is knowledge from books. Let me take a look at this environment. The theory must be correct. As he spoke, Chengya reached out to measure the wind, touched the water, and then checked the weather, all in a very professional manner. Finally, he feigned certainty. Finding the theory and the pattern is how you catch fish. Just you wait and see. Get out of here. Whoosh! The harpoon was plunged into the water. Chengya watched expressionlessly as yet another fish merrily brushed past his harpoon. Chengya, all right. You've learned it all, Chengya didn't even need to look at the comments to know what the situation was like. He had no choice but to continue quickly, wanting to regain his dignity first. Immediately afterwards, he mentally assessed the situation again and carefully controlled the strength in his hands. Unconvinced, he picked up the harpoon again and continued spearing the fish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ha! I'm starting to question the meaning of life. But several attempts failed each time. That expression was meant for the audience. He was already full even though he hadn't eaten dinner. Hiss! I don't believe it. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. Finally, Chengya managed to spear a fish. However, it was somewhat different from the fish he wanted to spear. The fish that was speared was a rainbow trout, and a very small one at that. Looking at the rainbow trout he had speared, Chengya held it by the tail and examined it for a moment before pondering and speaking. I told you the theory was fine. It's probably a matter of quantity, and the fish here are all extremely cunning. That's why I didn't get it. I believe it. Okay, this fish, can we make a soup? Ha 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 ha, I can't laugh enough. Chengya's ears turned slightly red, and he pursed his lips. Anyway, I think there's nothing wrong with my theory. How could the knowledge in books be wrong? It must be a technical issue. I didn't achieve the tilt angle of about 1 inch. That's right, that's exactly it. A technical issue. As he spoke, Chengya felt that his statement was correct and nodded. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yes, anyway, the theory is correct. If you can't spear the fish, it's your own fault. Haha, look at that fish you speared. Do you really think it's okay? I feel like if I called 2 little guys over, they could probably catch fish bigger than this. Who do you think you are? Maybe? They're definitely bigger than this. Finally, I've seen something a streamer wouldn't do. Despite the audience in the live stream making fun of him, Chengya still spoke seriously. My theory is flawless. You'll see once you try it out. It doesn't matter how big the fish is, just spear it, understand? Okay, I got it. Yes, the streamer is definitely not at fault. The problem lies with the fish. Why don't they go to the streamer's harpoon? That's right. Chengya felt incredibly embarrassed. They quickly took their spoils and returned to shore. After putting down the harpoon, take off your coat. He said this while rolling up his sleeves. If I don't show you a thing or two, you really think I can't do it? We have to get that face back. Damn it. I've never been treated this badly during this entire live stream. I just wanted to teach the viewers in the live stream some wilderness survival tips, but I didn't expect to be ridiculed by you all. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying my cards on the table. Whoosh, whoosh. With that, Changya went back into the water and returned to the spot he had just been. With his current speed and agility, catching a fish is no easy feat. Using a harpoon would only slow him down. Looking at the scale-faced fish swimming around in front of me, Changya seized an opportunity and swiftly extended his right hand. Snap! A hand quickly plunges into the water, creating a sound and splashes. Then, he calmly picked up an adult-scaled redhead fish. Am I seeing things? Yes, your eyes are blurry, and so are mine. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. It's definitely luck. If you can't catch it with a harpoon, how could you possibly catch it with your hands? Changya's behavior changed so quickly that the viewers in the live broadcast room found it hard to accept. Changya was just saying that this kind of scaled fish is very slippery, like a loach. Now you're going to show me how to catch fish with your bare hands? While the viewers in the live stream were in shock, Changya glanced calmly at the comments. Then, a smirk appeared on his face, and he said with a nonchalant air, "One isn't enough, let's catch another one." His left hand reached down again with lightning speed. We caught another scaled-faced fish. Instantly, the viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. What does this mean? Catching fish with bare hands? As expected, the streamer's theory was correct. The problem was with the harpoon. That's easy? I spent ages trying to catch it with a fork, and now you're catching it with your bare hands? Where are the people who were just questioning the streamer? See? The theory is sound. Holding two large, red-faced fish, Changya smiled at the camera and said, "Well, that's fine for dinner tonight, we'll just have to make do." Changya took the fish back to the stove he had dug. The two little guys also let the little crab go. At first, the two little ones were just curious when they started playing. After playing for a while, the two little ones both felt that there must be something wrong with the little crabs' heads. How foolish, they were clearly guarding this place. These crabs will continue to walk from here. It's definitely not smart, we can't play with it. If they get infected, they'll become less intelligent too. What should I do if my dad dislikes me? Thinking this, the two little ones saw Changya come up. Kindly approaching the crawling crab, I held its little tiger paw. Knock knock. Knock knock. With a slap, he sent the little crabs back into the stream. The little short-tailed dog was wagging its tail, doing a good deed. Then Xiao Wenwen happily returned to Changya's side. Dabao let out a few howls in the direction the little crab flew. Seeing how hard you're climbing, I'll lend you a hand. You're welcome. She then returned to Changya's side. Changya smiled when he saw the two little ones return. He had already seen that Dabao had swatted the little crabs away. Although those few small crabs didn't have much meat. However, it can also add some flavor when used to make soup with fish. However, if it's not there, the impact won't be significant. Changya lowered his head and began to process the food in his hands. Clap clap clap. It was even slapping its tail wildly. It got him all wet. Of course, there's nothing to worry about. He weighed the live fish in his hand, turning it over and examining it from all angles. The scales on the fin mandarin fish were not numerous. Changya quickly cleaned the scales and then made diagonal cuts on the fish to make it easier for the flavors to penetrate. After tidying up the firewood, Changya was about to start working when he remembered something. He then smiled and asked the viewers in the live stream, "Do people make fires in the wild? I can do it at home, but I've never tried it in the wild, and I wouldn't dare. If you have a lighter, you'll know how to do it, but you haven't even learned how to start a fire by friction. Does the streamer have to teach you? Do you think I would? I've never even been outdoors. Isn't staying home comfortable? Actually, I don't even know how to start a fire with firewood at home, I only know how to use gas. I've embarrassed everyone. It's okay, you're better off than me. I've never even used gas." Changya glanced at the comments and smiled. Actually, what the comments on the screen are saying is quite normal. It's about the improvement in the quality of life. Children in the city have basically never been exposed to this. In rural areas, many people still live with their grandparents. When they came back from school, their grandparents had already prepared dinner. It's perfectly normal not to know how to use firewood or gas. It's just that the times are different. When he was little, his favorite thing to do was help start a fire. They stuffed firewood into the stove, and the fiery red flames licked at the blackened iron pot. Steam rose from the pot, along with a fragrant aroma. Every time, he would gaze longingly through the pot lid, tantalizing the aroma from the iron pot to his mouth, and then devour it with gusto. Moreover, Changya felt that although it was very convenient to cook with gas now, but dishes cooked in a large pot on a stove still taste better. It's actually very simple. In the wild, we all know that a flint or lighter is usually essential. Ordinary lighters are not moisture resistant, are easy to fail to light, are not easy to store, and are easily wetted, so they usually come with a flint. Slowly scrape the flint with a metal blade, pressing some of the scraps into a small pile of dry grass and leaves. By quickly striking a flint to produce sparks that ignite magnesium shavings, you can start a fire. Add some small twigs, and then add the larger ones once the fire gets bigger. Changya squatted in front of the camera, gesturing and talking at the same time. It's packed with knowledge points. There's also the use of a convex lens to focus fire, which I don't think I need to teach you. You all had magnifying glasses in school, so you must have played with them. Of course, this method of starting a fire depends on the weather and sunlight. As he spoke, Changya looked up at the twilight scene. He then turned to look at the camera and smiled. Then everyone probably knows what we'll be using to start a fire today. This weather is definitely going to be terrible, there's no sun at all. Let's start a fire by rubbing sticks together. So exciting! I've never seen anything like this before. Are you crazy? The streamer already said that when going out in the wild, you definitely need to bring a flint and steel. A flint and steel would work too. I've never seen one before. Starting a fire with that would be really interesting. I feel that the streamer should. Seeing these kinds of comments on the screen, Changya laughed again. That's right, that's. Before he could finish speaking, Changya reached into the pocket of the clothes on the ground. He took something out of his pocket. It was a flint and steel. When Changya took out the flint and steel, the viewers in the live stream all seemed to understand. You even brought out the flint and steel. I genuinely thought you were skilled at starting a fire by friction, since you didn't mention it. Hey, I thought the host was asking us to guess. That's it? That's it? But at this moment, Changya looked at the flint in his hand and said with a smile, "Sorry, I reached into the wrong pocket. Our fire starting tool today is actually a lighter. It's convenient after all." After saying this, Changya left the live stream audience in awe. He put the flint back into his pocket. Then he took out a windproof lighter from another pocket. I took my pants off, and this is what you show me? It's like an old lady crawling into bed. It made Grandpa laugh so hard, ha ha ha. The streamer is really deep in the atmosphere right now. After all that, you're telling me you're using a lighter? This isn't just outrageous, it's downright outrageous. Changya didn't care about the reactions in the live stream chat, because he could probably guess what the situation was like in the live chat. Many expectations were dashed. Ha ha ha. But then again, it's just popular science. Let's forget about the practical application. Although I know how and can do it. But if you have something convenient but don't use something complicated and make things difficult for yourself, isn't that just plain stupid? He came out to patrol the mountains, not to survive in the wild. Changya shook his head and smiled, then prepared to pick up the velvet grass and put it into the pit. At this moment, the two little ones came over and looked at them curiously. Upon seeing the two pits, the two little ones' eyes brightened considerably. Did Daddy dig this up for us to play with? Changya turned his head and picked up the straw. Turning around, I saw Dabao jump into the pit. Standing behind, I assessed the depth of the pit. Little Tiger nodded, indicating, this pit is suitable. Immediately, the two little hind legs assumed a jumping posture. With a hop on its short legs, it bounced back to the ground. Seeing Changya looking at it, the tiger's whiskers twitched slightly, and it howled at Changya. It looks like he's saying, dig two more. Dig two more. After yelling, Dabao prepared to jump into the pit again. But the next second, fate was seized by a large hand at the back of the neck. Who wants you to play with this? This is for cooking, what are you playing with? As he spoke, Changya picked up Dabao and put him aside. Originally, when I saw Dabao jump down and then bounce back up, little Wenwen was also preparing to jump. But when she saw Dabao being grabbed, Xiao Wenwen immediately stopped and obediently squatted down to the side. This girl is so clever. Changya pulled Dabao aside. They started a fire and lit the straw in the pit with a lighter. Dabao, who was dragged away, was puzzled as to why Papa would take him away. I was just about to continue walking over there. The next second, flames were seen burning in the pit. As soon as he saw the flames, Dabao immediately pulled his short legs back from the air. The four little legs spun around twice on the spot. She instantly ran far away, looking fearfully in Changya's direction. Little Wenwen, standing to the side, was the same. After the flames started, he immediately left the edge of the pit. But he didn't run as far as Dabao. Instead, she hid behind Changya, tilting her head to observe cautiously. Seeing this, Changya laughed and ignored the two little ones. Add twigs and firewood to make the flames burn brighter. Set up the tripod and suspend the small iron pot with a chain. Take out the Super Gene Beast milk that you redeemed from the system store. I'm going to heat it up for the little ones to drink. Otherwise, the two little ones will see me eating and get tempted. Of course, it wasn't that Changya didn't want to share the fish with the little ones. Rather, he was afraid that fish bones would get stuck in their throats, since they were still small. Wait until the animal milk is warm. Dabao, who had come attracted by the aroma, was no longer afraid of the fire. For it now, the aroma of animal milk emanating from the iron pot is the most tempting. Chang Ye took out 2 small bowls from his backpack. They placed them on their left and right sides beside them. Take the 2 bottles of animal milk out of the iron pot. It's warm, so it won't burn the 2 little ones. Upon seeing this, Dabao immediately stood guard beside Chang Ye. He held the iron basin in his mouth, his eyes shining as he looked at Chang Ye. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye shook his head and smiled. Take the iron basin out of Dabao's mouth and put it on the ground. Open one of the bottles of animal milk and pour it into the little guy's iron basin. Just right, it filled the little guy's metal tray completely. The next second, cluck, cluck, all I could see was Dabao's entire tiger head buried in the bowl. The tiny pink tongue started showing off. Xian's entire face was covered in milk. This made Chang Ye chuckle. Never mind, I'll just wash its face later. He picked up another bottle of animal milk and poured it into the iron basin next to Xiao Wenwen. When Xiao Wenwen saw the poured animal milk, she tilted her head back and howled at Chang Ye. It slowly stuck out its little pink tongue and licked the animal milk in the basin. Chang Ye was somewhat gratified when he saw it. It has to be Nizai. Then, looking at Dabao, who was engrossed in eating, she gently tugged at the little guy's tiger-like face. The little guy ignored him. Chang Ye found it amusing again, but didn't bother it any further. He got up, poured out the water from the iron pot, and then went to the stream to scoop up a pot of water. Then place it on a shelf and heat it over a high flame. Just so you know, if you're in the wild, don't drink water this clear directly. Just like the river in front of me, it is pollution-free and crystal clear. The water is good, but there are a lot of insects. You could even say that the presence of so many insects proves that the water quality is extremely good. Including parasites, the ecology here is perfect. It's a paradise for parasites. They live extremely comfortably. Therefore, if you need to drink water under certain circumstances, you must boil it at a high temperature before you can drink it. The spring water I drank before was filtered from the ground, so it was groundwater and there were no living creatures in it, so I felt very safe drinking it. Holy crap, is that even a concept? I thought the better the water quality, the more you could drink it without worry. So that's why I had an upset stomach the day after drinking a couple of sips of water from the river when I went up the mountain. This has broadened my horizons and shattered my long-held traditional beliefs. I've learned something new, I'll take notes. After chatting for a while, Chang Ye saw the water in the pot boil. Hold the iron pot by the handle and put a little salt into the water. Then slowly pour it into the kettle. As for the little one, we can just scoop it out of the water when we leave. Wild animals have very strong self-healing mechanisms and resilience. Needless to say, the little guys are kings of beasts. Like Tiger Girl, who was seriously injured before, she was almost fully recovered after 2 days of rest. After filling the water container, Chang Ye took the 2 thin wooden sticks he had just picked up. It pierced through the back of 2 scaled fish without breaking their bellies. I used a brush to apply oil to both fish. Place it on the lit flames to roast. A short while later, a buzzing sound appeared in the live stream room. Chang Ye smelled the enticing aroma and couldn't help but lick his tongue. However, he understood that now was not the time. Take the 2 grilled fish, brush them with bitter wine and mixed fish sauce and soy sauce, and continue to grill them over the fire. You didn't come out to work, did you? You brought all these seasonings. Wow, this food is even better than the takeout I ordered. Is it all good? Are you sure? Purely natural, purely wild. Okay. I ate junk food. It wasn't just the audience who were disturbed, but also the 2 little ones. Just as the grilled fish was sizzling and oozing oil, the 2 little ones, who were happily sipping animal milk, simultaneously raised their heads. His eyes widened as he stared at the grilled fish in Chang Ye's hand. Dabao's face was covered in milk stains. It looked at the grilled fish, then at the animal milk in the basin. Without even thinking, he started yelling at Chang Ye. Awoo, 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 wahoo. They started chopping with their little paws. They were really anxious. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye glanced at Dabao and immediately burst into laughter. He warmed the milk for Dabao and Xiaowen first because he was worried about this situation, but he didn't expect it to happen anyway. Seeing Dabao's expression, Chang Ye gave Dabao's tiger-like face a tug and said in an annoyed tone, "You're eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot, aren't you? Just enjoy your milk, this isn't for you. When you grow up, you can catch them yourself." After seeing this, Xiao Wenwen looked at her father, but he didn't offer her any food or call her name. It lowered its head and continued licking her nipples, demonstrating with its actions, "I'm so good. Hey streamer, how about giving me a bottle of Dabao, a popular Chinese skincare brand? It's no big deal, there's plenty more underwater anyway." Exactly, when Dabao grows up, he'll give you 10 of them back. I said it for him, Dojimoji. Dabeo should be able to eat fish now, right? His little teeth seem to be growing in pretty well. That's right, I want one for Xiaowen too. Chang Ye glanced at the comments and then said, it's not that I don't want to feed them. Although their tongues have barbs that can reduce the chance of fish bones getting stuck when grilling fish, there is still a risk. Moreover, animals are naturally inclined to eat raw food, not cooked meat. Not feeding them is all for their better growth. Isn't Super Gene Beast milk better? It's still a baby. Chang Ye nudged Dabao's bottom. I pushed it back next to the bowl of milk. He then turned his head to look at the grilled fish. The grilled fish was ready in no time. After taking a bite, Chang Ye laughed. It seems my cooking skills haven't deteriorated. In order to open a restaurant, I learned various culinary skills. Although the restaurant is not open now, his culinary skills are now useless. It smells wonderful. Moreover, the quality of the fish is excellent. Tisk tisk. And so, Chang Ye ate grilled fish in the live stream while watching the crimson sun cast its glow across the kindling mountains. The sky was bathed in the fiery red glow of the setting sun. The stream rippled in circles as the breeze blew. The breeze felt slightly cool on my skin. With its fresh, earthy scent from the mountains and forests, a deep breath instantly invigorates you. Chang Ye ate the fish and looked at the scenery. How pleasant. She also has 2 little tiger cubs by her side. It made smacking sounds every now and then. 1 person and 2 tiger cubs, just like that by the river. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream suddenly calmed down. Perhaps this is the life I initially longed for. Sai, tell me, is this what it means to be alive? Shouldn't we be living like a live streamer? I kind of miss my neighbor's dog, Guzzi. He used to catch fish with me by the river. Damn it. I'm taking tomorrow off. I'm going camping. I want to live like this for once. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, to see its wonders, but alas, my wallet won't allow it. I want to go home. After finishing the grilled fish, Chang Ye savored the memory. Then he slowly stood up, looked at the sunset on the horizon, and smiled, stealing half a day of leisure from a busy life. The sun is about to set, so we need to hurry up and tidy up this place before finding a place to camp. The footprints I saw when I was gathering firewood were probably those of wolves. The intricate footprints must belong to a pack of wolves. As he spoke, Chang Ye stretched and began to tidy up. Put everything back into the tactical pack and saddlebag. The remaining stove is then much easier to handle. Before processing it, he first filled a plastic bag with a lot of freshly burned wood ash, intending to collect it and take it away later. The remaining embers of the fire were used to extinguish the flames by filling an iron basin with water from the stream. Then use your mountain boots to stomp out all the sparks, and then bury the soil you just dug back into the ash. It was buried completely, and then it was confirmed that there were no more sparks or flames around it. After doing all this, Chang Ye took the little one's special water bottles and filled them up in the stream. Then wait 2 minutes by the fire pit. It is certain that not even a tiny spark will be produced. After all this was done, the sun was almost setting, and the sunset that had once covered half the sky in red was now reduced to just a little bit of glow. Chang Ye then shouldered his tactical pack and saddlebag, preparing to leave. Alright, time to find a place to stay. At night, animals come out to drink water by these rivers, and streams like this must be their favorite place. We should hurry up and leave now. As he spoke, Chang Ye began searching for areas where the woods were sparse. The denser the trees, the more attractive they are to wild animals. In areas with sparse forests, there are fewer wild animals. Looking at the footprints that had sunk into the mud on the road, Chang Ye made a rough estimate. These footprints are starting to take shape now. So the wolf pack must have come here between morning and noon when it was raining. If it's just a lone wolf, that's fine. Even if he encounters one, Chang Ye isn't afraid. But the wolf pack is a bit tricky, since his 5 physical dimensions have indeed been enhanced. But Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still young. They definitely couldn't defeat this pack of wolves, even if they were adults. Especially the wolves in these primeval forests. These wolves are more ferocious than ordinary wolves, because they retain their original wildness, even when they encounter beasts that are more ferocious than themselves. They even dared to fight against it. Take a tiger for example. A pack of wolves fights a fierce tiger. Even though the consequences will be dire, they have the courage. As you can see, there are more and more footprints. Besides wolves, there are even footprints of other animals. It's getting late. In a few hours, this water source will become the habitat of wild animals. For the safety of the little ones, I decided to quickly carry them away. That way, their scent won't be left behind. As for myself, with the affinity of all things, the wolf pack should not be hostile to me. They certainly wouldn't be thinking of tracking his scent. I didn't know that was the saying. I was thinking of having the young man stay here tonight so I could make him breakfast tomorrow. Suddenly, the wilderness feels so dangerous. I was just thinking about how wonderful it was. Then I think I'll pass and just go to work. We'll see about the camping trip later. "Hey handsome, let me hug you." Chang Ye glanced at the comments and smiled. He moved the saddlebags to the back, squatted down, and picked up the two little ones who were still confused as to why Chang Ye had stopped. Little Wenwen was alright. After Chang Ye picked her up, she even rubbed her head against Chang Ye's shoulder. But Dabao seemed a little unhappy and started yelling at Chang Ye. It looks like he's saying, "Put me down, I can walk by myself. I don't need to be carried, my four little legs can walk really fast." After whimpering for a while, Dabao noticed that Chang Ye wasn't paying attention to him. She seemed to feel looked down upon, and her little face was filled with grievance. Chang Ye noticed its appearance but didn't say anything. "It's just laughter. So what if it's a tiger? You're still a tiger cub, I can get you in a heartbeat, you little rascal." In places like the fir forest, the mountains become more barren further on. This is because most of the underground water in this area is monopolized by this forest. Just then, Chang Ye happened to walk onto a small, loosely soiled slope. "Do you know how to find the right campsite in the wild?" I know. Just don't do it near the stream." Wow, he's putting his learned skills to use now, ha. It should be in a relatively open area, so that any danger can be detected in time. Is it okay if the host is in your vicinity? Chang Ye glanced at the comments section and then at the small mound beside him. This place? This place is absolutely not allowed. The soil here is too loose. Once it rains at night, the rainwater will wash it away and the soil will collapse. The places you've seen mudslides on TV are pretty much like this. Never camp in places where there are loose trees or falling rocks overhead. Viewers commented that this was yet another interesting fact. After walking for another half hour, Chang Ye found a suitable place to set up camp. He originally intended to put the two little ones on the ground and let them walk on their own. After all, it allows them to adapt to these mountain roads sooner. But when Chang Ye noticed the two little ones already fast asleep in his arms, he gave up the idea. Dabao was initially very unwilling to be in Chang Ye's arms. Now, the two little short legs in front stretch out, the claws open and then immediately retract, pushing forward one after the other. Xiao Wenwen did the same, only her movements weren't as big as Dabao's. The little ones are still young and have just drunk Super Gene Beast milk, so it's normal for them to be sleepy. Haha, why is he still kneading? Does the little guy miss his mom? This is probably a recollection of the act of suckling milk earlier. It's a comfortable and relaxed expression. So cute. It turns out that the little tiger's kneading motion is similar to that of a kitten. They're both felines, except the tiger is a tiny bit bigger than a cat. The host woke up Dabao, who was a little unhappy just now, but now he's sleeping so soundly. "Upstairs, are you a devil?" Ha, but I agree, just don't disturb little Wenwen. He glanced ahead, then looked at the little one in his arms. The little one is asleep, so I'll have to carry him. In order not to disturb the two little ones' rest, we'll slow down a bit, since it's not far anyway. It should be about 10 more minutes walk. Although Chang Ye said he would slow down, he was actually walking very fast. But what's strange is that no matter how fast he walks, his arms don't move at all. This scene still caught the attention of viewers with some athletic background or those who enjoy sports. They were all secretly surprised, amazed by the physical fitness the streamer had consistently displayed. Chang Ye's group had arrived at a place where the woods were not so dense. There was a spot that was just the right size for 3 tents, just like the one he brought, perfect for camping tonight. Alright, let's stop here for today. It's getting dark, and this should be the best place. At this moment, it was unclear whether they sensed that Chang Ye had stopped moving, or perhaps the little ones had already woken up. Under the camera's lens, little Wenwen opened her eyes sleepily, peeked out with her little head, and looked around. "Oh woo-oo, that lazy, confused little voice was so lovely. You're awake." Chang Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen, who had already opened her eyes, and said affectionately. The response he received was Xiao Wen's soft, sweet voice, which made Chang Ye feel extremely comfortable. The little ones woke up, and Chang Ye gently placed them on the ground. Dabao shook his tiger body on the spot and began to look around. Then he walked towards a tree, seemingly to go to the toilet. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye ignored him and placed his tactical backpack on the open ground. "Do you know why I set up camp here?" "I don't know, but I've already packed my notebook so I can use it next time I go out on my own." What I'm more curious about is what Dabao is going to do. Is he going to poop under the tree roots? Speaking of camping, I just remember the ordeal I suffered last time I went camping. I came back covered in bites. It feels like everything is predetermined in the wild. Someone like me, in the wild, feels like I'm just easy prey. Chang Ye glanced at the comments and said with a smile, "Many people think that when it comes to camping, it doesn't matter where you are, and you just find a place to set up camp. That would be a huge loss. If you don't choose a good campsite, you might not be able to sleep all night. And there's also standing water when it rains." Chang Ye pointed to the trees beside him and felt the evening breeze flowing through his fingers. "We must choose a sheltered spot with some shade and enough space in the middle. Many people dream of a place facing the wind. But if there really is a strong wind, it will not only howl, but there will also be problems with hypothermia, especially in these mountains. You also need to stay a certain distance from the trees. In summer, the wind and rain are unpredictable, and tall trees are easily struck by lightning. If that happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. After saying that, Changya took the tent out of his tactical bag. After taking out the tent, Changya did not immediately start setting up camp. He used an entrenching tool to inspect the area where he would set up camp and sleep. Throwing some pebbles and twigs outside will make it easier to sleep at night. When Xiao Wenwen saw this, she ran over excitedly. Upon seeing a small pebble, she used her little fist to scoop it up in the direction where Changya had thrown the pebble. Clatter! Without paying attention, Changya tossed a small twig in a random direction. But just then, Dabao curiously came over. The branch landed right on Dabao, who was leaning over. Dabao! What? What happened? Dabao, who hadn't quite caught on, was initially puzzled. Then she looked at Changya, who was frozen in place, and Xiao Wenwen, who was staring at her with her little mouth open. Oh woo-woo! The little guy immediately became unhappy and started howling at Changya. I just peed, and when I got back I got hit. Where can I complain? Which of you did this? I'm so angry. After howling a few times, the little guy seemed to feel more and more aggrieved, and his little tiger face wrinkled up. Seeing him like this, the viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy. Immediately. Right now. Apologize to Dabao. My eldest child is so upset, he tried to help but had things thrown at him. So even the most arrogant tiger can have this kind of expression, ha ha ha. Dash so pitiful. Come here, let auntie give you a hug. Dash I didn't want this to happen either, but Dabao is so cute. Changya was also a little embarrassed at this point, as it was getting dark. He was focused on getting the place ready and setting up the tent quickly, completely unaware that Dabao had come over after using the restroom. Actually, this minor pain is nothing to a South China tiger. Dabao felt wronged simply because he had upset him, and thinking this, Changya patted the little guy's head. Okay, I'm sorry. Dabao, be good. At this point, Xiao Wenwen stopped picking at the pebbles. She came to Dabao's side and started licking Dabao's little tiger head with her little tongue. Little Wenwen said, although I feel like laughing, I can hold it in. I can even comfort my brother. My little sister is the best, she's so well behaved. And so, before long, with the double comfort of Changya and Xiao Wenwen, Dabao started whimpering again. The hurt feelings are gone. They started playing around with Xiao Wenwen. Changya smiled and quickened his pace. After clearing away the surrounding pebbles and twigs, take the tent out of the tactical bag. Lay the inner tent flat, open the tent poles, and place them crosswise. The two ends of the tent pole are inserted into the bottom air holes one by one. The tent hooks are hung on the tent poles one by one, and the framework is now complete. Then place the outer account book over the inner account book, making sure the doors of the outer and inner accounts face each other. Finally, secure the self-adhesive strips of the outer tent to the tent poles and fix the four corners with tent pegs. When nailing the gadolinium tent, Changya did not nail at a 90-degree angle, but at a 45 to 60-degree angle to the ground. In this way, the tent peg should be at a right angle to the tent poles to maximize the fixing resistance. Alright, you can see our tent is all set up. Now it's all about keeping warm. The temperature difference between day and night is huge in the mountains. If you're not careful, you could easily get hypothermia. As he spoke, Changya took out a sleeping bag and a warm nest for the little ones. As for the sleeping bag, it's a regular sleeping bag, the one Changya bought when he went into the mountains. As for the little ones' insulated nests, they were purchased from the system store and automatically added to the tactical pack. It cost 50,000 popularity points. It will automatically detect the little one's body temperature and then adjust it to a suitable temperature. Alright, now for the most crucial step, and the most important one. The location has been chosen, and the insulation has been prepared. The last thing we need to do is mask the odor and kill the insects. I believe that experienced viewers will have already guessed it when they see the clean wood ash from the grilled fish I'm putting in the container. This wood ash can mask odors and, most importantly, kill insects. The most dangerous creatures in the wild are not the wild animals you can see, but the insects you can't see. Especially the insects in the primeval forest. If they bite you, there are some that can kill you on the spot. Changya has the talent to be compatible with all things, that's true, but the little ones don't. To be on the safe side, Changya took the wood ash and began scattering it around the camp, leaving no gap untouched. I learned something. Indeed, the most dangerous things are not what you see, but what you cannot see, commonly known as the sixth danger. The host is so attentive to detail. Everything seems so thoughtful, I love it. Can we not be so careless? A slight oversight could cost you your life, don't you think? Ha ha ha. After scattering the wood ash, Changya glanced at the sky. The mountains and rivers are shrouded in twilight, and it is time to sleep peacefully. That's all for today's live stream. It's getting dark and it's not safe in the woods, so I'm going into my tent to rest. I should get up earlier tomorrow to start the broadcast. Friends who enjoy watching the sunrise and mountain clouds can come to my live stream early. See you tomorrow morning, everyone. P.S. Could you guys please click on the yellowish brown part? Also, please leave a book review and comment. Thank you so much. I asked a friend, and he said my book is too short. I almost cried. This is in the mountains, still deep in the dense forest. It was already dark. When the time came and it got dark, it was really scary. The moon rose early for work, and Changya quickly crawled into the tent, turning off or dimming all his electronic devices that emitted light. In this way, after masking the smell as much as possible, you can further minimize your presence in these mountains. Changya was very cautious in doing these things. No way. No matter how strong his physique is, and how much he carries a military knife and entrenching tool, he is still human after all. Furthermore, although he possesses the harmony of all things, it should be noted that the cold-blooded animals in these mountains are the ones that belong to the mainstream. Therefore, even during their time of revelry, Changya didn't want to cause any trouble. He stuffed all his gear, except for his cell phone, into the tactical backpack he had brought. This bag is waterproof and moisture-proof. It contains my drone and some modern equipment, so I need to keep a close eye on it, in case of loss. With Changya's knowledge of the wilderness and his understanding of the mountains, he won't get lost, but it will definitely be more difficult. After doing all that, Changya turned around and looked at the two little ones through the moonlight shining through the gap in the tent, which was still not zipped up. At this moment, they probably sensed that he was not as active as he was before dawn. So the two of them followed suit, obediently and quietly squatting to the side, tilting their little heads and looking at him intently. Needless to say, even the mischievous Dabao was behaving so well. Changya twitched his lips. Hey. Although the environment is much worse than at home, seeing them makes me happy. Come on, little ones. We don't have tiger girl's fur to keep you warm, but we have a cozy little nest here. In the wild, tiger cubs usually rest close to their mothers. Because the mother tiger has thick fur and a warm body temperature, the cubs can hide in their mother's fur when they're close to her. Have a good night's sleep. They are not afraid in the cold, dark forest, because of the presence of the tigress. Even when the environment is very nice, like the few nights Tiger Girl stayed at her own home, the two cubs either followed him or burrowed into Tiger Girl's fur. Therefore, Changya believed that the little one was afraid of the cold and exchanged an insulated box with the system. Indeed, they don't look like they would be cold. Although it's 2 or 3 months old, its fur is still not very thick and is quite sparse. Hey, with so little fur on you too, it's a good thing you're South China tigers. You don't have that strong smell, otherwise you'd still be hibernating. In April, I checked the weather forecast a couple of days ago, and it looked like it was snowing over there. Hiss. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold. Then, he thought of Tiger Girl's size, as well as the sizes of some other big fat tigers he knew. Changya sighed with a sense of relief. Smaller is fine, at least I won't suffer. Those obese people's figures are all due to being frozen. These two little rascals can't get cold. Tiger Girl wasn't around, so I took good care of myself. Opened the insulated box. He reached out and grabbed Dabao by the back of the neck, then stuffed him inside. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Without hesitation, he used his other hand to lift Xiao Wenwen up. At that moment, Xiao Wenwen watched as her older brother was thrown into a small box. Still confused. Suddenly, the large hand came rushing towards him again. Now, Xiao Wenwen quickly realized what was happening. The squatting posture is changed to support itself with a pair of short hind legs, and when it stands up, it's like a cat punch. Oh woo-oo. Oh woo-oo. They kept trying to stop Changya's hand, but Changya's hand was something its little paws couldn't stop. Oh woo-oo. I won't go in. I won't go in. Changya assumed they were both afraid of the unfamiliar little box, so he reassured them. Wow, it's warm inside. As he spoke, he put Xiao Wenwen inside as well. Then he zipped up the insulated box. Through the transparent plastic film. Look at the two inside. They were still chirping incessantly. Inside the small box, it kept pacing anxiously in circles. Changya looked at it and put his head in front of the transparent membrane. It's very warm here, you'll see in a bit. It's really cold. Even Changya, an adult, could feel how quickly the temperature in the mountains dropped at night. No, Changya wouldn't feel at ease if they didn't have a comfortable resting environment with a certain temperature. And listening to the little one's cries, Changya wasn't in a hurry either. He had observed the two little creatures before and analyzed their calls. Like ah, or wah 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 and humming and chirping. These sounds were all made when facing Tiger Girl, the two cubs to each other, and when facing him. There is no anger or rage. But when dealing with certain dangers, whether it's Xiaoan or Dabao, The sounds they both made were those of a low, oppressive growl, produced by pressing down on their throats and constantly vibrating their vocal cords. Oh woo-woo. Yes, it's this kind. Changya has heard of it before. Whenever Changya hears such sounds, he sighs with pride. The future is promising. And right now, the two little ones are wailing. In Changya's opinion, it was all due to his unfamiliarity with the box. It should be fine in a little while. Changya thought about it and then placed the insulated box next to his sleeping bag. He turned around, opened his sleeping bag, and crawled inside. Hiss! Ha! That's enough. It felt strangely cold. This was Changya's first night in the wild. He truly hadn't expected the temperature to drop this low. It's true, this secluded forest receives too little sunlight and can't store the energy from it at all. Everything was absorbed and digested by everything in the mountains. When the sunlight is gone, the temperature drops. This secluded forest is only colder than outside. Changya had this experience when he was a child, but he had long forgotten it. Now he suddenly remembered it all. After shivering for a while, Changya used his body heat to raise the temperature inside the sleeping bag. He felt a little better. But it is precisely because of this comfort that he leaned out again, quickly turned his head, reached into his backpack and took out paper and pen, and began to write in his journal and draw maps. This is his job, and it's the kind that must be completed on time. After all, although he has a good memory, once he falls asleep, he doesn't think his memories from the time will be clearer than they are now. I spent 10 minutes writing and drawing. Changya then used the dim light of his phone to compare the map and check the route ahead. Sizzle! Sizzle! Just then, Changya, who was biting the pen tip, heard a sound of claws scratching plastic. He froze for a moment, then quickly picked up his phone and turned his head away, facing the insulated little nest. Those were two pairs of bright green tiger eyes reflecting the light from the cell phone. These two little ones are still awake. The one making the sound was Dabao, who was scratching at the plastic sheeting of the small shed with its paws. It was urgent and violent. But little Wenwen remained well behaved. However, its appearance. She squatted down, tilted her head, and looked at Changya with a wronged expression. The look in her eyes made Changya's heart clench. Dabao, too, became quiet when it sensed the faint light shining on it. She turned her head and looked at Changya with her younger sister. Wah! A very aggrieved whimper. Changya had never heard Dabao make such a sound. Oops! Changya understood perfectly well. What is unfamiliar with incubators, and what is the need for temperature conditions for rest? These two little guys clearly want to be with me. This is so unfair. At that time, Changya couldn't stand it anymore. Quickly, prop your phone up to the side and spread your hands out. I unzipped the insulated box. Immediately, she started whimpering and complaining. The two little ones darted out incredibly fast, bursting out the instant the zipper was opened. They all crawled into Changya's sleeping bag. Then, it turned around in the sleeping bag and poked its little head out, facing Changya's big face. Wah-ah-ah. Wah! It wasn't crying, it was a whimpering sound. But I feel wronged. Once Changya realized what was happening, he quickly patted each of their heads to comfort them. Alright, don't feel wronged. I'm thinking about how warm it is in here. Dabao expressed some resentment towards Changya's attempt to comfort him. It simply drooped its little head, lay on Changya's chest, and fell asleep, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenwen pressed her head against Changya's chin, rubbing against him incessantly. Xiao Wenwen said that when she sleeps, sticking on a patch is the most comfortable thing. When Changya saw the two little ones, he turned around and reached into the incubator to try it out. Yes, it is indeed very warm. If the instructions for this incubator state that an adult human can also be placed inside. He even wanted to crawl inside. But looking at the two little ones, they seemed more interested in being with me than in warmth. Well, all that effort for nothing. Changya chuckled, then shook his head helplessly. He let out a slight breath and reached inside the sleeping bag to zip it up. They kept pulling until all three heads were sticking out. In the early hours of the morning, the two little ones had already fallen asleep in Changya's arms. They were pressed tightly against Changya's neck, their bodies against his chin. She was sleeping so soundly. Knowing what the two animals looked like, Changya was able to sleep peacefully. While everyone in the family was huddled together, immersed in their dreams, Changya was awakened by a sound from outside. Oh woo! Moo! Glug glug glug. It's happening one after another. Perhaps due to his improved physical fitness, these sounds were exceptionally clear to Changya's ears. Of course, there's also the reason why people can't sleep soundly at all when they're in a different environment. Changya listened to the frequent sounds outside, which were like a symphony, and gently stretched out his hands to rest behind his head. Oh, the appearance of a human in this world is a bit abrupt. I picked up the phone from the side and started recording. He planned to broaden the horizons of his viewers in his live stream, not to mention how the audience will react when they hear these sounds. He was somewhat prepared, but still, he had always known that many of the fierce wild animals in the mountains like to come out at night to hunt. especially wild animals like wolves, leopards, and tigers, whose lifestyle involves sleeping during the day and hunting at night. However, judging from these sounds, they were some distance away from him. After all, he had observed this place for a long time before deciding on it. They not only checked the condition of the trees along the roadside, but also observed whether there were any traces of wild animals on the road. After recording for a while, I turned off my phone. She then withdrew her hand and prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, he suddenly felt that the little wean one in his arms had woken up. Looking down, I saw that the little head that had been pressed against his chin had lifted up. He looked at Chang Ye with his eyes half open, still half asleep. But perhaps because he was too sleepy, the little guy's eyes had barely opened when his eyelids closed again as if they were fighting. Throughout this entire process, Chang Ye didn't even breathe heavily. He remained completely still. I was afraid it would actually wake up. Finally, a few seconds later, the little guy closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Call! I breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, go back to rest properly. And it has to be the kind of rest that's good. Just now, during his first slumber, he closed his eyes and figured out why the weather was unusually cold. The reason is that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should rain tonight. The temperature has dropped sharply, the humidity is high, and it's stuffy. It would be strange if it didn't rain. Chang Ye doesn't mind, it's just that tomorrow's road will be a little more difficult. Don't be afraid. It's good that it's raining, at least it should be more peaceful tonight. Wild animals will only seek shelter from the rain in nearby places. He won't go very far, so he'll be safe here tonight. And so, as the pattering sounds outside pattered through the woods, Chang Ye drifted off to sleep. The rain wasn't heavy at first. Only a few raindrops hit the tent, most were blocked by the green barrier of the forest surface. And such a sound is not noisy, but very gentle. It's simply the best lullaby. I feel very reassured. But outside the home, during the time Chang Ye was offline, many enthusiastic netizens began editing Chang Ye's videos. Ever since Chang Ye became famous, it's been like this every day. It's necessary to browse the trending topics list. Today was no exception. These edited videos immediately trend on social media upon release. Even some minor internet celebrities and minor stars have started to piggyback on Chang Ye's popularity. At this time, Chang Ye was the key to attracting attention from the outside world. As long as his title appears, the minimum number of views is hundreds of thousands. The highest amount is even tens of millions. It can be said that in the short video industry, Chang Ye is the strongest outdoor performer. The blogger who initially edited Chang Ye's videos obtained Chang Ye's permission during a live stream. By editing Chang Ye's videos, he gained over 1 million followers in just 2 days, directly connecting with Chang Ye. Although netizens all understand that this blogger is not Chang Ye himself. However, this blogger took the initiative to ask Chang Ye and received Chang Ye's approval. The video shows the beginning when Chang Ye discovers the tiger mother and the series of actions he takes to gain her trust. In the middle, the maternal love shown by the tiger mother, and the patience and courage shown by Chang Ye in feeding the 2 tiger cubs and treating the tiger mother's wounds. They all shocked every netizen who watched the video. Is this the South China tiger, a first-class protected animal in our country? Who says wild animals are all cold-blooded? This made me cry. Even a tiger can be approached when it is young, but a familiar person is not to be trusted. The sight of the tiger mother carrying her cubs, hobbling and trying to catch up with Chang, made them realize that tigers can also trust humans. When Chang Ye came out of the wooden house with a machete, he said that to tiger mother. Come on, tiger girl, lead the way. Let me see which fool hurt you like this. With me backing you up today, even a dragon would have to coil up before you. Viewers watching the video were deeply moved and left comments cheering for Chang Ye. Come on, count me in. Let's see who's got the guts to bully Tiger Mom. The tiger, king of beasts, has been wronged, and someone has stood up for it. This young man is probably the Tiger Mom's salvation. I'm also very lucky, like Tiger Mom, my dad stands up for me when I'm wronged. Go for it. You're a hero right now. How brave. This is a wild animal that can injure a South China tiger. Even the Tiger Mom encountered a soft-hearted god. When netizens saw the tiger cubs' daily playfulness and the scene of them hunting a king cobra, this reminded them that these 2 adorable little creatures were actually South China tigers, known as the king of beasts. See the elf dancer of nature, the striped squirrel. Let them see that there are so many cute little things in nature. Then I saw Chang Ye eating grilled fish and watching the sunset with a relaxed expression. It was such a heartwarming scene. Many netizens have taken screenshots of these images and used them as their wallpapers. This has stirred the hearts of many, with some even taking out their phones to check where there are places to camp. Some people begin to live according to their own inner thoughts. But at night, some netizens who were still cultivating immortality around the kindling mountains were still awake. A message suddenly popped up on my phone. Weather warning: heavy rain or thunderstorms are expected in our province tonight and tomorrow morning, with a sharp drop in temperature. Please take precautions to keep warm. Upon seeing this message, these netizens immediately thought of Cheng Ye, who was currently deep in the Kinling Mountains. The message that there would be thunderstorms or heavy rain in the Kinling Mountains was posted online. Many netizens began to pay attention to news about Cheng Ye. Holy crap, no way, a storm. Is the young man in danger? Does anyone know how deep the descent is? It's huge. I'm in a village near the Kinling Mountains right now. A tree in front of my house has been blown down. It's terrifying. Me too. I was asleep when the rain and wind woke me up. Holy crap, I checked, there's a yellow alert in the Kinling Mountains right now, with gusts up to level 6. Have you checked out the guy's live stream to see if he's streaming? At this moment, countless netizens began to worry about Cheng Ye's safety. Many netizens flocked to Cheng Ye's live stream to wait. They hoped to see the latest news about Cheng Ye. Fortunately, thanks to real-time reports from netizens around the Kinling Mountains, the storm stopped at 3 a.m. Some netizens who were already feeling quite anxious relaxed after hearing this news and went to sleep. While these people were asleep, the hashtag forest rangers in a storm, are they safe, hashtag trend on social media. The hype has also subsided. This caught the attention of people, whether they were paying attention or not. They were shocked. How can a live streamer and an internet celebrity capture the hearts of so many people? That's incredible. Many more fans of the cultivation genre chose to stay in Cheng Ye's livestream until 6:30 in the morning. It's 6:30, are you still not awake? Why hasn't the broadcast started yet? Wait a minute, this guy started his live stream at 5:30 yesterday, why isn't he awake yet today? Holy crap, could something really have happened? What's going on? I just went out to check, and 2 big trees have fallen in front of my house. I have a feeling the guy might be in serious trouble. Contact the Forestry Bureau and ask them to send someone to investigate immediately. If you know the phone number, contact them immediately. Don't miss the best time for rescue. When netizens saw that Cheng Ye hadn't started his livestream by 6:30, they all panicked and made a mess of things. Some enthusiastic netizens have even called the local Forestry Bureau and fire department. But then, a video suddenly appeared in the livestream. Many viewers who follow Cheng Ye's livestream received a message. The livestream you're following, the Forest Ranger's daily life, has started. Would you like to tune in now? The rain was really heavy last night. After Cheng Ye crawled out of his sleeping bag, he held his hands to his mouth and gently exhaled. As the altitude increases, the temperature where Cheng Ye is now is much lower than it was in the wooden cabin before. The exhaled breath slowly turned into mist. Actually, Cheng Ye had already gotten up at 5:30. Feeling the warmth outside the sleeping bag, Cheng Ye decided to take a nap a little longer. The temperature in the mountains is like this, it's extremely low both day and night. Especially since there was a heavy rain last night, the temperature was even lower than usual. Cheng Ye, who was taking a nap, was suddenly woken up by a phone ringing. He rubbed his eyes and picked up his phone. After glancing at the number, Cheng Ye saw it was Uncle Gong's call and answered it. Hey, Uncle Gong, what's wrong? All that could be heard on the other end of the phone was Uncle Gong's serious voice. Xiao Ye, are you alright? Your parents asked me to call you, worried that something might have happened to you. Cheng Ye was somewhat puzzled after hearing this. My parents? Uncle Gong, what's wrong? Do you think I know anything about the mountains? What could possibly happen to me? All I could hear on the other end of the phone was Uncle Gong sighing softly, sounding somewhat helpless. There was a storm where you were last night, and the internet was buzzing with discussion about it. After your parents heard about it, they called me as soon as they woke up this morning, saying they were worried about you and insisted that I call you to confirm. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ye's heart skipped a beat. He was one of the left-behind children, growing up with his grandparents. Cheng Ye's parents went out to work and start their own business when he was young, which resulted in them not paying much attention to him. Now that their business has succeeded, the couple has realized that they seem to have grown somewhat distant from Cheng Ye, and they can only try their best to make up for it. Cheng's father also hoped that Cheng Ye would go to his company and be groomed as his successor. So when Cheng Ye first wanted to return to the mountains to protect the forest, the couple were extremely unwilling. Cheng Ye knew that his parents loved him, but he had his own pursuits. Despite Cheng Ye's insistence, Cheng's father eventually agreed, but he was clearly still somewhat resentful. In Cheng's father's eyes, it was a case of disappointment and frustration. Why would a perfectly good listed company owner become a forest ranger? What kind of person is he? But after learning about what happened last night, the couple immediately started to care about Cheng Ye. After all, blood is thicker than water, but out of consideration for their pride, the couple had no choice but to ask Uncle Gong for help. Considering his father's strong-willed personality, Cheng Ye could roughly guess why it was Uncle Gong who called. I'm fine, I'm perfectly fine. I'll be going live in a bit. Uncle Gong smiled faintly after hearing this. Okay, then hurry up, or I'm afraid your mom will be worried to death. Okay, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Chang Ye hung up the phone. But instead of starting the live stream, he took out his phone and typed a text message. Everything is fine. After sending the text message, I glanced at the time and looked down at the two little ones in my arms. The two little ones had already gotten up by this time, but they had been lying obediently in Chang Ye's arms while he was on the phone. She looked up, seemingly waiting for Chang Ye to finish his call. Very well behaved. Seeing that Chang Ye had hung up the phone, the two little ones couldn't help but shout, "A woo oh a woo oh a woo oh woo." Those small eyes were filled with curiosity as they watched Chang Ye make the phone call. Chang Ye smiled when he saw the little one's appearance, and opened the sleeping bag to let the two little ones out. After coming out, Chang Ye tidied up briefly, then turned on the drone and started a live stream. When netizens who had been waiting for a long time saw Chang Ye and the South China tiger in the footage, they exclaimed in surprise, it's here, holy crap, finally there's visuals. Hey bro, are you okay? I was so worried. Why are you only starting your live stream now? I was so concerned. My heart almost gave way. It's been so long, I thought something really bad had happened. That's great. The young man is alright, and the two little ones are alright too. Hey bro, let me see those two little guys. I'm so drooling over them, I haven't seen them all night. Why does this guy seem so calm? Doesn't he know what happened last night? Yeah, the guy's tent looks perfectly tidy, just like it did yesterday after his stream. Could the weather forecast have been wrong? It was worth waiting for almost 6 hours. Guys, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to sleep now. Remember to record it, I'll watch it later. Chang Ye looked at the messages of concern flying around in the live stream, as well as the various push notifications on his phone. I never expected that such a simple storm would make so many people concerned about their safety. This made Chang Ye feel slightly flattered. Thank you all for your concern. I went to bed very early last night, so I didn't get a chance to let you know I was safe. Actually, I woke up this morning, but it was too cold, so I took a nap. I'm so sorry to have worried everyone. Not to mention the morning, I woke up several times in the middle of the night, because the rain was too heavy. The sounds emitted have deviated from the concept of hypnosis and can only be described as terrifying, but he was still able to sleep. I'm so angry. Unexpectedly, some viewers were waiting for their news because of the news of the heavy rain. It's quite heartwarming. Thinking about it, Chang Ye bent his head towards the camera in the live stream. Chang Ye felt he should express his gratitude to a group of strangers who cared so much about him. Don't worry, my tent is sturdy. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I picked this spot carefully? I'll take you out to see for yourselves in a bit, and show you our tent. Everything's fine. It's okay, it's good that the guy is alright, sob. Exactly, the storm last night was really terrifying. The two little ones seemed to be bending their heads towards the camera just like the streamer, so cute. Okay, looks like the tent the young man made is really sturdy, that's impressive. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, at a high-rise building, a middle-aged man and a woman were watching Chang Ye on the live stream. The middle-aged man looked at Chang Ye, who seemed completely unaffected, and muttered curses under his breath. I told you nothing would happen to this kid, but you didn't believe me. Now look, you even made me ask Gong to check on him. You've completely lost face. But when he looked at Chang Ye, his eyes were full of kindness. The middle-aged woman replied irritably upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Oh, aren't you worried? Aren't you worried about how furrowed your brow will look when you hear the news? If I hadn't received a message from my son, I'm afraid you would already be at the airport by now. The middle-aged man immediately wanted to retort, but he swallowed his words back. Alright, it's alright now. Let's sleep a little longer. We've only slept for 3 hours since last night, and we have a meeting at noon. P.S. I went out for dinner with my family. There will be another chapter tonight. Sorry for the long wait. At this moment, Chang Ye finished packing his things inside the tent and looked around. Alright, everything's almost packed. Let's go out and take a look. Meanwhile, the two little ones were already waiting at the tent entrance. She looked up at Chang Ye with eager eyes, clearly impatient to get out. As soon as the tent was opened, the two little ones immediately ran out. Little Wenwen followed closely behind Dabeo, but kept a certain distance. I wonder if you remember the last time I bumped into your brother because we were too close. Chang Ye smiled when he saw it, but ignored the two little ones. After all, they originally belonged to the mountains, in a place with almost no trace of human activity, so there's no need to worry about them too much. After shifting his gaze from the two of them, Chang Ye turned his attention to the forest after the rain, because where he was located was a mountain with a relatively high altitude among the mountains. Therefore, the field of vision is very broad. His gaze was forward. You can clearly see the light veil draped over this deep green. How do you say that word? Smoke curls up from the chimneys. But this smoke wasn't man-made, and it didn't seem to dissipate. It was as if it were frozen in the sky above the mountains. Through the drone, viewers in the live stream also saw the scene in front of Chang Ye. Absolutely stunning. Behind Changya, there were several large trees that had been broken by the storm, and one of them was even facing the direction where Changya's tent was located. The treetops were only a few centimeters away from Changya's tent. Viewers were shocked. If the tree had been any taller, Changya might have. This reminded them of what Changya had just said. He chose this spot. Could it be that this was also within Changya's expectations? I feel like if I were here tonight, I'd be dead by now. If it were me, the village would have already started the feast. Who could possibly survive that? Is the wilderness really this scary? I feel like most people couldn't survive. It seems like the storm here last night was much bigger than mine. How did this little tent hold up? That fallen tree in front of us, it looks like it would take 3 of me to hug it. Changya was also a little shocked by the scene before him. It seemed that the storm last night was bigger than he had imagined. As you can see from the live stream, now you can understand why I chose to camp here after visiting so many places yesterday. This place happens to be an open space. Even if all the surrounding trees fall, they won't hit my spot. Plus, the trees all around can block a lot of the wind for me. My tent didn't fall down because I set it up well, and also because these fallen trees helped me withstand the wind. As the drone's camera panned across the scene, viewers became aware of the shocking sights. How important is the place Changya chose? Is there a class representative? I just arrived. How was the anchor chosen yesterday? Give me a copy of 100 and a copy of the notes, urgently needed. I have 200, give me one too. After the storm, the trees that hadn't fallen stood tall and proud, their leaves even greener than usual. Leaves covered in raindrops swayed in the morning breeze, and the raindrops fell like a sudden downpour onto the soft sand. As dawn broke, as if a light veil of silvery gray was being lifted, a pale white light soon appeared in the east. Hey streamer, look behind you. Is it really that conspicuous? Holy crap, this is amazing. Hurry up and make a wish. After glancing at the comments, Changya turned to look and saw a rare double rainbow hanging in the sky, which was absolutely spectacular. The 2 little ones, who had been playing around, then noticed the rainbow overhead. The moment they spotted the rainbow, the 2 little guys barked a few times at Changya. A woo woo. Little Weenwen seemed very excited and bounced around a couple of times as usual. Wah! Wah! After they finished howling, the 2 little ones looked up at the rainbow in the sky. I curiously gazed at the many colorful things on the horizon. Dabao gently lifted his little front paws and tugged at the rainbow. Upon seeing this, Changya couldn't help but laugh. Is the little guy trying to pull the rainbow off? This is so beautiful. Wow! It's so beautiful, why don't we have this here? I haven't seen a rainbow in ages, which proves our air quality here is terrible. The saying, after the storm comes the rainbow, is true. Such a beautiful scene is rarely seen on Earth, as if bathed in the light of Buddha. Changya stared blankly at the scene for a while. With the air quality in the city getting worse and worse, he has forgotten when he last saw a rainbow. After watching for a few minutes, Changya smiled and started getting busy. The 2 little ones must be hungry now. After they finish playing, they'll definitely want to drink milk when they come back. He also needs to get breakfast to replenish his energy. Seeing Changya start picking up dead wood, some viewers asked in confusion, what is the streamer doing? All this firewood is wet, will it still burn? Yeah, it rained so hard last night, everything must be wet. It should be able to burn, otherwise why would the streamer pick it up? Changya smiled and said after seeing the comments. Although it rained last night and soaked the surrounding branches and these dead trees. But actually it's just that the outside is wet. Once you break through the outer skin, it can catch fire. Just then, the 2 little ones seemed to notice Changya gathering firewood. They turned their little bodies around and looked back for a while. Then it skipped over to a thin twig and bit it with its still growing teeth. The 2 little guys, one tiger and one stick, half dragged and half pulled the branches as they bit their way to where Changya was putting firewood. Then she raised her little head and looked at Changya. Is that right? Changya laughed when he saw this and said to the live stream audience, look, you see, I didn't force them. I didn't hire child laborers, they volunteered. The viewers in the live stream understood Changya's meaning perfectly. Stop showing off, it's so sour, and you still have to show off. I won't listen, the streamer is just employing child labor. Is this child labor? Isn't that Tong Hu? Ha ha ha. This is Versailles, but this isn't just a blatant Versailles. After gathering most of the firewood, Changya used his military knife to peel off the outer layer until he reached the dry part. After a little effort, I started a fire, then took out a small iron pot and heated up the Super Gene Beast milk. I checked the water in the kettle, and it was still full. That should be enough for him to find a new water source today. I also boiled some water while I was at it. As for food, I'll just make do with compressed biscuits and hot water for now. We'll go into the mountains later and see if there are any new ingredients. Thinking of this, Changya felt like laughing. Ingredients are hard to find in these mountains. In the Kinling Mountains, you could easily find a first or second grade ingredient, This is really. The two little ones had no idea about Chang Ye's troubles. At this moment, the two of them were just hiding behind Chang Ye, looking at the fire source and the small pot on it. It smelled of milk. Let them stick their little heads out, they're both scared and can't stop licking their tongues. Rainbow illustration. Just as Chang Ye lifted the lid of the small pot, preparing to scoop out the animal milk, the two little ones hiding behind Chang Ye turned around, stuck their bottoms out, and trotted towards the tent. Those little steps, chirping and twittering, were so cheerful. Judging from their happy expressions, it's hard not to guess what they're going to do. Chang Ye watched with amusement out of the corner of his eye. Before long, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were seen carrying a small basin in their mouths, their short tails wagging as they swayed and chirped as they ran to Chang Ye. The two tiger cubs looked adorable through the camera lens, with a little drool already trickling from the corners of their mouths. De Bao was the first to come to Chang Ye's side, his little eyes shining as he looked at the animal milk in Chang Ye's hand. She put the basin down, grabbed her little head, and howled at the animal milk in Chang Ye's hand, making spit sounds all the time. Seeing De Bao's expression, Chang Ye smiled. "You're the most enthusiastic eater." As she spoke, she slowly poured the warmed animal milk into the small basin that De Bao had brought over. Seeing that the basin was full, De Bao learned his lesson this time and didn't bury his head in the basin like he did at the beginning. Instead, it stuck out its little pink tongue and started licking the middle of the small basin. It's like quadrupedal primates licking the foam off their yogurt. So clever. Little Wenwen was well behaved and not in a hurry. Once its brother had started eating, it came to Chang Ye again, placed the basin at Chang Ye's feet, and nuzzled its head against Chang Ye's trouser leg. Rub and rub. After nuzzling a few times, the little guy raised his head and quietly looked at Chang Ye. Without even calling out, Chang Ye could sense that the little guy was trying to express himself. My turn. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled faintly. This little girl, really, that's too much. I poured a bowl of milk, placed it in front of the little one, and patted the little one's head. All right, Wenwen, hurry up and eat. Dabao will try to take your food after he finishes. The little guy squinted and enjoyed Chang Ye's caresses for a moment. After Chang Ye's large hand left, she immediately began licking the animal milk in the basin. She's not stupid, even without Chang Ye saying anything, she knows she needs to finish the bowl of milk quickly. Otherwise, her brother would definitely come and take her away. That guy, I don't know about anything else, but he's definitely number one when it comes to cooking. And the two little ones were already eating their breakfast. Chang Ye also picked up the freshly boiled water and poured it into a bowl, then took out a compressed biscuit from his bag. He blew on the freshly boiled water. Whoosh! I felt the temperature of the water with my lips and slowly took 2 sips. Snoring. Hiss ha! Feeling cold and weak inside, this mouthful of hot water felt very real as it slid down my throat, down my esophagus, and into my abdomen. It's warm and cozy. It's so comfortable. Pick up the super compressed biscuit and take a bite. Creak, click, click, click. I bit into the biscuit, chewed it a couple of times, and the taste was okay, but I just couldn't swallow it. Compressed biscuits, these are so dry they'll kill you. Quickly pick up the hot water and slurp it down for another mouthful. I used the hot water to swallow the biscuit. Instantly, the damp chill of the morning and the feeling of hunger disappeared. Instead, I drank hot water, which warmed my whole body and gave me a feeling of fullness from the biscuits. Speaking of the left hand and the right hand, a bowl of water and a biscuit. Chang Ye still felt that hot water was more comfortable. Snoring ha, seriously, sir? Is that some kind of divine brew, not hot water? It made my mouth water. Is the water in the mountains really better than the water in the city? Drinking hot water makes me hungry just looking at it. Can I have a sip, streamer? I want to know what it tastes like. After taking a few sips of hot water, Chang Ye took a deep breath and puffed out his cheeks. He blew on the hot water in the bowl until it cooled down a bit. Gulp, gulp. He took several large gulps and drank all the hot water in the bowl. At that moment, Chang Ye felt warm from head to toe. That feeling is that the temperature starts to rise from your throat all the way down to the soles of your feet. The chill and fatigue brought by the night vanished instantly in his warm breath. Next to him were 2 little ones still munching away, their mustaches covered in milk stains. Wow! While eating, Xiao Wenwen imitated Chang Ye's comfortable exhale and made 2 noises. It seems like they understand, this gesture is an expression of comfort. Ha! Chang Ye looked at it and smiled, then, as if remembering something, turned his head away. He took out his phone and controlled the drone to fly into the sky. I almost forgot while having breakfast. I promised to show you guys the clouds and the mountains last night when I was done with the live stream. As they spoke, the drone slowly rose into the air, climbing higher and higher until it broke through the dense green barrier. Soon, the audience witnessed what it meant to be mountains shrouded in mist, the sky merging with the water's end, the water merging with the sky. Holy crap. Playing a Tianfu tune at this moment reminds me of my days as a security guard in heaven. Journey to the West, Heavenly Court. This scene reminds me of eating peaches at the peach banquet and watching the fairies dance. This is so beautiful, it must be in heaven. This is undoubtedly a fairyland. What level of immortality does the streamer possess? Changya also saw a higher perspective from the drone, a picture of the mountains at dawn. Looking at this scene, I suddenly understood a line of poetry I had seen in school. The floating clouds are not as high as this mountain, the mountain mist is so thick that it is hard to see clearly. This is probably what they mean by the scene described. This scene lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, Changya said. Are you still going to watch it or not? If not, I'll take the drone away. Look, it's not easy to see such a beautiful sight, how can I not take a look? That's right. I finally managed to recall my days in heaven, how come they want to destroy me so soon? I just arrived, don't accept it yet, let me take a look. Changya glanced at the comments and smiled. The 2 little ones hadn't finished drinking the animal milk yet, there was still about half left, so it would probably take a while. Changya took advantage of this time to start packing his things. Pour a little water on the fire to extinguish the embers. Stomp out all the sparks with your feet, then put a little bit of wood ash in a bag. After taking everything out of the tent. Packing up the tent took Changya a few extra minutes, as it was a bit more difficult to do than to pack it up. After Changya finished tidying everything up, the nearby mist gradually dissipated, and the sounds of birdsong rose and fell. Seeing that the mountain fog had slowly dissipated, indicating that dawn had passed, Changya also controlled the drone to fly down. By this time, the 2 little ones had finished drinking the animal milk, but Daba was still sticking out his tongue and licking the small basin. The small basin was completely covered in Dabao's saliva, not a trace of milk remained. Then it glanced at its sister's little basin. Then, Dabao, my little sister ate so fast today. Upon seeing this, Changya walked over, grabbed Dabao by the back of the neck, and put him aside. He then put away the iron basin and said irritably, "Okay, now it's like I'm abusing you or not feeding you. Can't you learn from your sister? You don't even care about your image when you're eating." However, Changya laughed at his own words as soon as he finished speaking. How could you expect a South China tiger to be mindful of its appearance while eating? The viewers in the live stream laughed at Changya's words. The South China tiger probably never imagined that one day its meal would be the subject of gossip. Tiger girl, have you ever seen me eat? Wait until I'm eating, then tell me what you're going to do. The streamer probably doesn't actually think of the South China tiger as a person, hahaha. Exactly. Learn from Xiao Wenwen, after you finish eating, just sit there quietly and wait for the host to collect the bowls. Come to my house, Dabao. I have plenty of milk, you can drink your fill. After Changya cleaned up the 2 little ones' bowls, he finished. I took out an old map and glanced at it briefly, but there was no point in looking at it any longer, the map was too old. The geology and landforms of these mountains have changed a lot over the years, you can only get a general idea of what's going on. His purpose in going out this time was to make this map, which had lost much of its value, usable for him again. Changes, fixes. Shoulder the tactical pack and put away the saddlebag. We began our journey toward our destination. Seeing Changya's movements, the 2 little ones understood that it was time to set off. They all wanted to drive a Land Rover. After eating and drinking their fill, they bounced around and were about to charge in any direction. But suddenly, both little creatures were grabbed by a large hand. It rained heavily last night, so don't try to be brave. Otherwise you'll get dirty, fall into a pit, and I'll have to work for ages to fix it. Come on up, you too. For the natural world in this area, it is not only humans who harm them, but also natural disasters. Along the way, there were many large trees that had been blown down by last night's storm. In some places, large craters were even created by rolling stones. Thankfully, Changya was holding the 2 little ones. Otherwise, I don't know how much longer it would have taken to get here. Changya looked around and gently placed the 2 little ones on the ground. He took out a map from his backpack, looked at it, and said, "The area ahead is marked as an unknown region on the old map, which means that no one has ever been there before. That's my goal for today, to explore this area, draw a map, and then patrolling the mountains will be much easier. Let's rest here for a while and then continue our journey." Upon arriving here, Changya had been running the entire way for 2 hours. Although his physical fitness had improved a lot, he was still somewhat tired at this point. Changya picked up the water bottle from his waist and took a few sips, then took out 2 small basins and placed them in front of the eager little guy at his feet. The little ones were in his arms the whole way, so they definitely weren't thirsty. It's a feeling they had when they saw Changya drinking water that they wanted to do the same. It's like that, pooping glug glug. We also want to give a big round of applause. The little brat's temperament. So Changya only put a little bit of water in the small basin. Xiao Wenwen had no objection to Changya only giving her such a small amount. On the contrary, Dabao grumbled when he saw that Changya had only poured a little water. She looked quite aggrieved. Cheng Ye smiled after seeing it, ignored it, and looked at the comments instead. When will the anchor go to the Olympics and bring back a gold medal? I thought being a streamer would only take a few minutes, but I never imagined the clown would be myself. Carrying such a heavy load for 2 whole hours, is he even human? Having seen this, I wouldn't be surprised if the streamer did something outrageous again. Host, please take a break, my heart is pounding. Looking at the comments, Cheng Ye muttered to himself. With his current physical condition, if he were to actually participate, winning several Olympic gold medals should be a piece of cake. Or, how about to tone it down a bit? Thinking about it, Cheng Ye, whew, oh my goodness. I'm exhausted, speechless. I've never been this speechless in my life. I didn't expect this move. If you're saying you're tired, can you please not be so perfunctory? Cheng Ye laughed at himself and prepared to communicate with the viewers in the live chat. Just then, the system's voice suddenly appeared. The host's total popularity value has reached 1 million. Master-level veterinary skills unlocked. The system's exchange shop has been updated, please check it out, host. Current remaining popularity points, 530,000. 1 million so quickly? Upon hearing the system's voice, Cheng Ye was taken aback for a moment. He originally thought it would take at least a few more days. I never expected it to be here now. Thinking about it, Cheng Ye quickly checked the updated system store. See if there's anything suitable for him to use in this area. When Cheng Ye saw something, he chose to exchange for it without hesitation. Equipment upgrade, 200,000 popularity points can upgrade all electronic devices of the current host and form a force field shield. What you fear most in the mountains is that your electronic devices have no signal or are damaged. Although the drones given away by the system are very convenient, Cheng Ye is still worried that they might get damaged by something someday. He does have a natural affinity for all things, but his drones don't. He will then rely on drones to film various wild animals and birds of prey. If you're not careful, they might slap you, and then you'd be barbecue. And the portable power bank he redeemed earlier, it got damaged by accident, he'll be heartbroken. Redeemed successful. Currently, all electronic devices have formed force fields. The drone has been upgraded, it is now a stealth drone. Miniature solar-powered portable power bank, upgraded to 100,000 mAh, current mAh rating infinity, automatically charges via inductive charging without needing to connect to a device. The phone has been upgraded, currently. Listening to the series of sounds from the system, and then looking up at the drone overhead, I found that it was no longer visible. But Cheng Ye could sense its location. This delighted him. He won't be afraid of birds of prey or wild animals anymore when we go to take more landscape photos and get up close to them. Cheng Ye was even more satisfied when he thought about the upgraded power bank. He had originally planned to get a generator after he went down the mountain. Now that we have this, we don't need it at all. After the upgrade was complete, Cheng Ye continued browsing the system shop. He still had over 300,000 coins left. After looking around for a while, Cheng Ye discovered another good thing. Acute Perception, Talent Type Skill Book, Beginner, expands detection range to 300 meters for rare plants and animals. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye understood somewhat. Tiger Girl was discovered just now, so there is no distance limit. He only received the alert when he saw the slender-scaled salmon system while he was by the river, because the detection range was too small at the time. After thinking it through, Cheng Ye immediately chose to redeem it. After all, with this, he would find it easier to discover rare plants and animals. The Kindling Mountains are full of treasures. He has to keep a close eye on them. Redeemed successful, 300,000 popularity points deducted. Current remaining popularity points, 30,000. After exchanging the points, I saw that my popularity points, which were originally over 500,000, had instantly dropped to only 30,000. Cheng Ye couldn't help but wonder if the system had done this on purpose, by providing the upgrade equipment and skill book. Just as Cheng Ye was about to ask a question, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Rare protected animal spotted ahead. Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle's current vital signs have been compromised. Host, please proceed immediately. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Cheng Ye was stunned for a moment. Golden Eagle? Knowing everything about the mountains, he immediately pictured it, a creature that could only be seen in the sky. Moreover, it is extremely rare in this era. He spotted the Golden Eagle immediately after upgrading, which means the Golden Eagle is within 500 meters of him. Fortunately, the area is not very large. Thinking about it, Cheng Ye squatted down and patted the heads of the two little guys who were drinking water. Please wait here for me a moment, I have something to do. Wow. Little Wenwen raised her head and responded in her childish voice. Dabao also looked up for a moment, then took small steps and hurriedly tried to catch up. Seeing this, Cheng Ye smirked, reached out and picked it up, then laid it down and started scratching at the little white fur on Dabao's chest. You stay put. It always wanted to join in the fun, and Cheng Ye bullied it quite a bit. Dabao was whining and complaining, and finally obediently went back to drink water. Only then was it over. From then on, Chang Ye began to explore in one direction. But after searching in one direction, Chang Ye found no trace of the golden eagle. They started searching in another direction. But after searching again, Chang Ye still found nothing. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Chang Ye still found nothing. Not to mention golden eagles, we didn't even see a single bird feather. The viewers in the live stream were also puzzled as they watched Chang Ye running around. What is the streamer doing? Has he discovered something? What are they running for? They've run several laps already. Tell us about it. Did you overdo it with your workout and run too fast? Did it make you stupid? Even if you run around like a headless chicken, just let us raise Xiao Wenwen and Dabao. We'd be thrilled. But to be fair, the streamer is really something. He doesn't seem tired at all after exercising for so long. After searching several times, Chang Ye still couldn't find any trace of the golden eagle. Back in his original spot, seeing the confusion in the live stream, Chang Ye didn't say much. He was just wondering, after searching so many times, where was this golden eagle? At that moment, Chang Ye suddenly looked up, as if he had thought of something. Could it be in a tree? Thinking this, Chang Ye spoke to the viewers in the live stream while operating the stealth drone. Just now, I heard some sounds, something's wrong. This isn't exactly a lie. After all, he did hear the system's voice. Whether the audience heard it or not was their problem, not Chang Ye's. Everyone, please check if there's anything unusual in the tree. If you see anything, let me know. What's that sound? What's the problem? In the tree? Did the streamer discover something? Were they looking for something before? Don't worry, leave it to us. I was number 1 when I played Spot the Difference. You should have said so earlier. With us here, don't worry, we'll definitely find something. This is the first time the streamer has asked us for help, so let's all do our best. While Chang Ye was operating the drone, he and the audience searched for a few more minutes. After circling around several times, Chang Ye even looked at every tree nearby, but still found nothing. I originally thought it would be easy to find since it was only 500 meters away. Unexpectedly, a woo-woo, a woo-woo, a woo-woo. The two little ones, who had already finished drinking the water in the basin, were wondering what Chang Ye was doing. Upon seeing Chang Ye return, it immediately started howling at him. Hearing the voices of the two little rascals, Chang Ye, who was deep in thought, responded to the two little guys with his eyes. He then fell into his own thoughts, looking around and pondering silently. What exactly happened? This guy seems to be having a hard time. What exactly did you hear? Tell us. Impaired vital signs? But I can't find it. Chang Ye wandered around, looking in every direction, having searched for it himself. But, did we not go far enough? Yes, he admitted that it was a bit difficult to judge distances on the mountain roads. But within 500 meters, that's a very large area. If they search aimlessly, the life or death of this golden eagle will depend entirely on luck. Oh woo-woo, how Chang Ye was pacing around in thought. Suddenly I heard two little ones yelling next to me. Turning around, I saw the two little brats fighting. It wasn't exactly a fight. The cat punch didn't come out. They just seemed to be stealing something. Chang Ye shook his head helplessly and walked over. Come on, what are you doing here? Grab them by the back of the neck with one hand and separate them. I lifted my body to the sides and looked at them. Dabao was picked up and behaved himself. It obediently tucked its 4 little paws in. Little Wenwen is the same, but unlike Dabao, it has something in its mouth. Chang Ye was originally going to comment on their playful fighting, but his gaze was immediately fixed on this thing. This fur. Come on, sweetie, give me this fur. Chang Ye put Dabao on the ground, then reached out and placed his hand under Xiao Wenwen's mouth to catch it. When Xiao Wenwen saw that he wanted the good thing he had found, it immediately let go of its mouth and threw the fur from its mouth into Chang Ye's hand, which had been dodging its brother from snatching it away. Wow! Give! Chang Ye first put it down, then patted its head. Great job, little one. Little Wenwen is so proud of herself. Her little tail is frozen in place, sticking straight up. Wow! Now, Dabao was unhappy. It was so anxious that it jumped up and down and howled. I found it first. I found it first. Chang Ye chuckled at its appearance and quickly used his large hands to stroke Dabao's body. Dabao, feeling comfortable, lay under my hand, his eyelids trembling. Dabao is amazing too. After calming the two little guys down, Chang Ye quickly looked down at the feather in his hand, a feather from a winged insect, that is, a bird feather. The fingers are long, dark in color, brown, and somewhat dark red. No, they should be described as crimson, dark red. This has deviated from the concept of red, but it should still be within this color family. After looking at it for a moment, Chang Ye grabbed the fur in his hand, lowered his head, and scratched his head as he began to think. The length, the color. Those are definitely feathers from a golden eagle's wings. I touched the dampness of the fur. Was it knocked off by the rain? Chang Ye looked up, puzzled. This isn't right. Logically speaking, birds, with their feathers, should be the first creatures in nature to sense changes in the weather. As soon as the weather changes slightly, they quickly go back to their respective homes and find their mothers. But right now, could this golden eagle have its feathers knocked off by the torrential rain? It's senseless, isn't it? It's probably not. Of course, Cheng Ye knew that it was also possible that he had fought with something. However, in the Qinling Mountains, the Chinese falcon, a migratory bird that winters there, is not around. Who can outmaneuver it in the air? Also, where can we find it? Upon seeing the hare that the little guy had discovered, Cheng Ye became anxious again. Just because feathers are found here doesn't necessarily mean they're nearby. It's impossible to say exactly where this eagle is. What to do? Cheng Ye's eyes darted around, trying to think of a solution. Then, he lowered his head. I saw the two little guys were bored and resting on my shoes. Tiger. It can smell prey or intruders from a distance of 5 kilometers and can identify its offspring by scent. Although this is the data and capabilities of an adult tiger. But even though the little guy is small, he's still a tiger. Reducing by age. 500 meters or something, you should be able to manage, right? Thinking about this, it was the only way out. Then discard the small sense of shame that arises in your heart. Cheng Ye held the fur and reached his hand near the noses of the two little guys. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, smell it, help me look around here. Seeing the hare in front of them, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen tilted their heads, looking somewhat puzzled. But then the two little ones remembered how Cheng Ye had been running around just now, and they seemed to understand something. She really did lower her head and sniff, her little nose twitching. After leaving Cheng Ye's comfortable shoes, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen exchanged a glance. Then, it started wandering around. Seeing the little ones' expressions, Cheng Ye knew that the two little ones had understood what he meant. He waited expectantly for a while. Then, watching, the two little guys each determined a direction and started walking in that direction. Oh woo-oo! Little Wenwen even turned around to greet him. With a loud cry, it tilted its head to the side, signaling, "Follow me." This immediately delighted Cheng Ye. Holy crap! This is promising. Dash. What does this mean? Is this a tiger? Is this how you use the character for tiger? Dash a perfectly good South China tiger, and you've just treated it like a dog. Dash no, the most crucial point is, can these two little ones actually understand what the streamer is saying? Host, do you know animal language? Could you teach me? I want to learn too. Add me if you want to learn. Anyone want to sign up together? Reply with 1 if you do. P.S. Happy Mother's Day. My darlings, remember to wish your moms a happy Mother's Day even amidst your busy schedules. Cheng Ye ignored the messages in the live chat and slowly followed behind Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. But as he walked, Cheng Ye realized something was wrong. They were about to exceed 500 meters. The system can only detect it within 500 meters. Could it be that the golden eagle moved when the system detected it? Just as Cheng Ye was deep in thought, suddenly, the two little ones stopped and howled towards the cliff in front of them. He had been to this place before, but because he saw a cliff in front of him, Cheng Ye didn't continue looking in this direction. Could it be? Just as Cheng Ye was wondering, the two little ones continued walking towards the cliff. Seeing this, Cheng Ye quickly followed and called out, "Be careful, walk slowly." He really wanted to save the golden eagle, but this was a cliff face, one wrong step and he'd fall. But the two little ones seemed not to hear Cheng Ye's words, and kept running towards the edge of the cliff. After the two little ones ran to the edge of the cliff, they stopped and howled a few times down the cliff. It turned back and howled at Cheng Ye, its short tail wagging wildly. It's as if they've discovered something incredible. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye was overjoyed and quickly walked over. When Cheng Ye reached the edge of the cliff and looked down, "I've found you." Cheng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long, it was down at the bottom of the cliff. Cheng Ye looked down the cliff and saw a small tree growing on the edge of the cliff about 7 meters below. It looks like a cliff cypress. The golden eagle, meanwhile, was lying on the branch of the cliff cypress. In addition, the bark of the cliff cypress is grayish-brown, which is somewhat similar to the brown on the feathers of the golden eagle. If you don't look carefully, you might not be able to notice it. This is all thanks to the two little ones. If it weren't for these two little guys, who found the feather and used it to locate the golden eagle, we would have been in trouble. Otherwise, Cheng Ye might not have been able to find it today. Cheng Ye looked around, walked to the base of a large tree that was as thick as 3 people, and put down the tactical pack behind him. Today I'll teach you another outdoor skill, how to descend a cliff and essential climbing skills. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a bundle of tactical rope. Why teach this? Is the streamer planning to jump off a cliff? Dash this, is this like something out of a novel, where the streamer jumps off a cliff and gains unparalleled martial arts skills? What's going on? I've been completely confused since just now. Does anyone know what the streamer is trying to do? After taking out the tactical rope, Cheng Ye glanced at the comments and said with a smile, "I just saw a small, big guy. It's having some problems, I need to go check it out. But the cliff is a bit high, so for safety reasons I'll install some protective measures first. Alright, let's first wrap the tactical rope around the big tree and make a loop at one end of the long rope in front of us. As he spoke, Changya began to tinker with it. Then thread the end of the rope through the loop, then wrap it around the long rope once more, and then thread it back through the loop. This kind of knot is very strong, but the downside is that it may slip after repeated stress. So after we finish tying the knot, we need to tie an anti-slip knot at the end of the rope. As he spoke, Changya wrapped the end of the rope around the main rope 3 times, then threaded the rope end through the loop and pulled it tight. After testing the rope's sturdiness, Changya fastened the safety belt around his waist and then tied the end of the tactical rope to the safety belt with a brin knot. Okay, it's all done. I'll head down now. As he spoke, Changya walked step by step toward the cliff, much to the astonishment of the audience. Reaching the edge of the cliff, Changya glanced down and took a deep breath. Hoo-ha! Facing a cliff, he bent over, braced his feet against the precipice, turned around to face the little ones, grabbed the tactical rope, and began to descend. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones on the cliff edge saw Changya go down. He panicked immediately, spinning around the edge of the cliff, and then occasionally howling at Changya below. Oh woo-woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! Roar! The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Wow, so professional? The streamer doesn't seem flustered at all. If this guy falls down there, will we even find his remains? Holy crap. I don't know how high it was, but I just saw the streamer step on a rock and it fell for a full 30 seconds before it disappeared from sight. Excuse me, I'm a wilderness climbing enthusiast. This streamer's skills are even better than my teacher's. You can tell by his movements, he basically maintains the same rhythm throughout. So please don't worry about the streamer. Dash indeed, think about what the streamer did before. He's just fallen off a cliff, and you're all making such a fuss. Dash, how can I not blame you? If you're so capable, let someone climb this cliff for me. Forget climbing, you can just stand on the edge and look down for a few minutes. Amidst the heated discussion in the live chat, Changya descended cautiously, taking one slow step at a time. The cliff face was too slippery after the rain. Even if he has an exceptionally strong physique, he still cannot afford to be careless. If you slip, nothing serious will happen. However, it's certain that a collision won't hurt. And so, he descended slowly. After a while, he came to the edge of the cliff cypress. Turning my head, I looked at the dark brown golden eagle lying quietly on the cliff cypress. It's huge. This is no small creature. It lies here, and just looking at its body, it's almost a meter tall. The color of its feathers is very irregular, with brown on the top of its head, gradually turning black and dark at the back of its neck, all the way to its back. The tail is pure black with a glossy sheen. The 2 large wings have feathers of a different color than the body. Dark reddish brown, that's the color. Its feathers are very long, extending beyond the feathers at the tip of its body. And they are all large-scale productions, very beautiful. Changya immediately recognized that the feathers the little guys had picked up were from its wing. Look at its closed eyes and its still posture. Perhaps I didn't disturb it, or perhaps its condition really is problematic. At this moment, it did not respond. Seeing this, Changya felt reassured. Its iron hook-like claws shouldn't be an obstacle to rescuing it. After all, the king of birds of prey, this thing can take down even a Tibetan antelope in just a few swipes. It's good to be unconscious, it's good to be unconscious. Reassured, Changya began to observe its injuries or physical problems, without taking immediate action. He needed to determine why the golden eagle was injured, otherwise he might accidentally touch its injured area. If we provoke it, things will get complicated. Looking at the golden eagle lying on the trunk of the cliff cypress, there was no blood. Then it's probably not an external injury, but an internal injury. Click! Changya slipped and stepped on a rock from the cliff. Why did he try to steady himself? Whoosh! After calming his breathing, he turned his head again. What are you afraid of? Whatever happens, happens. Hawkeye! Changya met its gaze. Immediately, I felt a numbness in the back of my neck. The eagle's sharp eyes made Changya think of the cry of an eagle. That sound was like a cloud of terror. However, Changya quickly realized what was happening and calmed down. He cursed inwardly, "Coward, you're just scaring yourself." He had heard the call of the golden eagle before when he was a child. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Given its title as the king of birds of prey, this cry is utterly shameful. And so, without much thought, the golden eagle in front of us seemed a little anxious, and it began to flap its wings. The wind that it brought hit Changya's face. Before Changya could figure out what to do, he suddenly discovered a problem. The golden eagle, just as it flapped its wings, one of its wings could only flap slightly, while the other remained completely still. At this point, Changya had determined that the golden eagle's wing was injured, probably caused by something hitting it during last night's storm. Once it's confirmed, Changya took a deep breath and stared at the golden eagle that was still flapping its wings. Raise your hand in preparation, looking at its greatest danger, which is a pair of iron claws. Waited a few seconds. Whoosh! He grabbed her feet. Flutter! Flutter! The golden eagle was now truly anxious. Chirp! 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 Chang Ya, stop yelling. It's embarrassing. The king of raptors, my foot. The eagle cries. There is a general impression in the public's mind. Even if I've never seen an eagle or a condor, I've always seen them on TV. But who would have thought that the eagle's real cry sounds like it's being cute? Chang Ya made a disdainful remark, then turned around and started climbing up the rope with one hand. What kind of bird is this? It looks so much like an eagle. And its call sounds so strange, it's different from the ones I see on TV. Haha, why does it sound so cute when it calls out? This guy looks like Buddha's uncle. I suddenly had this idea to raise one myself. What do you guys think? But to be honest, those claws are really powerful. I'm scared just looking at them. If I got scratched by one, I'd probably lose a lot of flesh. Seriously, isn't the streamer afraid? He's incredibly brave, climbing cliffs and catching such a huge bird with his bare hands. I don't know why, but I always feel like something's not right. Why do streamers always do things that normal people wouldn't do? The golden eagle, its feet held captive, watched as Chang Ya pulled it upwards. The eagle flapped its wings incessantly in Chang Ya's hands, its hooked beak opening and closing repeatedly, emitting chirp, chirp. Although it sensed a hint of friendliness from the human, the golden eagle had no intention of attacking Chang Ya, but it still tried to break free from Chang Ya's large hand. This is because it is in the nature of the golden eagle. Arrogant. It will not allow a human it has just met to restrict its freedom. Chang Ya looked at the golden eagle he was tossing and turning in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. But he also understood that getting it to behave was quite difficult. Despite some difficulty, Chang Ya managed to get the golden eagle to the edge of the cliff without any major incidents. Call. Reaching the edge of the cliff, I looked back at the precipice below and took a deep breath. Seeing that the golden eagle in his hand was still struggling, Chang Ya smiled and put the big guy on the ground. We've already tested it, and the golden eagle can't fly anymore, so we can just put it on the ground without worrying about it flying away. At that moment, the two little ones saw Chang Ya climb up the cliff, holding something in his hand. The two little ones looked on with curiosity and kept barking at Chang Ya. It was as if they were asking Chang Ya what this thing was. After seeing Chang Ya put the golden eagle on the ground, Xiao Wenwen tilted her head and carefully examined the golden eagle on the ground next to Chang Ya. The little tiger paws stomped around in circles. Xiao Hu's face was full of confusion. Dabao cautiously approached the golden eagle, taking one step and then stopping. What is that, Daddy? Why is it so big? Is this for us to eat? But Dabao isn't hungry yet. What's going on? Its claws are different from mine, and it keeps waving them around arrogantly. Dabao was puzzled. He got closer and closer, watching the golden eagle flap its wings. He stretched out his little front paws, wanting to touch the big guy. But the next second, the golden eagle flapped its wings. It hit Dabao, almost knocking him over. Call out. Dabao jumped high into the air and swiftly retreated behind Chang Ya. The little short tail immediately perked up, its whole body arched, and it bared its teeth in a wary posture. He let out a soft growl. Snoring. Trying to launch a sneak attack, huh? How dare you ambush me with that reaction? Chang Ya saw this scene just after he unbuckled his seatbelt and rope, and he smiled. Hey, don't underestimate Dabao's little commotion. It's kind of like the warning that Tiger Girl makes, carrying an extremely dangerous signal. The future looks promising. Snore. Snore. Chang Ya had no doubt that at the sound, Dabao would rush up and grab his throat in the next second. Quickly, she bent down to comfort Dabao. Alright, you just had to go and provoke others. We'll talk about it when you're older. Be good, stay put. Calm Dabao down. It's not that I'm afraid Dabao will hurt it, it's that I'm afraid it will do something bad to Dabao. It's too young. Compared to a raptor like a golden eagle, it's too weak at this age. But only now. When they grow up, these two little ones will be invincible. Let's concede a step now. It's not shameful to be a tiger. Feeling Chang Ya's caress, Dabao gradually relaxed, but his eyes were still gazing at the golden eagle in front of him. Instinct even made him wary of the golden eagle. After calming Dabao down, Chang Ya patted the head of Xiao Wenwen, who was sitting obediently next to him. We can't favor one over the other. At this moment, after seeing that Chang Ya had come up safely, all the viewers in the live stream finally couldn't help but ask questions. Hey Lao Cheng, is this what you were looking for? What kind of bird is this? It looks huge, a bit like an eagle. What species is it? So that's why the streamer was running around all that time, he was looking for this big bird. After calming the two little ones down, Chang Ya stood up and answered the comments. This is a golden eagle. I just noticed that its wings are quite large and have many white spots, so it should be a female. As for why I sought it out, would you believe me if I said it was my sixth sense? Cheng Ye could only use this as an excuse. After all, the sixth sense is something that some people believe in and others don't. Moreover, as he had mentioned before, he had heard some noise. There was already some foreshadowing. After Cheng Ye finished speaking, many people in the live stream chose to believe him. To be honest, this thing is really cool. I believe it, because my sixth sense is sometimes incredibly accurate. Have you ever experienced this? Sometimes you've never been to a place before, but when you arrive, you feel inexplicably familiar with it, as if you've been there before? I have it. I really have it. Sometimes I've even dreamed about it. Host, it looks like this golden eagle can't fly. Are you planning to cure it? I'm not sure what the problem is yet. I need to observe it more carefully. As he spoke, Cheng Ye approached the golden eagle and reached out to probe it a couple of times. While it was only flapping its wings and showed no intention of using its claws, he quickly reached out and grabbed its legs again. Restrain those claws. We have to restrict them. This thing can even crack open a skull. Of course, it was also because of its own affable nature that the golden eagle did not sense any hostility from it, only a kind of trust that it seemed unwilling to admit. Well, how should I put it? It was flapping its wings, as if to say, don't come any closer, I'll catch you. Are you scared? Don't come any closer. And then, those two most powerful weapons were left lying there obediently, showing no intention of being used. What does this feeling resemble? Cheng Ye thought for a few seconds. It's somewhat like, oh no, please stop. Don't do this. Finally, that's what they say. But Cheng Ye still got to work, and began to examine the golden eagle's body with his hands. It's one of the large wings that's already very difficult to move. Gently, observe first, then explore, and try to stretch its wings. Wow, that single wing must be at least 1.5 meters long. Cheng Ye was slightly surprised, but that wasn't the point. He breathed a sigh of relief after discovering large areas of swelling. It's alright, it's not a fracture, so it's not too troublesome. Why is it so hard to heal a fracture? I don't know, but I fractured a bone once before, and it took 2 months to heal. Cheng Ye continued to observe as he spoke. While a small percentage of birds can heal their own fractures, most will likely experience malunion because birds are certainly not as obedient as humans. People usually can't help but move around, and they can't really stop themselves during this time. Only strict restraint can help it heal. Too much activity can affect fracture healing and may even cause the fracture to dislocate again. If it's a fracture, I need to go back now to heal it. As he spoke, Cheng Ye continued searching for the wounds on the golden eagle's body. Finally, after observing the area several times, they found the golden eagle's injury. The left wing was broken at the base, but it wasn't very serious. He must have been injured during last night's storm. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye felt relieved. Golden eagles have an incredibly strong healing ability. Every golden eagle that can fly in the sky has broken its wings at some point, and this particular golden eagle was just experiencing its first baptism of fire in its life. It was its first time, and it was unprepared, so it must have panicked, which gave Cheng Ye the opportunity to help. With that in mind, Cheng Ye returned to his tactical bag and began searching for the items he needed. Cheng Ye rummaged through his tactical bag, then took the tools and returned to Golden Eagle's side. Although the Golden Eagle doesn't have any external injuries, we still need to disinfect it first. Although there are no visible wounds, it is still very easy to get infected, especially since it cannot fly and is constantly in contact with the ground, making it even more vulnerable. If the wound gets infected without disinfection, it won't be so simple then. After explaining the reason to the audience, Cheng Ye prepared a 0.1% potassium permanganate solution and cleaned the broken part at the base of the Golden Eagle's wing. Okay, wait for 5 minutes. Potassium permanganate releases oxygen slowly, so it takes some time to kill the bacteria. With his masterful veterinary skills, Cheng Ye naturally had a good grasp of the concentration of potassium permanganate. It will not cause the Golden Eagle any pain. While Cheng Ye was doing these things, the Golden Eagle stared intently at him with its eagle eyes. What are you going to do to me? Why am I a little scared? Sigh. The Golden Eagle seems to know the streamer is helping it. It stopped struggling. Wow, a tiger in front and a Golden Eagle behind? How did the streamer do that? Holy crap, that's incredible. Having learned from the tiger mom's experience, I now unconditionally trust the streamer's medical skills. Keep it up, streamer. Wow, that's awesome. Excellent work. Deserves a reward. While waiting for the disinfection to complete, Cheng Ye ignored the restless Golden Eagle, turned around, opened the bottle of Yunnan Biao, and slowly applied it to the eagle. The broken area was wrapped with medical tape. After finishing the binding, Cheng Ye stopped what he was doing and examined the length of the broken Golden Eagle wing. Hey, wait a minute. I'm going to cut some plywood for you. As he spoke, Cheng Ye felt his tone was a bit gentle, and then he thought about the temperament of the Golden Eagle. He pointed at it again with a fierce determination. You better behave, or I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, he turned to Debao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been watching behind him, and said with a smile, "Little guys, keep an eye on it for me, okay? Don't let it move around." Seeing Cheng Ye's actions just now, Debao and Xiao Wenwen also remembered how Cheng Ye treated their mother's wounds. Just like now, he understood that Cheng Ye was treating the big guy in front of him. "Oh woo oh woo, ya," she responded obediently. Then, the two little guys put on their cold faces and sauntered over to the Golden Eagle's side, one on each side, staring intently at it, but not getting too close. Although there's a distance, the presence is there. Just one word, "I'm looking at you. Oh woo, let's see if you dare to make a move." Cheng Ye smiled when he saw it. He returned to his backpack, grabbed his military knife, and walked into the woods. Find some branches and dead trees from the Rosaceae family. A moment later, Cheng Ye came out with several thin pieces of wood and plywood that had already been shaved, and said to the camera, "Last night's storm blew down many tree branches. Now that we have the thin wood veneer and plywood, all we need is a soft rope and we'll be done." After saying that, Cheng Ye took out a roll of soft rope from the saddlebag. The two little ones' eyes lit up immediately when they saw Cheng Ye come out. The tiger's face, which had been cold, softened again. Its little ears stood up, and its short tail was slightly raised and swaying. "Wow! Oh whoa! The two of us. Watching." It didn't dare move a muscle. It howled as it took small steps to get to Cheng Ye's side. Cheng Ye laughed when he saw it. The two little guys were actually in the same spot where he had entered the woods. "It seems they are doing their job diligently. Dabao is awesome. Little Wenwen is really great." The audience laughed when they saw it. Golden Eagle, see, did I even acknowledge those two? We, the anchor, can testify that Debao and Xiao Wenwen stayed by the Golden Eagle's side the entire time. Count me in, I'll be a witness too. These two tiger cubs are so well behaved. I wonder if they'll be this obedient when they grow up. Haha, why don't you give it a try when they grow up? When Cheng Ye returned to the Golden Eagle's side, he met its gaze again. Eagle Eye's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of clouds and overlook the vast landscape. But the next second, chirp, chirp, chirp. Cheng Ye laughed when he heard this, but then he saw the Golden Eagle preparing to flap its wings. He quickly went to the Golden Eagle's side, pressed down on its wings, and said in an annoyed tone, all right, that's enough. Look at you, still yelling." As he spoke, Cheng Ye used the thin wooden board he had just found to secure it to the broken part of the Golden Eagle's wing with soft rope, then wrap it with medical tape for extra security. Unless the Golden Eagle flaps its wings dramatically, the clip should not fall off. Moreover, even if it moves its wings, it cannot move its injured parts. Having accomplished this, Cheng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, everyone, that's about enough. Now you can stretch your legs." At this moment, the Golden Eagle saw Cheng Ye leave its body and stand aside, and seemed to understand something. It carefully flapped its wings, but found that it couldn't fly. It started walking around on the ground, flapping its wings every 2 steps. However, only one large wing can be fully extended, while the other wing is crippled and has a splint. Definitely looks like a wounded soldier. But like this, how should I put it? If Debao and Xiao Wenwen are the overlords of all beasts on land, the Golden Eagle is the ruler of the sky, the king of birds of prey, and the apex predator in the food chain. They are born with a kingly aura and look incredibly cool when they fly in the air. Even when he was walking on the ground, his serious demeanor instantly captivated the viewers in the live stream. His eyes were serious yet cold, and his wings would occasionally flap and then be placed behind him. It looked exactly like a gangster boss making his entrance. If you don't look at the splint. Holy crap, that's so cool, Eagle bro. He's really handsome. The Golden Eagle must be the most handsome of the eagle genus, right? Vulture, there's no harm without comparison, ha ha ha. Every time I see such a large eagle, I think of the Kunpeng. The world of mythology is truly fascinating. Suddenly I'm wondering why people are so obsessed with wingsuit flying. Those wings are really cool. Tiger eyes and eagle eyes must be the two most intimidating pairs of eyes in the world, and I never expected to see both of them here. I feel tiger eyes are scarier. When a tiger stares, everyone looks like they're about to die. While watching the Golden Eagle's handsome appearance in the live stream, Cheng Ye had already started packing his things. After all, finding the Golden Eagle and treating it had already taken a lot of time. He still needs to continue his journey. Then, the system's voice rang out again. The host has successfully treated the Golden Eagle. Reward, 300,000 popularity points. The Golden Eagle, a Class I protected animal, has been included in the host identification guide. Golden Eagle, listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals in China. Birds. Listed as Least Concern, LC, on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2013 ver 3.1. Unlocked the Dragon Kingdom's S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia, Progress 296. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China, Progress completed 2/14. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chengya was taken aback. Illustrated guide? 2/96, 2/14. The two twos probably refer to the South China tiger and the golden eagle. But what's with this encyclopedia? Is there a great reward after he completes one of the illustrations? Will it? Oh well, let's leave these things to fate. The second one is alright, since I'm currently in the Kinling Mountains. However, Chengya felt that the chances of completing the first one were slim. After packing his things, Chengya placed the sanitary pad he had just taken out on his shoulder. He knelt down beside the golden eagle, pointing to the eagle's injured wing and his own shoulder. He just put a thick mat on this spot. Hey big guy, you'll have to stay with me for a while. In your current state, you're probably not good at hunting. It's fine if you encounter some rats or rabbits, but if you encounter a ferocious beast, you'll be at a disadvantage with your wings tied. The golden eagle's wing injury wasn't very serious to begin with, it would heal in a day or two. But as the king of the sky, it still faces great danger on land when its wings are damaged. After greeting the golden eagle, Chengya swiftly grabbed its legs. I picked it up like I would a chicken. I placed it directly on the pad I had prepared for my shoulder. Given its affinity with all living things, the golden eagle certainly wouldn't resist or harm itself. But to be honest, Chengya was still a little afraid of those claws. The golden eagle ranks first among the world's 3 largest birds of prey, partly because its talons can penetrate deep into the skull of its prey. And what about the golden eagle? I was picked up and put away in a daze. When its claws felt they could grab something, it grabbed it again, completely bewildered. Then, standing on Chengya's shoulder, she turned her head to look at Chengya in confusion. Chirp, did you even ask for my opinion? And what's that strapped to my arm? You've kept me from flapping my wings, do you know that? Hey streamer, look behind you. Ha ha ha, you're even teasing the eagle. Goodness, is it angry? It must be angry. It feels like they're about to take action. Is it about to start a fight? At that moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were behind Chengya, saw the golden eagle standing on their father's shoulder. For tiger eyes, staring wide-eyed. Awoo awoo, ya-ah. After growling twice at the golden eagle, Xiao Wenwen stood up and waved her little arms in the air. It looked like they were trying to pull the golden eagle off Chengya's shoulder. After several attempts failed, Xiao Wenwen could only growl softly, issuing a warning to the golden eagle. It then began to hook its claws onto Chengya's trouser leg, as if trying to climb up and drive away the eagle sister. In fact, the golden eagle standing on Chengjai was also resisting. Instead of using its sharp claws to harm Chengya, it flapped its wings with clippers towards Chengya. It also kept making extremely fierce noises. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It looked as if she was speaking to Chengya. What a piece of junk. Take it apart. Take it apart. Seeing the golden eagle's action, Xiao Wenwen, who had been calmed down by Chengya, stood up anxiously again, waving her little claws. The little tiger's whiskers were already trembling slightly, looking extremely angry. Dabao, who was standing to the side, squinted and observed for a while. Then, he mustered all his strength, pushed forward, and leaped into the air with his front and back legs together. However, because it was still young, the tiger pounced only on Chengya's back and did not touch the golden eagle. Feeling something bump against his back, Chengya quickly turned around. I saw Dabao, who had already fallen to the ground and wanted to try again. And then there was Xiao Wenwen, who was already flying in mid-air. Chengya instinctively reached out his hands. He accurately caught the little Wenwen flying towards him. Looking down at the little one she was holding, the little guy looked at Chengya with a puzzled expression. Oh, she jumped right into my arms. Chengya looked at Dabao, then at the golden eagle on his shoulder. It immediately became clear that the two little ones thought the golden eagle was attacking them. Thinking of this, Chengya grabbed Xiao Wenwen's forelimb arm and smiled with satisfaction. Look how protective he is of me. He laughed with extreme pride and showed off to the viewers in the live chat. Then, he looked down and spoke to the two little brats. It's alright, he's just a patient, that's all he can do. As he spoke, the golden eagle's large wings continued to flap against his head. But little Wenwen clearly didn't think so. She kept remembering how the golden eagle had attacked her daddy. After being captured, it was at the same level as the golden eagle. The little guy didn't hold back at all and breathed fiercely at the golden eagle on Chengya's shoulder. Ha ha! The golden eagle glanced at the little creature in front of it, then looked away, completely ignoring the little creature that was hissing at it. Big Wings would occasionally slap Chengya a couple more times. At this moment in the live stream, ha ha ha, these two little guys are killing me. Wow, that's amazing. So young and already protecting the streamer. Imagine how incredible she'll be when she grows up. Who would dare bully the streamer in the Kinling Mountains then? Bullying the streamer? Even a stray dog passing by would bow and scrape before the streamer, let alone bullying him? The golden eagle's gaze is like it's looking at a little kid, ha ha ha. Wow, I'm so envious. With 3 South China tigers and this golden eagle, the streamer feels invincible. But is it really okay to bring a golden eagle along? Golden eagles are naturally freedom-loving and not used to being with humans. In zoos around the world, no golden eagle has ever been bred in captivity because this bird yearns for freedom and love. I remember a case in a zoo where a golden eagle resisted by crashing into its cage and dying in protest. Others definitely have problems, but the streamer is definitely not. Comparison is the thief of joy. Cheng Ye put Wenwen back on the ground, then looked at Dabao, who was somewhat hostile towards the golden eagle, and said gently, "Okay, I'm fine. I know you're all worried about me, but it's injured, can you see?" As he spoke, Cheng Ye pointed to the golden eagle's wings, which had clips. Although the two little ones couldn't understand, they could see Cheng Ye's appearance. Realizing that her father seemed to be alright, she slowly began to let go of her hostility. But little Wenwen still raised her head slightly, her little tiger eyes fixed on the golden eagle. Dabao did the same, his eyes never leaving the direction of the golden eagle. Cheng Ye smiled when he saw it. "We're only keeping the golden eagle with us temporarily. We'll release it in a couple of days once its wings have healed." Thinking it over, Cheng Ye slung his tactical bag over his other shoulder and glanced back. After seeing that it hadn't bothered the golden eagle, it glanced at the two little guys beside it. "Let's get going. Who's going to clear the way?" Cheng Ye thought that the two little ones would run to the front as they did before when they heard his voice. But to his surprise, this time, both little ones chose to stay by Cheng Ye's side. Little Tiger kept his head slightly raised, staring at the golden eagle on his shoulder. Cheng Ye smiled helplessly. "Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'll clear the way myself. But there's a problem, the guy on his shoulder is a troublemaker, he keeps flapping his wings at him. Although it doesn't hurt or itch, it obstructs the view." Thump! Another wing appeared, and the entire area in front of me went black. Ouch! I almost crashed into a tree. "You idiot, if you're so capable, fly. What's with slapping me like that?" Flap! Another wing. Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Climbing this mountain was exhausting. After crossing the mountain where they rescued the sand sculpture, Cheng Ye's family faced a mountain with a higher altitude. The mountain does not cover a large area, so its slope is relatively steep. It's tiring and dangerous to climb up. Therefore, Cheng Ye would pick up the two little ones beside him from time to time, let them climb for a while, and then put them down. His route up the mountain was also a slanted climb. This will increase the burden on your legs. However, it saves effort. Going uphill slowly is fine. But after noon, he finally led the three guys to the top of the mountain. This journey has truly been. No need to say anything. This idiot seems to have something wrong with his head. One minute they'll give him a wing, the next minute they'll give him a wing. The little guy, who was originally very angry, ignored this great disrespect. "Where is Cheng Ye?" I had no choice but to accept it. My vision would go black for a moment, then black for a moment. But don't say it, there are benefits. That is to say, I got tired and hot from climbing. There's also someone fanning the air nearby. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Cheng Ye found a large tree and a branch within his reach. Only then could we finally put the burden of our ancestors on our shoulders to rest. Upon seeing the sand sculpture, it gripped the branch tightly with its claws and stood firmly on it. Cheng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. An eagle's claws cannot be extended like a chicken's claws. So, when standing on flat ground, not only is it difficult to stand steadily, it also hurts the claws. "Come on, go ahead and slap me. Let's see if you can hit me this time." He knew that this guy didn't understand why he had tied its wings to it. It can only be said that it will understand once the wing clips are removed and it feels that its wings are no longer obstructed. Chirp! After he finished speaking, the little eagle glanced at him without even looking at him. Cheng Ye, another aloof type. It's the aura of a king. Understand. I'm going to find my little Wang. At this moment, after watching Cheng Ye move, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen finally found a place and squeezed together to rest. "I'm tired." Quickly, Cheng Ye brought over the kettle and small iron basin and filled them both up. I poured one for myself as well. I sat down next to the two little ones. "Come on, let's drink this, the three of us." When? He tapped his own iron basin against theirs. He then tilted his head back. Glug, glug, glug. Ha! Oh ho! This is absolutely awesome. My throat, which felt like I'd swallowed sand as soon as I tried to swallow, was finally moist. Clapping, clapping. Looking down, I saw two little guys who had stuffed their heads into the basin. Cheng Ye smiled, turned his head to look at the mountain he had just climbed to the top of, and then looked at the back of the mountain. Unlike other mountains, this place is not dense and dark. This area is a bit empty, all broken and fallen wood. Moreover, there is very little greenery, it is mostly sand, gravel, and boulders. It seems like landslides happen frequently here. Cheng Ye observed the shady side of the mountain for a while and came to his conclusion, and he said it to the comments section. The mountain is too high, and the summit area is not large enough for the soil to support the increasingly large trees and rocks. As he spoke, Chang Ye grabbed a handful of soil. Moreover, the soil has a high sand content and poor water retention capacity. Whenever there is heavy rainfall, landslides occur on this mountaintop. Look, on the back side of this mountaintop, all the trees have been flattened and knocked down, and some large trees have even been uprooted. This is not man-made, it happened naturally. So Chang Ye could only shake his head with a sigh. That's the downside of being at a high place. However, there is one thing that is acceptable to Chang Ye. That was the view from his vantage point, which was incredibly expansive because it was unobstructed by the dense forest. A stunning scene was thus presented to Chang Ye and the audience. The deep green stretches endlessly, and fluffy clouds fall from the sky, settling into the mountains and blending with the verdant green, white, sky blue, green. Green is a beautiful color, and although love has tainted it, it cannot change that fact. At this moment, it blends perfectly with the white of the clouds and the azure of the sky. In short, pure. Chang Ye propped himself up with his hands behind his back, stretched out his legs, and lazily and comfortably enjoyed the scene before him. Besides him, the two little ones were still splashing water. That was quite a spectacle. The sand sculpture remained aloof on the branch, its sharp eagle eyes glancing between the sky and Chang Ye. I don't know what he's thinking. This is what they call a mountain range that looks different from different angles and distances. It stretches endlessly. It's magnificent. Bro, let's try a different poem. This one's serious, but I guess I'm not serious. Upstairs, me too. The empty mountains are silent with the chanting of Buddhist hymns. The moon's reflection sinks into the water. Just like this poem, this scene is untouched by any dust. Indeed, if you could sleep here, you'd feel completely refreshed. To be honest, I'll never be clean in this lifetime. These people are all so cultured. Unlike me, all I can say is wow. So beautiful. We gaze at each other without ever growing tired. Something feels off about this live stream. Before Chang Ye noticed, the live stream had already turned into a poetry contest. Chang Ye watched with amusement for a while. Okay, you're all quite cultured. I couldn't think of any of these right now. Nothing special, I learned it all from reading novels. This comment caught Chang Ye's attention and amused him. You can learn poetry by reading novels. Chang Ye was a little skeptical. Wasn't that just an entertainment product? When did they start interfering in education? Instant kill? I stole the rose, I copied the love letter. 9 words omitted. You know my XX, I know your XX. A decisive blow. Chang Ye. He was originally curious about what kind of poetry he could learn from reading novels. So I looked at the screen with the attitude of learning and that among 3 people walking together, there must be one I can learn from. But the more I looked at it, the more something seemed off. After thinking about it carefully, his face immediately darkened. Wow, netizens these days are so mischievous. Just then, after drinking water, Xiao Wenwen climbed onto its chest. It was also peering at the screen with its small eyes downcast. This kind of situation happens all the time. When Chang Ye interacted with the comments section, the little guys were always curious about what Chang Ye was doing, and Chang Ye didn't care about them, letting them play with his phone out of curiosity. The audience will also like it. Many people commented that the little guy was licking them, but not today. Chang Ye quickly covered Xiao Wenwen's little tiger eyes. Don't look. Go find your brother and lie down. Go. It would be strange if Xiao Huzi could understand it. However, Chang Ye wouldn't let me see it. He felt that if he just glanced at it, the little guy would become unclean. After dodging Chang Ye's hand, Xiao Wenwen obediently nestled in Chang Ye's arms, tilting her head and looking at her father with a puzzled expression. I don't know why. Chang Ye then put his phone away. He said helplessly to the camera, I'm going to find something to eat. I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm a model youth of the new era. Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately started to jeer. The streamer's already failing? The streamer's career is over? Looks like none of you know what the streamer used to do. Didn't any of you see the moderator's warning? Looking at little Wenwen in his arms, Chang Ye suddenly thought of Huniu, who had gone out to find food. It's been 2 days since they went out, they must have caught some food by now. Looking at the kindling mountains, I wonder which lucky person will meet Tiger Girl. Given Tiger Girl's current condition, there shouldn't be any problems. But what if you've eaten your fill and go back to the cabin only to find yourself and your 2 little ones gone? If they're not there, will you come out to look for them? If they were to go out and look for her, given Tiger Girl's keen sense of smell and the bond she shares with the 2 little ones, they would be able to do so. Finding yourself shouldn't be a problem, right? If they really find them, that would be great, then I can freeload again. Just as Chang Ye was thinking, he suddenly heard a noise in the woods. Rusting sound. Bao and Xiao Wenwen both looked toward the spot where Chang Ye had heard the conversation. The same was true of the golden eagles in the trees, their sharp eyes fixed on a certain spot in the forest. Seemingly noticing something, the golden eagle flapped its wings, attempting to pounce. But the next second, with a plop, the golden eagle, which should have been soaring in the sky, crashed down before it had flown even half a meter. With quick reflexes, Chang Ye caught the falling golden eagle. Just rest, don't show off, let me do it. Because the woods were somewhat sparse, Chang Ye quickly spotted the two little creatures hiding in the back. After seeing the two little things stop moving, Chang Ye stared at them intently. One gray and one white, two big-eared rabbits. It's the kind of rabbit that tastes really good. Upon seeing this, he smiled and said to the audience, "Did you see that? I'll show you how to catch a rabbit in a bit." The viewers in the live stream were initially still immersed in some negative comments. After hearing Chang Ye's words, everyone perked up. There's a rabbit over there, but I can't see it. I saw it, behind the trees in front and behind, it's quite plump. What do you mean? Are you going to catch a rabbit with your bare hands? I tolerated you catching fish with your bare hands before, but now you're telling me you're going to catch a rabbit? Really? Rabbits run really fast, can the streamer catch up? This is a great treat for Brother Eagle, like a fast food meal delivered right to his door. Brother Eagle is in luck. Chang Ye smiled as he looked at the comments. If there's only one, with my current skills and speed, I definitely won't have any problem fighting him barehanded. But now there are two problems. If he catches one, the other will definitely be frightened and run away. To supplement the golden eagle's nutrition, and also my Chinese food, I have to make a spear. As he spoke, Chang Ye took out his military knife and picked up a tree branch from the ground. Used the saber to slightly tilt and sharpen the tip of the branch. Soon, a simple spear appeared in Chang Ye's hand. After trimming the branches, Chang Ye weighed the spear made from them. It's wet and still has some weight. That's good, it allows us to unleash our power. Thinking about it, he opened the attribute panel in his mind again. Host, Chang Ye. Strength, 25, normal person 6. Speed, 23, normal person 5. Endurance, 23, normal person 5. Sensitivity, 23, normal level 5. Flexibility, 23, normal person 5. Skill. New player gift pack, Constitution Boost, boosts physical attributes threefold, already used. It is compatible with all living things, it can sense animal emotions, making animals feel affectionate towards the host, and under normal circumstances, it will not actively attack the host. Acute Perception, Talent Type Skill Book, Beginner, expands detection range to 300 meters for rare plants and animals. A complete encyclopedia of plant illustrations. A comprehensive illustrated encyclopedia of animals. Master level veterinary skills. Special items already exist. Super Gene Beast Milk *6. Miniature solar powered mobile power supply, 0.00 mAh. Super Compressed Biscuits *9. Stealth Drones. Remaining popularity points, 393,256. Chang Ye checked the popularity score, which was already close to 400,000. The system gave me 300,000 when I treated the golden eagle, plus the 30,000 I already had, so the other tens of thousands should have just been added. After thinking about it, since it's about helping the golden eagle catch rabbits, using the popularity points I just earned shouldn't be too much of a waste, right? Exchange for 12 attribute points, adding 4 points to speed and 2 points to the other 4 attributes. Chang Ye still wants to be a well-rounded individual, a habit he developed from playing online games. Because he needed to catch rabbits later, Chang Ye exchanged for 2 extra speed points. After the exchange was completed, Chang Ye suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout his body, as if he had inexhaustible strength. With his current physical condition, it shouldn't be a problem for him to participate in the UFC and win a championship. But for now, let's fill our stomachs first. Chang Ye looked at the 2 rabbits hiding behind the tree and squinted slightly. It's not easy to find an animal that you can catch yourself, and it's delivered right to your door. Why wouldn't you accept it? Thinking this, Chang Ye controlled the stealth drone, hovering above the 2 chubby rabbits. Its whole body was covered in fur, and it was nibbling on the tree bark with its 2 long, furry ears standing up. Wow, it's quite chubby. They're still eating. They're completely disregarding the South China tiger and golden eagle. They probably didn't notice, since the streamer is on a slope. Wow, wild rabbits are so fat. This one must weigh at least 8 or 9 pounds. If no one catches it in the wild and it's well hidden, it's normal for it to be this fat. At this moment, Chang Ye had already taken off his shoes and quietly crept up to the vicinity of the rabbit. As Chang Ye drew closer, both the viewers in the live stream and Chang Ye himself became increasingly tense. This is the moment of truth. When he was only 3 meters away from the hare, Chang Ye slowed his pace even further. I tiptoed slowly toward the hare, making each step as light as possible. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream also held their breath. Seeing that he was close to the hare, Chang Ye made a grabbing motion with his left hand. Bang! Chang Ye suddenly unleashed an astonishing speed, instantly arriving beside the hare. bend over and quickly execute a grappling move. The rabbits, just realizing what was happening, were about to run away, but before they could even get going, one of the rabbits was caught in Chang Ye's large hand. Squeak! The captured rabbit continued to struggle, darting around in Chang Ye's hands. Wow, it can jump pretty high. The other one reacted quickly, the instant it saw Chang Ye's large hand reach out. He jumped out. Dash! Dash, they caught them already? That easy? What was with that speed the streamer just used? He was like a ghost, appearing next to the rabbit in a flash. With that explosive power, he could easily win gold medals in the 100m and 1000 meter at the Olympics. When will the anchor go and win glory for the country? Host, men shouldn't go too fast. Going too fast is bad. Haha, you guys are at it again. The moderators already warned us, and you're still doing it. Dash, what about this one? Don't you want it anymore, streamer? After firmly grasping the rabbit in his hand, Chang Ye smiled. Don't worry, it can't escape. As he spoke, Chang Ye reached out and took the branch spear off his back. I'll demonstrate my marksmanship for everyone. As he spoke, he raised the branch spear in his hand, squinted one eye, and sized up the fleeing wild rabbit in front of him. Take a big step forward, arch your back, and lean your body backward. He swung his upper arm, which was gripping the spear, backward to gather strength. Ha! Push off with your back leg, your arch back springs up, sending power to your shoulders and propelling your upper arm forward. Then release. Whoosh! You can hear the sound of branches slicing through the air. Middle. As Chang Ye's voice faded, the fleeing hare was seen lying on the ground. A thin twig was stuck in its body, piercing through its chest and embedded in the soft ground. Seeing the rabbit fall, Chang Ye, holding one in his hand, walked over to it and said with a smile, I told you, if I can't leave, I can't leave. With my skills, catching a couple of wild rabbits isn't a piece of cake. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, yeah, what's so hard about that? I can't do it anyway. I don't know what you guys saw, but all I saw was another Olympic gold medal for the javelin. I can't figure out what kind of skills the streamer has that we don't know about. These two fat rabbits must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out, ha ha ha. After picking up another wild rabbit, Chang Ye peeked at the camera in the live stream. Sigh. Never mind, it's just another simple meal. Wow. Wow. Oh woo-woo. I saw Chang Ye return carrying two big, fat rabbits. The two little guys sniffed at each other for a moment, then jumped up and down and played happily. Chang Ye found it amusing, wondering why these two babies were so excited about the meat. The golden eagle beside them also lit up when it saw the rabbit in Chang Ye's hand. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It chirped at Chang Ye while gently waving its huge wings, looking extremely excited. After waiting a few seconds, I noticed that Chang Ye was walking rather slowly. The golden eagle pondered for a moment, then flapped its wings, landed on the branch, and strode confidently toward Chang Ye. However, while walking, it suddenly makes two chirping sounds that are completely inconsistent with its effects. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were jumping and playing happily in place, stopped when they saw the golden eagle walk by. It immediately lost its composure, let out two howls in the direction of the golden eagle, and then hopped off on its four short legs to chase after it. Oh woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! Oh woo-woo! As the golden eagle drew closer and closer, its appearance becoming increasingly hostile, Xiao Wenwen and De Bao immediately grew anxious. They pushed off with their heels at the same time, unleashing their fastest speed. In a flash. Hard work pays off. The two little tigers blocked Chang Ye's way before the golden eagle arrived. De Bao got into position first, baring his teeth at the golden eagle. That little guy already looked like he was beginning to have the aura of the king of beasts. Little Wenwen did the same, its tail held straight up, growling a warning sound. Chang Ye was stunned for 2 seconds after seeing the two little ones. Why is he putting on this pose again? But when he saw the golden eagle staring intently at the rabbit in his hand with its sharp eagle eyes, he instantly understood, these little guys had come to protect him again. Of course, it's also possible that they're protecting the rabbit. However, no matter what they are protecting, it seems the little ones won't be off guard with the golden eagle anytime soon. That makes sense, given that the golden eagle had been attacking them the whole way. It's no wonder the two little guys were overthinking things. At that moment, the rabbit in Chang Ye's hand, still alive, did a good deed before it died. Squeak squeak squeak. After noticing De Bao, Xiao Wenwen, and the golden eagle, it struggled even more fiercely in Chang Ye's hands. When Chang Ye first caught it, the rabbit, which had a small brain capacity, was simply panicked, driven by its nervous system. But now, seeing De Bao, Xiao Wen, and the golden eagle, an instinctive fear instantly surged into my heart. Noticing the hare's reaction, and with the golden eagle having stopped walking, the eagle noticed the rabbit's reaction. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's attention was gradually drawn to the wild rabbit, and they stopped being wary of the golden eagle. The two of them tilted their little heads up and looked at the rabbit, their little tiger mouths agape, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing the struggling rabbit, Cheng Ye didn't hold back and kindly picked up the military knife at his waist to give it a quick death. He picked up the 2 hairs and examined them, then tossed the slightly fatter one directly to the eager golden eagle. After all, the golden eagle is currently injured and needs to replenish its nutrition. However, Cheng Ye was worried that the golden eagle, being a bird of prey, would not eat such handouts. However, Cheng Ye soon realized that he was overthinking things. Not far away, seeing the rabbit that Cheng Ye threw, the golden eagle flapped its wings gracefully and caught the rabbit in midair. After catching the rabbit, it was placed on the ground and pinned down with its paws. Then, the rabbit spread its wings and began to eat. He had an unapproachable demeanor, which made him seem very domineering. Then, the 2 iron claws began to move. That was a real tearing. It violently plucked the fur with its sharp beak, shaking it off with each flick of its wrist. In no time, the golden eagle had plucked all of the rabbit's sparse fur. Then it used its sharp, strong beak. The rabbit's belly was pierced, and its blood flowed all over the ground. Cheng Ye also moved the camera away when he saw this scene. After all, although it was an animal, it was still a bloody scene. He'd already been warned by the moderators for driving, and if they warned him again, his live stream might be shut down. Alright, let's stop watching. The golden eagle looks very hungry, so let's not disturb it while it's eating. We'll make some roasted rabbit later, it's just a pity we don't have an oven. Haha, moderator warning. Actually, the moderators would probably enjoy watching it too, since it's a rare opportunity to see golden eagles feeding up close. However, to avoid influencing minors, it's best to refrain from doing so. Seriously, officer? Do you think you're running a restaurant? You want an oven? You should be grateful you even have anything to eat. I also want to eat roasted rabbit. Roasted rabbit is so delicious. Look at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, hahaha, they look so wronged. Oh my, it really is. It must have gotten jealous seeing the streamer feeding the golden eagle a rabbit, hahaha. Cheng Ye also saw the comments at this moment and quickly looked around, only to find that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were nowhere to be seen. Turning my head, I saw 2 little guys near the golden eagle, standing still and watching it eat. They were watching very intently. As always, the little tiger's mouth was slightly open, and its 2 tiger eyes were unblinking. I watched it for a while. Then he turned to look at Cheng Ye. Xiao Hu's head was lowered and his ears were drooping. Its tail no longer wags, it drags on the ground, looking listless. It was as if they had suffered some great injustice. Seeing this, Cheng Ye knew that the 2 little ones were really jealous. Especially Xiao Wenwen, who seemed fearless when she stood in front of him. But now, she is the most dejected one. Seeing this, Cheng Ye quickly brandished his military knife, trying to salvage the situation. After quickly skinning the rabbit, I cut off 2 pieces of raw meat. He waved to the 2 little ones. Little Wenwen, Dabao, look, come and eat meat. But to Cheng Ye's surprise, even Dabao, who usually loves to eat rice, was surprised. At this moment, no one came over when they heard his calls, they just stayed by their sister's side, watching the golden eagle eat. The 2 tigers looked as if they were speaking to Cheng Ye. Daddy didn't give us meat first. Let that big, bad golden eagle that bullied Daddy eat first. Let's all ignore him. The live stream audience erupted in cheers upon seeing this. You look so wronged, it breaks my heart. Exactly. The streamer didn't give Xiaoan and Dabao meat first. I'm so angry. Host, what should I do? My daughter and son are both a little upset. How can I comfort them? Waiting for your advice online. Oh no, she's really jealous this time. Her little girl is so angry she's hanging her head. Host, please think of a solution. Xiao Wenwen, Dabao, maybe you should just delete me. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to say this. Say goodnight one last time before it gets dark. That's all. Hope you stay well from now on. Haha, they're all talented. When Cheng Ye saw that this wasn't working, he was just about to check the comments section and ask for help. But before I even saw the comments, I immediately abandoned the idea. I'd rather rely on myself than on these people. In an instant, Cheng Ye's mind started working rapidly. Seemingly remembering something, Cheng Ye quickly returned to his tactical backpack. He took out 2 bottles of Super Gene Beast milk and waved them towards the 2 little guys. And there's also milk in a basin. When Dabao saw the beast milk in Cheng Ye's hand, he became somewhat eager to try it. The little paws darted back and forth, looking at the milk, then at the little sister. But when she thought about Cheng Ye's appearance just now, and her younger sister who hadn't made a move, she couldn't help but think about it. Just as Dabao was about to get up, he stayed squatting with his younger sister. My sister didn't go, so I won't go either. Cheng Ye smiled when he saw the 2 little ones looking like that. He pointed his index finger at the golden eagle feeding next to the little ones, then made a shushing gesture. He then waved to the 2 little ones. It signaled to the 2 little ones not to be discovered by the golden eagle and to approach quietly. Xiao Wenwen, who had been paying attention to Cheng Ye, noticed Cheng Ye's actions. The clever little guy raised his head and pondered for a moment. Immediately, the little guy sprinted over on his 4 short legs. They were so happy that they exerted a lot of force when pushing off the ground with their hind legs. Every time, her little bottom sticks out higher than her head. Bounce! Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled. I don't know how Xiao Wenwen understood it, but his starting point was to approach things with the same mindset one would use with children. We're not playing with it, we're playing. In this current scenario, then, this one doesn't taste good, the one I have is delicious. Come here. He acted distant, like the golden eagle that Xiao Wenwen disliked. Little Wenwen will be happy. Now it seems that it was indeed true. De Bao, who hadn't reacted yet, stared blankly at his departing sister. What's going on? Didn't you say you weren't leaving? Why did you sell me out? Should I stay here or go back? If I go back like this, I'll lose face. But when she saw that her younger sister had returned to Chang Ye's side, and a small iron basin had already been taken out, and De Bao's drool slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. No way! No way! I have to hold back, otherwise, where will I put my fierce face? But even though it thought that way, its little tiger paws unconsciously kept reaching towards Chang Ye, little by little. It seems it doesn't even know it. It looked as if the claws were moving on their own. Chang Ye saw Xiao Wenwen running over, then looked at De Bao, who was standing still and dawdling, and smiled. The weather was a bit cool in the mornings and evenings, so we need to warm it up. It's noon now, and animal milk can be drunk directly without heating it. Lifting the lid of the Super Gene Beast milk releases a rich, creamy aroma. The golden eagle next to De Bao seemed to smell the aroma and stopped eating. Curious, she turned her head to look in Chang Ye's direction, drawn by the scent. De Bao, who was standing nearby, noticed the golden eagle's movements and was startled. Without the slightest hesitation, it pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its rear end sticking up even higher than Xiao Wenwen's had just been. Those 4 short legs, when they run, you can only see after images. We went for a drive. She was afraid that she would be too slow and arrive at Chang Ye's side too late. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, where's my grandma? Where's my grandma? Stop with the stern face. Hurry up and go find your little iron basin. My sister is really something, why didn't she take out my little iron basin too? After pouring the milk into Xiao Wenwen's bowl, Chang Ye stood up, saw it, laughed, and said to the audience, I told you, De Bao would be here in less than a minute. Now it doesn't even take half a minute, ha ha ha. Haha, where's the person who lost the bet with me? Hurry up and keep your promise. Why can't De Bao be a little more competitive? If I had just held on for another half a minute, I would have won. I'm so angry. De Bao is completely under the streamer's thumb, ha ha ha. Dash, there's nothing a bowl of milk can't fix. If there is, just add another bowl. Those short legs, they run so fast. You can almost see their after image. It's hilarious. De Bao, of course. What if the golden eagle snatches it away again if we run any slower? Carrying the basin in his mouth, De Bao quickly reached Chang Ye's side and immediately raised his head slightly. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, W.A. Seeing that Chang Ye didn't react, it paced anxiously for a couple of seconds and barked at Chang Ye a few times. Then he turned his head toward his sister's breasts, his little tiger eyes shining. Chang Ye knew he couldn't tease the little guy any longer, so he took out the Super Gene Beast milk he had just hidden from his pocket. After lifting the lid, I slowly poured it into De Bao's small basin. Seeing the full basin of milk, De Bao learned his lesson this time and let out a howl at Chang Ye first. Then they started burying their heads in the basin of milk. Now that the 2 little ones had started eating, Chang Ye put the dead rabbit aside. There were many stones on the mountain, and Chang Ye soon found a suitable stone to make a barbecue grill. What's going on here? We just said he didn't have an oven, is he planning to make one right away? Wow, is this really in the wild? Or is this a live broadcast of a food documentary? After setting up the barbecue grill, Chang Ye went into the woods to find some dry branches and grass. After preparing everything, Chang Ye looked at the live stream and said with a smile, you have to eat no matter where you are. Now I'll show you a skill, peeling a rabbit, I'll censor that first. As he spoke, Chang Ye hung the rabbit up with a rope, cut off the last joints of its 4 paws, leaving a section of its leg. Then, starting from around the mouth, use a military knife to peel off the skin from the head bit by bit, taking the ears off as well. When you get to the neck, turn the skin over and slowly pull it down, cutting the flesh stuck to the skin with a knife as you pull. Attention everyone, do not cut the skin here, then continue to the tail and cut off the tail as well. The legs and torso are cut off in the same way. Remember, you need to cut between the skin and the flesh, otherwise it will just be a hole. Soon, a rabbit skin that looked like a leather tube appeared in Chang Ye's hand. Has everyone understood? Dash. The brain has learned it, but I don't know if the hands have learned it yet. Dash, Yuri, blurring my face. Do you even know that? After saying that, Chang Ye smiled and took out various seasonings from the saddlebag at his waist. How can you eat roasted rabbit without seasoning? I was craving it when I came out. I brought all of it. Viewers in the live stream. They used the branches they had just gathered to start a fire. Insert a shaved wooden stick into the rabbit, spread vegetable oil evenly on the rabbit, and then roast it on a stone oven. Sprinkle with cumin, salt, chili powder, and other seasonings. Before long, the aroma of roasting wafted over, and even the two little ones drinking milk from a bowl nearby turned their heads to take a look. Everyone, remember this: when roasting rabbit, you must use oil to turn it over. Roast one side for a few minutes, then immediately turn it over to roast the other side, because if you roast it for too long, the aroma of the rabbit meat will be lost. As he spoke, Chang Ye continued to roast the rabbit meat. Soon, the sound of oil splattering and dripping from the rabbit meat onto the firewood filled the live stream room. Sizzle. Crackling sounds. Chang Ye swallowed hard, flipped the rabbit meat over, and used his military knife to make some decorative cuts on it. To make the rabbit meat more flavorful, a little vegetable oil was added as a seasoning. Seeing the rabbit meat sizzling with oil, Chang Ye couldn't help but swallow hard. Slurp. Stop swallowing, you're making me swallow too. Oh dear, I'm so hungry, even though I just ate lunch. Host, do you order takeout? Give me one, I have money. It looks so delicious, I'm crying. Does the big brother still need people? I want to be a forest ranger too. Young man, that's a dangerous idea. Do you think you're a streamer? After roasting for about 20 minutes, the surface of the rabbit meat was slightly charred and reddish brown, with some parts still slightly burnt. This means the roasted rabbit is almost done. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye picked up his military knife and made a cut in the rabbit meat, admiring its tender texture. Alright, just sprinkle some more cumin and it'll be about right. As he spoke, Chang Ye sprinkled some more cumin powder onto the rabbit meat. However, he did not start eating immediately, but held it in the air. Why aren't you eating, host? Don't be so polite. Why aren't you eating? Is there some kind of tradition or significance in the mountains? Why leave it hanging like that? How can you stand it? As Chang Ye hung the rabbit meat to dry, he watched the comments on the screen and said with a smile, "Many people think that you can eat the barbecue as soon as it comes out of the oven, but sometimes you need to remember to let it sit for a few minutes to fully release the meat's freshness and aroma. The same goes for roasted rabbit, wait a few minutes before eating. And another thing, it's too hot to eat right now." Chang Ye chuckled and sucked on his fingers that had just been sprinkling the seasoning. I looked at the two little ones who were drinking a couple of sips of milk and then glancing at the chubby little ones next to them. I gave them some of the cut-off meat. Not much, just a little. Too much of it is too much to digest. Moreover, in their eyes, milk is still ranked before meat. Therefore, drink milk first and then eat meat. Of course, we still need to keep an eye on things. Those two clever little brains know. My brother's almost finished drinking, I have to hurry. As Xiao Wenwen looked up at Ro, she glanced at her brother. My sister hasn't finished drinking yet, so I'll drink quickly and then eat more meat. Seeing his younger sister looking over, Dabao also peeked over to take a look. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye shook his head and laughed again. Those two brats. What about the golden eagles? Chang Ye also glanced at it. Wow! After most of the meat was eaten, only a few bones with meat still attached remained. Meanwhile, the golden eagle was calmly and elegantly preening its feathers. Rip! After letting the rabbit meat cool for a few minutes, Chang Ye took a big bite. Click! Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with juice. The meat is tender yet slightly chewy, flavorful with sweet sauce, and seasoned with cumin and pepper. This caused Chang Ye to drool uncontrollably, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Unable to resist, Chang Ye tore off a rabbit leg and ate it in large bites, completely disregarding his image. The viewers in the live stream were already incredibly hungry when they saw it. Upon seeing Chang Ye's appearance, everyone instantly swallowed hard. This live stream looks so delicious, I can't resist. I can't accept it. Such a handsome streamer eating without caring about his image. Image? Is this even edible? Let me eat it, I'll eat it much faster. The two little ones next to him seem to be doing the same thing. Indeed, father and his 3 children are all the same. I vaguely remember that Tiger Girl ate the same way. Is this what they mean by birds of a feather flock together? Bullet comments? What is that? For Chang Ye at that moment, it was a dazzling display. Although the food is good in the wild, but you don't actually get much oil or fat from it. At this moment, when you encounter this sizzling, oily roasted meat, even talking takes up too much time. And so, in no time at all, Chang Ye looked at the last piece of rabbit meat and a handful of bones in his hand and placed them in front of the camera. Ha! This is the last piece of rabbit meat. To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to eat it. However, rabbit meat doesn't keep very well, so let's eat it. At this moment, the audience was already at their breaking point. Chang Ye even gave a close-up shot of the rabbit meat. That's really. Everyone in the live stream said, I may not be human, but you really are a dog. Chang Ye glanced at the comments, smiled, and ate the last piece of rabbit meat in one bite. Whoa! After finishing the rabbit meat, Chang Ye sucked on all 5 of his fingers, extracting the real essence. Comfortable. This was probably the most satisfying meal Chang Ye had eaten since entering the mountains. The snake soup and grilled fish we had before paled in comparison to this wild rabbit. The two little creatures beside them were the same. Both of De Bao's and Xiao Wenwen's little bowls have been licked clean. The two little ones even ate all the rabbit meat on the ground. Although tearing them apart was difficult, the two little guys, who were originally competitors, had no choice but to cooperate in order to tear off a piece of meat to eat. But, all things considered, the little mouth that kept smacking its lips was indeed feeding on blood. Even after finishing eating, it kept licking its lips, and then started licking its fur. Just like the roaming eagle next to it. No matter how bird-like they are when they eat. After eating, she will definitely groom her hair to show that she is very elegant. And what about these two little guys? This means that the baby is very clean. At that moment, seemingly sensing Chang Ye's gaze, both Xiao Wenwen and De Bao looked over. Oh woo-oo, wah, wah, he seems quite satisfied with today's meal. Looking at the two little ones, Chang Ye smiled. Alright, we've eaten our fill, it's about time to clean up. He picked up the water bottle from his waist, took a big gulp, and then poured it onto the barbecue grill to put out the fire. Because the barbecue grill itself is built with stones, it is relatively easy to extinguish the fire. After pouring water on it, he scooped up the sand next to him and poured it into the barbecue grill. Upon seeing this, the two little guys nearby stopped licking their fur so contentedly. Instead, they all stood up and used their little tiger paws to scoop up the sand and gravel on the ground, scattering it towards the barbecue grill. The two little ones seemed to be working harder than the other, pawing at each other and then looking up at Chang Ye. They seemed afraid Chang Ye wouldn't see them helping. Chang Ye looked around and saw that all the firewood in the barbecue grill had been extinguished and the grill was completely covered with sand and soil. He smiled and looked at the two little ones working so hard. That's impressive. You guys do it. I'll go clean up. They stroked each other's fur as a sign of praise. Although, at this moment, these two tiger cubs look a bit like kittens burying their stinky poop in cat litter. But we should still encourage them, since they care about this. As he spoke, Chang Ye began to put the seasonings and other items he had just taken out back into his tactical pack and saddlebag. After hearing Chang Ye's words, the two little ones were happy for a moment. Immediately, seeing Chang Ye packing his things, he hurriedly let out a howl at his little basin. Chang Ye smiled helplessly after seeing this. Okay, I won't forget to take back your tools of the trade, don't worry. As he spoke, Chang Ye went to the spot where the little ones had just eaten, stacked the two small bowls together, and put them in his bag. See? It's all done now. Seeing their little pots put away, the two little ones looked up with satisfaction, and then continued to diligently dig through the pebbles. Just put the pots away properly, that's none of Tiger's business. A few minutes later, Chang Ye had finished packing everything up. After finishing the rabbit, the golden eagle, which was elegantly preening its feathers, slowly scurried over to Chang Ye's side. To the golden eagle, although she is very aloof and proud. However, its claws remained on the ground for too long. It's really painful. They lingered over there, wanting to see if this big monster would put them back up in the tree. But it didn't explicitly say so, it just lingered nearby. One look, you know what I mean. Don't make me explain. You should understand. How could you not understand? At this moment, the two tiger cubs roared at the golden eagle, attracting its attention, and then tapped the pebbles on the ground with their little tiger heads. Its appearance speaks for itself. Come and get to work. What kind of pose are you striking? Of course, the golden eagle glanced at the chirping of the little ones and then acted as if it hadn't seen them at all. It wandered around Chang Ye, occasionally showing off its huge wings to the viewers in the live stream, and it was giving Chang Ye a knowing look. Chang Ye smiled helplessly and ignored it. This is ridiculous. Even if I'm leaving, I'll still take it with me, since it's not time to dismantle the panels yet. But if I were to take it with me, I would do so immediately. We'll hang it on the tree now, then we'll have to pick it later. So, let's just be honest and let the eagle walk around. After a while of busy work, we've mostly finished getting things done. Think carefully, is there anything you forgot to set or have you forgotten to set anything? After thinking about it for a while, there was no follow-up. That's all done. Just then, Chang Ye, who was about to chat with the audience, suddenly received a text message on his phone. I checked my phone and found it was from Uncle Gong. The gist of the conversation was about Tiger Girl's family's identification documents. The staff were already preparing to leave. It might arrive the day after tomorrow, so let Chang Ye prepare. Wow, that's a good thing. Chang Ye was very excited and happy when he saw it. I have something to tell you all, we might have to turn back. Huh? Why? Yes, I think we could go further in. Keep exploring. What exploration? I'm just out here to scout out the way so that future work can go smoothly. Chang Ye raised the drone and said with a smile, besides, we've seen enough from this direction. Next time, I'll show you from a different direction. Also, Director Lin sent people up the mountain to help Tiger Girl's family with their documents. They'll probably arrive the day after tomorrow, so we have to go back. The viewers in the live stream immediately understood after hearing this. Got it. Then go back. By the way, Tiger Girl should be back in the yard by now, right? She's in good spirits. Will she be able to hold her food after going out for a treat? Holy crap, is it finally coming down? From now on, the streamer will be the only officially licensed and certified person in the country to adopt a South China tiger. I am so envious. I want one too. Wah. From now on, if anyone dares to say that Tiger Girl, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen aren't part of the streamer's family, I'll fight them to the death. Tiger Girl fan club reporting for duty. Dabao's fan club reporting for duty. After glancing at the comments in the live stream, Cheng Ye said nothing more. He called out to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were still picking at the pebbles, as well as to the golden eagle beside them. Let's go, time to go home. Upon hearing Cheng Ye's voice and seeing that he had already packed his things, the two little ones immediately stopped what they were doing. They all scurried ahead of Cheng Ye and started clearing the way. Roar! Go for it! Seeing this, Cheng Ye glanced at the golden eagle beside him, who seemed to have no idea what he was talking about. Come on up. Grasp its obviously uncomfortable claws and lift it up. Don't even mention it, it's incredibly heavy. It might be because it was too uncomfortable, or it might be because of the feeding. This time, the golden eagle did not resist, but allowed Cheng Ye to put it on his shoulder. Cheng Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll behave myself. I won't slap him this time. Just as Cheng Ye was carrying the golden eagle on his shoulder, preparing to catch up with the two little guys' joyful steps, suddenly, a strange sound came from the deep mountains in the distance. Wow! Ugh! The sound was somewhat distant, but it still clearly reached Cheng Ye's ears, including the two little guys and the golden eagle on his shoulder. They all turned their heads to a certain direction without prior arrangement. Upon seeing this, Cheng Ye couldn't help but look in that direction as well. It must be said that animals' keen senses are far superior to those of humans. Even someone with Cheng Ye's constitution would need to assess the situation upon hearing that voice. However, they can instantly determine the direction from which the sound is coming. However, if you follow them and look in that direction, you can't see anything. After all, the sound was so distant. Even when he was in a high position, the distance from which the sound originated was unknown. This is? What's that sound? A bird. They look like birds, lots of birds. They're chattering away, so many of them. Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Ye first calmed down the two somewhat restless little ones. Oh, as the little ones grow up, their innate nature is being activated. He himself listened to the sound and then laughed at the comments. It's not a bird, it's the eldest brother. Senior brother? What's that? A monkey? I was still wondering what the senior brother was, but you reacted quickly enough. Monkey. Cheng Ye nodded, but then shook his head with a smile. No, our senior brother is a macaque, but this voice, and considering where we are, it should be a golden snub-nosed monkey. A bunch of cute guys, of course, they're in the wild, so I don't know if they're cute or not. Leave room for maneuver in your speech. Although the golden monkeys in his mind were indeed very cute, but those were all born in zoos and had been domesticated. Golden monkey? Wow, go check it out. Hey streamer, let's go find some golden monkeys. We've never seen any in the wild. Upon seeing the comments, Cheng Ye gently shook his head. Next time. I really have to go back this time, otherwise when the bureau staff arrive and I'm not back, they'll just have to wait. It's a bit much to keep people here in this deep mountain forest. And more importantly, I'm worried that Tiger Girl will come back by then, and we might run into them. That would be terrifying. We'll head back now. I just listened, and it's roughly southwest of here. We'll head in that direction again next time. While Cheng Ye was speaking to the audience. After being comforted by Cheng Ye, the two little ones stopped paying attention to the voice and continued walking in the direction Cheng Ye had indicated. After walking forward a short distance, they turned around and saw that Cheng Ye hadn't followed yet, so they started calling out. Oh woo, wow, Daddy, come along. What are you doing standing there? We ran too fast. Maybe we should slow down. At this moment, seeing that Cheng Ye still hadn't reacted, Xiao Wenwen finished yelling and ran back. Cheng Ye took out a map and marked the location on the map based on the sound he had just heard. At that moment, he noticed a little guy standing at his feet. It was looking up at me with its little head raised, and it was howling at me. Looking at Xiao Wenwen calling to him from below, and Dabao in the distance, Cheng Ye smiled. Alright, I got it. Lead the way. Upon hearing Cheng Ye's voice, Xiao Wenwen turned her head again and ran ahead to continue following her brother. However, while keeping up with her brother, she would occasionally look back at Cheng Ye. Check if your poop is keeping up. It was as if they were afraid of losing Cheng Ye. Looking at the little guy's appearance, Cheng Ye chuckled and shook his head, quickly put away the map, and hurried after him. The little guy actually looked down on me. Haha, following Tiger Girl, now it's little Weenwen who keeps turning back every 3 steps. It's a bit of a pity, it's a golden monkey. We'll have to wait until next time. Why are these 2 little creatures so adorable? They make me think I could have one myself. Give it a try, maybe you'll end up like the streamer, supporting one. I support you. +1. Going back was obviously much easier than coming. After walking for a while, the 2 little ones realized that this was the way home. The 4 little legs ran even faster. Little Weenwen was alright, having learned from her previous experience. It seemed afraid that if it ran too fast it would lose its poop, so it would look back every now and then. Seeing Changya still behind him after turning around several times, the little guy felt relieved and sped up, taking his 4 short legs to catch up with his brother. Seeing the little ones running faster and faster, Changya, who had been strolling along, couldn't help but take big strides. With that kind of running speed, the 2 little ones couldn't actually keep it up for long. Changya slowed down to take care of the 2 little ones, especially Dabao. When I was running, I would run for a while and then leave the group to chase the butterflies. Then I would run back and overtake my sister, wanting to be the leader. But he has all that energy but nowhere to use it. Now look what happened. The more energetic they were just moments ago, the more disheveled they are now. Seeing her brother like this, Xiao Weenwen turned around and glanced at Changya, then looked at her brother walking slowly ahead. With its clever little brain, it didn't speed up, but instead slowed down its own little steps, letting its brother walk ahead of it. Upon seeing this, Changya couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, it knows how to control the speed of the team. If it surpasses its brother, then given Dabao's temper, Xiao Hu's face will definitely fall behind. Even if you're trying to be brave, you have to hurry. Dabao, what's going on? Ha 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 ha. Run. Chase. Dabao has chased more than 10 butterflies along the way. He didn't catch a single one and ended up exhausted, ha ha ha. But to be fair, the little ones have amazing stamina. Dabao has been running like this and is only starting to get tired now, and so is Xiao Weenwen. I'm so envious. After all, it's the king of beasts. Let alone running for 20 minutes, even running 200 meters would leave me exhausted. You said it's a coincidence, right? Me too, ha ha ha. Isn't the streamer the one with better stamina? That's great. Auntie loves athletic little brothers. Changya looked at the comments and couldn't help but sigh. Many young people today no longer enjoy exercise, or rather, they no longer have the extra time to exercise. When office workers come home, who doesn't want to lie in bed or on the sofa, play on their phone, and eat something? After a long and tiring day at work, you can't just not rest after get off work. As for those who go to school, it goes without saying that they spend all day in class and doing homework. The most important thing is that things are different now than before. There's much more homework now. In the past, after school, I didn't have much homework, so I would often go out to collect bird eggs or climb trees. Now most students do their homework at home. As a result, many people's physical fitness is getting worse and worse. There's nothing we can do. It's due to the overall economic environment. However, one thing is certain, the 2 kids really need a rest. According to the law of conservation of energy, a body of this size cannot store much energy at all. Thinking this, Changya proceeded at an even slower pace. This made Xiao Weenwen, who kept looking back every few steps, slow down and rest. But Xia Dabao was different. When he saw Changya walking so slowly, his tired face regained its spirit. Having struggled to lead the pack with a trot, it is now finally taking a slow, deliberate walk, step by step. Dabao responded to this. It's not that I'm tired that I'm walking so slowly. This is because I was tired from looking after my dad, and my little sister was also exhausted. I started walking so slowly so that I could take care of them. Thinking of this, Dabao looked back at the 2 big and 1 small figures behind him, as well as the silly figure who didn't need to walk. That's right. That's exactly it. Dabao, I'm so awesome. They really know how to take care of everyone. P.S. In the previous chapter of Mysterious Code, the author said there would be 2 more chapters today. I'll see if I can update 3 times a day from now on. Tired, Dabao stopped chasing butterflies and instead focused on running ahead to lead the way. One side wanted to get home as quickly as possible. On the other hand, no matter how fast or slow it ran, the younger sister and Changya could always keep up with it. This puzzled its small, tiger-like brain. This also made it stop trying to be strong all the time. After walking for a while, Changya also became thirsty. He looked up, stood still, and listened carefully. The sound of gurgling and murmuring reached my ears. I looked around and then checked the time. They discovered that their journey of most of the day had led them back to the small river where they had caught fish earlier. Changya couldn't help but feel a little pleased. The pace was quite fast. Alright, let's take care of our meal here, and then head to the place where we camped last time. After saying that, Changya called to Dabao, pointed in the direction of the river, and signaled Dabao to go there. After seeing Changya's actions, Dabao glanced at the riverbank. It briefly recalled that it seemed to have been here before. Immediately, it seemed to have thought of something fun, which made it speed up a bit again. Little Wenwen did the same, quickly following her brother to the riverbank. Looking at the stones by the river, it seemed to be observing something. Maybe they wanted to see if the two ugly creatures in the river were still there. Changya smiled when he saw this, but ignored the two little ones. Instead, they went to a large tree and placed the golden eagle on a branch. "Alright, sir, you rest here for a bit. I'll go get something to eat first." But as soon as Changya put the golden eagle on the plate, it flapped its wings. With a flap, it left the branch and flew away. It was less like it flew and more like it fell to the ground. Ha! It's not even on the tree anymore. Maybe it's tired of standing on Changya's shoulder, or something. Once on the ground, the golden eagle ignored Changya and walked straight towards the riverbank where the two little ones were. It looks like they're saying, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Seeing this, Changya shook his head and smiled helplessly. He ignored the golden eagle, put his tactical pack on the ground, and went to find something to start a fire. Before long, they found dry branches and grass for starting a fire. He took the firewood and placed it next to the previous smokeless stove. "That saves me trouble." Looking at the numerous footprints along the riverbank that were more numerous than before, Changya truly hadn't expected that the stove pit could remain intact. There were more footprints here, which clearly indicated that some wild animals with a keen sense of smell had detected some scents that did not belong to the mountains. Since that's the case, let's make the best of it. It's broad daylight, who's afraid of who? The sound of pattering. I'll demonstrate how to catch fish in a bit. I can only describe it in 4 words, it's a piece of cake. Speaking to the camera, Changya took off his shoes, rolled up his trouser legs, and walked into the river. There is no better option. It's easier to find food and clothing by the river than in the mountains, so there's no need to exert extra effort. As soon as Changya went down into the river, he saw 2 little creatures calling to him from the riverbank. "Oh woo woo, ah, ah." Upon hearing the little guy's cries and recalling what had happened before, Changya smiled. Splash! Splash! He bent over and tumbled around in the water a couple of times. He easily scooped up a few small crabs from under the pebbles and tossed them to the 2 little guys. When the little guys saw the flying crabs, they waddled over to them with their bottoms sticking out. "Little crabs, we've come to play with you again." Once down in the river, Changya began catching fish. Splash! Splash! There are plenty of fish in the river in these mountains. Find a slightly deeper spot, or a place with weeds on the bank, you'll see several at a glance. What puzzled Changya was that he didn't know if it was because the water flowed too fast due to yesterday's rain. It's because after the last time the slender-scaled salmon was caught, it went back to inform others. This has made the fish today more clever. Even though I could see that I had caught it, it slipped away from the water. They simply can't catch them. Hey, it must have been that slender salmon that went back to report. He absolutely refuses to admit that there was anything wrong with his methods today. What happened? Where's the fish? Haha, you didn't expect that, did you? This fish has become smart. I really liked what the streamer said, it's a piece of cake. Looking at the phone hanging on my arm, and the comments on the screen, Changya couldn't help but blush slightly. You have to explain as soon as you open your mouth. And just as he was about to explain, suddenly, a whoosh sound came from behind. The next thing Changya thought was either Dabao or Xiao Wenwen had fallen into the water. That won't do. It's cold and damp in the mountains, getting wet will make you sick. He turned around abruptly, and without caring that the cobblestones under his feet hurt, he strode back. As a result, after taking 2 steps, I discovered the golden eagle that had been strolling along the riverbank. At that moment, a fish was dangling from its mouth, staring intently at him with its eagle-like eyes. Upon closer inspection, this fish is quite large. Changya paused for a moment, then looked at the golden eagle's wings. He's tied up. How were they arrested? Upon seeing Changya's gaze, the golden eagle, with its large wings spread wide, gracefully and calmly left the riverbank, walked to the side, and tossed the fish in its beak into the weeds. Let the fish, which had been out of the water and whose body had been ripped open by its hooked mouth, thrash about wildly. As for himself, he continued to carry the large wings and walked back to the riverbank. It lowered its dark, water-stained head, its eagle eyes fixed on the flowing river, and pacing back and forth, waiting, searching. Immediately, it made its move, and opened its mouth. Before Changya and the audience's eyes, a swift and precise strike plunged its little head straight into the river. It was pulled out quickly, bringing with it a splash of water and a fish even bigger than before, which smacked and popped in its mouth. Water splashes. This time, the golden eagle looked over again, its gaze fixed on Changya, and its head was slightly raised, its eyes revealing no emotion. But Changya, standing blankly in the river with his trousers bent over, seemed to understand its meaning. It seems to be saying, "Are you catching this? Is it difficult?" Changya. After a brief moment of awkwardness, about 3 seconds, Changya laughed it off. I told you it would be a piece of cake. Look, it's been caught, isn't it? A bird of prey, you have to capture it too. No! As he spoke, Changya walked back to the shore. Those 2 big fish were enough to eat. Ha ha, are you playing word games with us? I have never seen such a shameless person. You're so shameless. Wow, so they're really just freeloading. First they freeloaded from Tiger Mom, now they're freeloading from the Golden Eagle. Wow, that's fierce. Does this thing eat fish? Eat. How can you call that freeloading? I don't like hearing that. Seeing Changya return to the shore, the Golden Eagle called out to Changya a few times towards the large fish on the shore. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After calling out, it began to tear at the big fish with the sharp, curved hook at the very tip of its mouth, no longer looking at Changya. Changya instantly understood what the Golden Eagle meant. I gave him the fish in the grass. This made Changya sigh. It wasn't for nothing that I carried it for so long. But what exactly is it? There's something wrong with how this guy delivered the fish. I have a feeling that it means a reward for you. Ugh, but whatever, the water's a bit cold, I don't want to go in. As long as there's food, that's fine. Looking at the fish on the ground, Changya couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, it's huge. Holding the large fish, Changya quickly returned to the stove. As usual, first heat up the animal milk for the little guy. Then, after thoroughly cleaning and preparing the fish, we started grilling it. Before long, seeing the slightly brown grilled fish, Changya couldn't wait to tear off a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Wonderful! Seeing that the food was ready to eat, Changya called the 2 little ones over. Take out the small iron basin and pour in the heated animal milk. The 2 little guys, who had already smelled the aroma, used another 18 palms of crab subduing technique to send the river crab back into the river. She returned to Changya's side and buried her head in her milk, still making quite a scene. Huffing and puffing, Changya sprinkled cumin on his food while eating the grilled fish. Who's swallowing? Step forward, I heard them. Those 2 little guys just used the first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms. The dragon regrets its ascent? Sometimes I really can't stand streamers. Even though I'm already full, they make me hungry again. I need to lose weight. I am fine, ha ha ha, I'm watching the streamer eat grilled fish while I'm eating, it's making my mouth water. What a coincidence. I prepared my meal while the streamer was grilling fish, ready to eat with him. So fresh. In addition, Changya has enough seasonings to perfectly suppress the muddy taste of river fish. Let's make this natural and pollution-free premium ingredient perfect. The outer crust is crispy, and the inside is tender. Click. Oh my. Before long, Changya finished the whole grilled fish, eating everything except the bones and fins. Meanwhile, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen had also eaten well with the Golden Eagle. After glancing at the time, Changya did not continue interacting with the viewers in the live stream. It's getting late. Clean up and start packing. Wash the little guy's iron basin clean, fill it with water, and put out the fire. Put some wood ash in a bag. After quickly tidying everything up, we called to the 2 little ones, put the Golden Eagle away, and headed to our campsite. The little ones were asleep and didn't know how to get around. So this time, Changya walked in front, letting the 2 little ones follow behind. By the time Changya arrived at the campsite, it was already getting dark. That's how the sky is in the mountains, it gets light quickly and dark quickly. Set up the tent and place the Golden Eagle on the structural frame on top of the tent. You can just stand on top of the tent. Perfect for keeping watch. You'll be sleeping standing up anyway. Ha ha, once it's been arranged, there's no way to choose. It's just like standing guard, Changya chuckled softly. He then took the 2 little ones into the tent, leaving only one large sleeping bag, because he knew that the little ones would definitely sleep with him. I traveled all day and I'm exhausted. In addition, he was eager to go home and also miss Tiger Girl a little. I went to bed early and will head back tomorrow morning. I should be home by the afternoon. Sleep, sleep, behave yourself. Changya closed his eyes, while soothing the 2 little heads that were rubbing against his neck. The next morning, the birds in the forest began to chirp and twitter. I woke up to this chattering sound. It won't make you feel bad, instead, it will give you the feeling that a new day has begun. In any case, at least this ethereal voice won't make me afraid to rest at night, afraid of the arrival of the next day, and reluctant to go to sleep. Opening her eyes, she gently scratched the 2 fluffy hairs that were burying the little tiger's face under her chin with her fingers. Get up! There was no response, so I scratched it again. Immediately, a series of groans and moans began to emanate from the room. The little head rubbed against Changya, sticking to him all over. After a while, the 2 little guys slowly crawled out of their sleeping bags, opened their sleepy little tiger eyes, put their 2 little front paws on Changya's chin, propped up their heads that they didn't want to lift in the morning, and howled at Changya twice. All right, I'm getting up too. Do you 2 still want to drink the milk from the bowl? As he spoke, he grabbed the back of the neck with one hand and put them aside. He then crawled out of his sleeping bag and began to pack. The two little ones, who hadn't yet accepted the arrival of a new day, must have heard some keywords. One or two of them, with their butts sticking out, crowded in front of the mountain bike, as if they were rummaging through something. When Changya opened the tent, the two of them had already darted out from beside Changya's feet, carrying a small iron basin in their mouths. Changya found it quite amusing. You two get all excited when food is mentioned. Changya then began gathering firewood, having already marked these locations on the map. From now on, when we go into the mountains, we'll head in this direction, which will allow us to find a few fixed resting spots. As he was gathering firewood, he saw a golden eagle perched on the tent calling out to him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Changya turned around and saw it flapping its wings and calling to him, and couldn't help but laugh. Get down yourself, you won't get hurt if you fall. Even if only one of those big wings can flap, it can still slow you down. This old man seems to have enjoyed being served. Really? Chirp. The voice was full of dissatisfaction. Fluttering, but it still landed perfectly fine. He watched as the golden eagle, with its large wings, went for a stroll without even glancing at him. Changya shook his head and laughed. However, Changya noticed one thing: the golden eagle's wings, which had clips, had a rather large range of motion. This is it, things are looking up. Okay, Changya replied happily. I'm amazed that I do have some skill in this. He stretched his body with satisfaction and then continued to collect the dry wood and branches for firewood. In the morning, it's essential to heat water and warm up milk for the two little ones. He needs to warm up. The two little ones are still very young, and with Tiger Girl not around, they definitely need plenty of nutrition. As for myself, I'll be home today anyway, so I'll just have some compressed biscuits for breakfast. It's not that I can't find anything to eat, it's just that I'm too lazy to cook when I first get up. Half an hour later, Changya prepared the hot water and animal milk. Time for milk, little ones. Give a greeting. Upon hearing Changya's voice, the two little ones who were playing around immediately stopped and put away their cat punches. He stuck his butt out and ran towards Changya as fast as he could. They were as if they were afraid that if they arrived even a moment later, the milk would be gone. My little head was stuffed right in. The first thing I did when I woke up in the morning was take it out into the small iron basin. Immediately, milk stains flew around the stubble. The little ones quickly lowered their heads even further. Block the milk from flying away from your mouth. This milk, is it going to run away? Seeing the two little ones eating without any of their king of beasts demeanor, Changya couldn't help but laugh. Is this milk really that delicious? Call. I blew on the hot water in the cup. Snoring. Tear ha. After taking a sip, feeling the hot water dispel the chill from his body, Changya couldn't help but let out a groan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly a voice came, and Changya, who was enjoying himself, looked over and saw the golden eagle that had just gone out returning. A mountain mouse was still attached to the hook-shaped eagle's beak. I glanced at myself, then at the two little ones drinking milk. The golden eagle used its claws to catch the mouse and began to eat its breakfast. Wow! Good heavens! The king of raptors, even if he can't fly, is still so fierce. I went out for a stroll and caught such a fat mountain rat. I was still thinking about how to prepare breakfast for the golden eagle, but it turned out that the eagle had taken care of it itself. How did you do that? This eagle is too fierce. Wow, she doesn't need the streamer's help with food and drinks at all, she takes care of everything herself. What was with that look just now? Ha ha ha. Changya was eating hard biscuits with hot water. Compared to the golden eagle eating meat, he suddenly found them even less appealing. But then it suddenly occurred to him. A golden eagle, flapping its wings but unable to fly, frantically chased after a mountain mouse with its claws. Isn't this scene a little funny? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Thinking about it, Changya laughed out loud. Regardless of how the golden eagle caught the mouse, that's what he believed. It's his fault for making me angry and causing me to feel resentful about eating cookies. After laughing, he quickly finished the cookie in his hand. There was no excessive delay. After the two little ones and the golden eagle had finished eating, then they tidied up the campsite. I packed my backpack and continued walking back. I'm just eager to get home. He is a family man. Moreover, the mornings in the mountains are filled with fresh air and a comfortable breeze, making one feel relaxed and content. This made Changya, who was on his way, feel very comfortable. Even though she was holding Changya and didn't want the two cubs to get wet from the dew, and she was carrying a lame golden eagle, they walked for 2 hours straight. Changya thought that the rest of the journey would take about 3 more hours. Thinking of going home, Changya couldn't help but think of Huniu, wondering if she had arrived home yet. Did you eat too much? Or, did you bring some home? She must miss the two little ones too, after all, she's been away for so many days. He glanced at the golden eagle beside him again, wondering if the guy's injuries had healed yet. We're almost home, if its injury still isn't healed. Are you going to take it home with you? Just as Changya was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the cries of two little ones. Oh woo woo, wow! Chang Ye looked up and saw the two little ones he had just put down standing on the edge of a hillside waiting for him. Looking at a hillside ahead and then at the two little ones, Chang Ye smiled and said to the viewers in the live stream, "Alright, we've traveled for so long, let's rest for a bit up ahead." They are still young, and if they travel continuously without rest, Chang Ye, who is carrying them, will be in trouble. I can't take it, and he's even carrying an eagle. You need to drink some water, at least. Upon reaching the small hill, Chang Ye placed the golden eagle on the ground. Having stood motionless on my shoulder for so long, the golden eagle must be eager to stretch its legs. After putting the golden eagle down, Chang Ye thought the big guy would go for a stroll with its wings on its back. Unexpectedly, the creature just kept preening its feathers with its beak and stayed right next to him without moving. It occasionally flutters its broad, dark brown wings, which reflect a golden luster in the sunlight, showcasing its regal bearing. After seeing Chang Ye put down his backpack, the two little ones hopped and skipped around playing in the woods. It was sticking its butt out under a big tree, doing who knows what. Chang Ye smiled when he saw it, but ignored it. As long as it was within his sight, it was fine. He picked up the water bottle at his waist and took a few big gulps. Viewers in the live stream could clearly see the movement of Chang Ye's Adam's apple and hear the sound of him drinking water. Gulp! Gulp! Seeing some water dripping from the corners of Chang Ye's mouth, many viewers swallowed hard. That's the feeling watching others drink water makes your own throat itch too. After all, Chang Ye was thoroughly enjoying his drink. Ahoo! With a gentle breeze blowing and a few sips of water, Chang Ye felt incredibly refreshed. Looking down the mountain seemed to be draped in emerald green, as if beckoning everyone who loves nature, greenery, and clear waters to come and enjoy a deep breath. See this? This is our kindling mountains, this is the beautiful scenery of nature. Now, compare this to those mountainous areas without forest rangers, and you'll understand why I came here to protect the forest. Yes, many mountains are now completely barren. Forget animals, even plants have decreased. How could there possibly be any animals left? The phrase layers of verdant mountains probably refers to the current scene. Just looking at it makes me feel so comfortable. I also want to be a forest ranger like the streamer, but life doesn't allow it. I'm crying. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but I'm actually afraid I won't be able to stick with it. Chang Ye glanced at the comments, smiled, and said nothing. Indeed, this job demands a very high level of mental fortitude. Putting everything else aside, there's no one to be seen within 100 kilometers. Who could stand that? Chang Ye wanted to respond to this comment, but suddenly, they heard a noise. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There were also low growls from two little guys. Quickly, Chang Ye turned his head to look in the direction the little guy had just been, including the golden eagle beside him. As soon as I looked out, I saw the two little ones suddenly running back excitedly. Moreover, the two little creatures were working together to carry and drag a living animal. After taking a closer look, Chang Ye's eyes widened. Good heavens, is this a weasel? P.S. I stayed up all night to write this, and I fulfilled my promise of 3 updates. To be honest, I actually updated 4 times. I updated almost 9,000 words in 3 chapters. If I were to update 4 times with 2,000 words per chapter, I could do so, but I didn't want to bother to take screenshots. You can see the gift by clicking on the group number. Ugh ha, wah. The older brother was holding the weasel by the neck, while little Weenwen was dragging the weasel by the tail. The two kids were full of excitement, running around and constantly barking at Chang Ye. At this moment, the audience also noticed this scene through Chang Ye's camera movement. What's that? What good thing did the little guy catch this time? I can't see it. Xiao Weenwen is blocking it. Host, what exactly did you catch? It looks pretty big. Did these two little guys really catch it? After glancing at the comments, Chang Ye smiled and focused the camera on the weasel in the mouth, or more precisely, the yellow weasel. Let everyone see what De Bao and Xiao Weenwen caught. See this? This is what people call a weasel, a yellow-skinned weasel, but its scientific name is Ixora chinensis. When Xiao Weenwen and De Bao got closer, the audience could finally see the living creature in De Bao's mouth. Holy crap, is that Wang Tai Sin? What's going on? Where did Xiao Weenwen and De Bao go off to cause trouble? Could it be that this weasel came up to the streamer asking for a ban? Ha ha ha. I'll ask on behalf of Wang Tai Sin. Host, do I look like a human or a god? Host, you look like a black donkey's penis with 3 testicles. Watching the two little guys wag their tails incessantly, Chang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Especially De Bao, who was holding the weasel's head so high it looked like he was trying to lift it onto his shoulder. Little Weenwen wagged its tail as its brother swished it, howling faster than usual, as if it were calling out for its brother who couldn't speak because it was biting the weasel. The way they looked was as if they were saying, "See that? See that? I was involved too, and I helped, but my brother got the blame back. My brother and I caught it together. Praise us, quick." Seeing this, Chang Ye could easily understand what the two little ones were thinking. When I was a child, I was like that too. If I did something amazing, I would ask my elders for praise. Moreover, he seemed afraid that his elders wouldn't know, so he did it several times. Of course, and indeed, it's truly amazing that they were able to catch this thing. Thinking of this, Cheng Ye squatted down and reached out his 2 hands to pat Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's little heads. He then scratched the 2 little ones' furry chins while speaking to the audience. Weasels are very alert and always on high alert, making it very difficult to launch a surprise attack on them. I just saw that these 2 little guys were messing around with a tree hole. If nothing unexpected happens, the weasel should have been trapped inside the tree hole with nowhere to retreat, and was pulled out by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Otherwise, given the speed at which weasels can escape in the wild, it would be difficult to catch these 2 little guys at their age. Upon hearing this, the audience understood. Dabao is awesome. Xiao Wenwen is awesome too. I was wondering why this weasel was almost as big as these 2 little guys. It must be an adult. How did these 2 little guys manage to catch it? Oh, I see. Host, you're not going to eat this, are you? This thing, is it okay? And at this time, after feeling Cheng Ye's caress, Xiao Wenwen rubbed her head against him and stuck her head close to him. It would occasionally make humming or squeaking noises. Dabao watched as Cheng Ye scratched his sister's chin, while only touching his own head. It glanced at its prey in its mouth, then closed its eyes and seemed to make no further movement. He must be dead. Thinking about it, Dabao put his prey on the ground, raised his chin, and looked at Cheng Ye. Oh woo, touch me, quickly, I want to touch my chin too. Seeing this, Cheng Ye shook his head and smiled, then gently scratched Dabao's chin with his finger. This immediately made Dabao feel so comfortable that he couldn't contain himself, and his little eyes were squinted in enjoyment. But then, the weasel that had been staying still in Dabao's mouth suddenly stopped moving 2 seconds after landing. Its eyes snapped open, it flipped over, and with a swift kick of its 4 legs, it dashed away at lightning speed. Whoosh! It could even stir up a breeze, and the noise startled Dabao, who was still enjoying himself. It opened its eyes, paused for a moment, and looked down at its empty feet. Where is my prey? With all 4 legs raised, a small turn, and head bowed again. My prey is so big. When Xiao Wenwen saw this, she got anxious and went to Dabao's feet, stomping on them a few times with her short legs. It seemed like they were trying to figure out if they were seeing things. He's dead, isn't he? Where did it go? The 2 little ones were so anxious. They kept jumping around on the spot. I almost did a somersault. Cheng Ye laughed when he saw the 2 little guys. This must be one of the weasel's skills. Suspended animation. This is a trick that many mountain animals know. It seems to work now. This is a good opportunity for the little guy to learn a hunting skill, how to determine if the prey is truly dead. After all, in nature, weasels are not the only creatures that can fake their death. Just like an adult tiger, let's say Tiger Girl, the way it judges whether its prey is dead or not is by how long it has held its bite in the throat. Even if it is determined that the other party is not dead, that also clearly shows that the other party is incapacitated. Take that wild boar, for example. Upon seeing Cheng Ye point in a direction, the 2 little ones realized what was happening and looked in the direction the weasel had fled. Roar! Lulu! Lulu! It seems to have worked. The voice was deep and hoarse. Cheng Ye thought it was a miniature version of Huniu. The 2 little paws rubbed together, as if they were about to chase after it. Seeing this, Cheng Ye chuckled and quickly stopped the 2 little ones. Haha, why do I feel like laughing so much when I see Xiao Wenwen and Dabao looking like this? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, daddy, let me go. I'm going to chase after him and bite him to death. Wow, this is what they call escaping from the jaws of death. Ha ha ha. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill it. Why is the streamer stopping the little guys? Let them chase after the prey. I want to see them hunt, ha ha ha. While comforting the 2 little ones, Cheng Ye said, right now, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still cubs, so they really can't catch up with the weasels. They were able to catch this one because it was digging a hole. The weasel's growth rate is among the fastest in the animal kingdom. These 2 little guys have a long growth period and still need a lot of time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few tigers. Besides, cubs don't have much fighting power, so chasing them is just a waste of energy. The speed of the weasel is mainly due to its agility. It would be more like it would be when Tiger Girl comes, but Tiger Girl really does come. I bet they wouldn't even look at this weasel, its flesh wouldn't even be enough to fill Tiger Girl's teeth. Oh, okay, I got it. But the little ones are so angry. Indeed, Tiger Girl really looks down on weasels. The weasel is probably still prey for Tiger Girl's prey, ha ha ha. Cheng Ye was also helpless at this moment, and kept comforting the 2 little ones who were struggling wildly to rush out and vent their anger in his arms. Alright, it's your own fault for being so arrogant. My hands were busy working because the 2 little ones were very temperamental. I just want to crawl out of his arms. At that moment, the golden eagle, which had been watching the show from the sidelines, made a move. Just now, when the golden eagle saw the two little creatures catching the weasel, it only glanced at them and didn't care at all. After glancing at it, it continued to groom its feathers. But now, seeing the weasel escape from the mouths of the two little creatures, it jumped onto Chang Ye's shoulder. The eagle's sharp eyes were fixed on the spot where the weasel had left, and its wings kept flapping against Chang Ye's body. Fluttering and flapping, fluttering and flapping. Chang Ye was completely stunned by the beating. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What are you trying to do?" "It hurt a little," he said, as he slapped his head with the wing that was covered in splints. "Is this even acceptable?" But before Chang Ye could take any real action to stop it, snap! The golden eagle has achieved its goal. With a crisp snap, the gauze binding the splint broke. Chirp! Chang Ye's shoulders slumped, then relaxed again. A gust of wind hit Chang Ye's face. "The guy on my shoulder is gone." At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room and Chang Ye finally understood why the golden eagle is called the king of birds of prey. Looking up, the golden eagle was already circling high in the sky. It displays the majestic appearance of the king of raptors, just like a fighter jet. Looking down at the ground, searching for the weasel that had just escaped. With its wings raised in a V shape, it uses soft and flexible changes in its wings and tail to adjust its flight direction, altitude, speed, and flight posture. After circling for a few seconds, it seemed to have spotted the weasel. It folds its wings and dives downwards. At this moment, the golden eagle looked like a drawn sword, descending from the sky in one direction. That speed, even without a camera, just with the naked eye. It was impossible to see clearly, I could only make out a shadow. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye quickly controlled the drone to follow. All that could be seen was that at the last moment, the golden eagle abruptly stopped flapping its wings, almost crashing to the ground, and firmly grasped the weasel's head. They used their sharp claws to pierce the weasel's skull. After Chang Ye and the audience saw this scene on camera, they had no doubt that the guy's skull was shattered. He died instantly. It should be noted that when a weasel is chased by a dog or a person, and has no way to retreat or escape, it will be in danger. The weasel will launch a fierce counterattack against the invaders, appearing fearless and extremely ferocious. Moreover, they have a deadly weapon, a pair of bean-shaped scent glands located on either side of their anus, which they use while fleeing. It can spew out an unbearably foul-smelling secretion from its scent glands. If something chasing it gets hit on the head by this secretion, it will be poisoned. Mild cases may cause dizziness, nausea and vomiting, while severe cases may cause the person to fall to the ground and become unconscious. However, given the speed of the golden eagle, a cunning weasel, adept at escaping, had no time to react to the enemy. It was killed instantly by a golden eagle. It's easy to imagine how fast the golden eagle was just now. After completely killing the weasel, the golden eagle did not choose to eat on the spot. Instead, it picked up the weasel with its beak, flapped its wings that had given it freedom again, and flew back to Chang Ye's side at an extremely fast speed. When the golden eagle landed beside Chang Ye, a gust of wind blew Chang Ye's clothes a bit. The two little ones were the same, their fur trembled in the wind. After arriving at Chang Ye's side, the golden eagle threw the weasel it had just caught and killed next to Chang Ye. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then, flapping its enormous wings, it glanced at the two small creatures at its feet and proudly raised its head. Haha, oh no. It seems the little guys got looked down on by Sister Eagle. Wow, that's incredibly fast. It feels even faster than a high-speed train, like a fighter jet. That claw strike just now, I felt like if it had grabbed me, it could have blown my skull off. You have to admire that. Most animals can't react to that speed. Golden eagles probably don't have any natural predators. Wow, that's amazing, Sister Diao. The two little guys who were looked down upon seem a bit unconvinced. Ha ha ha. Dash, of course. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen may be young now, but they're still kings. Okay. Waiting online. How is this bird? Can CAIE buy it? How do I place an order? De Bao watched as the child whined and complained. And what about little Wenwen? It looked at its own paws, and then jumped up and fell to the ground. He rolled over, looked at his claws, and questioned his own existence. Ha ha ha. You still want to fly? Chang Ye saw his grievance but just shook his head with a smile. After laughing, he glanced at the corpse beside him, picked up his military knife, cut off a piece of meat, and placed it near the two little ones. The two little ones are still small and can't eat too much, but they can eat a little meat to chew on. Perfect timing, we've been walking for so long, let's give them a little something to eat. Eating smaller, more frequent meals is a good idea. The rest was then given to the golden eagle to eat, since it was its prey. I'm not the kind of person who freeloads, I'm completely honest and upright. Looking at the meat in their mouths, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen hesitated. We want to eat this. But which big bird caught this thing? We're not familiar with it. But when they saw that the golden eagle had already used its beak to tear open the creature's flesh, they began to eat with relish. De Bao's saliva was already drooling from the corner of his mouth, and he sniffed it. After hesitating for a few seconds, we discovered it first. And we just caught it. Besides, the meat was given to us by our father, not something we wanted. If we don't eat it, wouldn't that be letting that guy get away with it? Following this idea, the two little ones began to nibble on the meat around their mouths. A tearing and biting sound. Before long, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had finished eating all the meat from their mouths. Seemingly savoring the meal, little tiger glanced at the golden eagle that was eating, seemingly lost in thought. The golden eagle then noticed the two little ones staring at it, turned its head to look at them, and continued eating the rest of its meat. Watching the two little ones and the golden eagle feeding, Changya waited with a smile. We've rested enough, it's time to set off. After finishing the yellow weasel, the golden eagle preened its wings with its beak a few times before coming to Changya's side. Its eyes were fixed on Changya's shoulder, and its two claws were clasped together. Bring it on. They grabbed my leg, and then, Changya saw the golden eagle in this state. A handsome guy was speechless. Has it forgotten that it can fly? Look at the guy who's still waiting for him to grab its legs. Changya reached out, grabbed the golden eagle's leg, and lifted it up. With a wave of his hand, fluttering sounds. Golden eagle, chirp, chirp, chirp. It landed on a tree branch and tilted its head to look at Changya. As for Changya, he simply bent down and picked up the gauze that had fallen from the golden eagle. This thing is considered modern garbage and shouldn't be left here. If it is discarded, it will take a very long time for the land to decompose. Picking up these gauze bandages is typical of Changya's temperament. They were put into a small bag, which was full of compressed biscuit wrappers. After going around in circles, I found the direction I needed to go. Changya looked down at the two little guys licking their fur and greeted them. Let's go! Oh woo-woo! Roar! Having eaten and drunk their fill, they immediately kicked off with their short legs and rushed out in the direction Changya was facing. What happened? Did you release the golden eagle? Weren't you going to take it away? It's already here. Sigh. I never thought this day would come so soon. The injury has healed. Hey streamer, how about you give me another ride? We've already been doing this for so long, and we've covered about this distance, let's take me home first. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Changya turned around. Then I looked at it, which was no longer on the branch. I looked up again and saw a shadow faintly hovering above the trees. This guy has a temper. Just now, it had only temporarily forgotten that it could fly. The son of heaven. He can't be kept. For Xiao Wenwen and Dabao, who were on their way back, it was simply a matter of running around happily. Changya, on the other hand, seemed somewhat distracted, glancing up every now and then. After glancing at it a few times, I realized that the shadow had vanished. He silently turned around and continued on his way. At that moment, Changya suddenly saw Xiao Wenwen stop in front of him. Seeing this, he stopped with a smile and looked at Xiao Wenwen. What's wrong, little one? After seeing Changya stop, Xiao Wenwen came to Changya's feet. She started using her little paws to tug at Changya's pants, trying to climb up them. At this moment, Changya also noticed Xiao Wenwen and found it strange. I squatted down and picked up the little guy who was pulling at his trouser leg. After being picked up, Xiao Wenwen stretched her fluffy little front paws to Changya's shoulder and barked a few times at him. W.A. Then she started leaning forward, trying to climb onto Changya's shoulder. When Changya saw Wenwen's expression, he instantly understood what the little guy meant. Ha ha ha, you want this private seat too? While laughing, she placed the little one on the padding on her shoulder. Because at the beginning, considering that the golden eagle's claws were too big and too sharp, Changya made a rather large protective pad. The little guy was sitting on it, but his paws couldn't penetrate the mat, so he couldn't sit steadily and almost fell off. But with Changya's help, the little guy quickly stabilized his body. After regaining his balance, the little guy kept rubbing his head against his dad's cheek, glancing at him every few times. She kept sticking out her little pink tongue and licking Changya's face. Even the barbs are soft. It seemed as if they were observing whether Changya was happy or not. At this moment, Dabao, who was walking in front, also turned around. I saw little Wenwen sitting on Changya's shoulders. Roar! Hey, how come I didn't notice this one? Oops, my younger sister beat me to it. Fine, since that's the case, then I'll lead the way. I have to lead the way myself, it's so boring. After pondering for a while, Xiao Bao lowered his head and returned to Changya's side. After getting close, it started rubbing its big tiger head against Changya's trouser leg, making whimpering noises all the while. Let's go together, let's go together. Walking alone is boring. Changya found the way these two looked absolutely hilarious. I gently kicked Xiaobao's bottom with my foot. Come on, keep walking, I'm following you. Dabao whimpered a few times upon hearing the sound. Oh woo, oh woo. Dabao, who had been kicked in the butt, turned around angrily, twisting his little body and yelling at Changya. Changya chuckled again. Carrying Xiao Wenwen on her back, she took a step forward and ran ahead, immediately overtaking Dabao. Upon seeing this, Dabao immediately jumped and turned around on the spot. Roar! That's outrageous! They're launching a sneak attack. I'm chasing them. This won't do. Dabao wants to drive a Land Rover. Roar! With a push of its hind legs, it leaped forward again. Of course, this was under the condition that Changya deliberately slowed down his pace. Walking like this isn't actually that slow. Unlike the leisurely pace of our arrival, this time we needed to observe. But the return trip is definitely out of the question, and the route is clear. Changya estimated that they had only walked for a little over half an hour, and that it would take another 2 hours or so to reach their destination. If we continue at this pace, it might take less than 2 hours. After walking for a while, Changya glanced at the time and finally decided to rest for a bit. Anyway, there's not much of a way left. It doesn't matter which way you go, you'll get home before it gets dark. Moreover, the little ones should have been hungry by this time. They had only eaten a little meat to satisfy their hunger while resting. We've managed to provide smaller meals, but we also need to offer more frequent meals. After finding a shady spot and observing for a while, rest here for now, it's time for dinner. It's fine for me to go hungry for a while, but it's not good if the little ones get hungry. As he spoke, Changya slowly put the little guy on his shoulder down to the ground, and then put down the tactical pack on his back. Dabao, who was running ahead, turned around and looked back. When he saw Changya stop and put down his backpack, he immediately understood. Time to rest. It's time to drink animal milk. Thinking about it, the little guy jumped around twice and then spun around in circles. After a moment of joy, it quickly ran to the side and picked up a twig from the side. At this moment, little Wenwen, who had just landed, saw her brother's actions and also prepared to run out. Changya had just put down his tactical pack when he saw the two little ones' actions. He shook his head and chuckled to himself. He grabbed little Wenwen, who was about to pick up some branches. It's already noon, and it's April, so animal milk is safe to drink right away. After stopping the little guy, Changya took out the last 2 bottles of Super Gene Beast milk from his saddlebag. Then take out the little bowl that the baby uses to drink milk, put it on the ground, and pour the animal milk into it. At this moment, Dabao, who was biting a tree branch as he came over, saw that the wet nurse had already poured out the animal milk. He paused noticeably, frozen in place. What's going on? What's going on? Why did you start drinking right away? Why didn't you wait for anyone, or even wait for the tiger? Do I still need this thing on my mouth? I need an answer online. But before it arrived, Xiao Wenwen, who had been stopped, started drinking it up loudly. Upon seeing this, Dabao couldn't hold back any longer and angrily threw away the twig he was holding in his mouth. With a flick of his little bottom, he dashed over at top speed. It was moving so fast that it almost couldn't stop and ended up in its milk bowl. Slow down, slow down. Changya caught it, preventing it from getting covered in milky smell. The little guy, who was being helped by Changya, didn't seem to realize he was about to get a bath in animal milk. Open its tiger mouth, curl its little tongue, and start bringing milk into its mouth. Changya sat quietly beside them, holding onto the bag, watching them smile. A cool breeze was blowing through the woods. It wasn't very cold, but it was refreshing. This made Changya feel that he should go home and get a good night's sleep. That would be wonderful. Hey! And it was while he was waiting for the baby to drink milk, and he was also taking a break. Suddenly a familiar voice made Changya look up abruptly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Looking up, I saw that shadow appear overhead again. It's very clear, which means the distance is very close. It hovered just outside the shaded area. Upon seeing this, Changya felt a surge of secret joy. But immediately, its sound made Changya frown. The sound was urgent, very urgent. Before he could react, he heard more sounds around him. Upon hearing the sound, Changya reacted swiftly, opening his backpack and grabbing the 2 little ones who were still drinking milk by the back of their necks. While they were still bewildered and smacking their little mouths, I stuffed one into my backpack with each hand. Zip it up! What happened to the streamer? Why did they just pack up their things? Did they even leave the basin behind? I think I just heard Sister Diao's voice. I must have heard correctly. You heard right, it's Sister Diao's voice, but there's something strange about it, and it sounds like there's something else inside. Didn't Sister Diao arrive? Why do you look like you're about to run away? Why did you put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in the bag? I remembered the rows of footprints I had seen by the river before. I'll hear that sound again. The rustling sound was the sound of some life moving through the forest, breaking off dead branches. There were also low, drawn-out breaths. This kind of life was quite common when he was a child. His grandfather had also been beaten quite a few times. Wolf. Based on this judgment, Changya didn't bother to talk to the comments or pay attention to the little one's struggles and cries inside the backpack. They can't fight back, so they'll just have to suffer. They're both still at an age where they can be easily packed into a backpack. We'll give the remaining half bowl of milk to them when we get home. Instead, after putting on his backpack, he didn't even bother with the iron basin and immediately got up to run. But it was too late. It's too late no matter what. When a wolf can make its voice audible to its prey, then Cheng Ya, who was getting up to leave, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The steps beneath their feet came to an abrupt halt. Before me are them. It resembles a dog in some ways, with two erect ears that are hairless at the top. Their body color can be grayish yellow, brownish gray, or brownish grayish yellow. The tail is very fluffy but not curly, and the limbs are also very long. In terms of size, medium-sized dog breeds are large. At first glance, it's not as good as a good dog. 5 horses. There are 2 in the southeast direction and 2 in the southwest direction. It should be the vanguard of the wolf pack. Judging from the number, this wolf pack should be a medium-sized pack, with at least 10 wolves. Directly behind them was a wolf, slightly larger than the 4 wolves beside it. It quietly observed Cheng Ya from behind, unlike the other 4 horses that kept probing forward. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this should be the alpha wolf of the vanguard squad of this wolf pack. But these wolves all had one thing in common: they all looked rather thin. It looked as if it hadn't eaten for many days. A hungry wolf? The hungry wolf is several times more dangerous than a vicious wolf. Bad luck. As the gray wolf kept probing and getting closer, Cheng Ya reached to his waist and took out a military knife, while taking out an entrenching tool with his other hand. 5 wolves, that's all. With his current physical condition, it's not like he can't handle it. As I said before, for Cheng Ya, who had the experience of going up the mountain to hunt wolves with his elders when he was a child, in his eyes, a wolf was not as good as a good dog. He recalled those scenes from his memory, his eyes hardening as he stared fiercely at the 5 wolves before him. If you can run, then run. If you can't run, all we need to do is wipe out this vanguard squad and escape before the wolf pack arrives. You should know that now that he has been enhanced by the system, his physical fitness is many times better than that of a normal person. We're not afraid. When they saw Cheng Ya take out his military knife, the wolf pack vanguard paused for a moment. It's possible that the size of Cheng Ya changed in their eyes, affecting their judgment. Therefore, the pace of progress slowed down, and people became more cautious. But they did not back down. Once they reached a certain position and blocked Cheng Ya's movement route from all directions, they moved forward. The 4 gray wolves stopped simultaneously and turned to look at the alpha wolf, awaiting its instructions. Wah-ah-ah. The alpha wolf raised its head, bringing its chin and throat level, and emitted a long, steady sound. Meanwhile, several wolves were running downhill at a certain speed from the direction of the mountain. Their formation is cone-shaped, with 3 wolves in the front row and 2 wolves in the back row, close together. At the very end of the line, there was a lone wolf, which seemed not to need to follow this formation and simply followed steadily. Below the mountain, Cheng Ya gripped his weapon tightly, staring intently at the wolf that had called for its companions. A pack of hungry wolves. Forget about the idea that everything is compatible. Even their parents couldn't help it. Faced with this situation, for a normal person, if they have a weapon, they can easily kill a lone wolf. After all, wolves can only bite with their teeth. As long as you are careful not to let the wolf bite your throat or vital parts, you can fight back with your weapons. Even for people with some athletic ability or those who are trained in certain sports, it can be done in one-on-one without taking damage. However, this applies to a single case. If it were a pack of wolves, or even if there are only 2 or 3, the difficulty will be several times greater because they are the most cooperative animals in the animal kingdom. Even their fighting methods have been used by humans in warfare. In the grasslands or wild, besides humans, the only thing that can pose a threat to a wolf pack is its own kind, and those at the top of the food chain. This is a huge problem. As the pack of wolves drew ever closer, Cheng Ya racked his brains, trying to figure out how to escape. What he wants most now is to get out of there in the safest way, rather than resorting to violence. And it was obvious, just as he had thought, that the talent of affinity with all things was of no use to these guys in front of him. Even when wolves are extremely hungry, they dare to fight tigers for food, although the outcome was terrible. But they are not afraid, and that is important. Therefore, scare tactics won't scare them away. What to do? While the cautious wolf pack was still waiting, Cheng Ya's mind raced. Thinking and thinking, the wolf opposite them made a sound that sent chills down Cheng Ya's spine. Immediately, the 2 gray wolves from the southeast began to slowly approach Cheng Ya. It opened its large mouth, revealing its fangs, and roared continuously. Wah-ah-ah. Whoosh. The probing has begun. Holy crap. A wolf? When? Wow. This is an eye-opener. It's the first time I've ever seen a real wolf. Are you an idiot upstairs? Holy crap, why isn't he running? With the streamer's speed, I feel like he could outrun a wolf. The person upstairs is being a bit naive. Don't they understand wolves at all? It's obvious this pack of wolves is just the vanguard. Indeed, when I first saw the wolves, I specifically checked. This was just the vanguard team. There are definitely other wolves around the streamer. If the streamer dared to run, these wolves would have swarmed him. It's alright now, it's just a test. Dash, what nonsense are you spouting? Call the police. Dash, it's too late to call the police now. Sigh, if only I had a gun with me. What do we do? Where did all these wolves come from? Suddenly there are so many wolves, what should we do? So, they've started testing the waters? Seeing the approaching hungry wolf, Changya held his military knife in a reverse grip with his right hand. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. That sounded like a dog barking. He looked at the two creatures leaping into the air and lunging at him simultaneously. He held the military knife in reverse with his right hand and slashed it at the gray wolf that was pouncing in the air. I didn't get it. He stretched out his hand and only felt the hilt of the knife strike his body. But there was no time to worry about that mistake. Changya's left hand was also busy with something. That was the military shovel swung out when his eyes were fixed on an attack he couldn't dodge on the other side. When? That's solid now. It wasn't a muffled sound, but a crisp crack. The sound of metal striking a skull. The force applied was so great that Changya felt a crispness coming from the military shovel. It must be broken. But this was just Changya's feeling. He kept watching until he saw the wolf that had been hit on the head fall to the ground, trembling as it backed away. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, and began to convulse. He was truly certain. It really broke. Changya sighed for a moment, but then began to marvel at the power he could unleash. This shovel strike might hurt a bit. Unfortunately, the saber in his left hand missed its mark. If they could have cut the other wolf's neck, that wolf would probably be a cold corpse by now. Through the probing of the two hungry wolves, Changya also understood something. These wolves are incredibly fast. Even with his current reflexes, he could still miss a strike. Moreover, this attack was merely a contribution from the opposing group. Call! He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly calm. He tightened his grip on the backpack strap with the thumb of the hand holding the saber, then gripped the saber tightly again. Prepare yourself, and look at them with eyes that rival those of the opposing pack of wolves. The animal world is quite complex. Their ability to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune shows that they have their own judgment, eyes, aura, posture. However, there is a problem. That is, what drives wolves to act is not their own emotions. Rather, it is an order. When a wolf alpha gives a command, the rest of the wolves will simply obey. Thus, after witnessing Changya instantly kill one of his own kind and injure another, the two hungry wolves to the southwest clearly took a step back, especially when Changya had just looked at them. Even though they still looked fierce, their half-step back was a serious gesture. But then, the alpha wolf howled at the two hungry wolves to the southwest, giving a signal. Upon hearing this sound, Changya tensed up, one step ahead of Lang. While keeping his eyes fixed on the two hungry wolves to the southwest, he also glanced at the one that had been hit by the hilt of his knife out of the corner of his eye. Changya wouldn't let his guard down just because he got hit. Instead, he stared at it more cautiously than the others. Growing through battle is a wolf's innate talent. A few breaths later. Oh woo, oh woo, oh woo, ouch. After the alpha wolf gave the order, the others began to howl as if they were discussing something, until one day they quieted down. Suddenly, a hungry wolf crept up behind Changya, leaped up with all its might, and opened its bloody mouth to attack Changya's neck. Sneak attack. One of the wolf's great skills. They focused their attention on the prey's rear end, that is, its back. Attack from the front to draw attention, then bite from behind, either on the buttocks or the back of the neck. It has to be said that it was a brilliant tactic, and it was executed very successfully. However, for Changya, who knew wolves to some extent, how could he not be on guard? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned sharply and, anticipating the movement, swung his military shovel at the target position in midair. Bang! The gray creature flew away. He bet the wolf that attacked him was aiming for his neck, not his rear. You made the right bet. This idea didn't come from the feeling of being hit, but from the fact that my butt didn't hurt. But at that moment, the wolf that had been struck by Changya's knife hilt was waiting for its chance to strike. After seeing that his companion had already made a move, Changya's attention was drawn away. It suddenly lunged forward, attacking Changya's thigh. This is fucking ridiculous. Well trained. With such execution and tactics, Changya couldn't help but admire them. Whether in novels or movies, all sorts of teams or things use wolf as their code name. Hey! There was no time to turn around and attack. The only option is to get away from it. Extend both hands forward, gently shake your ankles, and fall forward. He then pushed himself up with both hands, lifted one leg off the ground, and stood up again. It falls and rises, completing a small displacement in a fraction of a second. He could have done even better if he hadn't been carrying a backpack. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that Changya, after getting up, swung the shovel backward again without pausing for a moment. He swung his sword and missed. Changya, just now, my dodge was actually considered a flight by the wolf. What they should do is press their advantage and continue their attack. But, he swung his sword and missed? His first reaction was a question mark, "What's going on?" But it immediately turned into an exclamation mark. "So that's how it is." Chirp chirp. It was a golden eagle that had swooped down at some unknown time, flapping its enormous wings and slowly taking off again. Chang Ye's eagle brother. Eagle's sister. Below where it took off, just 2 steps in front of Chang Ye, a wolf with its head blown off lay twitching on the ground, its skull a bloody mess. After Diao Ji returned to the green shade, Chang Ye, wielding 2 weapons, faced the 3 wolves who had retreated somewhat. Both sides were somewhat unhappy. It was all because of Chang Ye's attack on Diao Ji. The wolf pack was clearly unaware of the unexpected occurrence of the golden eagle. They stared blankly at their fellow beings who had died on the spot. As for Chang Ye, what to do? A few more concerns arose in my mind. Golden eagle. He sculpted sister. Please don't come down again unless absolutely necessary. That's because golden eagles don't actually take off very fast from flat ground. You could even say they're dawdling. It takes at least 2 flaps of its wings to lift its claws off the ground. I'll jump again. Just like now, it came down without Chang Ye's knowledge. But under Chang Ye's clear gaze, it took flight again. This time, up. Killed a wolf instantly. But when it came time to take off again, the little bit of time lost was only possible because the wolves were unprepared and hadn't been worried about Chang Ye's presence. While the eagle is in the air, the remaining 3 wolves can tear her down. Wasn't Sister Diao cool just now? Awesome. A direct headshot, and he's gone in style. But what's next? The wolf pack knew of its presence. Will it swoop down again to help it? It's rushing down, help it. Will the wolf pack let it leave gracefully again? Seeing that the opposing wolf squad was about to start howling again, they made no move to attack for the time being. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chang Ye looked up at the shadows swirling outside the shade of the trees. He thought to himself, "You better not get cocky again." Although Chang Ye didn't see how Diao Ji got down, but viewers who were anxiously staring at their phone or computer screens clearly recorded it with the 2 big lights on their heads. It was a shadow like a sharp sword, plunging down from the sky. In an instant, the wolf that had taken flight and lunged at Chang Ye's back was pinned to the ground. Sister Diao is awesome. That was incredibly powerful. Holy crap, I thought it was fake when I saw online that a golden eagle could kill a wolf with 1 talon, but now that I see it, it really is incredibly powerful. Holy crap. The tone suddenly lightens up. Ha ha ha. Now, Garo should finally realize how powerful the eagle's sister is. Those claws are really sharp. They even ripped the skull off that hungry wolf. Awesome. Unlike the optimism in the live stream. At this moment, Chang Ye looked at the 3-headed wolf who was somewhat wary of the golden eagle. But I'm a little worried that Sister Diao might come down again. This is not a good idea. Even though a wolf was killed instantly just now. But that was when the wolves were unaware of the existence of the eagle's sister. That could be considered a sneak attack. If we're talking about a positive scenario, specifically when wolves are in pairs, then a golden eagle launched an attack. As expected, the wolf pack can kill it with minimal cost. Although wolves are not good at jumping. But, well, the golden eagle was slow to get going. Regarding this point, some have said that wolves and golden eagles share overlapping habitats. Birds of prey such as the golden eagle are the natural enemies of wolves. That's right. However, it is not rigorous. To be more precise, they are the natural enemies of wolf cubs. It is not referring to adult wolves, nor to a wolf pack. Some people say that golden eagles can snatch wolves or prey in a swoop and then lift them off the ground to their deaths. That's not right either. Golden eagles don't have a strong load-bearing capacity. For larger creatures, that is, creatures that are larger than themselves, the only way to kill it is by using a rapid dive and the merciless iron claws. Therefore, Chang Ye understood all of the above. He really didn't want his sister Diao to get involved. In that case, it's possible that something might happen to it before Chang Ye is even alright. So, what should we do? Thinking of this, Chang Ye reversed his grip on the military knife and tightened his hand holding the military shovel again. Looking ahead, the 3-headed wolf howled incessantly, circling and circling, but refusing to advance. He took a step forward. Since they know they are waiting for more of their kind, then we should try to break the deadlock as quickly as possible. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. 1 step, 2 steps, a slow walk turned into a sprint. At this moment, the alpha wolf glanced at Chang Ye, who was charging towards it, and then at the large bird circling overhead. Oh woo-oo, wah-ah-ah. It gave a signal to command the other 2 hungry wolves to begin a rapid, strategic retreat. They did not choose to face Chang Ye, who was charging towards them. This is a wolf, but with a touch of dog-like behavior. If I can beat you, I'll pester you relentlessly. If you can't beat them, run away. Run. It won't run properly. Once you stop chasing it, it will come back and bother you. Damn it. Chang Ye was furious the moment he saw them retreat. We chased after them for quite a while. Although he was already quite fast, the pack of hungry wolves, obeying orders, were incredibly fast at fleeing. Moreover, this is in the mountains, their home turf. They can easily take advantage of the terrain to prepare for and wage guerrilla warfare. Then, wait to be devoured by the main force. Meanwhile, viewers watching Chang Ye chase after the hungry wolf with a weapon couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Holy crap! That's incredible! One person chasing down and killing 3 wolves. Why do these wolves seem a little scared? What's going on? They're not afraid, they're waiting for an opportunity. Don't underestimate the wolves. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it is for the streamer. Sure enough, Sister Diao's appearance has made all the streamers awesome. It seems like Sister Diao is about to make her move. Clearly, many viewers were too optimistic to see the impending danger. They only accept information that they see with their eyes. That is, Sister Diao is here again. Chirp! With the sound, there was that shadow beyond the green shade once more. It folded its wings and pounced at top speed toward one of the 3 wolves being chased by Chang Ye. But the 3-headed wolf was actually prepared for the moment it swooped down. It should be said that they are always ready to fight back. Of course, there will definitely be some price to pay. Oh woo woo. When the dog at home misbehaves, I kick it, and this is the sound it makes. The one that made that sound was another wolf that had just had its head blown off by Sister Diao. For these 3, there was no way to avoid it. Let's see which of the 3 gets chosen by Sister Diao. Clearly, this guy was just unlucky. Having done this effortlessly and nonchalantly, Sister Eagle shook herself, and then prepared to return to the sky. But, oh woo woo, it was at this moment that, on the wolf whose head had been blown off, just as Sister Eagle was preparing to take off again, the other 2 wolves stopped running. They were being chased by Chang Ye, their bodies running straight, then twisting and turning in midair in a contorted posture. With its 2 hind feet on the ground, it braked and then lunged back. Wolf! That's so clever. Their prey is Chang Ye, but they know that the biggest obstacle to killing their prey, besides the prey itself, is this long-haired bird. They were prepared, their claws and teeth flashing. Oh woo woo, bang, damn it, flap dash, flap dash. At that moment, Chang Ye pounced on the 2 wolves. He clearly saw that when the wolf retaliated, he wouldn't be able to get there in time. Or rather, he wouldn't be able to swing his weapon, and might even have injured Sister Diao. So he stepped forward with his front leg and pushed off the ground with his back leg. The hands holding the weapons are stretched forward. He flew out too. He lunged forward. The 2 wolves were stopped in midair by Chang Ye, and he pressed her down. At this moment, the terrified eagle sister flapped her wings and quickly took flight. It felt the wolf's claws touch it just now. As a result, it was immediately overturned by a 4-legged creature that brushed past its head. It rolled at least twice on the ground. He was almost pinned down by Chang Ye's thighs. Chirp chirp chirp. Several feathers have fallen off its wings. Unaware of the situation, Sister Diao leaped into the air and shouted angrily. But Chang Ye didn't have time to pay attention to its barking. He stuck a knife in the mouth of a wolf. The shovel in his other hand, this thing is a bit big, not as short and compact as a military knife. So, it wasn't used. His arm, which was holding the shovel, was pressed tightly against the neck of another wolf. With a flushed face and a thick neck, he stood face to face and head to head with the 2 wolves he had restrained. Who, you bastards! He looked at the 2 hungry wolves that he had pinned down and restrained. The hungry wolf that he held a military knife to his mouth. It kept trying to close its mouth and bite off the foreign object, but no matter how hard it tried, it could only make the sound of teeth hitting metal. The other hungry wolf did the same, constantly pawing at Chang Ye's clothes with its front paws, making a hissing sound. But as they struggled, Chang Ye's hand holding the military knife and his forearm pressing down on the neck of a wolf continued to exert force. Smelling the stench emanating from the wolf's mouth, Chang Ye decided to give it a quick death. Sizzle! The saber sliced through the bone in the wolf's mouth, changing from horizontal to vertical. It went straight in, the tip of the knife coming out from the back of his head. Within seconds, the wolf was dead. The arm of Chang Ye holding the military shovel was pressing down on the neck. Chang Ye also did this after freeing up one hand. One hand pressed down on his neck, the other cracked his skull. Crack! The sound was clear and crisp, without any pain. Call! Chang Ye rolled over and lay on his side on the ground next to him. There was also a backpack on its back, and inside the backpack were 2 little guys who were being jostled around. Chang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't forget this point. He simply lay on his side to relax his tense nerves, looking at the shadow still flying outside the shade of the tree, listening to its incessant cries. Finally, it's solved. A wolf squad consisting of 5 wolves. Holy crap. Holy crap. Upstairs, you're really uncultured. Can't you even say something as awesome as awesome? Upstairs, you're not much better. 1 person, 1 eagle, working together, can take down a wolf squad of 5 without taking any damage in just a few minutes? That's awesome. That was absolutely incredible. Holy crap. This is the most amazing outdoor live stream I've seen all year. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the live stream. Real traffic. This was further enhanced by live streaming footage that resembled a movie. This caused Chang Ye's live stream to trend on social media at lightning speed. Furthermore, there are many related topics. At the same time that this event occurred, hashtag kindling forest rangers, wild warriors, hashtag forest rangers fighting wolves, hashtag what should I do if I encounter danger from a class 2 protected animal in the wild? Let Jong Sen have to say, hashtag emergency evacuation, hashtag. The top 5 trending topics appeared within just a few minutes. For topics related to this matter came up. Furthermore, Chang Ye's live stream is ranked number 1. And, netizens who saw these, I was also attracted by these topics and tags. This attracted another large influx of onlookers. As for Chang Ye, he himself was unaware of what was happening in the live stream. He only rested for a dozen seconds, just a dozen seconds. He quickly rolled over and started running in one direction. Yes, run, sprint, the road down the mountain. Needless to say, it ran very fast. But it's dangerous. This was under the condition that Chang Ye was in excellent physical condition. Every big step was like a free fall. His knees were under pressure with every landing. You also need to tighten each joint in your legs. He was very tired. The burden was enormous, even though his physical condition was 4 or 5 times better than that of an average person. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. This isn't philosophy, it's a fact. Not only is it easy to slip and fall, but it also requires maintaining core stability and ensuring one's safety in a situation where every step feels like stepping into thin air. In terms of energy consumption, it's no easier than climbing a mountain. The risk factor has also increased several times. However, Chang Ye still descended the mountain in the same way and at the same speed, heading towards home. Moreover, at this moment, Chang Ye even began to regret why he had been so greedy for those 10-odd seconds of rest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chang Ye's chest rose and fell rhythmically under his control. He held onto the backpack straps with his hands and occasionally looked back at the mountain behind him. A vanguard squad of 5 wolves, a wolf pack of that size. Moreover, just now, when he was fighting with the 5 wolves, he clearly heard a sound coming from the mountain echoing the 5 wolves. Chang Ye truly felt that he couldn't handle it. Even if they can handle it, Chang Ye can't confront it head-on, because his attachments and worries are contained in his backpack. He dared not, and did not want to, put down his backpack. This is what he stood for. Huff, huff, bang, bang, crackle. His breathing was rhythmic, but rough. Each step, though made while falling 3 meters from the air, was steady, but the sound was muffled. There are many obstacles on the mountain, and many harmful plants in the Rosaceae family. Without dodging, it crashed straight into him. He didn't care that his face, neck, and exposed skin were covered in blood stains. Just run. Wah! Under these circumstances, Chang Ye's calm expression, which had remained unchanged, finally turned ferocious upon hearing these voices. The sound came from the direction he had just left. This is Dash. The wolf is coming. Asterisk of. Chang Ye has always been a high-quality streamer, whether it was when he used to make money by flirting with girls through live streaming, or now that he is tired of the hustle and bustle of the city and wants to enjoy the atmosphere of the mountains and countryside. He never swears, and he doesn't even use vulgar slang. However, today, he kept breaking down his defenses. And this really made Chang Ye's longtime fans, captured on the drone footage, fall silent. They figured it out, and they knew why. So unlike the new audience members, they didn't express doubt, ridicule, or shout. They all stared intently, their breathing mirroring Chang Ye's rhythm. My heart is pounding. Even in this tense state, they broke down 2 minutes later. Dash, it's all over. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 8 heads. Dash wah ah. What do I do? Call. We were still caught up. Chang Ye finally stopped. His body was hunched over, and he was panting heavily. And then he saw the 3-headed wolf that had already blocked his way a few meters away. Oh, Chang Ye grinned menacingly, gripping the knife and shovel tightly in his hands. Looking back, behind them, 7 heads. In addition, it's a little further away on the hillside. He stood atop the large rock, gazing at the Wolf King in the distance. 8 heads. Wolves are nearly extinct in the Kindling Mountains. He happened to run into me today while I was in the Kindling Mountains. A pack of 13 wolves. What bad luck. Oh woo, ah. Looking around at the 7 wolves, they kept communicating and pacing back and forth, tentatively moving forward. Chang Ye tensed up. Come on, you beast, try and see if you're still alive. And so, there was no one holding back or backing down for the other. The battle between humans and beasts is about to erupt. But suddenly, at that moment, a sound of footsteps treading on branches and leaves, snapping twigs, came from the direction Chang Ya was looking at. At that moment, Chang Ya almost cried. Lulu. A deep, resonant voice, tinged with both doubt and domineering presence, spread out in this space. Chang Ya ran for his life, but was eventually caught up, and they were surrounded by these nagging things. Chang Ya was truly exhausted. However, his will to survive and his worry for the two little ones who were still trying to conquer the mountains drove Chang Ya to once again be on high alert. He didn't know what price he would have to pay, but he knew he would definitely get home today. Must. He was prepared for anything, his nerves stretched to the limit. But, only for a moment. In that instant, he went limp. That was when he saw a large creature emerge from behind Sekiro, emerging from a clump of low-growing rose branches. It has thick muscles that can't be covered by its hair, and a barrel waist and big, muscular legs. Despite this, she walked with the lightness of a cat. It has brown tiger eyes and a slightly open mouth, but you can't see its fangs. All that could be heard was a low, hoarse breathing sound. Its short, thick tail also swings back and forth rhythmically. The moment it appeared, it observed the situation before it. There was nothing unusual about his behavior or posture. Moreover, she didn't stop walking at all, but slowly and calmly moved closer to Chang Ya. It ignored the surrounding wolf pack, and as it approached Chang Ya, its tiger eyes fixed on Chang Ya, and it made a sound. Rumble rumble. That's it, like you need cough syrup. But Chang Ya actually understood. Just got back. How to put it, just look at those eyes, just look at that tone of voice. It's just like an elder in the family, it's so damn familiar. At that moment, Chang Ya's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the large tiger head approaching him, he cupped it in both hands and hugged its large neck. Oh my god. Ah, it was a look that seemed to be both crying and laughing. Holding this big head, I started howling. You have no idea. I almost kicked the bucket this afternoon. I definitely can't cry, it's not that bad. But that feeling of his whole body relaxing in a certain instant made Chang Ya want to scream. Vent! He still had to vent his frustrations by hugging Tiger Girl's muscular body. I feel so safe. Anyone who owns one will know what it feels like. But his outburst confused Tiger Girl. What happened? You just met me and you're already choking me. Can you lock it? It was definitely impossible to lock her up, but Tiger Girl didn't break free either. She just remained frozen in that position. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream. It's confirmed. This is a special effects movie driven by hype, damn it. The plot is ridiculous, a human is crying while hugging a tiger. Tiger Girl is finally here. Tiger Girl really came looking for the handsome guy. Whew, I'm relieved now. Time to pee, no, I mean, go wash my pants. When this Tiger Girl appeared, I shuddered, it felt so good. Relax, you can take my nitroglycerin pills now. Forest Ranger, my ideal tiger is a peerless hero, one day it will come to save me with its majestic cat-like gait. By this time, Chang Ya had been venting for a while. After he got off Tiger Girl's neck, he quickly brought the other girl to his front. He unzipped his pants in front of Tiger Girl and quickly looked down at himself with concern. Two little guys that can be stuffed into a backpack. They were very, very cramped on the sleeping bag, near the opening of the backpack. Both of them have gone limp. There was a small head that was just peeking out. Chang Ya stared at it intently. Wen, ouch. Don't stick your tongue out. He knew the two little ones must be uncomfortable from being shaken around. But to my surprise, little Wen started sticking out her tongue. His eyes were darting around, as if he was still dizzy. And, what about Dabao? Chang Ya didn't see Dabao's head, only its little bottom. Hurry, this will work. Chang Ya reached out and grabbed it, turning it around. Wow. Okay, Dabao is in good spirits. Although his eyes are still blank, he can still make noise. Seeing this, Chang Ya first looked up at Huniu, who had lowered her head and was sniffing the two little ones. And he said, see? The care was, not bad, I guess. Immediately, she lowered her head again and gently shook her head with her hand. She was so dizzy that she could no longer control her little tongue. Wen, wake up. Chang Ya swayed several times, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiao Wen retract her tongue. So what if I feel dizzy? But nothing seems wrong. How do I explain this to Tiger Girl? Chang Ya thought to himself, and awkwardly looked up at Huniu, who had already fixed her brown tiger eyes on him. Before she could finish speaking, Tiger Girl had already brought her big head closer. Tiger whiskers pricked my face. Puff. A heavy breath hit Chang Ya's face. This made Chang Ya take back his words, which were essentially meaningless and pointless. He stared intently at Tiger Girl. This doesn't mean that Tiger Girl is going to do anything to him. Instead, Tiger Girl looked at the rose twig scratches on his face and began to sniff them. Furthermore, every time the nose passes through a certain area, Cheng Ye would see its tiger eyes and his eyes would widen. Finally, I smelled it on Cheng Ye's neck. Its eyes stared back at the way Cheng Ye had first seen it. At that time, she was weak, and facing herself, she was a mother tiger protecting her cubs. The fierce aura of a mother's strength. And it was precisely this kind of momentum that was revealed at this moment. Cheng Ye, why does it feel like I've turned into a little kid? Regardless of what he thought, Tiger Girl seemed to be angry at this moment. After smelling the blood on him, and seemingly determining that the blood was his own, watching Tiger Girl stare with her tiger eyes wide open and her tail stiff, she slowly turned to face the wolf pack that she had ignored. This is the posture of a tiger when hunting. Wah-ah, wah-ah. At this moment, Cheng Ye had both the perspective and the time to observe the 8 wolves that had been at a loss for half a day. Because of this big guy in front of me. Looking at the 3 heads closest to them, they have begun to slowly retreat. Behind them, the 4 wolves on the mountain, including the Wolf King in the distance, were howling and communicating. Oh, I don't know why, and it's not that Cheng Ye thinks too highly of himself. He just felt, those 8 were doomed. When this feeling arose in his heart, it immediately became a reality. Bang dash. Cheng Ye was still looking around, watching the wolf pack that was about to make a move. I was startled by a muffled thud and a gust of wind coming from in front of me. He suddenly turned his head. It was discovered that the sound came from Tiger Girl's powerful hind legs as she launched herself forward like a catapult. Roar dash. Boom boom boom. What's this? This is tiger roaring in the mountains. Because of the enclosed mountains, the roar of a tiger echoes endlessly in this area. The sound was as loud as thunder. Under these voices, Cheng Ye clearly saw. As the tiger flew out of its mouth, a wolf was bitten on the head and then its head was violently shaken off. Click! The wolf's neck snapped instantly, and without any pause, Tiger Girl used the force of breaking its neck to throw it away. In less than a second, the wolf was already a corpse that couldn't even be pulled out. Furthermore, Tiger Girl didn't even give it a glance. While its corpse was still flying in the air, Tiger Girl had already jumped towards the other 2 wolves that were fleeing in panic. Run? How do I get there? After 2 long leaps, Tiger Girl used her heavy claws to step on one of them, instantly crippling it. It immediately lowered its head and began to bite its neck. There were no unnecessary movements, everything was done cleanly and efficiently. With another big step, he rushed to the other side, swung his tiger claw, and slapped down. Bang! Cheng Ye recognized the move. It was the cat punch that Xiao Wenwen and Dabao usually used when they were playing around. It is also the tiger's first and foremost skill. Yes, a tiger's powerful claws are more dangerous than its sharp teeth. With a swing of its 1 ton of force, who, apart from its own kind, would dare to withstand even 2 blows? In normal combat or hunting, it would use its fangs to kill its opponent only after it had beaten them half to death. When Cheng Ye saw how much the skinny wolf had been hit compared to Huniu, he couldn't bear to watch. Ouch, that must hurt. Looking down, I saw the 2 little ones still in their backpacks, still half asleep. Cheng Ye felt regretful again. You too. You missed out on something good. It's a bit of a shame, even though they seem to have this skill innately. However, Cheng Ye always felt that something was missing between them, and he wondered if it was because of their size and age. When I watched them fight, their little paws swung around like this. Meow meow meow. I'll hit you. I'll hit you. I'll hit you. And what about Tiger Girl right now? 1 slap, 1 word. Die. Cheng Ye thought back to the time he played a game with Huniu in the courtyard, where they would see whose palm was on top of the others. There have been comparisons. His palms, the large hands of a young man in his 20s. It's barely bigger than Tiger Girl's 2 fingers. If we're talking about the whole tiger paw, it's only as big as the face. Bang dash. Another sound came. Cheng Ye looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was the same wolf that had been whipped earlier. It flew 4 meters and crashed into a tree, still twitching. Seeing this, Tiger Girl jumped over and delivered another slap. It was blown away and disappeared somewhere. Cheng Ye's lips twitched, and then he whispered, "If you don't die, I'll definitely talk to Tiger Girl and give you a way out." At that moment, Tiger Girl, who had killed the 3 wolves in an instant, turned around and glared at the remaining wolf pack on the mountain. At this moment, its mouth and neck were covered in blood. Of course, it wasn't its own, but rather the damage from tearing open a wolf's throat earlier. This looks quite terrifying. Cheng Ye definitely won't be afraid. After all, he shouldn't be the one who's afraid now. Oh woo-oo. Upon hearing the sound, Cheng Ye turned around and looked. They discovered it was the Wolf King, which was a little further away. It was still sending signals, or rather, commands, to the remaining 4 wolves. Cheng Ye definitely couldn't understand the words, but he could understand the text. Just as the wolf's cry faded, the remaining 5 wolves began to flee towards the mountain. Really? You're only starting to run now? What were you thinking about earlier? Do you think they can give Tiger Girl a try? It has to be said that it's entirely possible for a pack of wolves to actually fight a tiger, although the consequences will be dire. However, his courage is commendable. Roar! Boom boom boom! Ha! Cheng Ye's outstretched hand froze, following the direction Tiger Girl had chased after. Damn, that's moving too fast, like it's flying close to the ground. Before I could react, Tiger Girl had already chased after her. The main problem was that the sound was so frightening that it slowed his brain to react. I don't know how low the terrain is, but when Tiger Girl roars, it can echo several times. Thunder in a clear sky. Wow! Cheng Ye. Looking down into his backpack, Xiaohu noticed the slight fading of confusion in Wen Wen's eyes. They don't know anything, they just keep shouting. While enjoying the moment, Cheng Ye gently placed the tactical pack on his back onto the ground. I took the two little guys out of the bag, one in each hand. To be honest, the desperate sprinting to kill that Vanguard squad must have left those two kids dazed and battered. You can tell just by looking at little Wenwen, who just landed. He seems a bit dazed, his four short legs swaying back and forth. The little head was still tilted to the side, and when it saw Cheng Ye, it ran towards his arms, but it seemed like it couldn't walk in a straight line. Cheng Ye quickly reached out to help steady the little guy and let it stay still for a while. De Bao was clearly a little more energetic than Xiao Wenwen. After landing, he was able to stand still a bit, raised his head, and glanced at Cheng Ye. Oh woo-oo! And very sensitively, she looked in the direction where Tiger Girl had just left. This childish shout seemed to be a greeting to Cheng Ye. Immediately, with her little bottom sticking out, she headed in the direction Tiger Girl had gone, ready to hop and skip after her. It bounces with its hind legs side by side, and its two front paws catch it steadily. Tiger Girl's posture was shown in it a little bit. However, perhaps due to being in poor condition at the time, he made a mistake. Little Tiger Face landed first. Wow, you better shut up right now. Seeing this, Cheng Ye shook his head and smiled, then reached out and picked up the little guy, placing him beside him. After taking care of the two little ones, Cheng Ye turned around and found two more wolf corpses. There were no other shadows left to be seen. Cheng Ye, who had been tense for a long time, finally relaxed at this moment. Call Dash. Lying on the ground, breathing slowly and comfortably. Looking at you, oh? Still wandering around here. Cheng Ye's gaze swept upwards, and he saw the shadow still hovering in the sky outside the shade of the trees. It's been half a day, and I haven't heard it bark. Oh, now, even the wolves have started running, and it hasn't fallen behind. Clearly, even the eagle's sister, who could instantly kill wolves, was a little scared. Okay, don't come down yet. Tiger Girl might misunderstand and launch a surprise attack. That will be difficult to handle. He had no worries whatsoever about Tiger Girl going out to chase after the remaining wolves and the Wolf King. Back then, just 1 or 2 months after giving birth, in a weakened state, it was able to kill a wild boar that was much larger than itself. Now, with Tiger Girl at full strength, even a full pack of wolves would be no match for her. Let alone wolf packs, even the much-hyped jackal packs are used by Bengal tigers to boost their kill counts. Wolf pack? Our Tiger Girl, a South China tiger, is no less than anyone else. Lulu. It was that same light thud of the engine revving and panting from above. Cheng Ye sat up, holding the two little ones who were probably more comfortable, and looked back. Tiger Girl is back, carrying 2 wolves in her mouth. Just as Hunio chased after him, many people began to flood into Cheng Ye's livestream. They almost all found it by searching for the headlines on trending topics. As soon as I entered, I saw the corpses of hungry wolves scattered all over the ground. Then there's the composed Tiger Girl, carrying a wolf in her mouth, slowly walking towards Cheng Ye. Holy crap! Run! Who is this person? They've run away. A tiger is eating people. Keep your voice down, you sound like a loudmouth. You can tell the person upstairs is new here, they're in cahoots, ha ha ha. Goodness, it's over already? Was that hungry wolf in his mouth the Wolf King? Dash, it seems so to me. Anyway, I just saw Tiger Girl chasing after the Wolf King. There's so much blood on him. The wolf pack is probably almost wiped out. How many minutes did the whole thing take? They wiped them out by the wolf pack. Dash, I suddenly feel like I'm capable again. I think I could probably go and cause trouble for these hungry wolves, right? What do you think? Dash, humph. The guy already said that a normal person can solo a werewolf, he's a professional. I believe him. Dash, yes. I'm killing wolves in the rift every single day. Cheng Ye looked at Hunio as she returned and recognized the wolf she was carrying in her mouth. It was a large animal, and because of its status, it ate and drank well, so its fur was very shiny. Clearly, it was the Wolf King who had previously sent out the signal. Moreover, there are still bloodstains from tiger claws on Tiger Girl's fur. In addition, there was his calm and composed gaze. It's terrifying. However, a tiger is actually safe when its eyes are calm. Danger is when someone stares wide-eyed. At that time, he would stare blankly, looking like a fool. Compared to the current tranquility, what's that saying? The quieter the voice, the more imposing it is. In terms of eyes, the calmer the gaze, the more intimidating the demeanor. In addition, the fact that it was carrying 2 wolves in its mouth almost caused viewers who had just entered the live stream to call the police. 110. A tiger is eating people. Oh, it hasn't eaten them yet. Wait a minute. But Cheng Ye, who was familiar with Tiger Girl, knew. It's okay. Very well behaved. Just like a cat. You can pet it. Looking at the 2 wolf carcasses in its mouth, it's likely that Tiger Girl wiped out the entire wolf pack. Bringing the Wolf King back was only to show off its spoils to Cheng Ye. At that moment, Tiger Girl came to Cheng Ye's side. He raised his head and tossed the Wolf King's corpse in front of Cheng Ye. The tiger's whiskers twitched, and its nostrils constantly emitted breath, producing a deep roar. Puffed, puffed. Then, she calmly walked to the side and lay down, her eyes fixed on the 2 little ones in Cheng Ye's arms. Seeing Tiger Girl's calm and relaxed demeanor, Cheng Ye couldn't help but chuckle. I feel like I'm being mocked. In other words, if Tiger Girl were to become a talking little person, she would probably speak. You think you can get hurt after catching a few of these? Don't tell me you're working for me back in the mountains. At this moment, Cheng Ye looked at the increasingly frightening number of online viewers in the live stream and thought for a moment. He grabbed the Wolf King's legs with both hands, picked it up, and held it up to the camera in the live stream. Wolf King. His fighting strength is probably only enough for 2 slaps, no more. Cheng Ye, holding the Wolf King, looked radiant, as if he had killed the wolf pack himself. But does anyone know how disheveled he was just made to look by this thing? Immediately, the older viewers, who were in a better mood, started mocking the audience. This caused Cheng Ye to blush. Quickly drop the wolf carcass in your hand and change the subject. Looking back at Tiger Girl, I reached out and ran my hands over her body. I was checking her. Check it out. Check for any wounds or anything, since Tiger Girl has a lot of blood on her body. Even knowing that these were probably wolves, Cheng Ye was still worried and heartbroken. I'm worried that Tiger Girl might get hurt. After carefully checking everything, I finished the entire inspection. Cheng Ye laughed. There wasn't even a scratch, let alone a wound. There's a lot of blood on her, so it looks like I'll have to give Tiger Girl a good bath when we get home. At this moment, Tiger Girl watched Cheng Ye touching her all over, but she just turned her head to look and made a gurgling sound. Then I stopped paying attention to it. Just look again at the little guys who had already jumped down from Cheng Ye's arms and were pawing at his big paws, being very affectionate. Wow, wow, wow. Quickly, it used its 2 tiger paws to grab the little guy. Then he lay sprawled on the ground, licking the bloodstains off his fur. On one hand, it showed the little one's rice bowls, gesturing for the 2 little ones to come and eat. The 2 little guys immediately jumped high. Both little ones stuck their bottoms out and jumped high, leaping towards their rice bowls. Ha! Those 2 heartless people. I was just licking the blood off their mother's fur. As a result, once their livelihood was compromised, they disregarded everything else. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, the golden eagle circling above Cheng Ye's head let out a cry. Upon hearing this, the tigress who was licking her fur simply raised her head and glanced at him. Then, I stopped paying attention to it. Long-haired birds don't have much meat. This is Tiger Girl's impression of this thing. Cheng Ye breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Hunio did not show any signs of wariness. He picked up the water bottle from his waist and took a few big gulps. He was really exhausted. The Adam's apple moves. Gurgle, gurgle. Ha, that feels so good. Ah. After a sigh, he picked up the water bottle again and prepared to drink. But it seemed the kettle was empty. No matter how much Cheng Ye poured, no water came out. Cheng Ye was puzzled when he saw it. Wait a minute, I remember I filled it up before, so how come it's empty? Unconvinced, Cheng Ye lifted the kettle into the air. He held it up for a few seconds, but there was no movement. Just as Cheng Ye was about to give up, a drop of water flowed out of the kettle. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Cheng Ye opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue. Catch the last drop of water dripping from the kettle. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, holy crap, is this for real? Dude, I can't help but open my mouth in disbelief. Haha, count me in. Wow, so sweet. Host, hurry up and lick Tiger Girl's lips too. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Cheng Ye smiled. Without saying much, he simply turned around, picked up the 2 little ones who were cooking, and hugged them to his chest. Alright, let's eat at home. I'm off. Hungry. Definitely not hungry, I'll eat one meal a while. They get excited whenever they see food. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo. The 2 little ones were extremely unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Who told them to be at an age where they could only be grabbed by the scruff of their necks? Meanwhile, Tiger Girl, who was lazily sprawled to the side, saw her 2 cubs being picked up. It got up, picked up a wolf, and followed Cheng Ye. Go home. At this moment, the golden eagle in the sky circled back and forth several times. It seems like he's hesitating about something. After hesitating for a while, he flew towards the direction of the man and the 3 tigers. Chirp! Good heavens! Those 2 kids have powerful backers. Now, the journey home is much more pleasant. 2 little ones were rubbing against him in his arms, and every now and then they would climb onto Chang Ye's shoulder, peeking out their little heads to look behind him, watching their mother, carrying a wolf in her mouth, following behind at a leisurely pace. They just hummed and went back to rest in Chang Ye's arms. The closer Chang Ye got to home, the more relaxed he felt. Looking at the boundless blue sky and the pure white clouds, Chang Ye couldn't help but raise his voice. The king summoned me to patrol the mountains. I'll take a stroll through the human world. Beat my drum, bang my gong. Life is full of rhythm. The king summoned me to patrol the mountain. After howling, Chang Ye grinned. The audience saw his happy face and carefree demeanor. This is what life is all about. Look at the state we're living. How carefree. You just went through a life or death battle, and now you can laugh so happily. I'm so envious. Stop singing, stop singing. The guys in the live stream are all family, bro. Am I the only one who thinks the streamer sings well? Maybe that's what they call life, while we office workers are just barely surviving. Who says otherwise? I was sneaking a peek at the live stream while sneaking off to the bathroom, and now I have to go back to work. What a coincidence, I was slacking off too. Chang Ye glanced at the comments and smiled. Oh woo, oh woo, oh woo, oh woo. Hearing the little ones' cries and seeing them wriggling in my arms. Looking at the small wooden house ahead, Chang Ye bent down and put the 2 little ones on the ground. At this age, they're very active. I just can't stay still. Alright, go ahead, go ahead. Look how anxious you all are. Once they landed, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stuck out their little bottoms and wagged their short tails. Those 4 little short legs were so short that you could barely see their shadows. They rushed straight toward the cabin. It kept making woof, woof sounds. They were as if they were afraid that someone else would step through the door before them. Chang Ye chuckled upon seeing this, glanced at the small wooden house in front of him, and turned to Huniu, who was carrying the wolf carcass behind her. We're home. You've been back before, haven't you? Lulu. As Chang Ye walked towards the wooden house, his pace quickened. At this moment, he is. For some reason, I was in a state of extreme relaxation, both mentally and physically. And look at how this family went home. I want to go home. As the sun sets in the west, a heartbroken traveler wanders at the ends of the earth. When Chang Ye came out, he closed the door of the cabin. After running to the door, the 2 little ones looked at the closed door and tried to pry and push it with their little tiger paws. Little Wenwen even pressed her entire tiger face against the wooden door, compressing the already sparse flesh on her face into a ball. It looks like it's going to crash in. But after several unsuccessful attempts, the little ones turned back towards Chang Ye's direction. Oh woo, oh woo, oh woo, oh woo. This door won't open. Come and help us open it. Looking at the little ones, Chang Ye shook his head slightly and quickened his pace. I went up to the little ones and opened the door. Whoosh! Those 2 little ones were incredibly fast. He squeezed through the crack in the door. When Chang Ye got home, he put down all his belongings. He went straight to the kitchen and scooped up a ladle of water from the water tank to drink. As Chang Ye was drinking, he noticed 2 little ones looking at him pitifully from the ground. Oh woo, oh woo, oh woo, oh woo. After calling out twice, the little ones all looked towards the spot where the water had been. The place was now empty, their little iron plates were gone. There was only Mom's big iron pan, but it was empty of water. Then she remembered that when she drank milk before, it seemed that before she finished drinking it, Chang Ye put it in his backpack. Where's the milk bowl? Where's the milk bowl? Where's our milk bowl? Where's our milk bowl? Seeing this, Chang Ye immediately understood what the little ones meant and put down the water ladle. He walked to the cabinet next to him and found 2 new iron basins. We'll get you both new ones. Seeing the 2 little ones anxiously watching him from his feet, Chang Ye quickly rinsed the 2 iron basins with water. Upon seeing the small iron basin reappear, the little guys immediately barked at Chang Ye a few times. So he returned to the spot where he had placed the iron basin and obediently squatted down to wait. Chang Ye smiled, filled the iron basin with water, and took it over. After putting them down, I gently patted the 2 little ones' heads. Drink it quickly. After filling Tiger Girl's large iron basin with water, he left the kitchen. He walked over to Tiger Girl, who was sitting slumped outside, and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. I've filled your water bottle, go drink it. Tiger Girl, who had been sitting slumped over, turned her head to look at Chang Ye, and then at the direction Chang Ye was pointing. He slowly stood up and let out a soft roar. Lulu. Chang Ye was always curious whenever he heard this sound. Would it help if I bought Tiger Girl some ginseng zi throat lozenges? After yelling, he walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Tiger Girl go inside, Chang Ye turned around and followed her in. I have a lot to do today. The house hasn't been lived in for a few days, so it's dusty and needs cleaning. The little guys, and especially Tiger Girl, need to be given a bath. Although it can solve its own problems in the wild. But if you think about it another way, isn't it more convenient to wash here? Just as he turned around, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Changya was taken aback and looked up. It was a shadow, hovering above the courtyard. Oh, Changya grinned. Isn't this Sister Diao who has been following Changya back? After seeing Changya turn his gaze towards her, Sister Diao chirped a few more times. Then, in Changya's sight, it fell on a grove of trees not far from Changya's cabin. There weren't many trees in that spot, and their branches weren't dense. Fortunately, it can be seen from this angle in the yard. Upon seeing this, Changya remained silent for a while, then thought about it. The foot that was about to step into the house was pulled back. He turned back into the courtyard, took a few steps back, and looked at the tiled roof. He stood with his hands on his hips, frowned, and looked up at the roof, deep in thought. The center doesn't look good. What about the left side? A few pieces of wood, a few planks, that's enough. Then we can cover it with some plastic sheeting, burlap sacks, or something. Changya mentally sketched out what the little villa he planned to build on the rooftop would look like for the stilt sister who refused to leave him. Okay, let's do it this way, and get started tomorrow. Muttering to himself, Changya glanced back at Diao Ji, who was too afraid to come closer, in the distant woods. He then turned and went inside, muttering to himself again. It depends on the technique, just don't turn it into a doghouse. After making up his mind, Changya returned to the house and glanced at the wolf carcass on the ground, which was his dinner. Then, I went to the kitchen and saw that the two little ones had already drunk their water. Right next to Tiger Girl, they started rubbing their little tiger faces against Tiger Girl's big, radish-like legs. And what about Tiger Girl? Initially, after not seeing them for only a few days, I would still give them a few glances. Now, they completely ignored it. The two little ones climbed up and down on their mother all by themselves. But no matter what, it was originally a very heartwarming scene. But Tiger Girl had just had a big fight, and there was still blood on her legs. Some of them weren't completely dry, which caused some to get on the little ones' faces. Upon seeing this, Changya grabbed them by the back of the neck, one in each hand. What are you rubbing against? Look at your faces, they're filthy. After you're done rubbing against me, are you going to rub against me next? And you too, how can you be so clueless? Your mother is fed up with you too. If you bother it again, I won't feed you anymore. What are you going to do then? Lifted into the air by Changya, the little guy's whiskers twitched. It used its two short legs to kick around in the air. Looking at the little guy's belly, there was some mud and leaf bits stuck to it. Changya didn't even want to inhale them anymore. Disgusted.jpg. Little mud-covered child. I'm going to boil some water so you can both take a bath. With that, Changya put the two little ones back on the ground. Oh woo, oh. The two little ones, seemingly aware that they were being scolded, both shouted once and then ran out of the house in unison, quickly disappearing from sight. Changya watched the little guy's departing figure, shook his head, and smiled. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream saw Changya's expression just now. Good heavens! Did I just see a guy about to pet a cat, and he even seemed a little disgusted? I am so envious. I want to pet a cat like that too, can I try? You shouldn't be like this. How can you dislike the little ones? What's wrong with wanting to put on some stickers as soon as you get home? It's a perfectly normal thing to do. There must be some newcomers upstairs. You might not believe it, but even Tiger Girl was disliked before, let alone the little guy. Tiger Girl? Could it be that big guy drinking water? Who named him that? Changya glanced at the comments and smiled, then ignored them. What's wrong with Tiger Girl? This name isn't exactly catchy, these people just don't know how to appreciate it. I just went through a big battle, and I'm all wet and sticky. After I finished washing myself, I also had to help Tiger Girl wash off the bloodstains. And the little ones too. Or should we wash them first? After thinking for a moment, Changya shook his head again. Forget it, I'll do it later. Those two little guys, if they don't go to sleep after you bathe them, they'll come back covered in dust again. Wow, quite busy this afternoon. Clean the large pot and walk on the stove thoroughly. Boil 2 pots of water directly. Tiger Girl definitely needs her own pot, and she and the little one need 1 pot, which is just right. You betrayed my love, you're burdened with a guilty conscience, and when I finally learned the truth, tears streamed down my face. Changya, who was boiling water, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Hey, Uncle Gong, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. What could possibly happen to me? With my fighting strength, I wouldn't be afraid even if a whole bunch of them came. Ha. Changya blushed as he overheard something on the other end of the phone. I don't know if they've all been killed, you'll have to ask Tiger Girl. Hopefully, there are still some survivors. After all, wolves are still useful to the mountains. Okay, are we almost there? The timing is perfect. Okay, I'll go out and meet him later. It wouldn't be fun if he ran into Tiger Girl alone. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Chengya looked at Huniu, who was still drinking water beside him, and laughed. Hey girl, we're getting our marriage certificate. Tiger Girl, who was drinking water, looked up when she heard Chengya's voice. He tilted his head, indicating his confusion, and then said he didn't want to talk to you. Then it lowered its head again and stuck out its big tongue to lick the water. Squeak squeak. Watching everyone drink water, Chengya shook his head and smacked his lips. I lifted the lid and tested the water temperature with my hand. That's about right. It's a little hot, but I'll just add some cool water later. I glanced outside and saw the two little ones playing happily. They chased each other, and once they caught up, they'd exchange a quick cat punch. But it didn't even touch the other person's body, it just waved in midair. The way Tiger Girl fought against the wolf pack. That's normal, though, since they're still young and have a long way to go. Thinking about it, Chengya returned to the house. Tiger Girl had already drunk her water and was lying in the house, leisurely licking her fur. Upon seeing this, Chengya smiled and said, Tiger Girl, I'll wash myself first, then I'll wash you and your cub later. After saying that, without waiting to see if Tiger Girl understood, he went back to the bathroom and picked up the wooden tub. Fill the container with hot water and adjust it to a suitable temperature. He went back to his room to get a change of clothes and spoke to the camera. I'm going to take a shower, so please don't look at me yet. Please keep an eye on the two little ones for me. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream learned that Chengya was going to take a shower. Hurry back. My concubines are all starting their live streams right now, I need to go and favor them. No, it's okay to watch the little ones a little less. Let's leave it at that. How about we bring the drone into the bathroom? We don't mind. I heard this guy has 6-pack ABS/SE, let me see. How did this live stream turn into a bunch of perverts? Are ABS really that good looking? Seriously, I just wanted to learn how to take a proper shower. Haha, cultured people really do talk differently. I'm more simple-minded, I'm just a lecheer, I want to see. Does anyone know what my phone's ringtone is? Chengya glanced at the comments, smiled, ignored them, and took the drone outside. He then took his change of clothes and went into the bathroom, omitting 1,000 words. A short while later, Chengya, who was almost finished washing, suddenly heard the voices of the little ones outside the door. It seemed to have discovered something, and kept howling. You betrayed my love, you're burdened with a debt of conscience. The cell phone rang. Upon hearing this, Chengya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the person from the bureau who delivered the certificate? Tiger Girl seems to be outside. Thinking it over, Chengya quickly put on his pants, not even having time to put on his clothes, and ran out. P.S. Dear viewers, please watch this video and then give a gift. It's too difficult. The sounds of two little ones calling from outside the door were mixed in. Hello, is this Chengya? I'm from the Forestry Bureau. Director Gong asked me to deliver your certificate. Could you come out quickly? I'm already at your door, and I'm a little scared. Oh woo. Upon hearing the little guy's voice, Chengya quickly grabbed a piece of clothing, put it on, and went outside. At first glance, I saw Tiger Girl lying leisurely by the door outside the house, not outside. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up again, I saw a young man in a dark gray work uniform talking on the phone while anxiously peering out from a distance from the wooden door. He was a little shorter than me and had dark skin. He must be someone who often goes out to do business. When he saw Chengya come out, he visibly breathed a sigh of relief and jumped up to wave. Here. His waving was seen as a provocation by the two territorial little ones. That would be absolutely impossible. Xiaobao was so angry he was completely dumbfounded. With a roar, it charged forward. Chengya closed the door, but its little tiger face didn't break through. Sizzle. The older brother crashed into the ground, lying face down with his tongue lolling out, completely bewildered. Little Wenwen, who was also fuming, was clearly a bit smarter. It scratched at the door with its claws, as if it wanted to dig the door open. And just after the two kids suddenly attacked, the young man took a step back and withdrew his hand. She stopped speaking and only gave Chengya a pleading look. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the two cats. Instead, I'm afraid of the larger cat that's not far from the other two. Its brown eyes have been staring right this way. The young man, who knew this, glanced at the gate and fence of the courtyard. Oh, I reckon it can get out with just a small jump. Chengya, who knew exactly what the young man was afraid of, quickly went to the door. He bent down and grabbed the two fluffy little guys by the back of their necks, one in each hand, and pulled them up. Confined in my arms. This is wild. It's incredibly wild. I am Chengya, the forest ranger of this mountain. Come in. When Chang Ye opened the door, the young man took a few steps back and glanced once more at the brown cat's eye that was still watching them. Swallowing hard, she tentatively extended her hand and shook hands with Chang Ye. This is politeness. Although the movements weren't pretty, his feet were 8 feet apart, and he tried his best to reach forward with his hands. Li Kuei, Director Gong, asked me to come. These must be the South China tiger cubs and the South China tiger itself. After saying that, he was speechless. It seems like I said something pointless. And what about Chang Ye? I didn't see anything wrong with it. Looking back, he confirmed, yes, that's right. Should I call it over to confirm? As he spoke, he prepared to wave to Tiger Girl at the doorway. Lulu. When Li Kuei saw Chang Ye's actions, his hair stood on end. He quickly stepped forward to stop them, but immediately realized that he had acted a bit too forcefully. No need to confirm. Shout in a low voice. They were afraid of making noise that might disturb the big creature inside, so they moved very quietly, afraid that their movements would cause the big creature inside to misunderstand. However, he moved and spoke softly. This also made Chang Ye realize that he was in a hurry. All right. It's a bit of a pity, I really wanted to introduce Tiger Girl to someone. I'm not saying this is about showing off or anything. Exactly, showing off. However, since they are like this, I can't force them to introduce me, that would be going too far. Upon seeing the large creature inside and hearing Chang Ye's voice and movements, it merely opened its tiger's mouth, stretched its stiff muscles, and then changed its posture, continuing to lie there. Li Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get down to business. I've brought the certificate with me. After you sign it, you'll be the keeper of these 3 South China tigers. Of course, the bureau will also come regularly to check on the tiger's physical condition. Then, here is the certificate. Take a look, and if there are no problems, just sign it. As he spoke, Li Kuei took out a document and a red adoption certificate from his briefcase and handed them to Chang Ye. After receiving the documents and certificates, Chang Ye reviewed them and, finding no problems, took Li Kuei's pen and signed them. After signing the papers, Chang Ye turned around, looked at the 3 big and small figures in the room, and laughed. Turning around, Chang Ye seemed to remember something and couldn't help but ask. Oh right, I remember there's some kind of fee involved in this kind of thing? What's your name? Chang Ye scratched his head, momentarily forgetting. Upon hearing this, Li Kuei paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, we're not adopting wild animals, we're doing conservation work, it's a different matter. This is the mountains, not a zoo. This isn't a domestication and breeding license. This license is more useful than any zoo permit. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye suddenly understood, and looked at the red booklet with delight, smiling again. After laughing, he happily extended an invitation. Come in and have some water. Also, would you like to have your health checked now, just to go through the proper procedures? Li Kuei took the document, checked it, and put it away. Hearing Chang Ye's words, he quickly glanced behind him, and that big cat, it was huge. No need. I have things to do at the station, I need to go back now. Seeing the look in the other person's eyes, Chang Ye smiled helplessly again. Come in. They're really docile, and we just brought back some wolf meat. Want some to take back with you? Really, no need. I'll be going now. After saying that, I wondered why the big cat, which was lying down, suddenly stood up. Holy crap. They're coming this way. Hurry up, damn it. Li Kuei waved his hand and stepped back. Without looking back, without taking a single cloud with them. Honestly, if that big guy hadn't been there, he really would have liked to touch those 2 little things. After all, it's a South China tiger. If he can't touch it when he's a cub, he won't dare to touch it when he's grown up. But, it's not a pity. His colleagues are all waiting for him to come back healthy so they can treat him to a meal. As Chang Ye watched Li Kuei walk away, he looked down once more at the documents belonging to himself and Hu Niu's family. He was smiling like a flower. At this moment, he struggled in her arms for a long time to no avail. The 2 little ones, now quiet, looked at Chang Ye's smile and their small eyes were filled with great confusion. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo. Little Wenwen also became inexplicably happy, stretching her head up to lick Chang Ye's face. Hearing the cries of the 2 little ones and feeling the touch on his face, Chang Ye finally came to his senses. With a wide smile, he stretched out one hand and began to rub the 2 little ones. Ha! The little tiger's face was rubbed into strange shapes. Wow! Oh woo-oo! Hearing their exasperated voices, Chang Ye happily walked back and stood in front of Hu Niu. Hey girl, look what this is. P.S. This is all done out of love, so please watch this short video. Lulu. Tiger Girl slightly opened her mouth as she saw the red thing Chang Ye had shoved onto her face. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, it saw that Chang Ye still had no intention of moving the things. Calmly, he got up from the ground, took a couple of steps, moved to the side, changed direction, and continued to lie there, gazing at the scenery. It is stated clearly and explicitly, You're blocking my view of the scenery. Seeing this, Cheng Ye froze, holding his notebook, and gave a rather awkward laugh. But wanting to save face, he turned to the camera, opened the notebook, pointed to the words, and said with a proud expression, "See that? Guardian. It's me, the forest ranger, Cheng Ye. Those under guardianship Tiger Girl, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen. From now on, we'll be certified guardians. Let's see who dares to gossip then." Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream had already been very curious about the red booklet in Cheng Ye's hand. Upon seeing the words on the red booklet, an uproar instantly erupted. "Haha, look at Tiger Girl's little face, she doesn't even want to talk to you, okay. Holy crap, I didn't know they had this. And I just saw that it seemed like it was free? That's right, that forest ranger's certificate is much more prestigious than the average person's, it's super legitimate. I am so jealous, totally jealous. Anyway, I dare not raise one, I'm afraid my village will hold a feast on the very first day I raise one. Okay, stop showing off. We can read, there's no need to read each word to us one by one. I'm so envious. My family wanted to adopt a panda, we have the money, but we weren't eligible. The person upstairs is looking for a sugar daddy/sugar baby. I heard it costs $1 million to adopt one." Looking at the comments in the live stream, Cheng Ye laughed even more heartily. After showing off for a while longer, he returned to his room, completely satisfied. "I locked the notebook in the cabinet. This needs to be locked up securely, it's our certificate with Tiger Girl and the others. Lock up the notebook and leave the room." Then they saw the two little ones outside climbing onto Tiger Girl again. The two little ones kept pawing at it, but each time they would only climb halfway before tumbling down. The little ones didn't get discouraged. After falling down, they got up and continued climbing. Tiger Girl, on the other hand, just lazily stayed put and ignored the two of them. "Let them both make a ruckus next to me." Cheng Ye smiled and then glanced at the sky. I need to hurry and finish washing the two little ones. At least before bed, make sure they're a little dry." He went back to the bathroom, took out a large wooden basin, and placed it at the door. The bathroom is a bit small, making it somewhat inconvenient to shower inside. He turned around and went back to the bathroom, picked up a bucket, went back to the kitchen, filled it with hot water, and poured it into a large basin. After 2 rounds, the large basin was filled with water. After filling the container with water, I adjusted the water temperature until it felt about right. Cheng Ye looked at the two little ones, who were still lying on Hunyu's body, and walked over. They picked up little Wenwen one by one, looking at the somewhat bewildered little guy. "What are you looking at? You're taking a bath. Look how dirty you are, and you keep rubbing yourself against your mother. Tiger Girl, you're the same. You even let Dabao mooch off me, which only increases my workload." As Cheng Ye spoke, he gently placed Xiao Wenwen into the water. Upon seeing this, viewers in the livestream began to make fun of it. Hey, look how smug you were just now, and now you're so pathetic. Good job rubbing against me. Dabao, rub against me as hard as you can. Yeah, it would be best to roll around on the ground again. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Turn into a little dirty tiger. Seeing Xiao Wenwen being lifted up, Dabao let out a couple of bewildered cries. "What are you doing? Count me in. We also took my little sister with us. I want to have a contest with her to see who can climb onto mom's head first." But when he saw his younger sister being put into a basin of water, Dabao immediately stopped climbing the mountain, propped his head up, and stared blankly. He immediately tumbled off Tiger Girl and skipped over to the water basin. Wow! It propped itself up on its hind legs, gripped the water basin with its front paws, and peered inside. Looking at the water in the basin, it raised its little tiger paw and gently touched it. Awoo! Dabao got excited and climbed up immediately. Seeing that his little sister was all wet, the dad massaged her while showering her with water. It gripped the edge of the water basin and began to jump. Thump! Like a small bomb, Dabao jumped into the basin of water, splashing water everywhere. Little Wenwen was alright, since she was already wet. After seeing Dabao jump in, she went over and started rubbing against Dabao, who had just fallen into the water. It was also making a howling sound, as if it were saying something. "Brother, you're here too. Daddy is giving me a bath. It feels so good." At this moment, Cheng Ye looked at Dabao, who was having a great time playing in the water, and then looked at the clothes he had just changed into. It's half transparent. Looking back, I saw Tiger Girl leisurely yawning and shifting her position while lying down. Let's take another look at the baby in the basin. They're family now. We're the ones we want to raise. It's normal for them to be a little naughty when they're young. They're family now. I'm the one who raised them. It's normal for them to be a little naughty when they were little. Looking at his soaked shirt, Cheng Ye sighed helplessly. I took off my soaking wet shirt and put it aside, then continued bathing the two little ones. At that moment, when they saw Cheng Ye get soaked by Dabao's splashes, the audience, who were initially prepared to laugh, changed their tune after seeing Chang Ye take off his shirt and reveal his abs. Holy crap, is this something I can watch without paying? This isn't quite right, let me wipe my drool first. Here you are, Dabao did a great job. You're truly auntie's little darling, I want to pet you. Holy crap, these are my abs from before I went mad and returned to my original state. I hate it, how did the streamer steal them? Wow, the forest ranger is not only handsome, but also has such a great physique. It seems all the heartthrobs are now national treasures. Hey, are you a forest ranger there? Do you recruit girls? Looking for someone who can endure hardship, mainly someone who wants to demonstrate their noble spirit. ABS or not don't matter. At this point, the screen might be scrolling too fast. Chang Ye noticed this and immediately glanced at the comments section. Oh my god. Wait a minute, let me blur it out. This is a legitimate streamer. As he spoke, Chang Ye reached out and operated the screen. They ignored the screams of some female audience members. Turning my head, I continued to cradle the comfortably squinting little Wenwen and rub it. Wow. Dabao sat in the water, staring at Chang Ye's large hand, and kept howling. Wow. I'm here too. It's my turn. Seeing the little guys thrashing around in the water, Chang Ye gave them a good rub. After seeing a comment, he said seriously, the little guy's fur was a bit dirty, and I brought some shampoo, but it wasn't animal specific, because the pH level of animal skin is completely different from that of humans. Animal skin is generally alkaline, while human skin is acidic. If I use my own shower gel on the little ones, it will disrupt their skin's pH balance and increase their chances of developing skin diseases. Moreover, our shower gel has a strong fragrance, and an overly strong scent can easily cause anxiety and unease in little ones with a sensitive sense of smell, so I can only use hot water to bathe the little ones for a longer time. As Chang Ye spoke, he carefully checked whether the two little ones had been cleaned. I learned something new. Another useful little tip every day. No wonder my cat kept meowing after I bathed him, now I know why. The forest ranger is truly all around amazing. Although they are still small, the little one's fur has almost fully grown in, so Chang Ye rubbed them for a long time. After carefully washing both little ones clean, seeing that Dabao was about to sink into the water again, Chang Ye quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the basin. Then bring out little Wenwen as well. They really love water, even though they are felines. But they both have a great curiosity about water. For example, after Dabao floated up in the water, it kept tilting its head, as if trying to sink. Little Wenwen was alright, she was lifted out of the basin. After looking at the basin, it looked forward to going down to play, but its only action was to squat in place and wait for Chang Ye. Meanwhile, Dabao, who had also been pulled out of the basin, was now sticking his butt out and looking into the basin again, looking as if he was about to jump into it. Chang Ye quickly grabbed it, pulled it up, and put it aside. Then he took the water he had used for washing and poured it out outside the railing, in case the two little ones get their towels wet again while I go into the room to get them. After pouring out the water and setting the basin down, he picked up the wooden bucket and went inside. I gave him a clean set of clothes to wear. Then I picked up a dry towel and went outside with it. I looked up. Sure enough, at this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were already in the basin again. In a basin without water. The little tiger paws kept scratching at the bottom of the basin. After seeing Chang Ye come out, it tilted its little tiger head and barked at Chang Ye. Wow, they were wet, but they didn't seem to care. Looking at the two little ones, Chang Ye shook his head helplessly. First, I picked up little Wenwen and placed her in front of me, then used a dry towel to wipe the water off her body. While wiping, I checked the little guy's body. Compared to when we first met the little guy, Wenwen's health is much better now. It has more flesh, and its bones have also grown much larger. Most importantly, he no longer looks as weak as he did when he couldn't get any food. He's grown up. Thinking of this, Chang Ye laughed. I knew it. I'm a qualified stay-at-home dad. Look how well you've taken care of the little guy. Wow. As for the dad who was pinching and rubbing her breasts, little Wenwen obediently squinted and called out, Hey hey! Chang Ye couldn't resist pinching Xiao Wenwen's belly again. This made Wenwen whine and whimper again. The little paws rested softly on Chang Ye's big hand, but without applying any force. Hey, good boy! Chang Ye kept fiddling with Xiao Wenwen in his hands, looking at it and rubbing it. I can't get enough of it. After cleaning Xiao Wenwen up, Chang Ye rubbed the little guy's head. Alright, go play. I'm going to wipe your older brother down too. The little one sensed that his dad had stopped moving and saw his gesture, so he got up, shook his head, and then shook his body. It shook all the fur on its body. She glanced at her brother, who was soaking wet, and then at Chang Ye. Oh woo-woo. After calling out, it obediently ran to the side and started playing by itself. At this moment, after seeing its younger sister walk to the side, Dabao didn't care about the water on its body at all, and just shook itself off. I'm about to go down the steps and continue playing with my sister. But what Dabao didn't notice was that at that moment, a large hand descended from the sky and grabbed the back of its neck, sealing its fate. Turning her head, she saw Cheng Ye looking at her kindly. And, the new dad is wet again. What's going on? Phew. Seeing Dabao's innocent expression, Cheng Ye took a deep breath. The audience burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. Why are the streamer's clothes wet again? Take them off, take them off. I want to see. Dabao is such a good son. He knows what we want to see, that's so nice. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? I'll be giving you all a wet and sexy performance. Look at Dabao's innocent little eyes, he seems a bit confused. Dabao is completely innocent. The water droplet just flew there on its own, what does it have to do with Dabao? After glancing at the comments, Cheng Ye smiled kindly. I put Dabao on the ground and rubbed him with a towel. While rubbing, I observed. They're both growing well, but Dabao's flesh and bones are a bit better than Xiao Wenwen's. This might also be why Dabao loves to jump around. Meanwhile, Dabao was being handled and manipulated by his father's large hands. It was unwilling and began to struggle a little, pushing back and forth with its 4 little paws, while its little head shook wildly in its struggle. Wow! I want to play, I don't want to wipe anymore. It wasn't like this when I wiped my sister. Why does it take me so long to wipe? I want to go play with my sister. Don't play with daddy anymore. Seeing Dabao's little gesture, Cheng Ye smiled, and he understood what Dabao meant. Dabao usually loves to jump around, he likes to jump here and there. No one wants to squat in one place without moving and be wiped for so long, but it was precisely because Cheng Ye understood this principle that he deliberately wiped the paper for a little longer, just to tease the little guy. Otherwise, if it gets any bigger, it'll turn the world upside down. With this in mind, Cheng Ye kept wiping the little guy until he looked like he had no will to live, before patting the little guy's bottom. Alright, go play with your little sister, but remember not to bully her. At this moment, Dabao's little tiger eyes finally lit up. Finally, it's all over. Quickly, as soon as his little paws touched the ground, he hurriedly ran towards his sister with his short legs. The little tail swayed, and without turning its head, only a sound was heard. Wow! P.S. I'm not talking about gifts that cost money, but could you please check the daily free gifts for me? Please. Why yeah, when I saw the gifts I received today, I realized I didn't receive as many as other people in a single day. I'm so upset I could cry. Seeing the 2 little ones chasing each other in the yard, Cheng Ye shook his head and smiled helplessly. Thinking back to when I poured the water, there was a whole basin of black water. Even with me watching and holding him, he still managed to get it this dirty. Then I saw the big guy lying there leisurely. His body was covered in blood stains, and his hair was covered in bits of dead leaves. Then I thought about how everyone had been out hunting and running around in the mountains these past few days. Cheng Ye's smile vanished instantly. This was a massive project. Moreover, the small wooden basin probably can't withstand the rough handling of larger objects. Given the size of this thing, if someone were to step on it, the wooden tub would probably be nearing the end of its lifespan. Suddenly remembering something, Cheng Ye immediately went into the house, picked up a bucket, and filled it with hot water. As he passed by Tiger Girl, he saw her raise her head and said with a smile, "Wait a minute, coming right away." As he spoke, he took the bucket filled with hot water and walked over to the hand pump water tank. The viewers in the live stream were completely confused after watching the direction Cheng Ye left. Tiger Girl needs some washing. Where are you going? Weren't you going to give Tiger Girl a bath? Why are you going that way? Yeah, and the bucket is full. It doesn't look like they're fetching water. What are they doing? No doubt about it, the streamer is probably trying to slack off this time and is going to let Tiger Girl wash it herself. Go to the pool and plug the plunger. Pour hot water into the sink. Logically speaking, a fully grown tiger like Tiger Girl could be simply rinsed off under normal circumstances. But during the fight with the wolf pack, there was too much blood splattered from them. It won't get clean without hot water. And one bucket of hot water isn't enough. Go back to the kitchen and fill the bucket with hot water. He came out the doorway and saw Tiger Girl lying there, so he patted the big guy's body. Hey girl, come with me, I'll give you a good bath. Hearing Cheng Ye's voice, Hunio turned her head and glanced at him. It didn't know that it was about to be washed away, but it was seeing the water in Cheng Ye's bucket that reminded her of how Cheng Ye had just given the little guy a bath. Lulu. He responded to Cheng Ye with a low growl, then slowly stood up. There was absolutely no reluctance. Tigers are very clean animals, they groom their fur all the time. With a personality like that, it's hard for someone not to get involved in this kind of thing. And so, it came to Cheng Ye's side. Seeing everyone get up, Cheng Ye walked towards the pool. Tiger Girl followed slowly with her domineering cat-like steps. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were playing in the yard, stopped when they saw their mother and Cheng Ye walking towards the backyard. After exchanging a glance, they stopped their playful cat punches. She tilted her head and looked in Cheng Ye's direction for a few seconds. Wow, keep up. Xiao Wenwen agreed with Dabao's actions. With its little bottom sticking up and its short tail wagging, it ran off in a daze towards Cheng Ye. After pouring all the hot water into the pool, Cheng Ye used the hand pump to draw a bucket of cold water to adjust the water temperature. I'll use it later for everyone to rinse. I dipped my hand into the pool to test the water temperature. Just right. He pointed to the pool, gestured to Tiger Girl beside him, and said, "Come in, come in." Cheng Ye waved to Huniu, who was standing to the side looking at him in a daze. In response, Tiger Girl let out another loud, rumbling breath. He glanced down at Cheng Ye, then at the spot Cheng Ye pointed to, and with a quick tug of his paw and a push from his heels, he climbed onto the edge of the pool. Take a step forward. Thump, thump. Tiger Girl went into the water, and the water just covered her belly. Tiger Girl, who had gone into the water, didn't move. She just stood in the water and glanced at Cheng Ye. Just then, the two little ones arrived at the edge of the pool. Seeing their mother enter the pool and splash water, the little ones quickly moved away. Once the splash subsided, the two of them came closer again, looking down at the water in the tank. Dabao, in particular, has already started probing with his little paws. Just like by the river, in the big basin just now, they showed their enjoyment of playing in the water. As it tentatively tried to dive into the water, it suddenly looked up at the towel on Cheng Ye's shoulder. Wow! At that moment, Dabao became clever. It thought of the dad's method. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. I'm outta here. With a shout, it ran towards its front door without looking back. Xiao Wenwen glanced at her mother, then at Cheng Ye. A woe roar. After calling out, she followed her brother back to the courtyard. Haha, is Dabao scared? Why is he running away as soon as he sees you? Those short legs, they run so fast. Even faster than when they ran home. Dash, of course. If we don't run faster, we'll get wet and the boy will take revenge on us again. Ha ha ha. Dash Dabao is quite clever. He learned his lesson the first time and knew to run away. Little Wenwen is such a good girl, she even knows to go and play with her brother. So cute. Cheng Ye watched the two little ones leave without paying them any attention. Picking up a spoon, I started pouring water on Tiger Girl, rubbing and washing away the bloodstains from her fur. Seeing that Tiger Girl had visible muscles all over her body, especially the neck and back, as well as the two arms of the forelimbs. It's all in chunks, with clearly defined muscle lines. That's why they say a tiger's front paws are powerful. It can seduce wild boars and fan its own kind. Cheng Ye couldn't help but comment on this. This muscle density is so good, you really can't see any fat at all. No wonder when you slap something, it's like slapping a watermelon, it's crunchy and crisp. The muscle density of a tiger is truly astounding. Famous in the animal kingdom. See? These are the muscles that unleash the cat punch. Anyone here want to try it? Oh, I forgot to turn off the gas. I need to go turn it off. I'll check back later. Dash, what a coincidence. I just made soup. I'll go check if it's burnt. After washing her shoulders, Cheng Ye lifted Huniu's head with his hand, looked at the muscles on her neck, and couldn't help but touch them. No wonder, once you're bitten, you're basically done for. At this moment, whether it was because Huniu had been rubbed by Cheng Ye for too long or because she was a little itchy, she shook her head like a rattle drum. He splashed Cheng Ye with water. He even let out a low growl at Cheng Ye. Cheng Ye gave an awkward smile in response. Oh, what's wrong? You're not happy about serving you. Haha, it's clearly because you took too long that Tiger Girl won't let you touch her anymore. Why are you exposing the streamer? Wouldn't it be better to give the streamer some face? Wow, I really want to try it. I wonder if it feels as good as my black ball. I don't know if it feels as good as your black ball, but I know it definitely won't feel as good as your black ball, making you want to. Think positively, don't do anything stupid. Do you think you're Cheng Ye? Please click on the gift, just watching a free video will do. Cheng Ye busied himself with washing Huniu's body, and after finishing, he patted her body. Move, big guy. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's bodies are not even in the same league as Huniu's. When washing the two little ones, he can play with them as he pleases, turning them over and washing them however he wants. In addition, the pool wasn't very big to begin with, so he couldn't change his position and had to let Tiger Girl move around on her own. Tiger glanced at the body Cheng Ye had just washed. The expression was unclear, as it conveyed an unknown emotion. It simply twisted its enormous body, stirring the water in the pool until it slowly formed a small whirlpool. After turning his body, he gave Cheng Ye a low growl. Roar! Then she stood still with her eyes closed, waiting for Cheng Ye to clean her. Seeing this, Cheng Ye chuckled and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Oh, you seem a little reluctant." After spending some time with Huniu, Cheng Ye roughly understood what kind of personality she had. There's a saying that goes something like this: still as a virgin, swift as a rabbit. When she has nothing to do, Tiger Girl really doesn't want to move at all. She just lies there and looks at the scenery. If you get tired of this position, switch to another one. However, when hunting prey, chasing and killing hungry wolves, tisk. That speed, that ferocious appearance, Changya still remembers it vividly. But at the same time, Changya also felt a little proud. Even if she's a little more demanding, I still have to help her take a bath. Dash eyes this tiger girl's wet and alluring look. Sigh. There's no harm in comparison. The forest ranger can wash a tiger so calmly, and the tiger is so cooperative. My cat's a complete mess when I try to wash him. Dash of course. Tiger girl is someone else's big kitten. Haven't you heard enough about other people's pets since she was little? A wild tiger, so impressive in front of humans, a zookeeper's envy. I'm terrified when I clean up bear droppings. Having done it the first time, Changya was much more skilled at washing the other side the second time. I don't know if she was very satisfied with Changya's technique or what. This time, no matter how long you rubbed her, Tiger Girl remained completely still. She let Changya do whatever he wanted to her. Tiger Girl's fur is much longer and thicker than the little one's. Changya also washed it repeatedly many times. After checking twice, Changya nodded and stretched with satisfaction. Alright, come on up, Tiger Girl, let me wipe you down a bit more, that should be enough. She glanced at Changya, who was stretching, and looked him up and down a few times. Roar! With a low growl, Tiger Girl slowly stepped onto the edge of the pool and then jumped down to the ground. Seeing Huniu's actions, Changya seemed to have been prepared and quickly ran 2 steps away. Sure enough, once Tiger Girl got down to the ground, she shook her head like a rattledrum and her body kept shaking. Tiger Girl, with her thick fur, was already covered in water after coming out of the pool. With this flick, countless water droplets splashed from Tiger Girl's body. This is something that Dabao, that little baby, couldn't compare to. Tiger Girl flung it away. In an instant, the ground within a 3-meter radius was completely soaked. Changya, who was prepared, looked at the splashing water and then at the clothes he had just changed into, and sighed inwardly. They've finally learned their lesson. If this happens twice more, he'll really have no clothes left to change into. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. Haha, that's hilarious. This guy looks like he just escaped a terrible ordeal. He probably didn't even run this fast when he encountered a hungry wolf. Tisk, what a pity, the streamer ran too fast. I wonder what would happen if Tiger Girl had also gotten covered in the streamer's clothes. Dash, but Tiger Girl splashed way too much water. If the streamer doesn't run away, he'll probably be drinking Tiger Girl's bathwater. Ha! Dabao got covered in it, and the streamer dared to retaliate. If Huniu got covered in it, would the streamer dare to retaliate? Looking forward to the banquet. After Huniu finished shaking him, Changya didn't go over immediately, but waited in place for half a minute. I can't be afraid. Tiger Girl stood there, waiting for a long time. Seeing that Changya didn't move, she turned her head and growled. Damn it! Changya shook his head speechlessly, picked up the towel from his shoulder, and walked over. He squatted down, touched the big guy's body, and started wiping it. This is a project comparable to taking a bath. This fur is so thick. Changya wiped the cloth with great effort, while thinking to himself that he should ask the old man to buy some daily necessities for himself and the little ones. And what about furniture? For example, the hair dryer is what we need most right now. I initially thought I was a young man with a buzz cut, and that I could just cut my hair when it grew long. But now that there are 3 guys, it's different. There's also a generator. I originally thought that having a portable power bank with infinity capacity would be enough while I was in the mountains. But when I went to check the main switch, it wasn't like that at all. As he was thinking, he had been wiping for quite a while. We'd only just finished wiping Tiger Girl's fur off. It's still a little damp, but there's nothing we can do without a hairdryer. It'll be fine in a bit. As for Tiger Girl, after seeing Changya stop what he was doing, she shook her body twice more. After glancing at Changya, she turned and walked back into the courtyard without looking back. Watching Tiger Girl's departing figure, Changya couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of expression is that? You're exhausted. Felines, always so aloof. Cats always think they're the highest authority, and they're right. Tigers are no exception. However, I feel that even though Tiger Girl doesn't fuss, it's still more tiring than washing a kitten. I love guys with great stamina. At this moment, the 2 little ones, seeing that Tiger Girl had finished washing, also ran over to her side. He became a tag-along, following Tiger Girl around. They're quite attached to Tiger Girl, but they're occasionally tempted by food and new toys, that's all. Changya grinned as he watched the scene, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although it took a long time to wash this whole family. But looking at the happy family of 3, and the 2 little ones running around with their fluffy fur and clean clothes, it was a wonderful sight. Comfortable. Alright, let's get the food ready. I'm really hungry now. Thinking of this, Changya turned around with his hands on his hips, looking at the mountains in front of him. He stood in the courtyard gazing into the distance. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's nearing dusk. This scenery is just missing one thing, a touch of everyday life. Changya turned his head and looked at his small courtyard. Hey! Deep in the Kinling Mountains, there is a small courtyard that makes this scene even more complete. If you all have a spare moment, please watch this and give it a thumbs up, please. After admiring it, we went back inside. Fill your rice container with your own portion of rice. Rinse it with water before cooking. Then go back to the living room and cut a piece of meat from the wolf that Tiger Girl brought back. I just gave Tiger Girl and her family a long bath. They deserve credit for their hard work, even if they didn't do anything special. Eating a little meat shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Moreover, wolf meat can be considered a traditional Chinese medicine ingredient, which is perfect for replenishing one's energy after a long and tiring battle. Scrape off the wolf fur and wash the wolf meat clean. Light the firewood, heat the pot, and boil water. After the water boils, put them in to blanch. After blanching, take them out and put them in cold water with some salt to soak for a while. Removes fishy smell and enhances flavor. While we're at it, let's take the seasonings we brought into the mountains out of the saddlebag. Slice the ginger and garlic into thin strips. While they're soaking, cut off a piece of wolf meat from the little guys and chop it into small pieces. The little guy's teeth are much better now than before, so we don't have to chop the meat into small pieces like we used to. Slowly try using small pieces of meat first to let the little one practice their teeth. You really need to practice, so that when you go out in the future, you won't just be able to scream. Although, several times when things happened, De Bao would usually rush in, but he was stopped by himself. There's nothing we can do, the kitten is still a bit weak. Although he had already finished drinking the Super Gene Beast milk, Changya was not in a hurry to exchange it. For the little ones, with Tiger Girl around, her food is the best for them. As for Tiger Girl, we'll just give her the whole wolf later. After all, wolf meat is very difficult to preserve, it won't taste the same after a day or two. Moreover, one wolf isn't actually that much for Tiger Girl's appetite. Sizzle, heat a wok, heat oil, and sauté scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant. The wolf meat rolled into the pot, and instantly the room was filled with the aroma of the cooking pot. Changya has good knife skills, he slices the meat very thinly. Therefore, once the meat is rolled in hot oil, it is already cooked. After stir-frying the wolf meat, Changya took out the smart free-range eggs he had brought with him from the warehouse. It's a pity there was no seaweed or tomatoes, so I could only make a simple egg drop soup. Looking at this simple soup, Changya thought of the vegetable garden in the backyard, and realized it was time to add some color. When Changya finished preparing the meal, he muttered to himself, as if he were having a conversation or talking to himself. If you're not going to eat first, then you should feed them both first. As he spoke, he pointed to the wolf carcass beside him. Hey, I only ate a little bit. And a little bit for you two kids, the rest is all yours. Hearing Changya's words, Hunio raised her head and glanced at them indifferently, then glanced at the spoils of war beside her. Lulu. It could be a response, or it could just be a gasp for breath. After making that sound, it stopped looking at Changya and instead rested its head on its arm and lay down. And what about its body? But it was in a very awkward sideways position. The two little guys had already been lying there for a while, starting their dinner. Snap! Snap! It caused quite a commotion. Also, recently, De Bao has stopped crowding his younger sister and seems to have given her a better spot. Changya had observed that this was a form of animalistic instinct. Back then, the younger sister was too weak, so the older brother, who was a healthy baby, didn't even notice her. As his younger sister's health improved day by day, De Bao finally began to treat her as someone on the same level as himself. Sometimes, because of Xiao Wenwen's cleverness, De Bao pays more attention to Xiao Wenwen's actions and behaviors. Just like now, Xiao Wenwen got a good spot, so De Bao ran to the side. Changya watched the two of them eating harmoniously, seeing how much the two little guys were enjoying their food. After working all afternoon, he was already a little hungry, and his appetite returned. A bowl was filled to the brim with rice, and there was also a bowl of egg drop soup. Gurgle gurgle. Although there were no side dishes, Changya still found the egg drop soup incredibly delicious. Then have another bite of hot food. He picked up a piece of wolf meat and began to chew. Wow! It smells so good. The two little ones thought the same thing. With the environment of the small courtyard at home, plus a large pot and all kinds of seasonings, compared to the food we had outdoors the other day, this was incredibly comfortable. Ah, that feels so good. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Changya glanced to the side, fed the two little ones, and then ran over to Tiger Girl, who was tearing wolf meat. He chuckled and continued to shovel large mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. For a moment, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma and the sound of two different kinds of rice being cooked. For Changya's family at this moment, eating is the best thing in the world. Meanwhile, in the backyard of a lakeside villa in Kyoto, lush evergreen plants swayed gently in the breeze blowing across the lake. A middle-aged man was holding a mobile phone and looking at it horizontally. After seeing the image on the phone, I couldn't help but shout into the house. Honey, isn't dinner ready yet? What's with the rush? You didn't even come to lend a hand when you were hungry. You've been back these past few days just staring at your phone. Have you fallen for that little vixen? Sigh. My little yeah is so sensible. He always cooks delicious food for me when he comes back. Unlike you, you're so lazy every day. My son is just like me. A woman's voice came from the kitchen, initially somewhat irritable, but turning somewhat relieved after mentioning a name. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at the screen on his phone, smiled, and did not refute it. I don't want to hire a nanny because I want to eat your cooking. Am I wrong? But did that kid call you? I've seen a lot of posts about him online. I won't tell you when I call. If I do tell you, we'll start arguing, and Ono will be even less willing to call back. Although the yard was large, it was only the two of them living there, so the young couple chatted, one in the kitchen and the other in the backyard. The middle-aged man was naturally Chang Ye's father, Chang Binji. The woman was Chang Ye's mother. Like many families, Zhang Yun is a typical doting mother who spoils Chang Ye rotten. It can be said that Zhang Yun's help was a large part of the reason why Chang Ye was able to get past Chang Binji and become a forest ranger. Chang Binji, on the other hand, is a typical father. The kind who says one thing but means another. In the words of the older generation, he just wanted Chang Ye to follow his arrangements, help him properly, and then inherit the company. However, Chang Ye did not follow the path he had arranged and became a forest ranger. He was furious at the time. However, Chang Ye didn't spend much time with her when she was a child. He couldn't bring himself to act like a cruel father. So, in the end, all that was left was the Cold War. But even though it's a Cold War, one day, the old man saw his son's information online and couldn't help but pay attention to it. He's like a young person, always glued to his phone. For example, right now, as he looks at all the things on his phone, he can't help but hum. Humph. You brat, you're living the high life. P.S. As usual, handsome guys and beautiful girls, all you need to do is watch a free video. Please. After all, they're all fathers, they all share the same mindset. If my son wants to go out and make his own way in the world, then let him go. It's a good thing if he can make something of himself. If you can't make it out, just come back and inherit your property. I was busy for a while. The food was already laid out on the table. Honey, dinner's ready. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's voice, Chang Binji slowly stood up. While looking at her phone, she walked towards the dining table, and only reluctantly turned it off after almost reaching it. She seemed a little afraid of being seen. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yun casually asked while eating her meal, "What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed. Your son's live stream?" Hearing this, Chang Binji was visibly flustered and quickly said, "Who watched it? It's just a video the company's advertising department recently made, I was just glancing at it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun pursed her lips and didn't ask any further questions. Seeing Zhang Yun's expression, Chang Binji felt even more guilty. He took the rice bowl and ate a few mouthfuls. "Honey, the food you made today is a little saltier than usual." Hearing this, Zhang Yun rolled her eyes and said, "Eat it or don't, it's up to you." But I knew that was just the old man trying to change the subject. Starting at noon, the old man was holding a mobile phone and looking at it, and he could hear his son's voice. It's obvious that he's watching his son's live stream. Sometimes he doesn't respond when I call him. He had just gotten home when he immediately went to the yard to check, thinking he didn't know anything. I was too lazy to expose him. Being too proud to admit defeat will only lead to suffering. Just then, Zhang Yun's phone rang. Who is it that calls during mealtime? Upon hearing this voice, Chang Binji immediately stopped eating and glanced at Zhang Yun while holding his rice bowl. Zhang Yun grumbled as she wiped her hands and took out her phone. Upon seeing the note displayed above, he immediately beamed and said, "It's my precious son. So wonderful." After glancing at Chang Binji's reaction, he slid the answer button and turned on speakerphone. All I could hear was Chang Ye's voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Hey mom, have you eaten yet? Do you miss the food I made? I was just about to eat it." "I'd like to, but can you really leave your job?" "What? I was just about to eat, and it's already so late." The old man must not have helped when he got back. If I were home, I would have finished eating by now. Upon hearing this, Chang Binji glanced at Zhang Yun and coughed. And then, this cough was heard. Chang Ye, on the other end of the phone, clearly knew that his mother had put the phone on speakerphone and that his father was also there. The sound was noticeably weaker. "Hey, Mom, could you give me some money? Or could you buy me something and have someone bring it up? You know I just arrived and I have nothing. You wouldn't want your son to suffer, would you? You little rascal, all you do is ask me for money, why don't you ever ask your dad for it?" Upon hearing this, Chang Ye gave an awkward laugh. If the old man hadn't heard what he said, he might have dared to ask. "For now, let's forget about it." Seeing that there was no response, Zhang Yun continued, "Alright, just send me anything you need to my phone later. By the way, your dad's company is almost done with its IPO. When we buy the things for you in a while, we'll bring them up ourselves. is that okay with you? Sure, why not? Just let me know when you come, and I'll come down the mountain to pick you up. The mountain roads are difficult to travel. At that moment, Chang Binji, who had been silent all along, said to Chang Ya on the other end of the phone, next time you do something, think more about the consequences, think about your mother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun frowned, looking somewhat confused. What are you saying? What can Ono do? Upon hearing this, Chang Ya immediately understood what his father meant and realized that his dad had definitely been watching his live stream. Knowing what had happened in the past 2 days, Chang Ya paused for 2 seconds before replying. Okay, I will. Zhang Yun couldn't understand what the father and son were saying, but she didn't say anything more. Hey, Mom, I'm hanging up now. Zhang Yun chuckled. All you do on the phone is ask for money. Is that why you're being so attentive? You can't even say a few words? Hee. I was just afraid of disturbing your meal. Alright, you heartless bastard, I'm hanging up. Chang Ya laughed after hanging up the phone. It seems the old man has come to appreciate my work, otherwise, why would he keep watching my live stream? But if I buy all the things and my dad comes up the mountain too? He remembered that his father really disliked animals like cats. I remember when we were at home, he had a fight with my dad because he wanted to get a cat. Ultimately, they had no choice but to give up. When they get up the mountain and see their 3 big cats, they'll probably. Thinking of this, Chang Ye shook his head, not daring to think any further. Let's take it one step at a time and deal with things when the time comes. By this time, the 2 little ones had finished nursing. Tiger Girl was also chewing on the wolf's carcass next to her. With a single bite of her canine teeth, she tore the wolf's entire body apart. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye quickly turned the camera away. The camera then turned to the 2 little ones next to them. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen stuck out their little bottoms and clung to the stool, trying to climb up. The little head kept looking at Chang Ye's table. What is Daddy eating? Let me see. Chang Ye smiled and placed the 2 items on the small table in front of him. Hey, just lie here quietly. If you go out to play again, you'll get covered in dust again. However, the 2 little ones were very well behaved when lying in front of their dad who was eating. That's right, it keeps sticking its little head out and trying to squeeze into the bowl that Chang Ye is holding to its mouth. Chang Ye waved his hands back and forth to shoo them away, but they wouldn't leave. This made him laugh helplessly. Seeing that De Bao had already started scratching at his bowl, he grabbed De Bao by the back of the neck. You better behave yourself. You just finished drinking milk. Why do you want more? You can't eat this. De Bao clearly didn't understand what he was saying. It just saw what the dad was eating, and it looked delicious. And they didn't even share any with themselves. This made the little guy roll around on the table a few times in a huff after he was taken away. Wow. As for little Wenwen, after being stopped by her dad a few times, she obediently sat aside and watched him. Chang Ye turned to look at it, smiled, and reached out to pat its little head. We're not eating it. It'll give me diarrhea. Little Wenwen tilted her head back and opened her little mouth. Wow. Looking at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's appearance, and Xiao Wenwen's little tiger face with her head tilted back and mouth open, Chang Ye smiled, got up and went back to the kitchen, taking out the pieces of meat he had chopped earlier. After dividing the food into 2 portions, placed them in front of the 2 little ones. Eat up. This is still edible, but if you eat so often, you might grow up to be as fat as Jian. When they saw the piece of meat that Chang Ye took out, the 2 little ones, who had been curious about what Chang Ye was eating, had their eyes light up. De Bao stopped rolling around and happily walked over to the basin containing the meat chunks. It immediately buried its tiger face in the basin, bit the piece of meat and put it in its mouth, opening and closing its mouth and using its teeth to devour it. Little Wenwen let out a howl at Chang Ye and started gnawing on a piece of meat. Meanwhile, in the live stream, people listening to Chang Ye's phone call had already started discussing it. What? Did I hear that right? This guy's parents are CEOs of a listed company. Holy crap. Yes, you heard right. Haven't you noticed after all this time that despite the high viewership, no one is sending gifts? It's because the streamer doesn't care about money at all. I originally thought the forest ranger's life was very hard, living in such a poor place without electricity, but it turns out he was just experiencing life there. I burst into tears. It was you guys as the Joker. As a longtime fan, I knew it all along, ha. Seeing the live stream discussing his father's company, Chang Ye was reminded of his father's dislike of cats. Chang Ye sighed as he watched the 2 little ones munching on chunks of meat. Sigh, how could dad hate such an adorable little kitty? That's strange. Hey bro, you don't need to worry about your dad disliking cats at all. Once you get to know them, he'll probably like them even more than you do. Mine does. Just introduce De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to your dad, they'll handle the rest themselves. Agreed, the little ones are so cute, who wouldn't love them? Looking at the comments, Chang Ye thought for a moment, patted his leg, and said regretfully, yeah, that seems to be true. Damn it, what a loss. I should have just tried bringing it back then. Looks like we'll have to see how these two little ones perform from now on. Hearing Chang Ye slap his thigh, Xiao Wenwen raised her head. Oh woo, are you calling me? Looking at Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye's confidence grew even stronger. How well behaved and adorable. Turning his head, he glanced at Dabao, who was so busy showing off that he didn't even have time to look up. Chang Ye silently turned his head back and pointed at the pieces of meat in the basin. Eat. Let's eat until we're plump and white. As he spoke, Chang Ye realized he had almost finished eating, so he began to clear the table, taking everything off the table except for the little one's metal basins. The bowls he used himself were still very clean. Although wolf meat is a bit tough, it was my first time eating it, and with my own cooking skills, I was really enjoying it. Chang Ye ate all the food, leaving not a single grain of rice. His father sometimes got nagged by his grandfather for leaving even a tiny bit of rice. After all, in my grandfather's generation, many people starved to death because they couldn't get enough to eat. Therefore, the Cheng family has a tradition. There will be no leftovers. Put the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen, wash them, and put them away properly. He glanced at the water tank, then started bathing Tiger Girl and the two little ones, along with himself. By this time, the water tank was empty. Before it gets completely dark, go to the well and fill the water tank. We need to fill Tiger Girl's and the little ones' water bowls so they can have water to drink when they're thirsty at night. Thinking about it, Chang Ye picked up the bucket and prepared to walk towards the well. As I passed by Tiger Girl, I saw her lying lazily on the ground, having eaten and drunk her fill. It didn't even bother to move its tail. He shook his head with a smile. This feels so good. This girl, when she's lazy, she's really lazy. After saying that, he took the bucket and went out the door. But then, Tiger Girl looked back at the two cubs who were gnawing on wolf meat as she saw the direction Chang Ye had left. I looked again at the sky outside, which was already starting to darken. He opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue and licked his teeth, then slowly stood up. Stepping out of the wooden house, she followed Chang Ye with a domineering cat-like gait. And from its breath, it kept making that rumbling sound, as if warning everything in the darkness. Normally, such a sound in the mountains and forests signifies absolute danger, even more so at night. If any animal is lucky enough to hear this, it must be when it has already had its throat bitten, but is not yet dead. Chang Ye had just filled a bucket with water and was about to rush back to the house. Then he saw Tiger Girl standing in the yard, looking in his direction. Chang Ye was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Immediately, within seconds, Chang Ye realized what was happening. Then, he grinned and smiled. He quickened his pace and, as he approached Tiger Girl from behind, said with a smile, "What could possibly happen to me in the yard?" Hearing Chang Ye's words, Tiger Girl did not make any move. She simply raised her tiger head and glanced at Chang Ye indifferently before following behind him. Seeing this, Chang Ye smiled and took the wooden bucket filled with water into the house. As soon as I entered, I saw two little creatures standing at the door, looking at me and Tiger Girl. It's crying out in a panic. Roar! W.A. Looking at the two little ones, Chang Ye's smile deepened, and he spoke to the camera in the live stream. His words revealed an undisguised boastfulness. I just came out to get some water, sigh. You guys are way too sensitive to the weather. What could possibly happen to me in my own yard? Are Dabao and Xiao Wenwen refusing to eat their meat and just wanting to come out and watch? That's enough, stop showing off. I am so jealous. Why are other people's tigers so well behaved and obedient? I don't understand, can humans really get along with tigers like this? Wow, that's amazing. Going out to get some water, the whole family came out to protect me. What kind of treatment is that? After glancing at the comments in the live stream, Chang Ye simply said something. Sigh, never mind, I need to hurry up and fill all the water containers so the two little ones don't miss out on eating the meat. Hey, even Dabao came out to see me, and he didn't even eat the meat. With that, Chang Ye called Tiger Girl and the two little ones back. Thump, thump, this bucket contains about 1/4 of a cylinder's worth of water. We'll have to go back and forth several times. Meanwhile, the lazy Tiger Girl and the two meat-eating babies always followed closely behind him. Chang Ye couldn't be driven away no matter what, which gave rise to a kind of happy helplessness in my heart. Thanks to King Mo for the certification. I'll add an extra chapter tomorrow, or 3 chapters in total, depending on the situation. If not, then we'll owe you for now. By the time the water tank was filled, it was completely dark. Chang Ye also lit the candles that he had prepared beforehand. It turned the originally dark cabin into the only faint light shining in the forest. Having learned from previous experience, Chang Ye let the two little ones choose for themselves who they wanted to sleep with. We arrived at the staircase leading to the second-floor attic. Chang Ye pointed to the second floor, then to his own room, and said with a smile to the one adult and 2 children beside him, "You can decide for yourselves whether you choose to sleep on the second floor or come to my room." The moment they saw Chang Ye's movement, the 2 guys who were rubbing against Hunia stuck out their butts and trotted over to Chang Ye's feet. Wow! Roar. Clearly, they understood Chang Yes' meaning instantly. It was also quite obvious that the two of them indicated that sleeping on Chang Yes' neck would be more comfortable. Why is this happening? Maybe Tiger Girl snores? Chang Ye looked at the two of them and thought it was funny. Looking at his feet, Dabao rubbed his head against Chang Ye's trouser leg, his short tail wagging slightly. After rubbing against Chang Ye a couple of times, he would bark at him twice. Little Wenwen sat gracefully at Chang Ye's feet, tilting her head back and looking at Chang Ye with shining eyes. In response, Chang Ye spoke to Huniu, who was staring at him with brown eyes. Hey girl, see? I didn't force them. They wanted to sleep with me on their own. Go back upstairs and sleep by yourself. I won't come up with you. He bent down and picked up the two little ones, one in each arm, and held them in his arms. Let's go. Time to go back to sleep. With a smile on her face, she led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the room. They didn't even care about the big cat that was left alone on the second floor. As we approached the bedroom, just as I scrambled onto their shoulders, the two little ones lying on the ground started barking at us from behind. Chang Ye turned around upon hearing the sound and discovered Hunia following behind him without making a sound. What are you doing? Instead of going upstairs to sleep, you're following me. As he spoke, Chang Ye suddenly realized something. You're planning to come back to the room with me to sleep? When she saw Chang Ye turn around, Hunia simply raised her head and glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him completely. They then bypassed Chang Ye and went into Chang Ye's room first. Seeing Huniu's appearance, Chang Ye paused for a moment, then followed in her footsteps. As soon as I entered, I saw Tiger Girl lying sprawled on the ground in a random spot. After opening its gaping maw and tugging at it, it lazily closed its eyes and lay down. It was as if it had been in this room for a very long time. Chang Ye glanced at it and smiled again. Hey, this room is a bit small. This space is so full. They didn't say much. Since Tiger Girl liked the room, or rather, liked being together, that was fine too. The reason Chang Ye had previously let it sleep on the second floor was because he knew that tigers are generally solitary and do not have a habit of living in groups. Therefore, he assumed that Tiger Girl also liked being alone. But now it seems fine. Thinking about it, he put the two little ones on the ground. Go and tidy up the sleeper berth yourself so that you and the little one can sleep more comfortably. After finishing tidying up, Chang Ye smiled and said to the drone's camera, I'm getting ready to go to sleep, so I'm not going to continue the live stream. That's all for today's live stream. End of broadcast. Everyone should go to bed early too. After saying that, Chang Ye took out his phone and turned off the live stream. At this moment, the viewers who were just about to tease Chang Ye immediately sent out barrage comments to persuade him to stay after hearing Chang Ye's words. No, please don't end the stream, handsome. Let us keep watching, we don't mind. Does this count as a wedding night? Tonight is the first night after we got our marriage certificate, and Tiger Girl even came to sleep in the streamer's room. Don't turn it off, let me watch a little longer, handsome. What's wrong with you people? Are you planning to cause trouble during the wedding night? What happened? I just finished eating and washing up, and I was about to lie in bed and happily watch the live stream when it suddenly shut down. Don't worry, everyone. I'll edit together what you missed from today's live stream, so you can check it out. Some viewers waited for more than 10 minutes, only to find the live stream room still black. While waiting for the editor's update, they chatted in Chang Ye's live stream, treating the live stream like a chat group. After the video editor who received Chang Ye's approval posted Chang Ye's video today, people in the live stream went to the topic and boosted its popularity. And relying on the hundreds of thousands of fans they already had, these topics and videos quickly jumped into the top 10 trending searches. Hashtag the first day the forest ranger and the tiger girl got their marriage certificate. Hashtag man was followed by 3 tigers while fetching water. Hashtag golden eagles actively building nests near the young man. Does this mean they have changed their nature? Hashtag a beautiful day in harmony between humanity and nature. Hashtag. Soon, more and more people saw Chang Ye's live stream content today. Holy crap, isn't that the guy who just trended on social media today? That's him. I remember him, the one who fought the pack of wolves. He's trending again? Wow, that's really fierce. There are hungry wolves, tigers, and golden eagles, all animals I'd run away from if I saw them. Show and run? Even if you do see it, you might be able to run, but you'll just end up inside someone else's stomach. The little tiger is so cute. It doesn't even eat the meat, it just comes out to watch the streamer get water. How much does it love this guy? I'm so envious. I think his family is the CEO of a listed company in Kyoto. I think I've heard of them before. This whole family is amazing. Meanwhile, the elderly couple, who had already finished eating, were resting in bed after washing up. The young couple, who were trying to fall asleep while scrolling through their phones, soon noticed this topic and video clip. Chang Binji was alright, he had been following Chang Ye's live stream, so he already knew what was in the video. However, Zhang Yun still had a smile on her face when she saw the videos and topics of interaction between Cheng Ye and Hu Niu's family at home. But when she saw a young forest ranger fighting with a hungry wolf, he immediately frowned and hurriedly searched for previous trending videos. The moment I saw Cheng Ye in the video, I thought of the conversation between Cheng Binji and Cheng Ye today. I immediately understood what was going on. You, Cheng Binji, knew this had happened. Why didn't you tell me? Tomorrow. We need to buy what our son needs tomorrow, then we'll head up the mountain immediately. The night was quiet. The stars in the sky are like a mischievous child, sometimes twinkling, sometimes hiding in the dark clouds. The moonlight was like a layer of silver gauze. The sunlight shone through the window onto the man and the 3 tigers. The evening breeze in April gently swayed through the woods. A warm breeze was blowing gently. It's like chasing the only glimmer of light in the mountains and forests. The warmth wafted through the window into Cheng Ye's room. The already dim candlelight was blown about to fall. But the candlelight is like the little grass growing in the cracks of rocks when spring is about to arrive. It stood stubbornly in the room, illuminating the dark night. At this moment, the 2 little ones were already sleeping peacefully on Cheng Ye's chest. Dabao seemed to be dreaming of something delicious, and kept sucking on it with his little mouth. Little Wenwen was also sleeping soundly, her eyes tightly closed, like 2 lines. The little mouth moved slightly, and the little tiger whiskers beside it trembled slightly as if it were nursing. Looking at the 2 little ones, Cheng Ye, who had been thinking about fighting the hungry wolf tonight and his father's words, gradually calmed down. He was actually lucky today. If Tiger Girl hadn't discovered them and had arrived any later, the outcome might have been very different. Moreover, wolf attacks are not actually the most dangerous part of forest ranger work. Humans, poachers, are the real culprits. Whether for their own safety or for Tiger Girl's family, he needs to report to the bureau and apply for defensive weapons. One last look at Tiger Girl lying motionless on the ground. With its eyes tightly closed, it occasionally makes a gurgling sound. Believe it or not, it's also somewhat hypnotic. I turned my head and looked again, and saw the bright moonlight streaming in through the open window. Feeling the warmth of the evening breeze, Cheng Ye yawned widely and slowly fell asleep. Early morning. Before it was fully light, Cheng Ye opened his sleepy eyes. He raised his hand and rubbed it. The 2 little ones didn't seem to be awake yet. They were perched on Cheng Ye's chin, their tiny paws starting to push and stomp on him again. Looks like you slept very well last night. But when I turned around and looked, I found that Tiger Girl was no longer in the room. She must have gotten up a long time ago. That makes sense, since felines mostly sleep during the day and hunt at night. Although Tiger Girl's schedule is similar to mine now, she definitely gets up much earlier than me. As for the 2 little ones, they are still young, so it's normal for them to sleep a little longer. Puffed, puffed. At this moment, Cheng Ye probably made a slight movement, which startled the 2 little ones. This caused them to start moving around erratically and making snorting noises from their nasal cavities. Cheng Ye quickly froze, smiling as he looked down. The 2 little ones, who were about to wake up, sniffed and smelled everything around them while their eyes were still closed. It seems to be searching for a familiar scent. After searching for a while, I found it. Dabao lifted his head and tried to open his eyes. Little Wenwen snuggled closer to him before finally waking up. Ah, wow. The voice was soft, with a hint of languor. When Cheng Ye saw this, he smiled slightly, as if he had woken the little guy up. Good morning. As he spoke, Cheng Ye slowly sat up, watching the 2 little ones slide from my chest to my belly. Ha! I've grown a tiger on my body. It keeps falling off whenever I move. The little ones, perhaps because they had just woken up, didn't seem to have any particular feelings about falling off Cheng Ye. The 2 of them just squatted on Cheng Ye's belly, their little heads nodding gently. It seems like she hasn't fully woken up yet. She looks a little sleepy. All right. Wake up, get up. Your old mother's nowhere to be found. With that, Cheng Ye put them aside, got dressed, and got out of bed. After he finished tidying up, he continued on his way. Cheng Ye put his hands on their heads and comforted them. You're home now, and you're still lying in bed? This was something he hadn't expected. The 2 of them were in the wild, and things just started happening on a whim. In the morning, the 2 kids were much more energetic than him. But now that they're at home, the 2 little ones are clearly feeling safe and comfortable. All right then, you 2 can lie down for a while longer. As he spoke, Cheng Ye placed them both on his pillow. No need to shout or argue. The early bird catches the worm. After washing up, the first thing he did was naturally have breakfast. Then, tap the small iron basin. These 2 have to run out, they have to run like the wind. Thinking about it made me smile as I looked at the 2 kids huddled together, lying on the pillow. Cheng Ye walked out of the room with a sense of relief. Stepping out of the room, Cheng Ye didn't see Hu Niu, but he wasn't worried at all. If I'm not mistaken, they probably went to grab a bite to eat nearby. The hungry wolves we brought back were already eaten last night. It seems I won't have to worry about Tiger Girl's meals from now on. I picked up my phone and glanced at the back end of the live stream. Looking at the screen full of chat history, Cheng Ye laughed. These people must have been chatting all night in his live stream. Thinking about it, Cheng Ye opened his live stream and spoke to the camera. Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast yet? Are you still awake, or are you already awake? The moment the live stream showed a video, the chat exploded with comments. I've had my food, the usual soy milk and fried dough sticks, plus 2 meat buns. Holy crap, it's live. It was worth waiting all night. Is this the Forest Rangers live stream? I saw it trending last night and waited all night. I just woke up and was getting ready for work when I received a notification that the live stream was starting. Good morning, host. Tiger Girl, where are De Bao and Xiao Wenwen? Let me see them. I haven't seen them all night, I miss them so much. Quick, I'm so drooling after seeing their videos last night, I need to suck on some. Looking at the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream, Cheng Ye replied, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen haven't gotten up yet, they're sleeping in their room. Tiger Girl has probably gone out to find food. She should be back soon. After saying that, Cheng Ye began to fetch water and start washing up. After washing up, I started making breakfast. I simply cooked a bowl of plain congee and served it with the pickled vegetables I brought from the city. I was eating breakfast while interacting with the comments section. There were 2 small iron basins next to it. This is for knocking on after you see Tiger Girl, or when the time is about right. Host, what's up with you today? Why are you only eating plain porridge? Isn't that a bit bland? I think plain congee is great for breakfast, I just like it. That's right, having plain porridge in the morning is actually quite good. According to the elderly, it can even nourish your vital energy. Besides, I'm in the mountains, so this is fine. As he spoke, Cheng Ye lowered his head, ready to continue showing off. Just then, a low growl was heard coming from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Cheng Ye quickly went outside. The voice sounded wary, and it was clearly Tiger Girl's. Did they just come back from outside and discover something? But it's only morning, could it be that some ferocious beast from somewhere else has come looking for us? Stepping outside, I saw Tiger Girl standing outside the fence, looking down the mountain. Upon walking over, Cheng Ye quickly comforted Huniu and then looked in the direction she was looking. Then they saw 2 figures at the foot of the mountain. They looked somewhat familiar, and it seemed they were carrying something in their hands. This, Mom and Dad? Last night, after I called them to ask what I needed, they said it wouldn't be able to come until the afternoon. Why are you already starting to climb the mountain? Hey girl, don't scream, don't scream. Tiger Girl, feeling Cheng Ye's large hand stroking her, glanced at Cheng Ye, then at the 2-legged beasts below the mountain. The initial wary gestures were gradually withdrawn. Seeing that Tiger Girl's emotions had calmed down considerably, Cheng Ye also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Cheng Ye's phone rang. After seeing the note on it, he immediately answered. Mom. Oh no, get up now, your father and I have arrived at the foot of this mountain. We originally wanted to go up by ourselves, since you old man have been here before and know the way. But we just thought we heard a tiger roar, and there was a big bird flying around in the sky. We're a little scared. So I called you to see if you could come down and pick us up. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ye was basically certain that the 2 figures at the foot of the mountain were his parents. But the big bird is flying? Could it be Sister Diao? Okay. I think I can see you. Stay where you are, I'll come down to meet you now. I'll be there soon, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he patted the head of the girl next to him twice. You stay here for now, I'm going downstairs to pick up my parents. After saying that, he quickly went out and walked down the mountain. Everyone says that going down a mountain is harder than going up one. However, Cheng Ye is now descending the mountain much faster than he did ascending it. Zhang Yun, who was down the mountain, listened to Cheng Ye's words and said to her husband beside her, I told you, let our son come down the mountain to pick us up, but you insisted on going by yourself. You've only walked a short distance, and you're already exhausted. He even boasted about how good his physical strength was. Listening to his wife's nagging, Cheng Binji put down what he was holding and slowly placed the bag on his back on the ground. How can you blame me? Look at what you brought. I already told you to have someone bring it up this afternoon, but you insisted on bringing some yourself. And even if you did, you didn't take it with you. You now. But before Cheng Binji could finish speaking, Zhang Yun immediately interrupted him. When you come, you have to come along yourself. What? You're not even happy to take something now? Cheng Binji glanced at his wife's eyes, and the words he was about to say stopped him. I decided not to look at it anymore and was just about to take a cigarette out of my pocket. But then he remembered that they were in the mountains, so he withdrew his hand. Looking at the lush green mountains, Cheng Binji couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The old man's insistence back then was not without reason. At that moment, the golden eagle circling in the sky seemed to have spotted Cheng Ye descending the mountain. Like a sword being drawn from its sheath, it immediately flew towards Cheng Ye's direction. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After seeing Chang Ye nearby, it stopped and began barking around Chang Ye's head. Chang Ye glanced at the flying eagle's sister and laughed. It really is Sister Diao. After circling for a moment, the eagle sister slowly flew down and came to Chang Ye's side, looking at the area on Chang Ye's shoulder. Seeing this, Chang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Is this guy trying to stand on his own shoulders again? This time it won't work. I was in such a hurry when I came down the mountain that I didn't bring anything with me. Without padding, if Diao Ji stands on my shoulders, and look at the sharp claws on the eagle's feet, he quickly waved to Sister Diao. Look how lazy you are. This time you should fly by yourself. With my skinny arms and legs, it would be terrible if you held me up. Seeing that Chang Ye ignored her and wouldn't let her stand on his shoulders, the golden eagle flapped its enormous wings at Chang Ye a few times. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chang Ye ignored him and continued heading down the mountain. After flapping its wings a few times, it was unclear whether the eagle's sister felt relieved or something else. She stood still, glanced at the mountain, and then watched Chang Ye rushing down the mountain. It seemed he wasn't going to turn around and pick me up. Left with no other choice, it could only flap its wings and fly up to keep up with Chang Ye's pace. A moment later, Chang Ye saw two figures in front of him, and a smile immediately spread across his face. After seeing Chang Ye, Zhang Yun held a stick and planted it on the ground while waving at him. Here it is, son, here it is. When Chang Ye came to her side, she hugged him tightly and patted his back repeatedly with her left hand. After giving AI a slap, she grabbed Chang Ye's arm with both hands. Come, let me see my good son. They've all lost weight, and their skin has gotten much darker. Chang Ye smiled as he looked at his mother. How could I possibly lose weight? The food I eat in the mountains is much more nutritious than what I eat at school. But he also knew that no matter what he looked like, in his parents' eyes, he was just too thin. She glanced at her father beside her and called out softly, Dad! Chang Binji looked at his son in front of him, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. That's good, you look a bit more energetic. He nodded. After they finished speaking, the two fell silent again. Zhang Yun looked at the two of them and said to her husband, Old man, hurry up, grab your things and come up the mountain with your son. At this moment, Chang Binji's brows relaxed, and he was just about to smile. But after hearing his wife's words, his face immediately fell. My son is here, and I'm so exhausted. Shouldn't you have asked your son to help me get it? He was about to speak when he glanced at his wife's cold look, then pretended to be helpless as he picked up his things and put on his backpack. He squinted at Chang Ye beside him. Seeing his father's expression, Chang Ye immediately understood what his father meant. She quickly went to her father's side, snatched the shoulder bag from him and put it on her back, and took the bag from her father's hand. Dad, let me do it, let me do it. You've come all this way to see me, how can I let you carry things, Dad? Mom is frail, Dad, could you help her up the mountain so she doesn't fall? Seeing his son's actions, Chang Binji said to his wife beside him, It's not that I can't bring it up, it's that my son won't allow it. Zhang Yun rolled her eyes at the smirks in the eyes of the father and son. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, a bird's call suddenly caught Zhang Yun's attention. Turning his head, he saw the large bird he had seen in the sky earlier and said in surprise, Son, did this big bird follow you here? Chang Ye looked at the eagle circling overhead and said with a smile, Yes, I rescued it, and it's been following me ever since. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately smiled, her face filled with pride. Tell me about it, I'm so busy with other things, I don't have much time to watch your live stream. You old man, don't tell me anything. Chang Ye glanced at his father, nodded, and smiled. Okay, let's go up the mountain first. Talk as we walk. Yes, let's go up the mountain first, let's go up the mountain first. Sorry, I suddenly had to go out tonight, so the update is late. There will be another chapter tonight, but it will be very late. Please forgive me, everyone. Chang Ye is now handling all the things we brought. When Grandpa was alive, Dad would visit him often. Therefore, Chang's father obviously had a much easier time walking this section of the mountain road than Chang's mother. Chang's mother had only gone halfway when she was already panting heavily. Son, do you usually walk on these roads? This is too difficult to walk on. Upon hearing this, Chang Ye looked at the road beneath his feet and replied, Mom, isn't this how it is in the mountains? You know that, right? Whenever you hit me, I loved running off to the mountains when I was little. Chang Ye laughed when this was mentioned. When I was a child, I was naughty and got a lot of beatings from my mom. Upon hearing this, Chang's mother laughed as well. What? How can you blame me? It's your own fault for being so naughty. Son, aren't you tired carrying so many things? If you are, you can carry them for your dad. He doesn't seem tired. Hearing this, Chang Ye glanced at his father in front of him and quickly said, Mom, I'm really not tired. When I patrol the mountains, I carry much more than this. As he spoke, Chang Ye raised the object in his hand and began to swing it up and down. Zhang Yun looked at the things on Chang Ye's back and Chang Ye's movements, feeling both skeptical and doubtful. Real. Don't worry, I'm here. If you get tired, just tell Mom. If Dad won't carry it, Mom will help you. Chang Ye knew his mother's personality, she was a woman of her word. He quickly said to the drone, if you don't believe me, ask the viewers in the live stream. I'm live streaming, and they usually know that. He then took out his phone and showed it to his mother. Hello, mother-in-law, I'm his daughter-in-law. Don't worry, our Xiao can handle these things. This amount of stuff is definitely not a problem for the young man, he could easily have 2 more packs. Are these my mother-in-law and father-in-law? They look so young. Haha, can you people have any shame? You're just talking about your mother-in-law? This is clearly my mother-in-law. Is it a bit too early to meet my parents now? This isn't good, is it? I'm so shy. Oh no, something's not right with this live stream. Did you all just reveal your true colors all of a sudden? Chang's mother knew that her son had started a live streaming room, and the old man would often secretly watch it behind her back. Looking at the barrage of comments scrolling wildly in the live stream, I knew it was just netizens joking around. Hey everyone, you guys usually chat with our Xiao Ye to pass the time, right? Thanks a lot. In Zhang Yun's view, forest protection is a very boring thing, and the people in the live broadcast room are the people who usually accompany her son. Chang Ye glanced at the comments and said with a smile, see? I told you your son wasn't lying to you, he's perfectly healthy. Chang's mother glanced at Chang Ye and smiled slightly. Okay, that's good. Let's continue up the mountain. But we still need to find some time. I'll see if I can find some people to fix this road, so it will be easier for me to come see you without having to walk so hard. Carrying his things didn't cause Chang Ye any trouble, but hearing his mother's words almost made him stumble. Mom, road construction? What kind of road construction? Do you want to build a cement road so people can drive up here? Even if you have money, you can't just waste it like this. How much money would it cost to build a road through these mountains? Besides, even if you really have the money, it's not something you can just fix on a whim. The place where I live is designated as a forest reserve, where roads can be built. After hearing this, Chang's mother sighed. Sigh, that's true. Never mind then. We'll have your dad think of another way later. Hearing this, Chang Ye knew he couldn't let his mother think like that any longer, so he quickly urged her to continue going up the mountain. Hearing the family's conversation, the viewers in the live stream instantly went wild. Dash. Is this what rich people talk about? Just because walking is too tiring, they want to build a road instead. Holy crap, no wonder this guy hadn't activated the gift feature yet, turns out he's got a lot of money. Dash, you think so? Before long, the 3 of them were almost back at the cabin in the woods. At this point, Sister Diao stopped following Chang Ye. Instead, it flew back to the forest it had been in before when it was almost at the cabin. Looking at the small wooden house not far away, Chang's father was alright, after all, he had been there before. Chang's mother glanced at it and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Pointing to the little wooden house in front of her, she said, My son, is this where you usually live? Chang Ye smiled and nodded, yes, what's wrong? It's so nice. Look at the beautiful scenery, the fresh air, and it's not noisy at all. Looking at the smile on her son's face, Zhang Yun felt increasingly heartbroken and turned to look at Chang's father beside her. You watch your son's live streams every day, see where he lives, and say that his place is great. Is this what you mean by great? From now on, you won't live in our villa anymore. I'll let you live in such a nice place too. That's how motherly love is sometimes. She feels very distressed when she sees her son having a bad time. Knowing his wife's personality, Mr. Chang didn't argue at this moment, and just stood there. He can act like a father to his son. However, he was truly in the wrong when it came to his wife's side because she was the one who had the upper hand. Seeing his parents like this, Chang Ye quickly came over to help them out. Mom, I just got here. Besides, I asked you to find things to renovate. Isn't it good or bad? Doesn't your son know that? Listening to her son's words, Zhang Yun suddenly realized that he made a valid point. After all, my son just arrived, so there's definitely no time to renovate. Awoo, a-o-woo, y-a-a-ah. Just then, seemingly hearing the commotion outside, 2 little ones came out of the door and ran towards Chang Ye. Before they could even step out the door, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen suddenly stopped and glanced at their father. She tilted her head and looked at the 2 people next to her who looked a lot like her father. After glancing at it a few times, the already not so bright little brain became even more confused. The older brother turned to look at his younger sister, and the younger sister also turned to look at her older brother. They both wanted to find the answer in each other's eyes. Oh woo. Wow. What are they called, Len? Does everyone know about Jasmine? How strange, how can there be someone who looks so much like Dad? Like Chang Ye, Chang's mother is a member of the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult. The moment I saw the 2 tiger cubs, I was instantly captivated and drawn to them. Son, are these the two little ones you told me about before. Seeing his mother like this, Chang Ye laughed and said, yes, the bigger one on the left, the one whose tail is always wagging, is called Dabao. The smaller one on the right, the one who keeps looking at you with his eyes, is called Xiao Wenwen. That's the name I gave him. Their mother doesn't seem to have come out, she should be lying inside. Her name is Tiger Girl. Xiao Wen and Wen Cheng's mother can understand, but Dabao and Hu Niu couldn't help but turn around and ask, son, you've been so biased in choosing this name. Look how nice the name I gave you is. Next time you're choosing a name, tell me, and mom will help you. Chang Ye touched his nose, okay. Dash haha, I knew the streamer's mom would dislike the names Dabao and Hu Niu. Dash of course. When I learned the names of the two little ones, I also wanted to complain. Dash you guys don't know, when people were naming their children before, some even came up with names like Iron Egg, Big Ox, and Lucky Fortune. Those two names were actually considered pretty good. What kind of talent is this? Hahaha, next time he's naming something, I think this guy should really ask his mom. The streamer's name sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Indeed, my mother-in-law not only has a beautiful name, but she's also good looking, and her son is just as handsome. It's your mother-in-law again. If you're not fully awake, go back to sleep for a while. Cheng's mother took the bag from Chang Ya, but her eyes remained fixed on the little guy in front of her. Mom, can you take this bag? I'll go and hold these two little ones, they seem a bit shy. When Cheng's father heard this, he just glanced at the two little ones, because he had watched his son's live stream and knew that the two little ones were very attached to his son. However, Cheng's mother had not seen it before, and was somewhat surprised after hearing Chang Ye's words. They let you hold them? Chang Ye smiled, walked over to the two little ones, and patted their heads. What are you looking at, little one? Have you had breakfast yet? To the astonishment of Cheng's parents, they picked up both little ones at the same time. After being picked up, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen buried their faces in Chang Ye's chest, sniffing with their little noses. Humph, humph. After sniffing for a few seconds, his face was full of satisfaction, and his little tiger eyes narrowed slightly. Chang Ye picked up the two little ones, then turned to look at his parents behind him. Let's go inside first, you follow behind me. Tiger Girl doesn't know you yet. As he spoke, he walked into the house, calling out to Tiger Girl all the while. Hey girl, what are you doing in there? The two little ones in Chang Ye's arms then slowly snuggled up to Chang Ye's shoulder. One tiger peeked out from the side, peeking out half its head to look at the two people behind it who looked very much like its father. When Chang's mother saw the way the little ones were looking at her, she immediately raised her hand to greet them. Upon seeing Chang's mother's actions, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been peeking out, immediately shrank back. This made Chang's mother, who was standing behind her, smile and say to her husband beside her, Old man, since our son is raising such a big cat, why don't we get one at home too? The house is so big, but it's just the two of us living here. Ono rarely comes back, so it looks rather deserted. Upon hearing this, Mr. Cheng immediately frowned. No! Hearing what Mr. Cheng said, Mrs. Cheng didn't continue. She knew that the old man hated cats. After all, it's already quite good that the old man came to see his son even though he knew his son had a big cat. I don't know if it's because I get up too early, or if it's just my personality. As soon as Chang Ye entered the house, he saw Hu Niu lying lazily on the ground with her eyes closed, resting. Seemingly hearing Chang Ye enter, it slowly opened its eyes and glanced at Chang Ye and the little cub in his arms. He slightly opened his mouth and growled at Chang Ye. Gurgle. Chang Ye gently put the two little ones down and called out to Hu Niu. Why are you lying down again? He turned to face Chang's parents, who were standing outside, too afraid to come in. Let me introduce you, this is our dad and mom, they've come to visit us. Hearing Chang Ye's voice, Tiger Girl stood up, glanced at Chang's parents outside with her brown tiger eyes, and let out a soft growl. Gurgle, gurgle. She glanced at Chang Ye's expression, and at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in front of her. He shook himself a few times. Turning around, with domineering steps, it wagged its tail slightly and walked towards Chang Ye's bedroom. They completely ignored Chang Ye and the others. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled. Tigers are naturally very cautious and suspicious animals. Tiger Girl is already doing very well. Thinking it over, Chang Ye patiently spoke to his parents behind him. Tiger Girl is shy. As Tiger Girl walked into the room, Chang's mother, who had been holding her breath and trying her best to put on a smile, watched. Ha! He let out a long sigh of relief, then looked excitedly at Chang Ye beside him and said, Son, wow! This Tiger Girl is so imposing. How did you find one? Why don't you help mom raise one too? Hearing this, Chang Ye chuckled. I originally thought my mom would be nervous and scared after seeing it. Now, like those people in the live stream, I'm thinking of raising one. Mom, it's not like you can just raise a child whenever you want. Your son can only do so because we're officially employed forest rangers. And at that time, it was also because Tiger Girl and the others had some special circumstances. Upon hearing this, Cheng's mother gave up. After all, when it came to raising a child, she really didn't dare. Awoo awoo. Yaa. At this moment, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been put down, suddenly cried out. He glanced at Cheng Ye, then turned to look at the kitchen. Daddy, I'm hungry. I need to eat. Looking at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, Cheng Ye was a little puzzled. When I was making breakfast, I had already filled the small basin with water. Did Tiger Girl not feed the two little ones when I came back from my trip down the mountain? Dad, Mom, please sit down for a moment. I'll go to the kitchen with this little guy and see what's wrong. Hearing Cheng Ye's words, Cheng's mother waved her hand. Go ahead, the old man and I will pack up the things, we've brought quite a lot. While I'm at it, I'll also take a look at the backyard. Didn't you say you wanted to plant something? I'll see if you can take care of it. Old man, you look like this, don't you want to take a rest? Cheng's father glanced at the bedroom that Tiger Girl had just entered. At 5 o'clock today, his wife pulled him out of bed and took him to the airport to catch a flight. He hasn't rested since then. I had originally planned to get some rest when I arrived in the mountains, but who would have thought that it would be taken over by a tiger? If it were anything else, it wouldn't be so bad. I might still dare to go in, or have my son kick me out. Sure, I'm perfectly healthy, why would I need to rest? Can you manage on your own without my help? Cheng Ye nodded and led the little guy to the kitchen. Before even entering the room, Cheng Ye was stunned by what he saw. Turning my head, I saw Tiger Girl lying on the floor in the next bedroom. Hey girl, when did you call this back? Why didn't you tell me? In the kitchen, two wild rabbits lay with their necks bitten off by Tiger Girl's canine teeth, and it looks quite big and fat. No wonder there was a faint trace of blood on Tiger Girl's canine teeth when she opened her mouth earlier. Upon hearing Cheng Ye's voice, Huniu merely raised her head for a glance before closing her eyes to rest. Cheng Ye stopped bothering Huniu and went into the kitchen. He picked up the two wild rabbits on the ground and laughed. Look, everyone, I've got some good food to cook for my parents today. Such a plump wild rabbit, I'll get one for the two little guys to practice their teeth. The other one is, of course. Just now, De Bao and Huniu's cries didn't seem to be from actual hunger, but rather from earlier. After each feeding, he would give the little guy a tiny bit of meat to help him practice his teeth. Right now, it seems the little one is craving something sweet after finishing their milk. Moreover, one of them appears to have the teeth marks of the smaller creatures, and it looks quite new. It's possible that the two little ones were just about to eat when I happened to come back. Hearing the noise, the little ones ran out to greet him. That must be it. That's right. At this moment, viewers in the live stream started making fun of the scene. Sure, did Tiger Girl know her in-laws were coming and went hunting on a special occasion? Haha, what a bunch of crazy in-laws. But I'm so envious, eating rabbit meat again. What's the host planning to do this time? They've already written down the recipe in a notebook. But why do these two wild rabbits seem so much bigger than the ones you can buy in the market? They're at least half again as big. That's normal. After all, it's in the mountains, and very few can survive. Those who do are extremely cunning. This is the umpteenth day I've envied the lives of streamers. I'm tired of saying envy all the time. The two little ones tilted their heads slightly when they saw Cheng Ye pick up the rabbit from the ground. Before long, a long, thin strand of liquid flowed from the mouths of both De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Looking at the little ones, Cheng Ye knew they were already very hungry. Take a knife and quickly remove the outer skin. Keep the internal organs. After all, the little ones are different from themselves. The food that you and your parents eat only needs its internal organs removed, but the little ones don't have to. Divide it in half and place it in a bowl. Before Cheng Ye could put the basin on the ground, De Bao had already stood up impatiently, kicking his little legs. Two tiny paws kept pawing at the basin that Cheng Ye was about to put down. Cheng Ye tapped the little guy's head with his finger. Alright, why are you standing up? Look how impatient you all are. Look how cute little Wenwen is. Just as Cheng Ye was about to praise Xiao Wenwen, he saw the drool dripping from the corner of Xiao Wenwen's mouth. Okay, when it comes to rice, tigers and oxen are equal. However, Cheng Ye also understands why the little guy likes to eat meat so much now. He's a carnivore, and he's only just starting to taste meat. They definitely crave it. Eat up, look how hungry you are. They put the meat bowl on the ground, and the two little ones found their own rice bowls. He started burying his head and making a mess of things. I was so afraid the meat would escape from the bowl. After finishing feeding the two little ones, I walked out of the kitchen and never saw my parents again. Hearing the commotion in the backyard, he shouted, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? In the backyard. Mom, you're planting seeds in the backyard? Have you renovated this land yet? I was thinking of asking your dad to renovate it for you. Dad. Cheng Ye smiled upon hearing this, but did not reply. Instead, they went to the bedroom door, glanced inside, and saw that Tiger Girl was still lying there. They knew that Tiger Girl wasn't actually sleeping, she was just resting on the ground because her parents had come. Girl, don't just lie around all the time. Go out and move around when you have time. Hearing Chang Ye's words, Tiger Girl didn't even open her eyes, only slightly swaying her tail in response. Chang Ye chuckled when he saw it. Alright, you can stay lying down then. I'm going to the backyard to help my parents. As he spoke, he walked towards the backyard. Haha, is Tiger Girl shy? An ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her in-laws eventually, what's there to be afraid of? You netizens are really something else, but I like it, ha ha ha. Actually, all felines are like this except when they are kittens, they'll lie down and never move if they can. My cat is like that. It seems so. When I went to the zoo before, I saw that tiger lying there when I arrived, and when I went to check on it again when I left, it was still lying there. Honestly, who wouldn't want to just lie around like this, so carefree and happy? Now, not only do we envy the streamer, but we also envy the cat the streamer owns. Upon arriving in the backyard, Chang Ye followed his parents and planted all the seeds they had brought. The whole family grew up in the countryside, and they all did a lot of chores when they were young, so no one was idle while they were working. Chang's father was helping to dig up the pit, while Chang's mother was distributing good seeds. Chang Ye followed behind his mother, and after the seeds were placed, he buried them. At this moment, the two little ones, who had already finished eating the rabbit meat, seemed not to have noticed Chang Ye's voice in the house. It started howling. Upon hearing the sound, Chang Ye loudly greeted the people inside. Soon, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen came running over, following the sound. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, wow, wow. The two little ones came to the backyard and watched Chang Ye and his parents' actions. It looks somewhat familiar. After watching for a while, something came to mind. Wagging its little short tail, it ran to Chang Ye's side. With its head down and little bottom sticking out, it started digging in the ground with one tiger paw. Click, 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 click clack. The two little ones' claws had grown a bit longer than before, and the sound of them scraping the ground made Chang's parents turn their heads to take a look. Because the soil was already very loose. Looking at the loose soil that the little ones were rummaging through with their tiny paws, Chang's mother glanced at the two little ones, then at Chang Ye, and asked, "You even taught these two little guys how to help with this? Are they really that smart?" Upon hearing this, Chang Ye recalled the time he had renovated the land and laughed. Haha, of course, look who raised it. Upon hearing this, Chang's mother rolled her eyes, but there was also a hint of pride on her face. As expected of our son, he can raise tigers so intelligently and well. As expected, he inherited his excellent bloodline. Looking at the two little ones digging in the ground, Chang's mother liked them more and more. "Son, may I hold these two little ones for a bit later? The one inside shouldn't be angry, right? If not, we can hug her secretly." Chang Ye put his hands on his hips. "Don't worry, I'm here. Feel free to hug me. Why would Tiger Girl be angry? She's perfectly fine with me." De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were digging in the ground, stopped after hearing Chang Ye's voice. It stopped moving its little tiger paws, raised its little head, and tilted its head. "Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, wow, wow, what did you say? Are they talking about us? They're praising us for working so hard." Its little tail was slightly raised, and its two little brown tiger eyes blinked as it tilted its head and stared at Chang Ye and the other two. Those little faces were so cute, it's hard to imagine what Chang's parents, who had just seen De Bao and Xiao Wenwen for the first time, would have thought. At this point, many netizens in the live stream room had already fallen for it. "Hey everyone, my name is Wei, and I'm definitely going to die again today. Come on, I'm coming. Alls, how can there be such an adorable little tiger? I really can't accept it, I want to raise one. It can do chores. It can be cute, it can catch snakes, and it can even be fierce. So adorable, oh my god. Hey, can someone help me check? How many years does it take to get a sentence for raising a pet? I'm wondering if I have enough time." De Bao and Xiao Wenwen have completely changed my view of tigers. Can they really be called ferocious beasts? They're definitely not cute animals. Okay, I'm tired of saying I envy those two, I don't want to say anymore. Seeing the two little ones, Mr. Cheng couldn't help but smile for some reason. This scene was captured by Chang Ye. He knew it. As expected, the viewers in the live stream were right. No matter how resistant I was before, after actually meeting this adorable little kitten, they will immediately become followers of the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult. Thinking of this, Chang Ye quickly nudged his mother with his elbow and gestured with his eyes in the direction of his father. When Chang Ye touched her, Chang's mother was about to ask her son what he wanted to do, but then she saw the look in his eyes. Seeing her husband's uncle-like smile, she secretly suppressed her laughter. She and her son exchanged a glance. Chang's father, who had been watching the two little ones, also noticed the little eyes they were exchanging. Thinking back to what he had just done, he coughed. "Alright, let's get to work, just the last bit. Once I finish this, I'll take a break." As he spoke, he picked up a hoe and began digging seed holes. Hearing what Cheng's father said, Cheng Ya and Cheng's mother understood without saying anything more. But they all understood at that moment. From now on, the rule that cats are not allowed in this house will no longer apply. Before long, the group had planted all the seeds in the backyard. Wait until we go back inside. Cheng's mother was able to hold Xiao Wenwen and to bow as she wished. Cheng Ya hugged Xiao Wenwen briefly before passing her to his mother. The little one didn't resist and let Cheng's mother hold him. When De Bao came into the room, Cheng's mother wanted to hug him, but he initially resisted. But seeing his younger sister eating chunks of chopped beef brought from the city in Cheng's mother's arms, he was quickly won over by the beef as well. Even after finishing the meal, he took the initiative to rub his hand against Cheng's mother's. This made Cheng Ya chuckle. Watching my wife having a great time playing with the two little ones in my arms, Mr. Cheng, who was standing to the side, seemed somewhat tempted. After all, those two little guys really charmed him. But then I remembered how my son wanted to get a cat before, and we had a big fight. Out of embarrassment, Mr. Cheng could only pick up his phone and start scrolling. But now, online social topics and short videos, and trending searches are mostly about Cheng Ya and Huniu's family's interactive life. After picking out a few smart free-range eggs, a few tomatoes, and a bunch of romaine lettuce from what my mom brought, Cheng Ya then went into the kitchen. "Mom, you play for a bit, I'm going to cook for you." Cheng's mother, who was focused on playing with the two little ones, waved her hand when she heard Cheng Ya's words. "Go ahead." Upon seeing this, Cheng Ya smiled helplessly, but he was actually quite happy inside. At this moment, she saw her son carrying things into the kitchen. Mr. Cheng, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, said to his wife, who was holding the two little ones, "Honey, can I have a hug?" Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Ya came out of the kitchen and happened to hear what Cheng's father said. He scratched his head. "I forgot to bring the seasoning for the spicy rabbit meat." After saying that, he grabbed the condiments on the table and quickly went inside. The third watch is finished. Thank you all for the little gifts. If you have some free time, please watch a free video, okay? Please. After all, as someone with terrible typing skills, I've really tried my best to type. Haha, the image of the old father has completely collapsed. The look in someone's eyes when they want to kill someone is impossible to hide, especially when that person is their own son. As expected, I knew it. Once you actually get to know them, no one can dislike such an adorable kitty. How could everyone in the family except Cheng's dad like cats? It's just that Cheng's dad hasn't activated this trait yet. The host was incredibly fast when he grabbed the seasonings. It only took him 3 seconds to walk out of the kitchen and back. How can we not hurry? If we slow down any further, Dad Cheng will be pulling out his 40-meter-long cleaver soon. Should the anchor run 39 meters first? After his son overheard this, Mr. Cheng simply stopped caring. Holding a piece of beef, he scooped little Wenwen from his wife's arms. He had been wanting to tease this little girl for a long time. After being carried away by Cheng's father, Xiao Wenwen did not resist. She just stared wide-eyed and tilted her head, looking at the person who looked a lot like her father. However, unlike Poop, this person seems to have something extra on their face. It raised its little tiger paw and slowly stretched it towards Cheng's father's face. The tiger rubbed its little paw pads against the stubble on Cheng's father's face a few times. "Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo." Cheng's father was delighted by the sound it made. "Honey, look, this little guy, ha ha ha." Hearing the commotion outside the door, Cheng Ya smiled and began to cook seriously. After all, it had been quite a while since he had cooked a meal for his parents. Skin the rabbit and wash the meat clean. I chopped the meat into chunks, leaving a few pieces for the little ones. Put everything in a pot of cold water, along with a few slices of ginger and scallions, dried Sichuan peppercorns, and cooking wine. Add firewood and bring to a boil. Are there any people in the live stream who can't cook? For meat like this, you have to boil it to remove the blood. Then you need to add some seasonings to remove the fishy smell. No, and I don't want to be. Ha ha ha. I can stir fry some vegetables, but my mom usually does it. I am pretty much the same. I can cook simple things, but whether they taste good is another matter entirely. Cheng Ya tended the fire while chatting with the audience and watching the pot. After boiling, cook for a few more minutes, then you can take them out. Cut 2 lettuce stalks that my parents brought, peel them and wash them clean. Then cut it into rolling cuts. The old man's position and the tail position should be cut a little larger. Cut half a scallion into long sections. Prepare some ginger and garlic as well. Remove the rabbit meat from the pot and set it aside to drain. Red chili bean paste, add to the pot along with the prepared seasonings. Of course, the most crucial seasonings, such as star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers, are indispensable. Add the drained rabbit meat and stir fry for half a minute. Add boiling water to the pot, then add salt and soy sauce for color. Let's get bored. Alright. When it's almost done simmering, add the lettuce and it'll be ready. Everyone, you've all learned it, right? This is braised rabbit. I've learned it, I've learned it. I may have the mental capacity, but I'm not sure if my hands can do it. Not only can you watch cats, but you can also learn to cook. That's great. While the rabbit is stewing, wash another pot. Stir-fry some tomatoes and eggs and some romaine lettuce. The temperature at midday in summer is like a hot oven. In addition, the heat from the stove fire hitting your face when it's burning. Chang Ye wiped the sweat from his face. I could hear Mr. and Mrs. Chang laughing and playing with the two little ones outside. Despite the heat, Chang Ye's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. After preparing all the food, bring it to the table. Dad, Mom, dinner's ready. When Chang's parents, who were playing with the two little ones, heard this, she put the two little ones down on the ground and looked at the food Chang Ye brought out. Okay, son, what delicious food have you made? I could smell the aroma from outside. It's been so long since I've had your cooking. Listening to his mother's words, Chang Ye smiled and repeated them one by one. In this house, whenever Chang Ye is around, he's usually the one who does the cooking. Of course, besides the fact that Chang Ye's cooking is better, it's not that Chang's mother is lazy. But what parent wouldn't want to eat food cooked by their son? So Chang Ye would cook for his parents whenever he could. Serve 3 bowls of rice, filling them to the brim. Oh woo, wow, wow, wow. Before Chang Ye could even finish serving the rice and setting out the chopsticks, he heard the cries of 2 little ones at his feet. His little head was tilted back, and his little tiger eyes were fixed on the dining table. The little nose twitched as it sniffed. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye laughed and scolded. Weren't you just eating beef? Now you want more. Look at the bits of meat around your mouths, don't you even lick them clean? Listening to Chang Ye's words, Chang's father. If they want to eat, just feed them. They're so small, how will they grow if they don't eat more? As she spoke, she picked up a piece of rabbit meat and offered it to Debao and Xiao Wenwen, who were standing at her feet. Chang Ye was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Have Debao and Xiao Wenwen already won their dad's favoritism so quickly? Didn't I tell him before that I hate cats the most? If they dare to bring it back, they'll throw it out. What's the situation now? Seeing his father about to feed the little guy rabbit meat, Chang Ye quickly stopped him. Dad, they can't eat cooked meat, it'll give them diarrhea. I'll go to the kitchen and get them some food. After saying that, he turned around and went into the kitchen, placing the rabbit meat he had just prepared in front of the 2 little ones. Eat up, eat up. Chang Ye walked out of the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of meat in his hands. Debao and Xiao Wenwen, who were originally standing guard at Chang's parents' feet, immediately ran to Chang Ye's side. It stretched out its little tiger paws and kept pawing in the air. It was as if they had been starving for a long time and were finally able to eat something. Looking at Debao and Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye couldn't help but smile. Place the bowl of rabbit meat in front of the 2 little ones. Debao and Xiao Wenwen immediately went to their meat basins and buried their heads in them. He took a bite of the largest piece of rabbit meat. They worked away and started building it. Delicious. For the 2 little ones, what their dad gives them it's the most delicious thing in the world. Watching the 2 little ones diligently eating, Chang Ye shook his head and sat back down at the dining table. I picked up 2 pieces of rabbit meat, one for my dad and one for my mom. Dad, Mom, eat meat. Okay. Those 2 little guys were just now. They've already eaten quite a few chunks of beef that Chang's parents have fed them. In addition, Chang Ye had just cut them quite a lot. So, it seems the 2 little ones can't finish this meat platter. Debao is alright, but the rest are like this. Xiao Wenwen still has about half left. After they finished eating, Debao and Xiao Wenwen glanced at their father and Chang's parents who were still eating, humming and whining. After noticing the 2 little ones' actions, Chang Ye smiled and said to his parents, See? I told you Debao and Xiao Wenwen were definitely full. Chang's mother immediately retorted, If you can't eat it, just keep it. You can eat it whenever you're hungry. Weren't you the same way when you were little? You'd stuff your belly until it was bulging and still want to eat, making us feel like we didn't need you. Hearing his mother's words, Chang Ye suddenly felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. Meanwhile, Debao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the remaining rabbit meat pieces in the bowl and exchanged glances. The little tiger lowered its head and used its little canines to bite the edge of the meat basin. He was hunched over, with his butt sticking out. He grabbed the meat bowl and started dragging it towards Chang Ye's bedroom. Click, snap, click, snap. The sound of a meat basin being dragged across the floor echoed in the small hall, but it deeply touched everyone in the live stream who saw this scene. Holy crap, are Debao and Xiao Wenwen planning to feed the meat to Vuniu? These 2 little ones are so adorable, I love them. How can they be so cute? Look how hard he's trying, haha, look at that strained little face. When I go home this time, I definitely want to cook a meal for my mom. I'll learn how now. Just follow the streamer's instructions. I just made it following their instructions, and it really tasted delicious. It seems like Wenwen is dragging her feet a bit slower. Is it because she doesn't have that much strength? That's normal. Look at the amount of meat in her bowl, it's much more than Dabao's. After the three of them finished eating, Changya originally intended to clean up, but my mom stopped me. Changya didn't insist any further and let his mother clean up and wash the dishes. After Chang's mother put away the dishes and went into the kitchen, Chang's father took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it. He hasn't smoked a single cigarette since he got up, all in order to get here with his wife as quickly as possible. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. Great. Keep up the good work. But let me put it this way, whatever you do, always think of your mother first. It's not that I'm unwilling to follow in the footsteps of the old man, but that I want your mother and you to have a better life. Chang Yen nodded. I know, Dad. Mr. Chang hummed in agreement and continued, I've already spoken to your Uncle Gong and asked him to apply for a hunting rifle for you. It should be ready in the next couple of days. After all, if you encounter a pack of wolves, or wild boars, or black bears again, you can't say that you'll always be this lucky. No need to refuse. Your mom asked me to bring this up. If you have any objections, you can talk to your mom about it later. Chang Yan nodded helplessly. In front of his parents, he is just a child. Their own safety is always their top priority. What? The streamer's dad got him a hunting rifle? Are forest rangers allowed to carry guns? Are you stupid? For a job as a live streamer, which is so dangerous, isn't it normal to carry a gun? Indeed, if it weren't for Tiger Girl's intervention, we might have really been killed by that pack of wolves we encountered earlier. We should have been armed long ago. For rangers in ordinary areas are fine, but in dangerous places like this guys, having a hunting rifle is really important. That's right. If the streamer had encountered that wild boar that Tiger Girl killed earlier, it would have been a completely different story. Great. Now the delivery guy has another layer of protection. Seeing that Chang Ya accepted, Chang's father didn't say anything more. As soon as Chang's mother finished washing the dishes, she immediately came to Chang Ya's side. Chang Ya wanted to tell her about everything that had happened in the mountains during that time. She would also occasionally talk about Chang Ya's embarrassing moments from his childhood in the live stream. This made the viewers in the live stream listen attentively, afraid of missing any of Chang Ya's embarrassing moments. After all, in the eyes of many viewers, Chang Ya's previous performance made him seem like a perfect person. He can do everything, knows a lot, is tall, sunny, and handsome. Especially some male compatriots. Chang Ya basically fits all the criteria for a good man. They were overjoyed to learn that Chang Ya was just like them when they were kids. For a moment, the live broadcast room and the mountain cabin were filled with laughter and joy. After chatting for a while, Chang's mother stood up and placed her hands on Chang Ya's shoulders. Alright, we should go now. The company's project is nearing completion and we can't do without them. Apart from what we brought earlier, the things you requested will be delivered later. Chang Ya smiled, nodded, and said softly, Okay, Mom. Chang's mother nodded and reluctantly walked out of the wooden house with Chang's father. Chang Ya followed behind. Chang Ya didn't feel anything about this separation. Just like when I was in school, I've simply gone from going to school to now living in the mountains. And don't be fooled by how much your mom misses you now, telling you to come home whenever you're tired. If he really goes back. Within a week, I'll probably hear her incessant chatter. I know what it is without even thinking. What are you doing lying at home all day? I don't know what to do outside. After leaving the wooden house, Chang Ya led his parents down the mountain. At that moment, before Chang Ya and his father could arrive, Chang's mother walked out the door. Wow. Wow. After leaving the room, Chang Ya should no longer be visible. Two little creatures cried out from inside the wooden house, sounding somewhat anxious. The three waited for a while, and then saw two little guys jump out of the door of the wooden house. As soon as it came out the door, it looked around with its little head. Upon seeing Chang Ya, it immediately ran towards him, calling out to him. Looking at them so cutely, Chang Ya was genuinely worried they might fall. Wow. Wait for us. After the two little ones came to his side, Chang Ya was about to make a move. They were each held in the arms of Chang's parents, who were standing nearby. Oh my, the little ones want to see us off too, how sweet. Next time we come, we'll bring you more delicious food. After being picked up, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen did not resist, but simply called out softly to Chang Ya, let's go. After Chang Ya and the others, the two tigers began to descend the mountain. Tiger Girl, who had been staying in the bedroom, also came out at this time. Standing blankly in the courtyard, its brown tiger eyes were fixed on the backs of the people below the mountain. On the way, Chang's father glanced at the woods and seemed to hear something. The bird's nest you asked me to find for you before, was it for that thing? Chang Ya smiled and nodded when he heard Diao Ji's call. Yes, we'll put it on the roof then. With it here, I'll feel a bit safer at night, even if Tiger Girl isn't here. Chang's father nodded in agreement. That big bird did look very fierce. We chatted about everyday things along the way, and before we knew it, we had arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was already a driver waiting on the side of the road in a Land Rover. Dad must have just called him. She handed the two little ones in her arms to Chang. Yeah, let's go, little ones. Oh woo. Wow. Then let's go. Call your mom a couple of times whenever you have time, and go home for a few days when you have time. Even if you're busy, you can't be this busy. Chang Ye nodded and waved his hand. Soon, in Chang Ye's sight, his parents drove away in their Land Rover. Before long, they disappeared at the end of the mountain road. Oh woo. Wow. Chang Ye was just about to call Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to go back. Then I saw the two little ones wriggling around in my arms. What's wrong? What are you doing? Is it because the person who gave you food is leaving, and you can't bear to part with them? But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chang Ye looked up and saw that Sister Diao was already flying towards him. A moment later, it came to Chang Ye's side, flapped its wings a few times, and then stopped. Hey, isn't this Sister Diao? Why didn't you come inside just now? Were you shy? Chang Ye joked while looking at Diao Ji. He knew that Diao Ji was afraid to go inside because her dog, Hu Niu, was still there. After the golden eagle came to Chang Ye's side, it ignored what Chang Ye said. It merely glanced at Chang Ye's shoulder, and after seeing nothing it wanted to see it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After watching the golden eagle arrive, Dabao tilted his head. He seemed to be recalling something. Soon, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen leaned on Chang Ye's shoulder at the same time. Then he turned to look at the golden eagle next to Chang Ye. Especially Dabao, he looked so fierce. Oh woo, W.A. Chang Ye looked at the two little ones and laughed. Are Dabao and Xiao Wenwen afraid that the golden eagle will continue to step on their shoulders? Why are they starting to get jealous of each other? The golden eagle looked at the two little creatures that were showing off against it. Thinking of that big guy who had been admiring the scenery in the yard earlier, he glanced at the mountain without making a sound. For birds of prey like the golden eagle, this distance is nothing. It flapped its wings and flew up, circling above Chang Ye's head. She stopped looking at Chang Ye's shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This eagle doesn't care about standing on it, I can fly. Upon seeing the golden eagle and Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen's expressions, the live stream chat erupted in laughter. Sister Diao is back. Why didn't I see her parents come in with the streamer earlier? That golden eagle's call sounds weird, shouldn't it be powerful and majestic? Was Sister Diao trying to stand on the young man's shoulders again? Is she really that lazy? Probably not, since they didn't continue watching after that. Maybe it's just nostalgia? Are these two little guys asserting their dominance? Haha, don't they want Sister Diao to stand on the streamer's shoulders? After seeing the comments, Chang Ye looked up at the eagle above his head. Sister Diao only caught one wolf yesterday. Given her appetite, she must have already eaten all the meat from that wolf. Logically, Sister Eagle should be out hunting right now. This lazy thing must have secretly brought back some wolf meat during this time. It seems that Sister Diao eats carrion, and those wolves aren't exactly carrion either. They've only been dead for 2 days, they're still fresh. Haha, that might actually be true, but it would be a waste not to eat that wolf meat. So Sister Eagle has a lazy side too. No wonder she still wants to stand on brother's shoulders even now that her wings are healed. Sister Eagle, if I can eat without lifting a finger, I will never lift a finger. If I can stand, I will never fly. Little guys, yell at it. It's stealing your mom's spoils. This isn't stealing, it's taking. Chang Ye saw the comments and agreed. After all, Sister Eagle killed 2 wolves out of the pack. But thinking of Sister Diao, with that arrogant little look she had just shown, Chang Ye was already curious and waited for the bird's nest that his father had bought to arrive before installing it on the roof. If I don't take care of it, how long will it take for this thing to move in on its own? However, we still need to find a time when Tiger Girl isn't home. After seeing that the long-haired bird no longer coveted Daddy's shoulder, the 2 little ones have started clamoring to walk on their own. They're still young and like to make a fuss. They've only been gone a short while. The golden eagle that had been circling overhead immediately flew down when it saw that Chang Ye's shoulder was empty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The voice was somewhat cheerful, as if the person was happy. But instead of climbing onto Chang Ye's shoulder, it came to the 2 of them. Whoosh! Although it was flying at low altitude, it still flew a long distance in a flash. Those huge wings stirred up a gentle breeze. They blew up all the fur on Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's bodies. After flying a short distance forward, it immediately flew back to the top of the little guys' heads and hovered there. This was repeated several times. When the golden eagle flew back, the 2 little ones hopped and skipped along with their short legs. I wanted to jump up and grab the long-haired bird, but the golden eagle seemed to have just the right amount of control, preventing the 2 little ones from catching it. This really made them anxious. She turned back to look at Chang Ye with a wronged expression and called out twice. Oh woo, wow. Then it looked at the golden eagle flying around and called out twice more. Oh woo, wow. Chang Ye found it somewhat amusing to watch the two little ones being teased. But seeing De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's aggrieved little faces, she immediately stopped smiling. You little rascal, you just bully De Bao and Xiao Wenwen because they're still young, don't you? If you're so capable, go and try flirting with Tiger Girl. Chang Ye just finished speaking. Roar! A tiger's roar that shook the mountains and forests came from the small wooden house. Although they were still some distance away, the surrounding trees seemed to vibrate from the sound. The eagle's sister, who was originally planning to fly back and tease the two little guys, stopped after hearing this sound. It abruptly stopped, then flew away quickly into the sky without looking back. Chirp! The wind's getting strong, let's get out of here. The two little ones were watching their mom waiting at the door. Oh woo, W.A. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen happily ran towards Huniu with their short legs. While calling out, it turned its head toward the direction where the golden eagle had just flown away. The way he looked was like a child who had been bullied while playing outside and was going home to complain to an adult. Mom, a long-haired bird just bullied me and my sister, brother. This is so bad. When the little ones came to his side, Tiger Girl bent down, lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and retracted the barbs. He started licking the two little ones beneath him. When they came down the mountain, Chang's parents carried them. But when they were going up the mountain, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen wanted to get off and walk on their own halfway up. Along the way, besides being teased by Sister Diao, I was also kept running around by all sorts of little butterflies. This caused Chang Ye's body, which had just been washed, to get covered in a lot of debris again. This made Tiger Girl, who loves cleanliness, very upset when she saw her two little cubs come home dirty. Ignoring the little ones' complaints, the first thing I did was lick their fur. Whose brat is this? How come you went out clean and tidy, but came back so dirty? After licking for a while, they saw Chang Ye slowly walk back. She raised her head, slightly opening her blood-red mouth, and let out a soft roar at Chang Ye. Gurgle gurgle. Tiger Girl's tongue is not suitable for the bodies of today's little ones. It's still very big. When Chang Ye arrived, he had already washed the two little ones quite thoroughly with his tongue. Seeing Chang Ye return, she pushed De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to Chang Ye's side. Gurgle. He let out a low growl and glanced at it. He then turned his head, walked back into the courtyard with domineering strides. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen watched their mother walk back into the yard. They glanced at each other. Then she turned her head and tilted her little head to look at her dad next to her. Oh woo, W.A. Who made mom angry? Is he a dad, or a brother, sister? Looking at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye recalled how the two little ones had been running around earlier, and pointed at Huniu who had walked back into the yard. Why are you looking at me? It must have been you who caused this, so hurry up and follow them. Upon seeing this, the little ones excitedly ran towards Tiger Girl. Those four little legs, they run incredibly fast. Before long, they arrived at Tiger Girl's side and began their cute and charming tactics. It kept rubbing its little head against Tiger Girl's leg, but Tiger Girl pushed it away. Undeterred, he skipped over again. Chang Ye watched this scene with a smile on his face. Haha, judging from this, it seems like De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are being rejected by Huniu. I don't mind, please send them to me. These two little things are so cute, how could anyone dislike them? The streamer is so mean. Tiger Girl was clearly angry with him, and then he made De Bao and Xiao Wenwen go and coax her. Yuri still discussing this here, and you didn't even record this scene. What's there to be afraid of? Just enjoy the moment. I'll record an edited video and save it later. Editor's note, is this true? Watching Tiger Girl and De Bao, Xiao Wenwen walked into the house while they were playing around. As she entered the house, Xiao Wenwen glanced back and noticed that Chang Ye was still standing there, not moving. Ah! Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled and quickly followed. Mom and Dad, you brought so many things. It's going to take a long time to get everything ready. There will also be other things being delivered later, and we'll need to make room for those things as well. Useless or old and unused items should be placed in the storeroom or thrown away. The storeroom also needs to be cleaned up, otherwise it will become a mess if there are too many things. We also need to check the beams and other structural elements in the house. Last time I came, there was so much to do. Chang Ye didn't pay much attention, because these old houses in the mountains, after a period of time, have been uninhabited. Just like a person without a soul, they will soon collapse. If I had waited any longer, let alone half a year, or even just a few months, the house might not be as nice as it looks now. As soon as I entered the house, I saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen lying on Huniu's belly, suckling at her breast. But I really should be hungry. I ate a very full lunch, but it had been almost 3.5 hours. Moreover, he had been jumping around for quite a while when he first went up the mountain, and since he is still young, his body doesn't store much energy, so it's normal for him to be hungry. Unlike Tiger Girl, who is an adult tiger. If you eat 20 kilograms at a time, you can basically sustain yourself for a week. However, since I need to feed the cubs now, the feeding time may be shorter. Watching Tiger Girl feeding her cubs, Changya picked up a box full of beef. Honey, you keep feeding her, okay? I'll get you some beef to try after I'm done with my work. To avoid these people in the live stream constantly saying I'm freeloading off you, do I look like that kind of person? As the viewers in the live stream listened to Changya's words, they thought about their lunch that day. You're definitely not like that kind of person, because you are exactly that kind of person. Haha, starting to make excuses. Look at your conscience. Think about who brought back the food you gave Cheng's parents today. They renege on their promises after eating, huh? All that wolf meat and wild boar meat they've been eating lately must have been blown in by the wind, right? What kind of technical skill is that? Attempting to salvage her image as a gold digger. To be honest, being able to eat a tiger's soft rice is quite a skill, ha ha ha. If I were a streamer, I'd boldly admit it. So what if I'm a kept man? Go ahead and try. I'm afraid I'll be that food. Changya smiled as he watched the teasing comments in the live stream chat. What you're saying? I was just freeloading. I was afraid that Tiger Girl wouldn't be able to eat that much and it would be a waste, so I shared some with her. Besides, I didn't eat it all myself, I shared some with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, okay. Look at what you're saying, I'm ignoring you all, getting back to work. After saying that, Changya began to pack up the things his parents had brought, as well as the house and the storage room. Apart from some items that Grandpa had entrusted to him to be sent away with him when he passed away, the contents of the wooden house were as follows. The rest were kept, so that when the next forest ranger arrives, there will be a fully equipped place to live. But what Grandpa didn't expect was that this house, for his generation, would have been a fully equipped dwelling. But for people nowadays, they don't even have the thought of going in for a look. In addition to the bedroom, kitchen, and attic on the second floor, there is another room. It seemed to be a guest room, but Changya hadn't opened it since he arrived. The lock was rusted and couldn't be opened with a key. Changya found something and pried it open. Upon opening the door, one sees dusty furniture and some old books neatly arranged together, but with missing pages and corners. Go inside, open the windows, and let the air circulate. Looking around, the room was filled with old items that had accompanied my grandfather through his 70s as a forest ranger. Looking at the traces of his grandfather's life, Changya was filled with emotion. Wow, these are the things the old man left behind. It looks so old, it's covered in dust. The layout is so simple. I think I had a jar like that back home. My grandma used it to store pickled vegetables. What's that semicircular thing? I think I've seen it before. That's called a round winnowing basket. It's used to winnow away impurities and empty husks from rice, and for drying things, etc. It's generally only found in rural areas. See this empty space? These 4 bricks on the ground were originally used as the 4 corner posts for the bed. After we finish cleaning, we'll put a bed here too. Next time our parents come, they won't have to rush back, they can stay here overnight. After saying that, Changya immediately started to act. I moved some of the old books that were still readable to my bedroom. Other rotten items, newspapers, and the like, all need to be moved out so the delivery person can take them away later. There are also some bottles and jars that haven't been cleaned for a long time, and most of them are chipped or broken. Some of them have even started to smell bad, so they have to be thrown away. Because there was so much dust, it seemed to have flown into Tiger Girl's room. After Changya fiddled with it for a while, Tiger Girl appeared at the door of the room. I glanced at him casually from the doorway and saw Changya rummaging around inside the house. Then he saw the dust flying everywhere from the mess and sniffed. Gurgle. She let out a soft growl, her tail wagging incessantly, as if expressing her dissatisfaction. After seeing that Changya was ignoring him, turning around, I went out into the yard to breathe in the fresh air. At this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen didn't seem to care about the dust in the room. Even after entering the house, I saw dust flying everywhere. His eyes were full of curiosity. Dabao arrived at a circle on the ground created by sunlight reflecting off the window. Tilting its little head, it gently raised its paw and covered the circle of light on the ground. He tried to cover the aperture, but the aperture appeared on his little tiger paw. This startled Dabao so much that he jumped up. Whoosh! After landing, I immediately hit on the other side, carefully watching the circle of light on the ground. He grinned and grimaced at the small halo. Ha! What are you trying to do? You actually touched my paw. Should we take action? I'm not afraid of you. After entering the room, Xiao Wenwen followed Changya closely. After seeing Changya pick up a stack of books, he seemed to want to help. It waved its little paws in the air. When Changya carried the old book out of the room, the claws that were originally meant to help wave in midair began to be slowly drawn to the dust reflected by the sunlight. It kept waving its little paws in the air. I wanted to catch the dust particles reflected by the sunlight. But no matter how the little guy waved his claws or how hard he tried, every time the little guy thinks he's caught it. When the little tiger paw opened it, there was nothing there. This puzzled the little guy, who could only keep waving his little paws and trying to grab at it. This scene also elicited various maternal smiles from the viewers in the live stream. Haha, Dabao seems so much dumber since he got home. Little Weenwen is so cute, but why can't she catch this thing she can see? Why would the king of beasts be scared by a tiny halo? I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. There's no way around it. Tigers are felines too, and they're naturally curious about these little lights. Seeing one on their paw, that's how they'd react. Dabao is really silly, but his grinning face is so cute. Dabao hits it, it teases you, use your meow meow punch to hit it back, wow. When Changya walked in and saw this scene, he felt somewhat helpless. Why are we even trying to outsmart the air? But considering that chasing a butterfly can take more than 10 minutes, it doesn't seem so surprising now. They're still young and don't understand anything. They're just curious about new things. Anyway, it's going to take a while to clean up, so let them play for now. And Tiger Girl is really something else. All she did at home all day was eat, lie down, and sleep. She doesn't look after her own child at all except when she's breastfeeding. The rest of the time she's left to herself. What kind of tigers are these? After sighing, Changya prepared to continue tidying up the house. As I prepared to pick up some more old newspapers and throw them away, I suddenly noticed a photo at the very bottom of the newspaper. Changya wiped the dust off the photo and just then looked at it clearly. They quickly put it away. But this scene was noticed by sharp-eyed viewers. What are you hiding? Something you don't want anyone to see? Holy crap, I saw it. What is the streamer hiding? Is the photo something they don't want to share? Let us see quickly. Could this be a photo of the old man from the War of Resistance against Japan? Changya glanced at the comments section. What's so interesting about this? It's just an ordinary photo. Hearing Changya say that, the viewers in the live stream became even more curious and immediately started to make a fuss. As the number of comments on the screen increased, Changya finally had no choice but to give up. The hidden photos were placed on the camera. In the photos taken through the lens, the background is this small wooden house, except that the Huashan pine behind the house wasn't as big as it is now. There was a grand armchair by the door of the house, and an old man of 50 was lying on it, looking out over the courtyard. There are several chickens and ducks in the yard. One of the ducks was being chased around by a handsome, naked little boy. But behind the handsome little boy, there was another woman chasing after him with a wooden stick. Looking at the scene in the photo, Changya slowly smiled. That's great. How did they grow up so quickly? The sunset is infinitely beautiful. It was nearing dusk. The sunset, with its color like salted egg yolk, filled the entire sky and bathed the earth in the evening light. This is the scenery that only appears in the summer evenings. The air was somewhat stuffy. But compared to the scorching midday sun, a gentle breeze carrying a touch of coolness began to waft through the forest and cabins. At this moment, the courtyard was already piled with many things that Changya had packed away that he no longer wanted. Some old bamboo mats, damaged wooden stools, some empty bottles and jars, and so on. They were all gnawed apart by termites and couldn't be burned. These things can't be left directly on the mountain. We have to ask the people carrying the things to help us carry them down, otherwise it will pollute the mountain environment. Especially these bottles and jars. From now on, when you go out to play, whether in the mountains or anywhere else, please don't litter. If possible, keep your trash handy and throw it away when you see a trash can. Okay, host, we will. Received. Changya looked at the sunset on the horizon and then checked the time on his phone. Today I hosted my parents who came to visit, planted some seeds, and chatted for a while. I tidied up the house again. How did it get so fast? Past 4 o'clock. I estimated that the person delivering the item should be arriving soon. He remembered his mother telling him that it would be around this time. Suddenly remembering something, Changya went back into the house. He took out a can of soda from a ladle full of water. He had packed too much other stuff, so he only brought 2 bottles. Changya had specifically asked his mother to bring them because he missed the taste so much. I drank a bottle while eating. Take out your favorite soda and pull on the ring. Smack. Pull the buckle. Put it near your mouth. Sizzle. Gurgle, gurgle. Changya felt a cool sensation throughout his body, a familiar feeling washing over him. Enjoy the refreshing sensation of carbon dioxide bursting in your mouth, along with the calories carried away by your favorite sugary drink. Hiccup. Changya let out a long burp. When you drink that sugary soda, don't you even groan? This young man has grasped the simple joy of happiness, the ultimate comfort food. Drinking soda without letting out an ah is soulless, don't you all agree? Looking at the comments on the live stream, Changya laughed and could only pick up his soda again and take another sip. Gurgle gurgle. Ah, that feels so good. That feels so good. Haha, you guys are really talented. This is our simple happiness. If you don't drink it, or don't understand, we don't blame you. Just as Chang Ye was about to continue drinking, he suddenly saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen looking up at his feet. He stared longingly at the happy fat man's drink in his hand. That little face. What is daddy drinking? It looks delicious. You can't drink this, here's some water for you. As she spoke, she led the two little ones into the kitchen. I scooped a spoonful of water from the water tank and poured it into the little one's water basin. When I was tidying up the house, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen helped out. When they were almost finished tidying up, the little guys, no longer trying to outwit the air, came to Chang Ye's side on their own. The two little ones cried out for help, and with no other choice, Chang Ye could only give them a tiger and a rotten log. They used their little teeth to bite a rotten piece of wood and drag it into the yard. He has enough strength, he can bite it with his teeth, and he walks fairly straight. But just when Chang Ye thought the little ones were safe enough to be dragged into the yard, they dragged it to the doorway because the wooden block was too long. The simple-minded little ones thought that the younger sister, older brother, should go out first. They all showed each other courtesy. But in the end, they were stopped by the invisible big boss at the door. Several attempts failed and I still couldn't get it to work. De Bao was the first to put down the long wooden block and took several steps back. It bared its teeth and let out a low, warning growl at the unseen enemy at the gate. Then, with a push of its hind legs and a pull of its forelimbs, it made a tiger pounce. They successfully defeated the invisible big boss at the entrance and escaped. But when he returned to the house and tried to pick up the long piece of wood again, he was stopped. Finally, they fought a fierce battle with the unseen big boss at the door for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that her father had finished cleaning up, she realized she hadn't even helped take the things out yet. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's faces immediately filled with grievance. Finally, at the audience's request, Chang Ye decided to help De Bao and Xiao Wenwen defeat the invisible big boss at the door. After letting De Bao and Xiao Wenwen bite on the long wooden block, using a long-lost martial arts technique, he turned the tide. By changing the direction of the long wooden block, they helped De Bao and Xiao Wenwen defeat the invisible big boss at the door. Finally, he received praise from countless martial arts enthusiasts in the live stream. Chang Ye quickly finished a bottle of Happy Fat Man water in just a few gulps. The little ones were still sticking out their tongues and licking themselves in the water basin. After all, they had just gone through a major battle, so they must be exhausted. You betrayed my love, you're burdened with a guilty conscience, and when I finally learned the truth, tears streamed down my face. Just then, Chang Ye's phone rang. Upon opening it, I found it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Who is this? Brother Chang, I'm Oldly, a porter around here. Here's the thing. The things your dad bought have been delivered here, and we're just about to pick them out for you. But you have a lot of stuff. Besides some diesel generators, there's also furniture, a refrigerator, and things like that. The goods will only arrive in the evening, and it will be dark soon, so we can't make 2 trips. For one trip, my 5 people might not be enough, so I'm asking if you can hire 2 more people so we can finish the job for you in one trip. If that doesn't work, then I'll send it up in 2 separate trips tomorrow. The voice on the other end of the phone was that of a middle-aged man, speaking a mixture of the local dialect and Mandarin. But Chang Ye grew up here, so he can understand it. After he finished speaking, it seemed that someone else was asking him questions. How do I put it? Will it work? If it's not possible, then forget about our money. Considering how good you are to us, Laoli, I'll help you with the trip. Chang Ye looked at the trash in front of him and said, Okay, 2 more then. But Brother Li, could you help me take some trash down the mountain? It's not much, just what I cleaned out of my room. Upon hearing Chang Ye's agreement, the person on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. What are you saying? It's just a little trash. We'd be empty anyway if we went down the mountain. Alright, then come on up. Alright. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, let's watch a heartwarming video. After making the phone call, Chang Ye did not return to the house. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the courtyard and chatted with viewers in the live stream. And there's the scenery of watching the sunset and the afterglow reflecting on the mountains. The tiger cub next to her rested its head on its forelegs and lay on the ground. After lying there for a while, she would open her tightly closed eyes again and diligently lick the hair on her chest with her tongue. Yes, very diligent. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were playfully fighting in the yard, showing off their cat punches to each other. Then, one moment it's the older brother chasing the younger sister, and the next it's the younger sister chasing the older brother. They were having a blast. Some viewers in the live stream were marveling at the scenery and the mountains. Some were seriously counting how long they would close their eyes before opening them to start licking their fur. Most of the time, she would watch the 2 little ones playing and fighting in the yard with a motherly smile. Chirp! Upon hearing the sound, Chang Ye looked towards the woods. Then they saw Sister Eagle circling above the forest, looking in their direction. Then it flew down the mountain. Following the direction the eagle flew, they saw a group of porters carrying something. Chang Ye laughed when he saw it. Sister Diao's eyes really are like telescopes, but they also look a bit like a sentry's. When my parents came before, it was Sister Diao who found out first. Now the porters have gone up the mountain, and it's Sister Eagle again. It seems that as long as someone goes up the mountain, with Sister Diao by their side, they will definitely be able to find it early. Sister Eagle, I am the king of the sky, and you treat me like your sentinel. Sister Diao, I offered my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the gutter. Let's first sigh for Sister Diao for a few minutes. But to be fair, it's true, birds seem to have eyes that can see very, very far. Alright, from now on, Sister Diao will be on guard duty. Haha, Sister Diao probably never expected she'd have this function. But for now, we need to take Tiger Girl back first. Chang Ye grew up in the countryside and knew that people in the mountains had an inexplicable fear of tigers. When these porters came up, they saw Tiger Girl. It's not good to trigger stress reactions out of fear. Hey girl, come on, I'll take you back to your room to rest, and I'll get you something nice to eat. As he spoke, he bent down and rubbed Tiger Girl's head. Tiger Girl, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened her brown tiger eyes and looked at Chang Ye, who was smiling in front of her. Gurgle. He stood up lazily, leaned forward with his fists, bent over, and stretched out a big yawn. He glanced down the mountain and then strode confidently into the house. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were playing in the yard, were also called by Chang Ye and followed Hunia back into the house. Before long, seeing that they had arrived at the porter's place, Brother Chang went to greet them. The two of them were carrying a large diesel generator. There were also all sorts of bags and packages. This supply run is packed full. Master Li, fellow masters, thank you for all this hard work. After putting the things down, Mr. Li waved with a smile. It's not hard work. This is what we do. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be able to earn this money. Actually, 5 people were enough, but your parents added several boxes of meat and a refrigerator for you. So, Master Li, who was in charge, seemed a little embarrassed about the 2 extra people who had been added to the team at the last minute. Chang Ye smiled, waved his hand and said it was nothing, but he looked at the small diesel generator that the 3 of them were carrying. This diesel generator should be fine to carry with just 3 people, right? This generator is the most important thing for this supply trip. With the generator, he won't have to use candles tonight. As for danger, Tiger Girl is there, and the Golden Eagle is the gatekeeper. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, this is what we do. Although the mountain roads are not easy to walk on, we haven't had any bumps or bruises. Brother Chang, where do you think you need to put it? We'll help you carry it over. Chang Ye pointed to the location of the small house, which he had previously used specifically to store this. Where? After saying that, Chang Ye went to the 2 experienced workers, ready to lend a hand. He had 3 experienced workers carry one end of the load, while he carried the other end by himself. Although it's a small diesel generator, it must weigh around 300 to 400 pounds. However, with ropes supporting it on all 4 sides, it might be difficult for an ordinary person. But 3 porters who make a living from this job could definitely carry it up the mountain. Soon, Chang Ye and the others carried the diesel generator into the small house. The 3 experienced workers breathed a sigh of relief after putting the diesel generator down. One of the older craftsmen, with a lot of stubble on his face, gave Chang Ye a deep look and said, "Brother Chang, you're really strong. You lifted it so easily by yourself." Chang Ye smiled non-committally and said nothing. After setting up the diesel generator, Chang Ye continued to instruct the other workers to neatly categorize and place the items they had brought in the yard. That way, when I take them in later, I can quickly sort and put them away. Because there were so many people, it took less than 10 minutes to put things away and sort them. Master Li, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? As he spoke, Chang Ye prepared to go inside to get some water. No, look, it's getting dark soon. We need to hurry down the mountain, otherwise there are many wild animals in the mountains, and it won't be safe. Listening, Chang Ye nodded, opened a box, and took out a few bottles of drinks. Give each of these workers a bottle. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of Master Li and the others, Chang Ye placed the water in their hands. Master, take this. I'll need your help to take the trash out of the yard later. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li and the others stopped insisting and put away the water. One person carried some of the trash that Chang Ye had cleared out earlier down the mountain. After watching Master Li and his group leave, Chang Ye glanced at the things in the yard inside. I looked at the 2 small eyes hiding behind the crack in the door inside the house. Chang Ye walked over and opened the door with a smile. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who had long been curious about the things in the yard, saw Chang Ye open the door. He immediately leaped over the threshold and ran into the courtyard. It came up to a box and pawed at it a couple of times with its little tiger paws. Then he stepped onto a folding bed and jumped onto a taller box. Chang Ye ignored the 2 little guys jumping around and went to the house where the diesel generator had been kept. Check the belt, coolant, and electrolyte to see if they are normal. After completing the inspection, Chang Ye nodded as he looked at the diesel generator in front of him. It seems Dad is still reliable after all. Press the manual mode button and then press the confirmation button. With the unit operating normally, Chang Ye pressed the switch. The courtyard was already dimly lit. At this moment, its lights were turned on. The moment the diesel generator was powered on, hearing the voice from the system in his mind, Chang Ye laughed. It's all right. I spent 100,000 popularity points to upgrade the diesel generator as well. Even if it's kept running, nothing will happen. Then I saw the lights on in the courtyard and the house. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been bouncing around on the goods, were immediately attracted. They all came to the light bulb, tilting their little tiger heads up to look at the glowing thing above them. De Bao raised the tiger's paw, lifting it into the air. What is this thing? Why is it glowing? I need to peel it down for you and study it carefully with my brilliant brain. Tiger Girl came out of the room when the lights came on. It looked a bit anxious, and the way it was wagging its tail was as if it had spotted some enemy. It was a highly vigilant situation. Upon arriving at the door, I saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen rummaging through something glowing on their heads. I quickly went to the little one's side and, after confirming that they were safe, I made sure they were safe. After bypassing the two little guys, I looked at Chang Ye, who had returned after finishing with the generator, and it was safe for him to come back. It slightly opened its mouth and let out a low growl. Gurgle. What's wrong with Tiger Girl? Why did she suddenly run out? Yeah, she not only came out of the house, but also actively sought out the young man to get up. What does that mean? Is this because they're worried about the streamer, or do they think she's in some kind of danger? Seeing Tiger Girl's expression, Chang Ye walked over, ruffling her head as he explained. Is this the first time you've seen this kind of lighting? Are you not used to it? Don't worry, I'm here. It's okay. It's the first time the two little ones have seen this kind of light, so they're very curious about it. Tiger Girl is different, she would definitely look at this kind of light with a sense of danger. Having confirmed that De Bao, Xiao Wenwen, and Chang Ye are all safe, Hu Niu, who was initially uneasy, gradually calmed down. Under Chang Ye's reassurance, it began to rub its big head against Chang Ye. He kept making soft growls. It was as if she was telling the story of her recent anxiety. Looking at Tiger Girl, Chang Ye laughed as he felt her head rubbing against his chin. This thing is huge. Ever since the day I saved her, she'd acted all cute and affectionate with me. After returning home and recovering from my injuries, I haven't been able to indulge in self-pity much since. He always sleeps face down without fail, as if to say, don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. When I saw this light come on today, I was worried about myself, but after seeing that I was alright, the big guy finally acted cute towards me again. Wow, it's one thing for a little tiger to act cute with a big boy, but I never knew a big guy could act cute with a big boy like that. This is the first time I've seen this. The person upstairs must be new here. It's normal that they haven't seen it before. After all, I've been watching since the show started, and I've only seen it twice so far. Haha, after reading so much, I thought it happened often. After playing with Tiger Girl for a while, Chang Ye looked at the things all over the yard and said to the big guys around him, okay, I can't play with you anymore. I need to put all these things in. And this meat, we'll put it in the refrigerator later too. Seeing Chang Ye get up, Hu Niu, who had been acting coquettishly, straightened up. Then it immediately reverted to its previous state, striding confidently to the entrance of the courtyard and lying down. Chang Ye smiled when he saw it. Hey big guy, why are you guarding the gate too? After looking around at the things in the yard, I first moved the small refrigerator into the house and plugged it in. Upon seeing the several large boxes of beef that his mother had added at the last minute, Chang Ye couldn't help but say, my mom is really something. Why is it all beef? How can I eat that much by myself? You can't eat this every day, can you? Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, the viewers in the live stream immediately started sending comments. Is it possible that the aunt bought this beef specifically for the kids because she saw they liked it when she came? I also think we should give some to Tiger Girl, since tigers love to eat beef and lamb. Lamb is hard to find, so we bought beef instead. Indeed, I think so too. Judging from how the auntie played with the two little ones this afternoon, it must be them. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Chang Ye was stunned for a moment, but immediately said something. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My mom loves me so much, and she's only known the little ones for a short time. How could it be bought specifically for De Bao and Xiao Wenwen? It must have been bought for me. But just as Chang Ye finished speaking, his phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, Chang Ye picked up his phone and showed it to the viewers in the live stream. See? I've only been back for a short time, and my mom already called. She must be calling to check on me. After saying that, Chang Ye answered the phone. Hey mom, you miss me again? I received the goods. Honestly, why did you buy me so much meat? I can't possibly eat it all. Before Chang Ye could finish speaking, he was interrupted by his mother's voice on the other end of the phone. Who said they bought it for you? I saw that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen like to eat it this afternoon, so I bought it for them. And the big one, is it called Tiger Girl? She still needs to be nursed, remember to give her more beef to supplement her nutrition. Call me when you've finished eating, and I'll send it to you again. I know about the porter's money. Don't worry, I gave him 2,000 more than he should have. Okay, please say hello to the whole family for me. I have to go now, I'll hang up. Beep beep beep. Without giving Cheng Ye any chance to refute, Cheng's mother hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Cheng Ye was left holding his phone, looking bewildered in midair. After regaining his senses, Cheng Ye didn't look at the comments, because he knew exactly what the comments would look like without even thinking. Watching Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had somehow gotten into a fight and were throwing cat punches at each other in the air in front of them, Cheng Ye sighed helplessly. Who wouldn't love such an adorable little guy? I was also captivated by these two little ones the moment I saw them. It's perfectly normal for my mom to be like this. But it's easy to guess why the two little guys were punching the air with their cat-like punches. It's nothing more than Dabao or Xiao Wenwen accidentally bumping into each other while they were fiddling with the light bulbs above their heads. And then it evolved into what it is now. The air between the two little ones must be in pain at this moment. After all, they had been ganged up on by two kings of beasts. After working for a while, I put the beef, drinks, and other things away. The refrigerator is already packed full. Besides meat, there are also vegetables, drinks, and so on. The furniture was all moved in and placed in its proper spot. The room that had been cleaned up before also had an extra bed, though it wasn't very big. But Cheng Ye did tidy him up very well, and the room was very clean. Because when my parents come to visit, this place will be my sleeping spot. Now that everything is packed, it's time to start making dinner. The little ones have already climbed onto Tiger Girl and started eating. My stomach had just started growling. Take the tofu, which cannot be kept overnight, into the kitchen, add a spoonful of water, and slowly put the tofu pieces in one by one. There are also 18 large shrimp. Then get half a pound of pork ribs and make a soup. Finally, a side of green vegetables completes the look. Everyone's eaten, right? If you haven't eaten yet, remember not to watch my live stream, or you'll start drooling. Dash, have you eaten? It's so late already. We've already eaten. We were watching your live stream while we were eating. What are you talking about? You're an outdoor streamer, you think you can make me hungry just by cooking? Cheng Ye glanced at the comments and smiled. He went into the kitchen, tidied up a bit, and then started cooking. First, wash the ribs and put them in an iron pot to make soup. Take the tofu that you just put in the water ladle and place it on the cutting board. Peel both sides, cut each piece into 8 small pieces, and let them dry. Then heat it up with the lard that was just brought up, and sprinkle some salt on top. Wait until the tofu turns golden brown, then flip it over. A large cup of medicinal wine, with 18 large shrimp added. Then pour a small cup of the first batch of soy sauce from late autumn on top. It rolled over once. Add a pinch of sugar, then roll it again. Take some finely chopped scallions and cut them into 120 sections.